After a gamer suddenly died from overplaying, he found himself transported 5 years before the launch of the game's starter village he knew so well. To his surprise, had also gained a mysterious ability. He could operate multiple accounts at once. Chen Qing woke up in a shabby thatched hut, rubbing his throbbing hedonously to be shocked by the sight of his own smaller hands. Just moments ago, had been grinding away at a new dungeon in Multiverse War, about to defeat the boss, when a sharp pain struck his chest. Now, opening his eyes, he had become an 8 or 9-year-old child. Qing, why are you still in bed? Teacher Aguirre is going to get mad. A child's voice called from outside. Another boy, about his age, pulled him up and said, "Wow, you're actually up early today?" Glancing around at the familiar architecture, Chen Qing instantly recognized the setting as the Tucker civilization from Multiverse War. In this universe of warring races, Tucker was just a minor branch of humanity, but it was famous as the mage starter village. Seeing Teacher Aguirre explaining spells at the podium confirmed for Chen Qing exactly when he was. This legendary mentor had died during the Lico invasion, before the game officially launched. However, the students he trained would go on to play pivotal roles in later updates, earning the nickname guides of the meta from players. Since Aguirre was still alive, Chen Qing realized there were 5 years left until the catastrophic war. Remembering that the Tucker civilization would become the main battleground and be almost wiped out 5 years later with only a handful of prodigies surviving, Chen Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Now he was a real NPC. There were no second chances. As he pondered how to grow stronger before the coming war, a familiar status panel appeared before his eyes. Chen Qing. Race, human. Level 1. Class, mage apprentice. Strength, 1. Endurance, 1. Spirit, 1. Intelligence, 2. Health, 30. Stamina, 50. Racial talent. Learning ability EXP gained 20, 1 free attribute point per level. The system's evaluation was brutally sarcastic. If the minimum stat wasn't set to 1, you wouldn't even qualify for attributes. You're so weak. You've got a long way to go before you can even be considered cannon fodder. Just as Chen Qing felt relieved to have the familiar system, he noticed an arrow on the right side of the panel. As a veteran player, he knew this meant he could switch accounts. Acting on instinct, he clicked it and a stunning new interface slid into view. Create new account. Chen Qing. Race, to be selected. Level 1. Class. Status, creating new account. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Qing listened attentively to the rest of the lesson. After bidding farewell to the unfamiliar young man beside him, he turned and headed back to his humble straw hut. As soon as he pushed open the door, he eagerly checked his new character panel. This new panel marked a fresh start, a blank slate. It meant he could freely choose both his class and race. Compared to his existing character, this was a completely new identity. His first character was locked in, born in the mage starter village, and progressing without focusing on the mage class was nearly impossible. Most equipment, skills, and knowledge were tied to being a mage. Missing out on these would mean losing countless growth opportunities. However, Chen Qing had different plans for his second character. Playing 2 mages would just double his fragility. Even with a mage's powerful burst damage, getting caught off guard would still leave him vulnerable. So, he decided his second character would be a more resilient class of warrior. Among the 4 main classes, warriors were the toughest, with unmatched defense. As for damage output, his mage character would compensate for any shortcomings. When it came to choosing a race, Chen Qing thought deeply. Race was a crucial factor, affecting not only a character's appearance, but also their potential in different classes. For example, the Mech Empire's mechanical race was naturally suited to engineers, while the barbarians had innate advantages in strength and endurance, making them ideal warriors. However, barbarians suffered from one major drawback: low intelligence. Their bloodline reduced intelligence by 20, meaning Chen Qing would have to sacrifice some of his mage's advantages for more durability as a warrior. For him, this trade-off simply wasn't worth it. As he hesitated, his finger accidentally clicked on the race selection tab, and suddenly, a massive list of race options popped up. Chen Qing glanced over it, eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the screen. There, among the choices, were non-humanoid races. The discovery stunned him. According to the rules of Multiverse War, players could only select humanoid races to maintain game balance. Non-humanoid races were usually reserved for NPCs on opposing factions. Yet now, due to some glitch, the second character panel allowed him to pick a non-humanoid race. This meant he had an unprecedented opportunity to choose from the powerful bloodlines that every player envied. Although his character's appearance was already set as human, this option opened up a world of possibilities. Even if he chose a non-humanoid bloodline, he wouldn't end up looking bizarre. The game always ensured that humanoid races had roughly equivalent innate abilities for balance, while non-humanoid races had no such restrictions. That's why many of these overpowered races boasted jaw-dropping abilities, some bordering on game-breaking. Without hesitation, Chen Qing selected Star Beast as his race. Star Beasts were among the most elite bloodlines in Multiverse War, each one possessing boss-level abilities. Chen Qing recalled leading a 20-person team to hunt a star beast that was 10 levels below them, yet not only did they fail, but the entire group was wiped out. Now, by choosing to become one of these legendary creatures, Chen Qing was stepping into a realm of limitless potential. The reason the Starry Sky Behemoth race never became one of the top clans is simply because their numbers are extremely scarce. Chen Qing estimated that throughout the entire Multiversal War world, there might not even be 1,000 Starry Sky Behemoths in existence. After selecting his race, it was time to choose a class. Without hesitation, Chen Qing picked Warrior. As soon as he made his decision, the second panel underwent a dramatic transformation, and all the data appeared clearly before his eyes. Chen Qing. Race, Starry Sky Behemoth. Level 1. Class Warrior Apprentice. Attributes. Strength, 304. Endurance, 353. Spirit, 201. Intelligence, 202. Health, 3,400. Stamina, 2,700. Racial traits. Energy-resistant skin. Starry Sky Behemoths have evolved special skin abilities from living in the harsh environment of space for ages. Effect. Constantly reflects 30 of incoming damage. Reduces physical damage by 10-20 at level 200 maturity. Reduces energy damage by 30-60 at level 200 maturity. Growth. The process of a Starry Sky Behemoth maturing from a juvenile to an adult brings immense increases in level and abilities. Effect. Before level 200, automatically gains 1 experience daily. With each level up, passively gains 4 strength, 3 endurance, 1 spirit, and 2 intelligence, ignoring the level 200 cap. Ancient bloodline. Through endless evolution, Starry Sky Behemoths have developed self-healing and self-protection abilities. Effect. Recovers 2 health per second 5 at level 200 maturity. Automatically removes negative effects when damage taken reaches 5 of total health. Immune to absolute damage. Starry Sky Gift. As powerful beings thriving in the vacuum of space, Starry Sky Behemoths gain even greater combat power in such environments. Effect. In vacuum, for every 5 health lost, strength increases by 5. All attributes are permanently increased by 20 in vacuum. Active skills none. Passive skills none. Specialties none. Chen Qing's jaw dropped in shock as he read the detailed information on the second panel. He knew the Starry Sky Behemoth was physically strong, but he never imagined it was this overwhelming. Thinking back to the time he led a team to hunt one down, he suddenly understood their entire force had been wiped out, but that behemoth probably still had around 90 of its health left. With such durability, it was practically invincible. Once the panel finished generating, the data from the second panel instantly merged with the first, and a strange power surged through Chen Qing's body. He felt his body grow firm and his skin become incredibly tough. The sensation was so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. As the power transfer ended, Chen Qing felt explosive energy coursing through him, as if he could smash the thatched hut in front of him with a single punch. And he actually could. The 2 panels' data didn't switch, they stacked. Now, Chen Qing's strength had reached 31 points, combining 1 from the first panel and 30 from the second. With this kind of power, turning the hut into rubble would be effortless. Seeing that the final effect of the panels was the sum of both sets of stats, Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. If the panels only switched modes, the abilities from the first panel would have been far inferior to the second, and over time, the first panel would become almost useless. His own development might even be forced down the path of a warrior. But now that the panels were combined, it meant he could develop both as a mage and as a warrior at the same time, making significant progress in both areas. The most important thing now was how to level up quickly. The second panel had a talent that increased experience by 1 each day, but that was far too slow. At that rate, had only gained about 3.5 levels in a year. By the time war broke out, had barely reached level 20. Compared to Magister Egel, who was at least level 60, Chen Qing would stand no chance against a barrage of magical artillery at only level 20. There were many paths to leveling up, and Chen Qing began to consider his options. He wasn't without ideas. Today in class, he listened carefully all day and, after absorbing the knowledge Egel taught, his experience bar increased by about 2. This was one way to gain experience, but it had a clear downside. As his level increased, the rate of experience gain would slow down, and he could never surpass Egel's level, since all his knowledge and experience came from him. Advancing further through independent research would be extremely difficult. He also thought about the panel's special attributes. If his guess was correct, the panel should allow him to gain experience by accepting quests or defeating monsters. As a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel eager to try this out the next day. After all, as an experienced player, he knew there were plenty of hidden quests just waiting to be discovered. Chen Qing slept soundly that night. Early the next morning, a familiar voice rang out again. The little kid was at his door, calling him to go to class. He opened the door and saw the grinning face across the hall, and suddenly, an idea struck him. If I'm half player, half NPC, does that mean I can check other people's stat panels by attacking them, just like in a game? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Chen Qing's finger moved on its own, poking the kid on the shoulder. Ouch, that hurt. The boy instantly glared at him, pouting in protest. Chen Qing ignored his complaints, his attention fixed on the semi-transparent panel that had suddenly popped up. Loasu. Race, human. Level 1. Class, mage apprentice. Strength, 2 endurance, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 4 HP, 40 MP, 100. Chen Qing's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the boy in front of him, as if he'd just seen something unbelievable. Qing, what's wrong? The boy shifted uneasily under his gaze, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. Instead of answering, Chen Qing asked incredulously, "You're Loasu? If I'm not Loasu, who else would I be?" The boy replied, looking confused and frowning a little. Qing, what's up with you today? You're acting weird." Chen Qing took a deep breath, waves of shock crashing inside him. So that's why? Loasu, one of the key figures who would shape the future. According to the records, had narrowly escaped the massacre by the Rico and eventually reached God tier, becoming a pillar of strength for the human race. And now, this legendary figure was hanging around outside his door every day, pestering him to go to class. Chen Qing rubbed his face, thinking he should have realized it sooner. Had planned to brush the kid off, but knowing his true identity changed everything. Loasu, Chen Qing said seriously, his voice tinged with a feigned weakness, "I'm not feeling well today. You go ahead to class, I need to rest at home." Loasu stared at him for a few seconds, concern written all over his young face. "All right, you really don't seem yourself today. Just come to class once you're feeling better." He then put on a stern look, imitating an adult's tone as he warned, "You need to work harder. Teacher Aguirre has gotten mad at you so many times." "Okay, I got it," Chen Qing replied with a wry smile. Satisfied with his promise, Loasu finally turned and headed off to class on his own. Skipping class had always been part of Chen Qing's plan. He knew that if he just went through the motions, by the time war broke out, he'd barely be able to protect himself. Right now, improving his survival skills was his top priority. If his memory was correct, the war would erupt in a year or two. Remembered seeing Loasu, about 10 years old, in footage from the Rico invasion of the Tuk civilization. Chen Qing quickly got his bearings and set off in the opposite direction from Loasu. The current map looked quite different from the one players used when entering the Multiverse War world. After all, war and reconstruction had changed many things. Fortunately, Chen Qing had a good sense of direction. Even though it was a bit tricky, he could still recognize the general layout. Today, he decided to try his luck and see if he could find the key NPC who gives out hidden quests. Masock. Chen Qing remembered clearly that Masock's home had remained largely untouched from the outbreak of war to its end, which meant it was perfectly safe to visit him now. The main reason Chen Qing wanted to find Masock right away wasn't just because Masock could give out hidden quests. There was another important factor. Masock was also the hidden class mentor for the mage profession, the Ancient Mage. The Ancient Mage was a niche subclass for mages, and during the Multiverse War, Masock only offered 5 spots for this class per game version, making it extremely rare. Chen Qing didn't choose the more common subclasses like Elemental Mage, Summoner, or Warlock offered by Aguirre. Instead, he set his sights on Ancient Mage. This was mainly because, although Ancient Mages were almost powerless early on, so weak, it was almost hopeless they could eventually advance to become space-time archmages later in the game, unleashing the full potential of the class. Chen Qing still remembered that, at first, the 5 players who chose this path were mocked as the unluckiest of the bunch. 4 of them deleted their characters and started over, but one stuck it out to level 200 and finally advanced to Spacetime Archmage. Thanks to the incredible power of this class, that player led an unknown club to a surprise championship win in the Pro League. Only then did everyone realize that the class' early game weakness had a purpose. The ones who endured to level 200 would experience its most powerful moment. For Chen Qing, this path was a perfect fit. Thanks to the unique traits of the Star Beast race, he would never fall too far behind, no matter how weak he seemed. So, since had been given this second chance, why not choose a class that would shine in the late game? As Chen Qing was lost in thought, he found himself beside a pond. Seeing this familiar spot, he breathed a sigh of relief, all his worries instantly disappearing. This wasn't just any pond, it was a special area set up by Masock using powerful wards. There was never actually a pond here, but anyone who approached would fall under the illusion, convinced they stood by the water's edge, when in reality, they were only circling the area and never getting close to Masock's cabin. The reason the war never touched this place was precisely because of this powerful illusion and the protective wards. But for Chen Qing, this was no big deal. In his previous life, the strategy for clearing this hidden area had already been widely shared on the forums. He looked around until his eyes landed on 3 stones randomly placed by the pond, and his face lit up. Following the guide, he moved forward a few steps, then back 3, sometimes nearly stepping into the water, but he ignored it all and stuck to the pattern. After circling the same spot for about 5 minutes, Chen Qing finally took a step, and suddenly, everything changed. The pond vanished, the stones disappeared, and before him stood a simple wooden cabin with a small vegetable garden nearby, as if a door had opened into a completely different world. This ward, was it meant to keep people walking until they dropped dead? Chen Qing couldn't help but complain inwardly. He hadn't expected Mistook to set up such a formation before the game even launched, making all his earlier worries unnecessary. Despite his grumbling, he walked up to the cabin, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The wooden cabin was simple, containing only a bed and a single meditation cushion. When Chen Qing stepped inside, he saw an older man, somewhere between middle-aged and elderly, sitting cross-legged on the cushion with his eyes closed in meditation. Sensing someone enter, the man opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Chen Qing. His surprise grew even more obvious when he realized the person standing before him was just an 8 or 9-year-old child. "Child, how did you get in here?" the old man, Mistook, asked in astonishment. Chen Qing felt a bit helpless. He thought to himself that not only had Mistook's barrier stayed the same, but even his way of speaking hadn't changed at all. According to the guide, Mistook would first act surprised, then express his appreciation for talent, deliberately assign a trial, and finally accept the intruder as a disciple. Chen Qing was already intimately familiar with this routine. Upon hearing Mistook's question, he responded without hesitation, "I noticed that the 3 stones at the entrance seemed a little different. There was a strange flow of energy near them, so I followed the current, and after a while, I ended up here." Mistook listened to the boy's answer. Although he felt a bit suspicious, he decided to believe Chen Qing's explanation. After all, since the barrier around his cabin had been set up, no one had ever managed to get inside. The 3 stones were, in fact, the entrance he had intentionally left in the formation. Only those with an exceptional sense for elemental and spatial energy could perceive the flow of the barrier and make it through. His true aim was to use these 3 stones to filter out students worthy of inheriting his legacy. The path of the ancient mage was now in decline, and its requirements were anything but simple. Although he longed to take on more disciples, not everyone could step over the threshold. After so many years, someone had finally passed the test. Mistook felt a surge of joy and began to view Chen Qing with a sense of appreciation. Still, as a mentor in the ancient mage tradition, he couldn't afford to appear too eager. He cleared his throat and said slowly, "Not bad. While you're only average compared to the most promising young people I've seen, being able to see through the barrier does show some talent." He paused deliberately, hoping to catch a flash of pride in the boy's eyes. Instead, he noticed that Chen Qing seemed oddly impatient. Mistook felt a wave of doubt. Had he misread the situation? The boy's eyes held not even a trace of delight at being praised. If anything, there was a hint of disdain. Chen Qing really did look impatient. He had seen this scene and heard these lines countless times in the guides. Now, Mistook's attempt at mysterious posturing felt no different from a scene in an old cartoon, and anyone would get bored if the animation started to lag. Mistook felt somewhat uneasy under the boy's gaze. As a mentor who hadn't even reached level 200, he had no idea how powerful ancient mages could become later on. In his mind, meeting a youth who could even get past the initial test was a rare opportunity. Had to do everything in his power to persuade this boy. As the sole inheritor of the ancient mage's path, Mistook's confidence in his own profession was, in truth, rather fragile. He quickly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and decided to get straight to the point. "Young man, my barrier was damaged when you entered," Mistook's voice echoed in the quiet space, "and I need some special materials to repair it. I haven't been out in a long time. Could you help me find these materials? I'll reward you for your trouble." Chen Qing's eyes lit up instantly, excitement welling up inside him. He had actually received a quest from an NPC. He didn't care whether Mistook's barrier was truly damaged or if this was just part of a test. He immediately nodded in agreement. "Of course, sir. I'll come back as soon as I've gathered everything you need," Chen Qing replied, unable to hide his excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, a quest notification popped up on his interface. Drank quest, gather materials 14. Quest description, because you entered Mistook's barrier, it suffered some damage. Now, you need to collect specific materials to help Mistook repair it. Required materials: basic enchantment stone, 02. Small rock golem carapace, 010. Vine tree sap, 010. Quest rewards: 3 gold coins, 24 experience points. Note: this is a chain quest. Completing the first stage unlocks the next. Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. A drank quest. In the beginner's village, the best quests available were usually frank. Even an E-rank quest was considered a lucky find. Frank quests typically offered only about 5 experience points, but this hidden quest gave nearly 5 times that amount. He calculated quickly. It took 50 experience points to reach level 2. He already had 3 points from attending classes and passive growth. With 24 more from this quest, he'd likely level up to 2 after completing the second stage. With the promise of experience as motivation, Chen Qing was filled with energy and dashed out, heading straight for the rocky basin, where small rock golems frequently appeared. For most new players, defeating a small rock golem was no easy task. These creatures averaged around level 5 and had skin as tough as iron. Low-level players could barely scratch them. Usually, only players at level 6 or 7 would venture into the rocky basin. Going there at level 1 was practically suicidal. Drank quests like this were clearly designed for higher level or highly skilled players in the early stages of the game. They weren't meant to be easy. But for Chen Qing, the difficulty was just right. With the terrifying talent of the Star Beast, small rock golems were hardly a threat to him. His base stats were comparable to a level 10 player. Of course, it wasn't that simple. The game featured a level suppression mechanic. When two players differed by more than 5 levels, the higher level player would deal increased damage, while the lower level player's damage would decrease accordingly. Based on Chen Qing's experience, for every 5-level difference beyond 5, damage output increased by 25. In other words, at level 1, if he faced a level 10 player, he would deal 25 less damage, while they would deal 25 more damage. That's why, despite his exceptional stats, Chen Qing placed great importance on leveling up. Right now, his actual combat power was roughly equivalent to a level 6 or 7 player. With his years of professional gaming experience, taking on small rock golems shouldn't pose much of a problem. The rocky basin wasn't far from Mistook's cabin, so Chen Qing arrived at his destination quickly. As he looked around, the ground was covered with round, smooth stones. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, but in reality, these were the armored backs of little stone beasts poking above the surface. Stone beasts weren't just animated rocks, they were a peculiar species that fed on stones. By digesting the metallic elements within, they formed incredibly tough stone armor on their backs, the very thing Chen Qing was after. Seeing this familiar sight, Chen Qing couldn't help but smile knowingly. Although he had visited this area countless times in the Multiverse War's virtual simulator, actually setting foot here and experiencing the world with his own senses was an entirely different feeling. Pushing aside his thoughts, Chen Qing focused on the task at hand. He strode up to one of the rounded stones, gripped its edge with both hands, and flipped it over. This was the standard method for hunting stone beasts. They habitually pressed their soft underbellies to the ground with their armored backs facing up, so flipping them exposed their weak spots. The overturned stone beast was stunned for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qing landed a heavy punch to its belly. Its health bar immediately dropped by a third. A mage taking down monsters with his fists only, I would do something like this, Chen Qing muttered to himself. Once I finish this quest, I definitely need to learn some basic spells from Mistook or Aguer. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, the stone beast snapped out of its daze. It quickly retracted into its shell and barreled toward Chen Qing like a rolling ball. This was its most dangerous attack, one that could cause serious harm if it landed. But Chen Qing was ready. He dodged lightly to the side. The stone beast missed, crashing into the ground and exposing a fatal opening. Seizing the chance, Chen Qing unleashed a swift combo, finishing off the stone beast. He expertly removed its armored back and stashed it in his backpack. A system notification chimed, 5 experience points gained, followed by another 4 points. Chen Qing paused, quickly opening his status panel. He saw he had indeed earned a total of 9 experience points, 5 from the human panel with a 20 bonus, and 4 from the base panel. This meant both panels could gain experience at the same time. Double experience? Chen Qing's eyes lit up. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned to look for his next target. After hunting several more stone beasts, the system notified him. Level up to 2, 11 free attribute points gained. 11 free attribute points appeared on the panel, and this number brought a surge of joy to Chen Qing's heart. In Multiverse Wars, the default for ordinary races was only 5 free attribute points. Gaining 11 points at level 1 was clearly a bonus from his second panel, with 1 extra point coming from his human racial talent. Such an attribute boost was truly exciting. It was like getting the benefits of 3 level ups right from the start. What's more, the racial talent of the Star Beast would continue to provide passive growth, making this advantage almost overwhelming. When it came to distributing these 11 points, Chen Qing thought for a moment before making a bold decision. Since the Star Beast race passively boosted strength and endurance, he could safely leave those attributes to his racial growth. By contrast, the Star Beast's growth in spirit and intelligence was relatively weak. If my durability is guaranteed, I might as well put everything into offense, Chen Qing calculated. For a mage, intelligence was the key stat for damage, with spirit coming next. Without hesitation, he allocated all 11 points to intelligence and spirit in an 8-to-3 ratio. This was an aggressive move. Most mages, for the sake of survival, would put some points into endurance. The most popular build was 1 point in endurance, 1 in spirit, and 3 in intelligence. Almost no players ever skipped endurance entirely. But Chen Qing knew exactly what he was betting on. As he leveled up, his offensive power would leave other players far behind. By then, even tank classes of the same level might not survive more than a single exchange against him. With this extreme focus on offense, he might even be able to challenge higher-level opponents by the time he reached level 30. With this in mind, Chen Qing confirmed his attribute allocation without hesitation. As the points were invested, his attribute panel immediately updated. Chen Qing. Race, Human Star Beast. Level 2. Class, Mage apprentice, warrior apprentice. Strength, 35. Endurance, 39. Spirit, 25. Intelligence, 32. That familiar tingling sensation swept through his body again, and the surge of power made Chen Qing acutely aware of his growing strength. As Chen Qing grew stronger, the little stone monsters became less and less of a challenge for him. Each swing of his weapon cut through the air with precision, shattering the rocky creatures into pieces. After taking down several of them in a row, Chen Qing carefully stowed away the 10 hard shells he had collected, feeling their rough and sturdy texture as he put them in his backpack. Now, only the basic enchanted stones and vine tree sap remained on his quest list. Compared to the stone monster's shells, these items were much easier to obtain. To collect the vine tree sap, he simply needed to go to the vine grove on the southern edge of the rocky basin and slice open the thick trunks with a knife, letting the sticky sap slowly ooze out. As for the basic enchanted stones, he could purchase them directly from the town's magic shop. Chen Qing patted the pouch at his waist. Only 3 silver coins clinked together inside. Each enchanted stone probably costs 4 silver coins, so I'm still 5 coins short, he muttered to himself. Then he remembered the bottles of blood from the stone monsters he had collected. This dark red liquid was a prime ingredient for healing potions, and the magic shop happened to buy it in bottles would fetch exactly 5 silver coins. The town streets were narrower than he remembered, but Chen Qing soon found the magic shop. It wasn't in its old location, likely moved during post-war reconstruction. The creaky wooden door opened to a familiar aroma of spices and magical ingredients. In the dim light, an old dwarf was busy arranging goods on the shelves. Hearing the bell, the dwarf immediately turned around, his wrinkled face breaking into a warm smile. He strode over to Chen Qing, and, amusingly, was even shorter than Chen Qing, who was only 8 or 9 years old. Well, if it isn't little Chen Qing, Aguer student. Has your teacher sent you to buy supplies again? The dwarf asked in a booming voice, completely unfazed by his height. Chen Qing hadn't expected the old shopkeeper to recognize him. He quickly returned a friendly smile. Actually, Aguer didn't send me. I need 2 basic enchanted stones for my own studies and magic experiments. How much are they? The old man snapped his fingers, and a faint blue glow flickered. 2 stones, radiating a subtle magical aura, floated out of a nearby sack and landed in his rough palm. The stone's surfaces shimmered with intricate runes, glowing softly in the dim shop. 1 enchanted stone is 5 silver coins, so 2 will be 10 in total, Chen Qing, the dwarf said, running his finger over the stone's patterns. Chen Qing paused, his brows knitting together. Prices went up again, he thought. That's awkward, I'm 2 coins short. He glanced at the nameplate on the old man's chest and scratched his head a little embarrassed. Uncle Moha, I only have 3 silver coins and 10 bottles of stone monster blood. I'm still 2 coins short. I really need the enchanted stones, though. Could I owe you for now and pay you back tomorrow? Moha squinted, his beard twitching as he considered. After a moment, he handed the enchanted stones to Chen Qing. Poor kid, your parents died in the war, and it's not easy for you to get by on your own. They'll give you these 2 enchanted stones. But can you do me a favor? Ding, new quest received, Moha's request. Accept? The system prompt echoed in Chen Qing's mind. Chen Qing was delighted and unconsciously clenched his fingers. This quest hadn't existed in his previous life. It must have been available only before the Liko invasion. Without hesitation, he agreed. Of course, Uncle Moha. What do you need help with? As Moha placed the glowing enchanted stones in his hands, a deep worry clouded his face, his thick eyebrows drawing together. I don't know if you've met my nephew, Moji. He usually attends classes with Aguer too, but after class last week, he disappeared, and I haven't been able to find him since. Can you help me bring Moji back? Task notice. Frank Commission, Moha's nephew, Moji, disappeared a week ago. As Moji's classmate, you might have some clues. The task deadline is 3 days. Upon completion, you'll receive 5 silver coins and 8 experience points. Chen Qing stared at the notice board, frowning slightly. With his double experience bonus, a mere 8 points was less than what he'd get from defeating a single stone sprite. Still, if he gave up the task, he'd have to return the 2 basic enchantment stones, so he sighed and decided to take the job. That's wonderful. Moha's wrinkled face broke into a smile. I'm counting on you, little Chen Qing. Please bring Moji back to the shop as soon as you can. Chen Qing forced a small smile and said goodbye to Moha. For beginners, these missing person quests were nothing new, and the rewards were just average. He figured Moji probably got lost playing after school, so if he asked around near the school, he'd likely find some leads. Still, for now, he decided to focus on Mistook's class change quest and leave the search for Moji until tomorrow. Collecting sap from the vine trees was easy for Chen Qing, and he quickly gathered the required 10 portions. Without delay, he made his way to Mistook's cottage. This time, a new path had been cleared around the troublesome pond. He pushed open the door and placed the materials on the table. Grandpa Misoki, hey race, everything you asked for. The old man got up to inspect the items and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, just what I needed, wait. He suddenly looked up, alert. I don't recall ever telling you my name was Misoki, did I? Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. It was true Misoki had never introduced himself, and had let the name slip by accident. Should he confess that he was someone reborn into this world, or explain that the man in front of him was just an NPC? That would definitely get him thrown out. As Misoki eyed him suspiciously, Chen Qing's mind raced until, suddenly, an idea struck him, a perfect excuse. It was only because Grandpa Misoki asked me to help you collect things right after we met that I got a little suspicious. I was worried you might be a scammer. So, I checked with Teacher Aguirre, and that's how I learned your name. Chen Qing said, looking at Misoki with a calm expression, though his eyes held a hint of caution. Just moments ago, Head recalled a crucial detail from the strategy Gidea quest in Misoke's chain required delivering 10 gold coins to Aguirre's widow in Misoke's name. That clearly suggested a deep connection between the two. Thinking quickly, Chen Qing used Aguirre as a shield while subtly pressuring Misoki. I have someone backing me. If you push too hard, they'll just give up on learning magic from you. Sure enough, as soon as Misoki heard Aguirre's name, his doubts vanished. He quickly changed his demeanor, speaking in a much friendlier tone. Ah, I see. So you're one of Aguirre's students. No wonder you have such a sharp sense for magic. Still, Aguirre's not really much of a teacher. If you stick with him, you probably won't make much progress in the future. Cough, cough. He finished with a light cough, trying to cover his embarrassment. On the outside, Chen Qing kept a straight face, but inwardly he rolled his eyes so hard he nearly saw stars. Misoki was willing to say anything for the sake of keeping the ancient mage lineage alive even at the expense of his dignity. Aguirre can't teach? His students ended up as legendary figures who practically shaped the course of history. They might as well have chosen one stamped on their foreheads. If it weren't for the fact that the Archmage of Time was so overpowered, Chen Qing would probably be eager to study under Aguirre himself. But since Misoki had already taken the bait, Chen Qing decided to play along and feigned ignorance as he retorted, "You can't say that. Teacher Aguirre is an amazing mage and mentor. How could you say something like that about him when you don't know anything?" Misoki bristled like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. "What? I don't know anything. Listen, kid, they'll have you know I'm a higher-ranked ancient mage than Aguirre." Seeing Misoki had taken the hook, Chen Qing felt confident, though he kept up his indifferent act. "Yeah, right. I've never even heard of ancient mages. Did you just make that up? Besides, Teacher Aguirre can teach 3 different advanced specializations. Can you do that, Grandpa Misoki?" Misoke's face instantly turned red, clearly struck in a sore spot, and his voice rose. "Aguirre's 3 advanced paths are nothing compared to the ancient mage's progression. You think my knowledge isn't impressive? Fine. They'll teach you my magic, and we'll see if you can grasp it in a week. If you can't, that'll prove my magic is far deeper than Aguirre's." A system notification sounded in Chen Qing's mind. Ding. Would you like to accept Misoke's quest? Drank quest. Comprehend Ancient Mage Magic 24. Quest description. Misoki hopes to demonstrate the depth of ancient magic by having others study it. This may backfire. Quest objective. Reach level 2 proficiency in the ancient source art, an exclusive spell of the ancient mage. Time limit, 7 days. Quest rewards, 3 gold coins, 27 experience points. Accept. Chen Qing chose without hesitation. This was a chain quest, of course, he wasn't going to pass it up. When Misoki saw that Chen Qing had accepted, a sly look briefly flickered in his eyes, but he quickly hid any sign of it. "Since you've agreed to learn my magical inheritance, I'll give you this beginner's manual on ancient source arts. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. But let me make this clear. If you still can't master the basics after a week, that'll prove you don't have the talent for the old mage's path, and you'll just have to learn from Aguirre like everyone else." Misoki spoke slowly, his eyes sweeping over Chen Qing. Chen Qing didn't respond to Misoki. He simply took the book on beginner ancient source arts and started reading intently. Misoki didn't mind being ignored. All he cared about was whether Chen Qing could master the basics. However, what Misoki didn't know was that Chen Qing's attention had already shifted to his player panel. In this world, NPCs gain knowledge and grow through study and training, but Chen Qing has a player's interface. After obtaining a skill book, he doesn't need to study, he can simply unlock the skill through his panel. At this moment, the panel displayed the details of the beginner ancient source arts. Skill type, passive. Skill level, LV.1. Description, ancient source arts form the foundation of the old mage's legacy. Mastering this art allows one to convert the magic elements within their body into a higher form of energy ancient source power. Skill effects, reduces skill cooldown by 1 skill level. Decreases stamina cost by 1 skill level when casting skills. Increases stamina recovery rate by 1 skill level. Boosts exclusive old mage skill damage by XX current intelligence 5 skill level when casting offensive skills. Grants a 1 skill level chance to increase the caster's intelligence by 20 when using exclusive old mage skills. After reading the skill description, Chen Qing's first thought was, no wonder old mages seem so weak early on. It all makes sense now. Although the passive skill offers a variety of effects, it's underwhelming as a core skill for the class. Most core passive skills in other classes have a significant impact, but the old mage's signature ability focuses on cooldown reduction, stamina cost, and recovery attributes that don't matter much in the early and mid-game. Other classes have skills that reduce damage taken, strengthen attacks, or passively boost attributes, while the old mage's core skill centers around minor improvements that seem almost trivial. Even at max level 10, the cooldown reduction is only 10, which is barely noticeable for low-level skills with already short cooldowns. As for the exclusive skill damage boost, it's negligible before reaching level 100. At that stage, intelligence is around 300 to 400, so the average damage increase is only about 200 points, insignificant compared to the thousands of bonus damage other classes can achieve. However, as a veteran player of Wars of Multiverse, Chen Qing knew that skills like these, which seem lackluster at first, become incredibly powerful in the late game. As the old mage advances, he'll unlock intermediate ancient source arts at level 80, bringing him on par with standard classes, though still a bit behind hidden classes. But once he reaches level 200 and learns advanced ancient source arts, all those high-level spells and ultimate abilities will have drastically reduced cooldowns. While others hesitate to use their ultimates, he'll be able to cast them as freely as basic skills, putting immense pressure on any opponent who faces an old mage at that level. What's more, Chen Qing has twice as many attribute points as others, so his power peak will arrive even sooner. Thanks to the stat bonuses from the Starbeast Kong, he won't be weak in the early game, either. During this time, Chen Qing felt a growing sense of anticipation and confidence. After mastering the beginner ancient source technique, Chen Qing grinned at Mistook and said, "Grandpa Mistook, he'll take this book on the beginner ancient source technique for now. Once I've practiced it, he'll come back to see you." Mistook hadn't expected Chen Qing to instantly learn the technique just by glancing at the panel. Now, all Chen Qing needed to do was increase his skill proficiency to reach level 2 and complete his task. Beneath the beginner ancient source technique, there was a proficiency bar. To level up from 1 to 2 required 200 experience points, and this bar was shared with his character's level experience. In other words, defeating a stone imp would grant 9 experience points, which could be stored and used to either level up the character or improve his skill proficiency. Although this slowed down the leveling process, his skill proficiency increased twice as fast as an average player's. As he learned the new skill, Chen Qing felt a subtle shift in the flow of magic within his body. Controlling this change, he quickly bid farewell to Mistook. If the old man ever found out He'd mastered the ancient source technique just by reading a book, He'd probably be shocked out of his mind. After all, Chen Qing knew this world wasn't exactly the same as the game world. He was used to greed and human nature were still very real here. If others discovered he could instantly master any skill without practice, it would bring him a world of trouble. That's why Chen Qing never treated himself like an NPC. After leaving the small cabin, Chen Qing headed straight for the familiar rocky basin. For him, stone imps still offered just the right balance of challenge and experience. To advance his ancient source technique proficiency to level 2, he needed another 200 experience points. With his tireless grinding spirit, the stone imps were in for a rough afternoon. Throughout the afternoon, a small figure could be seen darting nimbly between the stone imps in the rocky basin, skillfully dodging their attacks. After 3 or 4 hours, Chen Qing finally raised his ancient source technique to level 2. The flow of magic in his body changed again, becoming even more fluid and swift. He exhaled softly, savoring the pleasant sensation that came with each increase in power. In truth, it didn't take long to defeat a single stone imp, but because Chen Qing was so strong, after he took down a second one, the rest seemed to sense the danger and scattered to hide. In the end, he spent more time tracking them down than actually fighting. Glancing at the time on his panel, Chen Qing realized it was about time for dinner. After thinking it over, he decided not to turn in his quest just yet and headed back to town instead. He planned to wait a couple of days before returning to see Mistook, so as not to raise any suspicion about how he had managed to advance his ancient source technique to level 2 in just one afternoon. Besides, he was hungry. In Multiverse War, characters didn't need to eat. But now that he was truly part of this world, Chen Qing felt hunger just like anyone else. The rumbling in his stomach reminded him that he wasn't just a game character anymore, was a real, living person. The feeling of hunger was becoming more and more intense, a constant reminder to Chen Qing that everything around him was real, not just a virtual game world. When he returned to the town, he casually picked a noodle shop and walked in. The owner was a charming middle-aged woman. Seeing Chen Qing come in, she smiled warmly and greeted him. "Qing, sit wherever you like. What would you like to eat today?" Glancing at the panel, Chen Qing saw her name was Zhu Na. He quickly replied, "Any Zhu Na? Just a bowl of beef noodles, please." "Thank you." With that, he handed her a silver coin. Zhu Na accepted the coin with a cheerful smile and gestured to the nearby tables. "Have a seat. Your beef noodles will be ready soon," she said gently. Chen Qing nodded and settled into a chair, relaxing against the backrest. Just then, the door swung open and a man in a gray mage's robe, his face half covered by a scarf, stepped inside. He tossed 2 silver coins to Zhu and spoke in a raspy voice. Boss, 1 bowl of noodles and a cup of wine. He then sat down at the table next to Chen Qing, separated by just 1 table between them. Chen Qing felt a bit puzzled. He thought to himself, I've never seen this NPC in the game before. Could he have died during the invasion by the Liko tribe? Instinctively, he pulled up the panel to check this stranger's information. Lights wanting. Level. Class. Elemental Magus. Strength. Endurance. Spirit. Intelligence. After reading the panel, Chen Qing immediately sat up straight. What shocked him wasn't the string of question marks after the stat sheet was just a level 2 rookie and couldn't compare to those numbers anyway. What truly stunned him was the word wanting written after Light's name. Wantung. As a seasoned player in his previous life, how could Chen Qing possibly be unfamiliar with this name? The Wantung organization was one of the top forces in the Multiverse War, shaping the course of the game across several versions. Even their name was telling. Wantung, meaning 10,000 vines intertwined, reflected their mission to achieve peaceful coexistence among the various races of the multiverse. The organization included almost every race, wielded immense power, and was strong enough to rival the greatest clans. During the Multiverse War in his past life, Russell and the others had managed to escape the Liko invasion only because the Wantung organization had reached out to them beforehand and rescued them at the outbreak of war. In fact, Russell and his companions had all become powerful members of Wantung. Rather than credit Aguirre with training these future elites, it would be more accurate to say Wantung had selected the most talented youths from the Tuk civilization and provided them with top-tier resources. Without Wantung's support, Russell and the others would never have achieved such greatness. Among players, Aguirre's name was often mentioned with a hint of mockery. Now, to see a mage from Wantung appearing in the Tuk civilization was truly unexpected. It wasn't that Chen Qing looked down on Tuk, but compared to the broader human civilization, Tuk was just a small, insignificant place, while Wantung was a powerhouse on par with the entire human race. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If a Wantung elite was here, could it be that the elementalist mage named Light's Head Met was one of them? If so, did this mean Head stumbled into an opportunity to ally himself with Wantung? With their backing, he wouldn't have to worry about surviving the Liko invasion at all. Just as Chen Qing was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out behind him, Qing, what are you doing here? Are you feeling better? Chen Qing turned to see Russell. Could it be that Russell's first encounter with Wantung happened right here, in this unremarkable little noodle shop? He couldn't help but smile wryly at the thought. It felt like fate was playing a joke on him. Russell, come sit down, Chen Qing said, feigning surprise and making room for his friend. Russell sat down, excitement written all over his face. Qing, you really missed out by skipping class today. Teacher Aguirre finally started teaching us real magic. As he spoke, Russell eagerly conjured a tiny flame in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. Chen Qing was a little surprised. Just yesterday, Aguirre had been explaining magical theory, and already today the students were practicing spells. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but glance at Lights, who was now watching Russell intently. Damn, what a cliché. It almost felt as if Russell and Lights had first met in this very noodle shop in their past life. And this time, the only difference was that Chen Qing was now involved. Oblivious to Chen Qing's thoughts, Russell continued cheerfully. Teacher Aguirre even gave us homework to cast a fireball with magic. I did the best out of everyone. On the very first day Russell began practicing magic, he displayed an astonishing talent. He could conjure flames with a mere gesture. When Chen Qing checked his status panel, he discovered that Russell had already advanced to level 2 and acquired a passive skill called Elemental Affinity. Although the skill itself was relatively modest, it was already quite rare for a beginner. Just as Chen Qing was about to speak, Lights, who was standing nearby, beat him to it. Kid, is this really your first day learning magic, and you can already do that? Russell looked at Lights with a hint of confusion and nodded instinctively. Yeah. A slight smile appeared on Lights' lips as he reached up to remove his face covering, revealing a handsome face. Noticing the wariness in Russell's eyes, he explained gently, don't worry. My name is Lister. When you walked in earlier, the magical elements in the whole noodle shop became unusually active. That's why I couldn't help but want to talk to you. You can see the magical elements floating in the air too? Russell's eyes lit up. When I mentioned this to my classmates, none of them believed me. Lister didn't say much in response. Instead, he opened his palm. Instantly, fire, water, wind, lightning, and wood elements gathered in his hand, so dense they were visible to the naked eye. These elements, which should have repelled one another, instead swirled together in harmony in his palm, far surpassing Aguirre's abilities. He quickly withdrew the display, but it was more than enough to leave the novice Russell in awe. That's incredible. Russell's eyes widened. How did you get all those different elements to merge together? Lister just smiled and shook his head. That's nothing really. The world of elemental magic is far more fascinating than you can imagine, and there's still so much out there waiting for us to discover. Sitting nearby, Chen Qing watched the eagerness in Russell's eyes and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This naive kid, he's already hooked? Chen Qing silently observed as List used a simple trick to successfully lure Russell in, but chose not to expose him. In fact, for Russell, heading to Wanting was indeed the better choice. After all, Aegur's maximum level was only 80, while the minimum requirement to become an elemental mage of light was already 150, a gap that was simply worlds apart. Russell, now filled with curiosity by List's words, looked up eagerly and asked, "Are you saying there's still so much more to discover in elemental magic?" List smiled slightly and began to explain, "Of course. Take, for example, the most mysterious elements, light and darkness." He spoke with the air of a seasoned teacher, skillfully weaving his deep knowledge of elemental magic into the conversation and displaying his impressive expertise. Soon, Russell's genuine admiration echoed through the noodle shop. "You must be an even greater elemental mage than teacher Agur." List immediately adopted a humble tone. "Everyone has their strengths. I've heard of Agur, he's a well-rounded mage, while I only specialize in elemental magic. We each excel in our own fields." He paused, then continued, "However, the magical knowledge in the Tuk civilization is relatively outdated. With your talent, if you could see more of the world, you'd have limitless potential." "A bigger world?" Russell murmured, his eyes shining with longing. List looked at Russell meaningfully. "There are elemental mages out there far stronger than I am, who possess even more advanced and comprehensive magical knowledge. Some of them have even touched upon the power of the gods." Just as Russell was about to speak, List suddenly stood up, took a faintly glowing magic stone from his pocket, and handed it to Russell. "If you ever wish to leave the Tuk civilization and explore a broader world, you can find me anytime. Crush this stone, and it'll sense your location. It'll come for you then." With that, List left the noodle shop, having treated Chen Qing as if he were invisible the entire time. It was understandable right now. Chen Qing only gave off the ordinary aura granted by his initial player stats. In the world of the Multiverse War, there was no such thing as innate talent among players. Everyone's cultivation potential was the same, advancing solely by gaining experience. To List, Chen Qing was just another average kid, nothing special, hardly worth his attention. Forced to witness this entire cutscene, Chen Qing even got a silent look of disdain from List at the end. Although he was rather annoyed, when he saw Russell clutching the magic stone like a precious treasure, eyes sparkling with excitement, he chose to remain silent. After all, this was the promising seedling he planned to cultivate in the future. Chen Qing was feeling quite pleased with himself, already imagining the day when Russell became successful. He planned to recruit him with a grand gesture and couldn't wait to see the stunned look on Wantung's face. However, this unexpected encounter between Russell and List also served as a wake-up call. Now that the two had met, it meant that the Rico tribe's invasion of the Tucker civilization was likely just around the corner, possibly within 6 months. He knew he had to act quickly and gain the ability to protect himself before the war broke out. The next morning, Chen Qing was up early, neatly dressed, and waiting at the door for Russell. When Russell arrived and saw him, he was surprised, thinking perhaps Chen Qing had been deeply impressed by the elemental magic List displayed the day before. But Chen Qing had his own agenda planned to ask around at school about Moji's whereabouts. As for the task from Mistook, that could wait another day. He wanted to settle his debt with Moha first. In class, Aga was enthusiastically explaining magical theory. Chen Qing glanced at Russell, who, ever since meeting the high-ranking elemental mage yesterday, seemed completely captivated. He barely took his eyes off the lectern and was furiously taking notes, looking for all the world like a model student. Chen Qing patiently sat through the lesson, waiting for the 5-minute break. As soon as it came, he pulled Russell aside and asked, "Do you remember Moha's nephew Moji? He's our classmate." Russell looked up from his notebook, thought for a moment, and replied, "Moji? Of course I remember him, but he hasn't been to class in days. Did Uncle Moha make him drop out?" Chen Qing shook his head. "No, Moji's missing. Uncle Moha is looking for him, and I promised to help. Do you know where he went after his last class?" "What? Moji's missing?" Russell exclaimed in shock. "Sorry, I don't really know him that well, so I have no idea where he went." Just as Chen Qing was feeling disappointed, a boy nearby suddenly spoke up, "Moji? I think I know where he went. Has anyone seen Moji?" A clear boy's voice suddenly rang out. Both Chen Qing and Russell turned their heads, spotting a slightly chubby boy who usually kept a low profile. "Do you know where Moji went?" Chen Qing asked anxiously. The chubby boy nodded, his expression earnest. "Moji and I have always been good friends. We usually walk home together after school. But the day before he disappeared, he told me he'd found an interesting place and wanted to show me. I had to go home to take care of my magical pet, so I didn't go with him. The next day, he didn't show up for class." He paused, then added, "I was just about to ask Uncle Moha if he knew anything." In this turbulent, war-torn world, students missing class wasn't unusual. Most people assumed Moha had asked Moji to help out at his shop, and didn't think much of it. "Where's that place? Even just a general direction would help," Chen Qing pressed. A flash of fear appeared in the chubby boy's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. "It's the Silent Forest. I tried to talk him out of going somewhere so dangerous, but he said he'd just take a look around the eastern edge and wouldn't go in too far." If you want to look for him, you could start over there. The Silent Forest? Chen Qing was taken aback. In his memory, there was no such place on this planet of the Tucker civilization. Could it have been destroyed during the Liko clan's invasion? Now it was the chubby boy and Russell's turn to look confused. You don't even know about the Silent Forest? The boy asked in surprise. It's the most dangerous place around here. Parents always use it to scare misbehaving kids. Russell suddenly cleared his throat, and the chubby boy quickly realized his mistake. Sorry, Chen Qing. I forgot your parents died in the war. The fact that his parents were dead was just a part of Chen Qing's life in this world, and he felt nothing about it. As someone who had traveled from another world, had never even met these parents, so he had no attachment. He shook his head calmly. It's fine, Lokit. Right now, I just want to know exactly where the Silent Forest is. Are you really going to the Silent Forest, Qing? Russell asked worriedly. It's too dangerous. Chen Qing smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, he'll just check the outskirts. If I can't find anything, he'll come back. I won't go deep inside. Russell was still worried, but he couldn't change Chen Qing's mind. With a sigh, he gave him detailed directions. After hearing the description, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Qing's eyes. The location was exactly where the Liko clan had set up their military camp during the invasion in his previous life. No wonder. After the Liko tribe invaded, they must have cleared out the Silent Forest to build their military camp. It's even likely they flattened the entire forest with heavy artillery before constructing their base on the ruins. Chen Qing recalled the history he had learned at the new magic school museum after the Liko tribe was driven out. That area was rebuilt as a school, and the museum documented many wartime events in great detail. Now that he had confirmed the location, Chen Qing didn't want to waste any more time. He gave Russell a meaningful look, whispered a quick goodbye, and slipped out of the classroom under Russell's worried gaze. Instead of heading straight for the Silent Forest, Chen Qing first stopped by the magic scroll shop. He took out 2 shiny gold coins and bought skill scrolls for Fireball and Palm Lightning. While most players saw these as consumables, what Chen Qing received were 2 carefully printed books. These 2 spells were basic skills for mages, easy enough for even apprentices to learn. Chen Qing quickly used his interface to learn both spells, and 2 new glowing icons appeared in his skill bar. Next, he hurried to a nearby stable and spent his last gold coin on a low-quality horsey, a small, thin animal with a dull coat. Now he was completely out of gold. Mounting the horse, Chen Qing gave its sides a gentle squeeze with his boots, but instead of heading directly toward the Silent Forest, he chose a slightly different path. His real destination was the Jelly Plains, which lay beside the Silent Forest. From Russell and Locket's conversation, Chen Qing had realized that the Silent Forest was a dangerous hotspot, filled with monsters. He wasn't about to charge in recklessly and get himself killed. To play it safe, he decided on a training ground a bit tougher than the Rocky Basin. The Jelly Plains were home to a type of magical beast called flame wolves. These wolf-like creatures could breathe blue fire to attack their enemies and averaged around level 8. Chen Qing had 2 reasons for targeting them. First, flame wolves lived in packs and had high aggro, making leveling up much faster than in the Rocky Basin. Second, his secondary race, Stellar Behemoth, gave him a 30 resistance to magic. This meant the flame wolves' fire attacks, which troubled other players, would deal 30% less damage to him. In other words, they were the perfect targets for him to train on. The inferior horse wasn't particularly fast, but for Chen Qing, it was more than enough for his needs at the moment. In the distance, he could see magical beasts darting across the Grelly Plains, weaving through the tall grass. Chen Qing let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the Grelly Plains remained untouched by the Liko tribe's invasion and still existed as he remembered. He oriented himself and rode in the direction stored in his memory. Before long, he spotted the silhouettes of a wolf pack flickering in and out of view. Delighted, Chen Qing quickly dismounted and stored the inferior horse in his magical mount pouch, a bonus item given to him when had purchased the horse. The pouch contained a small pocket of space where a creature could survive for days without food or water. Rather than hiding his presence, Chen Qing deliberately made his footsteps heavy, letting them rustle loudly through the grass. As he approached, the wolves began barking in alarm, clearly aware of his location. Several wolves broke into a run toward him, and from a distance, ghostly blue flames erupted from within the pack. A slight smile curled at Chen Qing's lips as he strode straight into the flames, intentionally allowing a burst of blue fire to hit him heated. With a muffled thud, the flames struck him, and a brilliant light radiated from his skin. The fire burned for a moment before flickering out. Instantly, a red notification appeared on his interface. Level up, level 2. At this point, Chen Qing's health had reached roughly 3,500. The 24 points of damage from the flames barely registered. His Star Beast lineage granted him a hidden passive ability and automatic regeneration of 80 health points per second. This effect wasn't explicitly stated in the racial traits, but Chen Qing had discovered it by chance during a previous battle with a rockling. This regeneration alone was enough to keep him standing against the flame wolves. The blue flames only dealt 24 points of damage, and after factoring in a 30 reduction to magical damage, the actual impact was about 30 points. What's more, As a new player, Chen Qing's health at level 2 far exceeded the norm. Most beginners would have around 100 health at this stage, and 3 bursts of flame from a wolf would be enough to take them down. With 3,500 health, however, Chen Qing could take on the flame wolves heat. Even so, he didn't dare underestimate the threat. There were at least 20 flame wolves in the pack. If he didn't dodge, the first wave of attacks could cost him 500 health. Within 2 minutes, he'd likely have to retreat. More importantly, Chen Qing wasn't fighting as an ordinary player. Regular players had their pain sensitivity reduced to just 5, so the wolves' flames posed little threat. But Chen Qing had no such protection. The searing heat was all too real. When the flame struck, the pain was as intense as holding his hand over a candle for 5 seconds. He muttered to himself that he wasn't some kind of masochist. There was no reason to make himself a target and endure this unnecessary pain. As Chen Qing cautiously tested the situation, the wolves silently crept closer, forming a fan-shaped encirclement that trapped him in the center. The corners of Chen Qing's mouth curled into a faint, disdainful smile. These flame wolves were just as foolish as ever. If he, standing on such advantageous high ground, still managed to get surrounded and killed, it would truly be a disgrace to any professional player. Even a run-off-the-mill, low-tier competitor could easily handle this kind of pack density, let alone someone like him, who was once a top-tier pro. Once the wolves completed their encirclement, they didn't bother with any intimidation tactics and launched a ferocious attack right away. Razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, and flames burst from their jaws, with assaults raining down from all directions. Chen Qing, however, showed no sign of panic. His movements were precise and restrained, weaving through the onslaught with an almost uncanny footwork. He barely shifted his position, and most of the attacks only brushed the edges of his clothes. What looked like sure hits were narrowly avoided by the slimmest of margins. After a round of intense attacks, only 3 strikes landed on Chen Qing, and he remained unfazed. The damage was easily within his tolerance. Dodging another wolf's lunge, Chen Qing's eyes sharpened as he seized the moment, unleashing a lightning palm that struck the flame wolf squarely on its back, instantly shaving off a quarter of its health. He deliberately avoided using fireball, knowing that flame wolves had a 20 resistance to fire, making fire-based attacks highly inefficient. On the Jelly Plains, a remarkable scene unfolded. A pack of fierce flame wolves had surrounded a boy who looked no older than 8 or 9, launching wave after wave of attacks. Yet the boy's expression was calm and his gaze razor-sharp, unshaken by the danger around him. He darted through the wolves with remarkable agility, every step perfectly timed, every strike hitting its mark. Lightning palms flashed from his hands, targeting the wolves' vital spots. Anyone witnessing his mastery of movement and timing would have to give him a thumbs up in admiration. Experienced. Soon, the first flame wolf collapsed. Ding 9 experience points gained. Ding 7 experience points gained. The familiar double experience reward sound chimed, bringing a surge of delight to Chen Qing. Each flame wolf yielded 7 more experience points than a stone imp, and the efficiency was far superior. With the first one down, the second quickly followed. Flame wolves, true to their nature, were relentless and unyielding. Even after losing 2 packmates, the remaining wolves showed no sign of retreat, continuing their savage assault on Chen Qing. The third, the fourth, the fifth. As the number of fallen wolves increased, the threat they posed dwindled rapidly. Before long, Chen Qing was able to dodge an entire round of their attacks flawlessly. When fewer than 10 flame wolves remained, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. He stopped evading and faced the oncoming flames heat, clashing directly with the rest of the pack. At last, after 2 consecutive level-up notifications sounded, the final flame wolf fell to the ground. Ding. Level up to 3. You've gained 11 free attribute points. Ding. Level up to 4. You've gained 11 free attribute points. The notifications for 2 consecutive level-ups echoed in Chen Qing's ears, and his available attribute points suddenly shot up to 22. Without hesitation, he used his usual extreme allocation strategy, splitting the points 8:316 points into intelligence and 6 into spirit. The panel immediately updated. Chen Qing. Race, Human Starry Sky Behemoth. Level 4. Class, Mage Apprentice Warrior Apprentice. Strength, 42. Endurance, 44. Spirit, 32. Intelligence, 50. Staring at these numbers, Chen Qing drew in a sharp breath, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Damn, these stats are insane. Even if I went up against pro players at level 11 or 12, I'd have at least a 50% chance of winning. A level 4 newbie able to match the strength of players at level 11 or 12. The Starry Sky Behemoth bloodline was basically a game-breaking advantage. In fact, with his current stats and the racial abilities of the Starry Sky Behemoth, his combat power was already comparable to players at level 17 or 18. The only thing holding him back was the level suppression mechanic, which meant his power would be cut by more than half against higher-level opponents. After dealing with the wolf pack, Chen Qing glanced at the time. Only half an hour had passed, and it was now 11:30. Good, still plenty of time, he thought. I can keep leveling up and improving my skill proficiency. He planned to stay in this area until 3 p.m., aiming not only to raise his level, but also to max out his skill proficiency. Fireball and Palm Lightning were only low-level skills, and their proficiency capped at LV.5, but raising them from level 1 to max would double their power, definitely worth the investment early on. Based on Chen Qing's judgment, most monsters on the outskirts of the Silent Forest were around level 13 or 14. Only deeper inside would he encounter level 20 to 30 monsters, or even bosses. So, his plan was to reach level 6 first, then focus on maxing out the proficiency of both skills. The scent of blood from the flame wolf corpses filled Chen Qing's nostrils. He narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a cold smile. The smell will attract all sorts of carnivorous beasts from the Jelly Plains. Perfect. I'll just wait here and let them come to me. Sure enough, only 5 minutes later, a group of animals appeared in the distance. As they drew closer, Chen Qing saw what they were: another pack of flame wolves. This area was their territory, so running into more of them was to be expected. It looked like the number of flame wolves on the Jelly Plains would be taking a big hit today. Familiar battle scenes played out once again. As the wolves approached, they immediately began spewing blue flames at Chen Qing. He raised an eyebrow, quickly estimating their numbers about 37 or 38 wolves, almost double the previous pack. Although there were more wolves this time, Chen Qing was also at a higher level. More importantly, the smaller level gap meant the suppression effect was much weaker. The difference was clear. The wolves' flames now only dealt 14 damage to him, much less than before. There might be more enemies, but he could hold out much longer. With a flick of his wrist, a crackling bolt of lightning shot from Chen Qing's palm, striking one of the flame wolves dead on. In an instant, the flame wolf's health bar dropped by more than half. Chen Qing's eyes lit up. His extreme, all-intelligence build was showing astonishing results. Despite being only 2 levels apart, his damage output had nearly doubled. 2 hits to take 1 down. The efficiency just doubled. Watching the flame wolf reeling from his palm thunder, Chen Qing summoned another arc of electricity in his hand. The second strike landed precisely, instantly earning him 16 experience points. His calm demeanor seemed to enrage the pack. Dozens of flame wolves suddenly went berserk, lunging at him in a frenzy. Red damage numbers kept flashing across his screen. Surrounded, Chen Qing's mobility was greatly restricted, and with each wave of attacks, at least a dozen wolves managed to break through his defenses. Still, Chen Qing remained composed. One flame wolf after another fell to his palm thunder. At this pace, he was confident he could wipe out the entire pack before his health dropped below half. Just as he took down the 7th flame wolf, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. Before he could react, a powerful force struck him from the rear, knocking him off balance. The disruption left him exposed, and several blasts of ghostly blue fire hit him with pinpoint accuracy. The unexpected damage made Chen Qing's heart race. Was this the elite wolf leader had been warned about? Before he could finish the thought, a second attack followed. This time, Chen Qing was ready. Ignoring the other wolves, he quickly dodged to the right. Although 2 more blue fireballs hit his back, he managed to avoid the leader's lethal strike. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a slightly smaller figure darting through the pack. So it really is the leader, Chen Qing realized. The most distinctive trait of wolf-type monsters was that elite individuals were often smaller than the regular ones, making it easier for them to hide within the group and launch surprise attacks. Now that he was prepared, Chen Qing focused more of his attention on the alpha wolf. Over the next few minutes, the alpha launched 7 or 8 attacks from within the pack, but Chen Qing was only struck once. He frowned. Despite his best efforts to dodge the alpha's assaults, he still had to split his focus to deal with it. As a result, his defenses against the other wolves grew weaker. Though he had faced larger enemy forces before, right now he was just a level 4 novice player with limited options. Still, Chen Qing knew that staying calm was more important than ever. He seemed oblivious to his steadily dropping health bar, keeping his eyes locked on the surrounding wolves as arcs of lightning shot from his palm again and again. The starry sky behemoth's innate power provided him with a constant supply of stamina, so the energy cost of his palm lightning was no concern. Each time a flame wolf fell, his attack speed never slowed. The alpha was fierce, but Chen Qing understood that the real threat came from the pack shielding its leader. As long as the pack remained, the alpha would be well protected. But if they were gone, the alpha would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. One by one, the wolves' numbers dwindled, and Chen Qing's health continued to drop. The battle had become a tug-of-war between life and death. 1,000 health, 800, 500 for Chen Qing. This was no longer just a game, it was a fight for survival. When a player loses health, it's usually just a number. But for Chen Qing, every drop of blood meant real pain, a struggle against growing weakness. His steps grew heavy, his left arm hung limp, and blood streamed from the wound on his shoulder, the bone exposed courtesy of the alpha wolf. His left hand could no longer summon palm lightning. Only his right hand kept fighting, though much less efficiently, nearly half as fast as before. Yet if anyone looked closely at Chen Qing's eyes, they would see not fear or panic, but a calm, unwavering resolve. His gaze suggested that he was still in control, as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. Another flame wolf was sent flying, but the alpha finally seized its chance. With a vicious swipe, it tore open Chen Qing's back, and his health dropped to less than 300. His vision blurred. For a moment, Chen Qing staggered, almost collapsing. Any hunter witnessing this would have breathed a sigh of relief, believing victory was within reach. The alpha felt the same, leaping past the remaining wolves to deliver the finishing blow. But just as the alpha lunged, a cold smile flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. At the last possible second, he twisted aside, narrowly dodging the attack. In that instant, he unleashed a palm lightning strike at a flame wolf that had been knocked aside earlier. A familiar ding sounded. Instantly, his experience bar filled, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He quickly pressed the level up button, knowing in his heart that he had won this fight for survival. After quickly assigning his attribute points, Chen Qing felt a warm surge course through his body, gradually restoring feeling to his stiff limbs. Without hesitation, he spun around, lightning crackling in his right palm, and unleashed a powerful blast aimed directly at the head of the lone wolf. A blinding arc of electricity exploded above the wolf's head with a deafening crack. The strike landed precisely on its weak spot, instantly depleting a fifth of the head wolf's health and leaving the fierce beast stunned. This was exactly what Chen Qing had anticipated. As a seasoned player of Multiverse War in his previous life, he was well-versed in the art of timing level-ups. Each level gained restored 20 of his heal, the tactical trick professional players often relied on by managing their experience or level progression. As his vitality recovered, the wound on Chen Qing's left shoulder began to heal visibly, fresh tissue quickly filling the jagged gash. Although his left arm was still not fully functional, the improvement was enough to keep him in the fight. Taking advantage of the head wolf's dazed state, Chen Qing seized the opportunity to swiftly dispatch the remaining flame wolves nearby. By the time the head wolf regained its senses, only 2 or 3 of its packmates remained. Without the advantage of numbers, the head wolf was easily overwhelmed and soon collapsed under Chen Qing's relentless lightning attacks. A flood of experience points filled Chen Qing's stats panel, with the head wolf alone granting nearly 90 points and boosting his progress bar by a third. After weighing his options, Chen Qing decided to invest all the experience gained from the flame wolf pack and the head wolf into upgrading his lightning palm skill. Lightning palm quickly broke through its previous cap, soaring to level 3, with both its power and casting range increasing by nearly 40%. Yet, as Chen Qing surveyed the wolf corpses scattered around, he could only shake his head in frustration. The claws and eyes of these flame wolves could have fetched a decent reward, but with his health down to just 25 and his injuries severe, he had no choice but to leave them behind. For the sake of safety, Chen Qing forced himself to abandon the valuable loot. Weary and limping, he made his way out of the bloody battlefield, wary of running into another wolf pack of similar size. In his current state, even a minor misstep could easily cost him his life. Around 3 p.m., a lone rider appeared on the horizon of the Jelly Plains. It was Chen Qing, who had just finished leveling up. Thanks to his extraordinary constitution with 80 points of passive regeneration, his injuries had completely healed. After his ordeal on the plains, not only had he reached level 6, but his proficiency with Palm Thunder had also risen to level 5. Now, he was galloping away from the area still littered with the remains of flame wolves. Recalling the pain he endured during his fierce battle with the wolf pack, Chen Qing instinctively clutched his chest. The memory of that almost unbearably realistic pain was still fresh in his mind. Unlike most professional players, who only experienced 40 of the actual pain thanks to in-game settings, he had felt the full force of a near-death experience that had nearly shattered his will. Yet, this extreme ordeal might actually help him refine his skills to a new level. By now, Chen Qing had reached the edge of the silent forest. The dense canopy blocked out the sunlight, casting deep shadows across the ground. More unsettling, however, was the suffocating sense of pressure emanating from the depths of the forest. It was no wonder the local residents stayed far away from this place. There's definitely a boss-level monster in there, Chen Qing thought to himself. Not just an elite like the Alpha Wolf, but a true boss. In the world of Multiverse War, if a player could defeat a boss whose level was no more than 10 higher than their own, there was a good chance of obtaining its skills. Since most players had yet to enter the game world, these bosses were largely untouched. Securing a few passive skills at this stage would be a huge advantage, since passive skills were worth far more than active ones, which often became obsolete as players leveled up. Despite the temptation, Chen Qing decided to proceed cautiously. He marked the location on his map and continued searching along the forest's edge, following the directions given by the chubby locust. The magical creatures he encountered along the way averaged around level 10, significantly stronger than those on the Jelly Plains. Even so, there was still no sign of Moji on his quest panel, which left Chen Qing feeling a bit puzzled. Normally, in a missing person quest, as long as you follow the clues to the place where the person disappeared, the quest panel will give you some sort of prompt. Chen Qing stood at the edge of the silent forest, frowning, his fingers swiftly swiping across the quest panel. He had been searching this area for half a day, and aside from the endless shadows of swaying trees, he hadn't spotted a single soul, let alone received any hints from the quest panel. Such an unusual situation could only mean one of two things. Either Moji had ventured deep into the heart of the silent forest, or he wasn't in the forest at all. If it was the former, Chen Qing's expression grew more serious, risking a journey into the depths of the forest just for a measly 10 favor points and 2 basic enchantment stones hardly seemed worth it. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes swept across the map and noticed a small, unexplored area to the east. Let's check it one last time, he muttered to himself. He hadn't walked far when something unusual caught his eye, a weathered stone platform, half hidden among tangled branches and leaves. What stood out even more was that one corner of the platform had been deliberately cleared, revealing mysterious carvings. Judging by the fresh marks, this had happened in the past few days. Moji? A thought flashed through Chen Qing's mind. He followed the cleared path up to the stone platform, and suddenly, the long inactive quest panel gave a faint shudder. This meant he was finally getting close to his target, though not quite there yet. Just then, something strange happened. The carvings on the stone platform began to glow, pulsing like the breath of some living creature. Before Chen Qing could react, a blinding light engulfed his vision. When the light faded, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar, shadowy valley. What shocked him even more was that the missing person quest on his panel had jumped straight from Frank to Crank, and a flurry of new quest prompts appeared like a waterfall. As he read through the new objectives, Chen Qing's pupils tightened, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Crank quest, finding Moji. Moji has vanished without a trace, seemingly transported to an unknown place by a powerful force. Now, danger is closing in on him from all sides. If he isn't found and safely returned to Moha's magic shop soon, his life will be at risk. Failing this quest will result in Moji's death. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Rewards, 1,000 experience points, 20 gold coins, 50 Moji affection, 30 Moha affection, permanent 20 discount at the magic shop, an enchanted staff, and the passive skill, minor mana sense. Originally, this was an Frank quest, but due to Moji's unique circumstances, its difficulty has suddenly risen to Crank. The generous rewards come with a steep increase in challenge. What dangers will Moji face? What caused the quest's sudden escalation to Crank? The answers are beginning to surface. As Chen Qing reviewed his quest panel, several new chain quests appeared. Drank quest, survival and escape. Drawn by an ancient teleportation array, Chen Qing has been transported to the territory of the Liko tribe. The Liko are fierce and highly aggressive. Before they notice him, Chen Qing must quickly locate the return teleportation array and make his way back to the civilization of Taker. Quest danger, extremely dangerous. Time limit, 24 hours. Failure to return or death within the time limit will result in quest failure. Rewards, 300 experience points, gold coins equivalent to quest rank. If the quest rating reaches level 5, a random class skill will be awarded. Drank quest, the Liko tribe's hidden threat. A teleportation passage to Taker civilization has been discovered within the Liko tribe's territory. This poses a deadly threat to Taker. If the Liko use this passage to launch an invasion, Taker will be caught off guard. As the only one aware of this, Chen Qing must hurry back and inform Aguer so that Taker can prepare for the worst. Quest objective, inform Aguer about the teleportation passage. Rewards, 450 experience points, 50 Aguer affection, 50 Taker reputation, a set of core magical knowledge from Taker. Time limit, 30 hours. The moment Chen Qing saw these quests, he gasped in shock. No way. I was just trying to escape the Liko invasion. How did I end up in their lair? It turned out that the ancient stone platform was actually a teleportation array leading straight to the Liko tribe's stronghold. The real reason behind Moji's disappearance was finally revealed, had been transported to the Likos territory. Everything suddenly became clear to Chen Qing. No wonder he never saw Moji in Moha's magic shop in his previous life. No wonder the Liko tribe invaded from the silent forest before. If not for Chen Qing's intervention, the next sequence would be inevitable. Moji would accidentally enter the Liko territory, be discovered, and killed. The Liko would then extract information about the teleportation array from him and use the passage to secretly infiltrate the silent forest, using its cover to establish a military base in preparation for their invasion. At last, all the pieces fit together. Once the power smuggled across the border is strong enough, the main storyline of the Liko clan's invasion will officially begin. This realization made Chen Qing's heart sink. What started as an ordinary task he picked up in a nondescript magic shop had unexpectedly drawn him into a major conspiracy. His current situation made him smile bitterly. Although the Liko clan wasn't as powerful as the human race overall, compared to the civilization of Tark where he was from, they were still a formidable force. What's more, he was still a new character with negligible strength. Any random Liko clan soldier could crush me with ease, Chen Qing thought to himself, quickly darting behind a nearby tree. The trunk was thick enough to barely conceal his figure. The situation wasn't entirely hopeless, though. Chen Qing quickly analyzed his advantages. First, none of the Liko clan had discovered the intruder yet. Second, he had been teleported into a damp forest, a remote area that was rarely visited. Unless his luck was truly terrible, he had little chance of running into any Liko soldiers for now. Night had already fallen. Chen Qing glanced up at the sky, mostly obscured by the canopy above. This planet was in a different time zone from the Tark civilization. It was the middle of the night here, which was undoubtedly good news. Even better, after entering Liko territory, the find person function on his quest panel was working again, making it possible to track down Moji. Still, Chen Qing knew things wouldn't be that simple. Completing this crank quest would require more than just finding Moji. After locating him, he'd still have to lead him to another teleportation array and ensure a safe return. If luck was on his side, maybe he could finish the mission before the Liko clan noticed anything. But when does luck ever favor me? Chen Qing shook his head. With rewards as tempting as these, it was never going to be easy. Now, in this unfamiliar Liko territory, the mission had already begun. There was no time to hesitate. Chen Qing opened his quest panel, ready to use the tracking function and start his rescue operation. The temperature in the Likozu territory was unusually high, and Chen Qing found it extremely uncomfortable trudging through the humid, oppressive jungle. He hadn't yet reached the level where he could regulate his body temperature, and now his mission panel was shaking violently, making his heart race with a sense of impending trouble. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, glancing around as the trees grew sparser, signaling that he was nearing the edge of the forest. Moji, his younger companion, didn't have a mission panel. He probably had no idea this was Likozu land when he first arrived and had headed straight for the outskirts. Now, Chen Qing could only hope that Moji hadn't been discovered yet. Otherwise, he doubted he could rescue him from the Likozu. Unfortunately, Chen Qing's fears were quickly confirmed. After walking a bit further, he spotted a faint light ahead, and his mission panel shook even more urgently. At that moment, he was almost certain Moji had already been captured and taken into the city ahead. If this were just an level mission, Chen Qing might have turned back without hesitation. But the mission had already escalated to level and was now linked to two related tasks. If he failed, he might never return to his own world. After all, only by finding Moji could he activate the mission panel's return function. In other words, if he didn't rescue Moji, he would have no way to get back, and Moji had already demonstrated the consequences of failing. The only thing that gave Chen Qing a little comfort was that this city appeared to be a suburban, agricultural hub for the Likozu. From a distance, its silhouette was distinctly mechanical, with automated farming machines moving back and forth across the fields. For Chen Qing, who had just come from the magic and sword world of the Tak civilization, this place felt like leaping from the 20th century straight into the 22nd. He gave up any lingering hope. He was now almost certain Moji had been captured. If the task was still level, he might have left without a second thought. But with the mission now at level and two linked objectives, abandoning it could mean being trapped here forever. He realized that the city ahead might not be as impenetrable as it seemed. Likozu cities were usually filled with surveillance equipment, and any unidentified person would be immediately detected, triggering alarms. But this city looked remote. Its security and technological defenses were probably weaker, possibly without any surveillance at all. In more important Likozu cities, there would be layers of monitoring. But here, the security presence was likely much lighter. There might even be a chance to sneak in. With this in mind, Chen Qing felt a bit more at ease, and the anxiety that had gripped him began to fade. As long as he could get into the city, he believed he could find a way to rescue Moji. Chen Qing didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he cautiously leaned behind a large tree, using its trunk for cover as he carefully observed the flow of people and vehicles at the city gate. It was late at night, and hardly anyone was around. Only batches of unmanned transport vehicles moved in and out. The vehicles leaving the city were loaded with various crops and fruits, clearly being shipped to other cities in need, while those entering were almost all empty. This discovery made Chen Qing's eyes light up. This was exactly the opportunity he needed. Taking advantage of the darkness, he silently followed one of the empty transport vehicles. Once he was sure no one was watching, he quickly climbed onto the vehicle and hid himself in the cargo compartment. He wasn't worried about surveillance equipment on these trucks. After all, they were civilian vehicles, not as heavily equipped as military ones. The transport vehicle entered the city smoothly and stopped in the parking lot of an automated farm. Chen Qing checked his surroundings from the control panel, and after making sure it was safe, he swiftly got out. Although the Liko people walked upright, their appearance was clearly different from humans. He grabbed some dry grass to disguise himself, and from a distance in the darkness, he was not easily noticed. The streets were unusually quiet, as most Liko people were already asleep. Whenever he spotted anyone in the distance, Chen Qing made sure to avoid them ahead of time. Checking the data on his panel, he noticed that even ordinary civilians were around level 13 or 14. If he ran into guards or military personnel, their levels started at 20 or higher. With his current level 6 strength and maxed out Palm Thunder skill, it would still take him 5 attacks to take down a civilian. However, while these civilians had relatively high levels, their attributes were average, and they lacked any special training or combat skills. If it came down to a fight, Chen Qing was confident he could win with his skills alone. Given the racial hatred and the Likos non-human appearance, he felt no guilt about the idea. This place was practically a perfect training ground, but to avoid exposing himself, he could only choose to hide rather than take out the civilians directly. As Chen Qing moved quietly toward Moji's location, a Liko security officer sat dozing in the security office, bored and listless. Morik Waldo had once been an ordinary Liko resident, but thanks to his family connections, had landed a comfortable job in the security department, enjoying a life free of worry. As a supervisor for the unmanned transport vehicles, his duties were effortless and came with virtually no pressure. The vehicles operated automatically according to established protocols, requiring almost no attention from Waldo. In the past 3 years, only 2 minor malfunctions had occurred, and neither had much to do with him. Even if he napped during his shift, it hardly affected his work. Today, as usual, Waldo leaned back in his chair, ready for a quick nap. Just as he closed his eyes to relax, the warning light beside him suddenly lit up. He was momentarily startled, then quickly perked up. Was something finally happening? Another issue with the unmanned vehicles? Instead of panicking, he became interested and leisurely opened up the management files. This was the first real incident had encountered in over a year, and the rare feeling of work-related urgency actually felt refreshing. Reviewing the files, Waldo saw that 10 minutes earlier, an unmanned vehicle with the ID AF0118 had passed through the weighing gate, and its weight was about 40 kilograms heavier than normal. To ensure the safety of the vehicles, almost every parking lot entrance was equipped with a weighing system to detect unexpected debris or cargo leaks. Resolving such issues was part of Waldo's job. Seeing this, Waldo smiled with satisfaction, his drowsiness instantly gone. He took this opportunity to head out for an inspection, eager to stretch his legs. After quickly logging his absence in the attendance system, he grabbed his pack of cigarettes and left the security building, making his way toward the parking lot Chen Qing had just left. Chen Qing, meanwhile, was completely unaware of all this. At that moment, he frowned as he peered through a glass window and saw rows of cages. Moji was clearly locked inside one of them. Chen Qing had found the location with help from his mission panel, only to discover that the building was actually a Liko slave company. In interstellar society, slave companies were not uncommon. Ongoing conflict, hatred, and prejudice among different races had led to the gradual legalization of slavery throughout the universe. Dwarves, in particular, had an extremely low status in interstellar society, and only a handful of races were willing to accept them. For the Liko, capturing dwarves often meant selling them into slavery. As a young dwarf, Moji was considered even more valuable as a slave. Now, the situation had become complicated. To prevent slaves from escaping or rioting, slave companies typically employed highly advanced surveillance systems and armed security. As one of their captives, Moji would certainly be under strict supervision and control. Chen Qing had no doubt that this building was crawling with dozens of Riko clan members, all at level 30 or 40. As he pondered how to sneak inside, an unusual figure suddenly appeared downstairs. A human was approaching the building. The sight sent a jolt through Chen Qing. How could a human walk so openly in Riko territory? Watching closely, the truth became clear. It was a human slave, wearing a special electronic shackle around his ankle. This device was linked to a chip implanted in the slave's brain. If he tried to escape the city or attack anyone, the chip would detonate instantly, a brutal method to ensure slaves could never break free. The slave carried a bag of food and was reaching into his pocket for a key card. Although delivering food at such a late hour seemed odd, Chen Qing saw it as the perfect opportunity. He silently moved behind the slave, subdued him swiftly, and covered his mouth just as he was about to cry out. "Don't shout, I'm with the humans," Chen Qing whispered in his ear. As the fear in the slave's eyes gradually faded, Chen Qing released his grip. But that proved to be a mistake. The slave immediately opened his mouth to yell, "There's an intruder." Chen Qing reacted instantly, sending 2 bursts of lightning from his palms, killing the man on the spot. Staring at the fallen body, Chen Qing's expression darkened. This man, enslaved since childhood, had clearly been completely brainwashed, identifying fully with the Riko clan. Chen Qing had never shown mercy to such traitors. But right now, his priority was to act before anyone noticed. He quickly took the dead man's key card and swiped it at the entrance to the slave company. Inside, the prisoners in their cages all turned to stare at the door. "Chen Qing, is that you?" came Moji's incredulous voice from a corner. "Moji, I'm here to get you out." "There's no time to explain," Chen Qing said, hurrying over to Moji's cage and pressing the card to the reader. But a cold electronic voice interrupted him. "Beep. Access denied. Dangerous slave activity detected. Automatic chip detonation initiated." A moment later, a sickening explosion sounded outside. The slave's head had been blown apart by the implanted chip. "Damn it," Chen Qing cursed, eyeing the alloy door. Clearly, He wasn't getting through without the proper keycard. Just then, something unexpected happened. A burly man inside one of the cages suddenly stood up, and scales began to appear on his exposed skin. Chen Qing glanced over and immediately recognized the burly man as a member of the Mo tribe, a humanoid race. The man's muscles bulged impressively in the shadowy confines of the cell, making him look especially formidable. "Hey kid." The man stood up, the chains around him clanking heavily with his movements. His deep-set eyes locked onto Chen Qing. "I can tell you where the keycard to this cage is, but you have to promise me that once you get it, you'll let me out." Without giving anything away, Chen Qing scanned the man's data from his panel, but all he saw were a series of flickering question marks. He instantly understood the man was at least 30 levels higher than him. According to the system's rules, if someone was more than 30 levels above, their exact level would be hidden. That meant the man was at least level 36 or above. "No problem. As soon as I get the keycard, we'll set you all free," Chen Qing replied firmly, his eyes unwavering. He knew he was in a tight spot. It wouldn't be long before someone showed up either to rescue a Moji or to capture him. Under these circumstances, Chen Qing understood what mattered most. Looking around at the other cages filled with various races, he noticed that many of them also had their data displayed as question marks, indicating their levels were likely similar to the burly man's. If he released all of them, the chaos would provide the perfect cover for him and Moji to slip away unnoticed while the others drew the attention of any pursuers. A twisted grin spread across the burly man's face, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. "Take the elevator to the 4th floor and turn right at the first door. The keycard is in there." He lowered his voice, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "But I should warn you, there's a guard on the 4th floor. With those scrawny arms of yours, you might get torn apart before you even lay a hand on the keycard." Chen Qing's heart sank as he realized how tough the task would be. Just as he was about to ask for more details, another prisoner in a nearby cell suddenly called out, "Hey kid, come here." Chen Qing looked over and saw the man suddenly open his mouth, spitting out 2 saliva-soaked scrolls from deep in his throat. "Take these," the man said urgently, not even bothering to wipe them off. "I hid these 2 magic scrolls inside my body before I was captured. One is a damage scroll, the other is a weakening scroll." Suppressing his discomfort, Chen Qing bent down and picked up the scrolls from the ground. As he touched them, detailed information about the scrolls appeared before his eyes. Magic scroll, Frost of the Wind. Grade, D. Usage requirements, none. Mana cost, 200 mage type. Effect, summons the Frost of the Wind skill, dealing 3000 plus double the caster's intelligence as absolute damage, with a 10-second slow effect. Magic scroll, weakness. Grade, D. Usage requirements, none. Mana cost, 400 mage type. Effect, reduces the target's main attribute by 40, other attributes by 20, and skill damage by 20. Failure condition. If the difference in main attributes exceeds 200 points or the enemy's level is over 50, the effect fails. After reviewing the scroll details, Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Now that's more like it, he thought. This is what a clever quest should have. Sending a level 6 rookie to take on someone over level 30? That's just suicide. The power of these scrolls was just right, especially the Frost of the Wind scroll, which dealt absolute damage regardless of the enemy's defense. The Liko weren't like the Star Beasts, who had thousands of HP even at low levels. With this much damage, as long as he played it smart, he had a fighting chance. After storing the scrolls in his inventory, Chen Qing thanked the prisoner and quickly stepped into the elevator. With a beep, the elevator began to rise. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor and the doors started to open, Chen Qing sensed a deadly threat. Acting on instinct, he dove to the side just as a blinding laser shot through the spot where the elevator doors had been, melting a hole in the metal. Damn, that was close, Chen Qing thought, relieved. With the level gap between them, even with his magic damage reduction talent, taking that hit heat-in could have been fatal. After dodging the first attack, the guard's information appeared before him. Guard Dude. Level, 35. Race, Liko. Class, Laser Mechanic. Attributes. Skills. Seeing that the enemy wasn't above level 65, Chen Qing felt a bit more at ease. But before he could steady himself, another red dot lit up in the darkness. Almost simultaneously, another laser shot straight at him. Although Chen Qing quickly closed the distance between himself and the guard, the laser still grazed his thigh. A bright red 700 floated above his head. Damn it, Chen Qing cursed. Just a graze took off that much HP. If I take a direct hit, they'll be meeting the King of Hell for sure. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, with all the lights seemingly long extinguished. For Chen Qing, this environment was far from ideal. As a top professional in the tech industry, night vision goggles were standard gear for people in his field, but the guard before him seemed completely unfazed. To these guards, darkness might as well be daylight. Chen Qing didn't give the guard a chance to react. He didn't try to press his advantage with a third attack, either. Instead, he swiftly grabbed the damaged scroll in his hand. Frost. With a flash of electricity, powerful gusts of icy wind and a blizzard of frost gathered around the scroll. Chen Qing quickly pinpointed the guard's location and unleashed the spell without hesitation. It was a bold move, relying on anticipation. Any miscalculation and the attack would miss its mark. But Chen Qing was a former professional player. His precision was unmatched. He was confident he wouldn't miss, even in total darkness. With a loud bang, the scroll burst in midair, and the spell struck the guard Heaton. Wind and ice elements collided violently with the guard's electronic shield, causing sparks and heat to flare, briefly illuminating the guard's pained expression in the darkness. The impact slammed the guard into the wall behind him, and the massive 200-point damage immediately reduced his health by 2/3. In an instant, the guard was stunned. Chen Qing could clearly see the guard's energy shield shatter completely. The mechanical armor was damaged by the blast, exposing parts of the guard's body. This was his chance. Without hesitation, Chen Qing swung another scroll, this time one of weakness. The spell shot out, rapidly weakening the guard's stats and lowering his magic resistance. Seizing the moment, Chen Qing unleashed a barrage of palm thunder attacks, focusing on the exposed section of the guard's armor. Though the hit was a critical strike, the level gap between them meant it only dealt 160 points of damage. After a few rounds, the guard snapped out of his daze, his furious roar echoing through the hallway. Without warning, he fired a laser cannon directly at Chen Qing's position. The blast hit Chen Qing with bone-rattling force, but he managed to stay calm. The attack hadn't put him out of commission. Yi knew he could withstand at least 2 more hits from the laser cannon. Inside the cage on the first floor, everyone had been holding their breath, straining to catch any sound from upstairs the moment Chen Qing entered the elevator. When the angry shouts of the guard echoed down from above, several pairs of eyes met, a glimmer of hope passing between them. Maybe, just maybe, that child who looked no more than 10 years old really could defeat the guard upstairs. When the prisoners had first seen Chen Qing, no one expected much from a kid his age. How could a child possibly overcome a Liko clan mechanic? Even the two who had given him the scrolls, if they hadn't seen him break into the Liko clan's territory alone, probably wouldn't have paid him any attention at all. Their hopes for Chen Qing were slim. They were just grasping at straws. But now, hearing the panic and desperation in the guard's voice, they finally realized that the seemingly frail boy had actually done it. Not only had he managed to infiltrate the Liko clan stronghold, but had also single-handedly defeated the guard upstairs. Genius. That was the unanimous thought in everyone's mind. In terms of cultivation or any other field, it was rare to see someone as young as Chen Qing reach such a high level. But to have the courage to face and actually defeat an opponent so much stronger than himself was almost unheard of. Everyone understood that while the scroll might have helped, with such a huge gap in strength, anyone else would have been taken out before they could even use it. Just then, the indicator light on another elevator suddenly lit up, showing it was descending. Everyone tensed, holding their breath as they waited for the doors to open, knowing that whoever stepped out would decide their fate. The elevator door slid open, and a handsome young boy stepped out. He bore 2 obvious wounds, one of which nearly pierced his entire body, but none of this could hide the fact that he had defeated the guard on the 3rd floor. All eyes were immediately drawn to the keycard in his hand, ignoring his injuries. Chen Qing's wounds were healing at an incredible rate, thanks to his recent level up and the powerful regenerative abilities granted by his starry behemoth bloodline. After defeating the guard, Chen Qing had gained a huge amount of experience, his level shooting up from 6 to 8 in an instant. Even more astonishing, the system had awarded him a passive skill Heart of the Brave. The skill's attributes were impressive. As a passive ability, it allowed Chen Qing to ignore 1 times the skill's level of suppression when facing enemies far above his own level. When this skill reached level 10, it would even unlock an active ability Heart of the Brave. As long as Chen Qing's health dropped below 50, he could activate it and gain an even greater boost in combat. At that moment, everyone had only one thought: Chen Qing, a true genius. Chen Qing carefully examined the skill effects displayed on his panel. After activating Heart of the Brave, his maximum health would increase by 5, all attributes would be boosted by 5, and his recovery ability would improve by 20. The effect would last for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 hours. This passive skill was a pleasant surprise. Heart of the Brave felt tailor-made for him. Not only could it offset the weakening effects caused by level suppression, but its percentage-based bonuses perfectly complemented his extraordinary physique. With the increase in stats and reduction in penalties, his actual combat power would rise by nearly 20. For someone with high health and strong attributes like him, this was nothing short of astonishing. But now was not the time to celebrate. Chen Qing sprang into action, first unlocking the mechanical shackles from Moji's wrists and setting him free. He then went on to release the other prisoners one by one. A burly man stared at Chen Qing, his voice deep and steady. "Kid, I owe you one for this. If we make it out, you can come find me among the snake people if you ever need help. My name's Tung Ran, just mention me, and they'll know." The other freed captives also expressed their gratitude in similar ways. Listening to these unfamiliar names and sensing their powerful auras, Chen Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his previous life, These people had either been sold into slavery or killed otherwise. With their strength, they would never have remained unknown. His actions were already altering the course of history, creating a butterfly effect. Just as everyone stepped out of the slave company, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Chen Qing's expression changed instantly. Grabbing the almost defenseless Moji, he dashed in the direction they had come from, following the panel's guidance toward the teleportation channel. Scatter! Chen Qing shouted back to the other prisoners. If we all run together, we'll be an easy target. Head in different directions. This was both to distract their pursuers and to give himself and Moji a better chance to escape. The burly man seemed about to say something, but then several blinding energy beams shot down from above. He barely managed to block the blast aimed at him, but two of his companions were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing this, he roared, "Run!" and led the others in the opposite direction from Chen Qing. Chen Qing sensed a terrifying surge of energy behind him. Without even looking back, he grabbed Moji's wrist and sprinted madly toward the outskirts of the city. As they ran, a few Liko tribe residents flashed by. Chen Qing ignored those who didn't try to stop them, but anyone who attempted to block their path was instantly knocked down by a blast of lightning from his palm. In a life-or-death escape, there was no room for mercy. With every enemy he took down, a steady stream of experience points flowed in. Without hesitation, Chen Qing poured all of them into his Braveheart skill, quickly leveling it up to proficiency level 2. The constant explosions and bursts of energy behind him made him secretly relieve the level 40 warrior was clearly drawing most of the enemy's firepower. Compared to him, Chen Qing and Moji, both under level 10, barely encountered any organized resistance. They raced forward at full speed until, at last, Chen Qing and Moji burst through the city gates. The task panel shook more violently than ever, a clear sign they were getting close to the teleportation portal. Chen Qing allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. As long as they didn't run into heavy weaponry, he was confident he could get Moji safely back to the Tuk civilization. But what they didn't know was that, from the moment they left the city, someone had been silently tailing them with a long-range tracker. It was Waldo, the same person who had investigated the parking lot earlier. After confirming that there were no foreign objects in the unmanned transport vehicle, Waldo quickly deduced that intelligent intruders might have infiltrated. Just as he was about to report his findings, fierce fighting suddenly broke out in the city, and surveillance feeds caught sight of two figures clearly not from the Liko tribe making a break for the city's edge. Waldo keenly noticed that their escape route was highly unusual. They were heading straight for the damp forest, which led deeper into Liko territory. Remembering that the two had entered the city on an unmanned transport vehicle returning from the interior, Waldo boldly guessed that these intruders had likely arrived along that very route. To confirm his theory, Waldo didn't alert his targets. Instead, he quietly followed, watching as they slipped into the damp forest. About 5 minutes later, his tracker showed that the two had stopped moving and were standing still. Just as Waldo began to suspect there might be something wrong with the tracker, he suddenly noticed the lights on the device representing the two targets flicker sharply and then vanish. Waldo's eyes widened and his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, either the tracker had malfunctioned, or the two individuals had found some way to slip away undetected. The Liko people prided themselves on their advanced technology, and the quality of their equipment was nearly flawless. Waldo simply couldn't believe the tracker would fail so easily. How on earth had they managed to escape? A sense of unease welled up inside him, and he hurried toward the spot where the signals had disappeared. Before long, he arrived at a wide, empty area, and what he saw made him stop in his tracks. In the middle of the clearing stood a complex device. Waldo's eyes grew even wider as he muttered under his breath, "Is that a teleportation array?" His expression shifted dramatically, but then a look of elation flashed across his face. In that moment, everything became clear to him. Meanwhile, Chen Qing remained completely unaware that he was being followed. He had no way of knowing that a careless action of his had exposed the existence of the teleportation array. In a way, although he had managed to rescue Moji and keep the Liko people from learning the secret of the teleportation array from him, it seemed the course of events had not really changed. After returning to the Tuk civilization, Chen Qing took Moji straight to Moha's magic shop. As soon as they entered, Moha greeted them in his usual flamboyant tone. "Moji, where have you been? I was actually worried about you." "Oh, and Chen Qing, I owe you a thanks. Here, these are yours, take them." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qing's quest panel automatically completed and settled the reward. Moha pressed a magic staff into Chen Qing's hands, and a new magic perception passive skill appeared on his status panel. While the skill wasn't particularly powerful, it simply allowed him to sense the strength and properties of magic. It was still better than nothing, so Chen Qing didn't complain. As for the staff, it was by far the reward he was most pleased with. It significantly boosted his magical power by about 30, and the extra 10 points of intelligence and 4 points of spirit greatly improved his combat abilities. After saying goodbye to Moha and Moji, Chen Qing headed straight to Ager's residence. The remaining 2 quests had to be settled with Aga. He knocked on Ager's door, and soon it swung open. Aga greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Chen Qing, what brings you here? Did you have trouble understanding something in class? Professor Aga, I have something very important to tell you today, Chen Qing said seriously. He then explained everything he knew about the Liko people and the teleportation array in detail. Ager's expression immediately turned grave, and he muttered, "You're saying the Liko's teleportation array is in the Silent Forest? My goodness, that's serious." Chen Qing nodded silently. Once he finished speaking, he waited for his quest to be settled after all. Once the reward was given, he didn't care much about what Aga would say next. When the quest panel displayed the highest rating and the quest was settled, Chen Qing felt a surge of joy and couldn't wait to go home and draw his mage class skill. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Aga suddenly called out, "Wait, Chen Qing." At that moment, Aga realized there was something else in what Chen Qing had said. "You mean you went into the Liko city alone and rescued Moji?" Aga looked at Chen Qing in disbelief. On closer inspection, he noticed the magical aura Chen Qing was giving off far surpassed that of any of his other students, and he was taken aback. Listening to Chen Qing, Aga was shocked, but he gradually believed him. After all, Moji's account matched Chen Qing's perfectly, and it was easy to see that Chen Qing wasn't lying. So, Aga was almost certain that Chen Qing had truly infiltrated the Liko city on his own. Aga felt deeply shaken. If he had been in Chen Qing's place, he wouldn't have even dared to imagine doing such a thing, yet Chen Qing had accomplished it. Previously, he had thought of Chen Qing as just an ordinary student who often skipped class, but now he realized he might have been mentoring a genius all along. Suppressing his excitement, Aga looked at Chen Qing seriously and said, "Chen Qing, I had no idea you possessed such outstanding talent. I think I should apply for access to the core mage knowledge from the Tuk civilization for you. Some extraordinary magical knowledge might suit you better." Chen Qing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly remembered that one of his quest rewards was the Tuk civilization's core magical knowledge. An indescribable joy bubbled up inside him. How could he possibly refuse such a great opportunity? He quickly expressed his thanks. With Aga looking at him with pride, Chen Qing took his leave, his heart filled with anticipation for what the future might hold. After leaving Aguirre's place, Chen Qing couldn't wait to pour all the experience points had just earned into his heart of the brave skill. System prompts flashed rapidly before his eyes as thousands of points surged into the skill's experience pool, instantly boosting its proficiency from level 3 to level 6. As the skill leveled up, a surge of inexplicable boldness washed over him. Chen Qing even felt a sudden urge to storm into the Liko tribe's stronghold for a solo showdown. This nearly fearless sensation startled him, and he quickly repeated "stay low-key" in his mind to suppress the arrogance brought on by the heart of the brave. "You can't afford to be reckless," Chen Qing reminded himself. Had seen plenty of hot-headed fighters fall on the interstellar battlefield in his previous life, and he had no intention of repeating their mistakes. Still, aside from the mental side effects, a 6-attribute bonus was nothing to scoff at. Besides the experience points, this quest also rewarded him with a chance to obtain a random class skill. Chen Qing clicked the randomize button without hesitation, and the system immediately got to work. Beep. Randomly selecting class skill. Player class, Mage Warrior. Based on your class, you have received the skill, Basic Magic Sword Aura. The skill details appeared before him. Basic Magic Sword Aura. Active skill. Skill level. LV1 upgrades to Intermediate Magic Sword Aura at LV10 proficiency. Effect. Unleashes a sword aura, dealing strength skill level 50 intelligence skill level 50 damage. Special calculation. Damage is based on whichever is lower, the enemy's physical or energy resistance. Cost, 60 stamina. Reading through the skill description, Chen Qing was momentarily speechless. His worst fear had come true. Had drawn a magic swordsman skill. In the multiverse, magic swordsman was notorious for being weak, mainly because it required balancing 4 attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence. While other classes could focus on one main stat and easily reach over 200 points, a magic swordsman might barely scrape past 50 points in each. Even if their skills weren't inherently weak, such a huge attribute gap meant they still got outclassed and crushed by other professions. For Chen Qing, all 4 main attributes were growing in sync, and he had twice as many free attribute points as the average player. Becoming a magic swordsman seemed like a good choice for him, and it was even foreseeable that his magic swordsman would become quite powerful. However, while the magic swordsman's abilities were well-rounded, this also meant that none of its strengths truly stood out. In terms of damage, Chen Qing already had the time-space archmage as his future class goal, so he would never lack firepower. The magic swordsman simply couldn't compare. As for tanking, choosing to become a Titan warlord would turn him into an almost absurdly tough defender. By comparison, the magic swordsman's partial tanking ability fell far short of the Titan warlord. Since he had a better option for both damage and defense, he wondered why he should bother switching to a magic swordsman at all. This was exactly why Chen Qing had been hesitant to make that choice. Now, however, the panel's random class skill settlement system seemed to be forcing his hand. After all, future quest rewards might continue to include random class skills, And if those skills were tied to the magic swordsman, things could get awkward for him. At that point, he would have to seriously consider whether to change classes. For now, the panel had given him a magic sword aura skill, which he could still use after all. This skill was much stronger than palm lightning. Chen Qing could only hope he wouldn't get any more magic swordsman exclusive skills in the future, or he'd really be in trouble. After completing this round of missions, the business with the Rico tribe was basically over. Next, Chen Qing only needed to focus on becoming an ancient mage. However, he didn't plan to go to Mistook to turn in the quest right away. The battle last night had nearly drained him of all his energy, especially the fight with the guards, which was both nerve-wracking and mentally exhausting. His body also ached from the injuries. Although his recovery ability as a starry sky behemoth meant he didn't suffer any lasting effects, the deep fatigue and bone-deep weariness still lingered. When he got home, he didn't bother with anything else. He simply collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, Chen Qing woke up bright and early. He felt fantastic. With each level he gained, his physical condition improved noticeably. Unlike regular players whose in-game leveling had no real-world impact, as a transmigrator, Chen Qing experienced tangible changes in his body with every level up. Just a few hours of rest were enough to wipe away all fatigue, leaving him bursting with energy. He noticed that today, Luo Su hadn't come by to call him to class as usual. Chen Qing couldn't help but smile, thinking Luo Su had probably given up trying to keep him in line after seeing him skip class so often. Enjoying his newfound freedom, Chen Qing threw on a loose shirt and strolled out the door. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze brushed his face, bringing a hint of coolness. For once, Chen Qing slowed his pace, taking his time to appreciate the unique scenery of this other world. He had no idea that the Liko tribe had already discovered the teleportation array. He still believed there was no imminent threat of war, so his sense of urgency to level up had eased considerably. With his system panel, he could still outpace the locals in leveling up even if he didn't train diligently every day. After following a familiar path for a while, Chen Qing arrived at the small wooden cabin by the river, the place where Misoki had set up his formation. Before even entering, he called out through the door, "Grandpa Misoki, I'm here." Pushing open the creaky wooden door, he saw Misoki sitting cross-legged on his well-worn cushion, just like always. You're here?" Misoki raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. "Have you mastered the basic ancient source technique I taught you?" Chen Qing smiled and nodded without saying much. He extended his right hand, palm up, and began to gather magical energy. It swirled above his palm, forming a power that resembled ordinary magic, but was clearly different. This was a sign that his proficiency with the basic ancient source technique had reached level 2. Thanks to his system panel, Chen Qing's skill proficiency advanced in leaps, while for people like Misoki, it improved gradually. To Misoki, Chen Qing's grasp of the technique was as polished as someone who had been practicing for half a year. The old man was stunned, his eyes burning with excitement as he looked at Chen Qing. Have I finally managed to receive a disciple with such extraordinary talent? Misoki thought to himself, barely able to contain his excitement. Even the most gifted students had ever met needed at least 2 or 3 months to reach this level with the basic ancient source technique. Yet this young man seemed to have done it in just 2 days. 2 days. Misoki felt a bit dazed, wondering if he had lost track of time after being in seclusion for so long, or if perhaps several months had passed outside without his realizing. Snapping back to reality, Misoki noticed a familiar hint of impatience in Chen Qing's eyes, but his joy quickly overshadowed it. He decided to act quickly and formalize their teacher-student relationship before the boy could change his mind. "Ahem, child, you have remarkable talent, nearly on par with myself in my youth. By the way, I don't even know your name yet," Misoki said, clearing his throat and shamelessly asking. Chen Qing shot Misoki a disdainful look, secretly scoffing at the old man's arrogance. This guy actually dared to claim he was on par with me, completely unaware that I can master new skills in seconds just by glancing at my stats. How clueless. Ignoring Misoki's self-praise, Chen Qing replied flatly, "Chen Qing." Misoki seemed to sense Chen Qing's attitude. His weathered face reddened slightly, and his tone softened. "So you're Chen Qing? I can see you have talent. Would you like to learn the secrets of the ancient mage from me?" Hearing that they were finally getting to the point, Chen Qing felt a wave of relief. He nodded right away. "Yes, I'd love to learn about ancient mages." Seeing Chen Qing's agreement, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Misoki's eyes. He continued with a more serious tone. "The ancient mage is a unique class passed down from ancient times, with special magical abilities. This profession involves mastery over arrays, spatial manipulation, and many rare techniques. To become a true ancient mage, the first step is to learn how to construct magic arrays." He paused before going on. "Building these arrays requires a lot of materials for practice. If you want to keep learning, you'll need to gather some supplies first." At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Drank Quest, Array Construction 34. Quest description: advancing as an ancient mage requires constructing special arrays. Masoki has asked you to collect the materials needed. Required materials. Long-wind antelope, horns 020. Basic enchantment stones 010. Intermediate enchantment stone 01. Fire tongue lizard tongues 010. Purple hoof horse, hooves 010. Quest rewards. Experience 500, gold 10, array specialty, LV1. After scanning through the quest details, Chen Qing realized it was almost identical to what he remembered from his previous life. The main goal here was to gain the array specialty, a crucial ability for ancient mages early on. After saying goodbye to Masoki, Chen Qing immediately set out for the long-wind antelope's habitat. While these creatures posed little threat to him now, the various locations were far apart, and just traveling between them would take a lot of time. Looking down at the exhausted, low-quality horse beneath him, Chen Qing sighed inwardly. He really needed to find a way to earn some money for a better mount, otherwise, running errands like this would waste too much time. By dusk, Chen Qing had finally gathered all the required materials. He returned to the city and bought the basic and intermediate enchantment stones at a 20% discount from Moha's magic shop before heading back to Masoke's cottage. You actually managed to gather all the materials for the formation so quickly. Masawa waved his hands dramatically. I can truly sense your commitment. It's time for me to teach you how to use ancient source techniques to construct formations. Just then, a clear notification sounded from Chen Qing's panel. He looked down and saw that, at last, the once empty skills section now displayed his very first specialization formation. Masawa pulled 3 yellowed books from his sleeve and handed them to Chen Qing. Since you now have what it takes to learn formations, these 3 books are yours. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Once you've mastered these, it'll pass on the full inheritance of the ancient mage to you. A new quest prompt immediately appeared before Chen Qing. Drank Quest. Formation Study 44. Quest description. As one of the core abilities of ancient mages, formations require deep understanding to receive the full inheritance. Quest requirement. Master the contents of all 3 formation books, reaching level 2 in each formation. Reward. 1,000 experience, 10 gold coins. Eligibility for ancient mage class advancement. Chen Qing took the books and immediately uploaded them to his panel. 3 brand new skills appeared before him. Formation, Foundation. Passive skill. Level. LV 110. Effect. Increases all formation effects 2 level, setup speed 5 level, and reduces cooldowns 2 level. Formation, Chaotic Wind. Active attack skill. Level. LV 110. Effect. Deploys a wind element formation, dealing continuous damage intelligence level per second. Cost. 70 energy. Formation, Earth Guard. Active defense skill. Level. LV 110. Effect. Sets up a defensive formation, absorbing 350 spirit level points of damage. Cost. 140 energy. Note. The formation shatters if it takes more than 5 times its absorption amount in a single hit. Looking at these newly acquired skills, Chen Qing was so excited he was nearly in tears. He finally had a defensive skill. Along with these new abilities, a wealth of knowledge about formations naturally flooded into his mind. Everything was clear and vivid. More importantly, he could truly sense and control these powers, rather than just mechanically casting them like in an ordinary game. This meant he could use these skills with far more flexibility, giving him a tactical edge over other players. Although he had already saved up plenty of experience points to upgrade these skills, Chen Qing resisted the urge to level up right away in front of Masawa. Instead, he carried the 3 thick tomes back home. Ding. As the experience points poured in, the proficiency of Chen Qing's 3 skills on his panel simultaneously jumped to level 2. The quest status immediately changed to ready to settle, and without hesitation, he invested the remaining experience points into ancient source technique, boosting it straight to level 4. A wave of warmth surged through his body, with a rush of insight and knowledge flooding his mind. Although his physical stats didn't show a dramatic increase, Chen Qing could clearly feel that his combat ability had taken a qualitative leap. However, as he looked at the skills on his panel that still hadn't reached their maximum level, he couldn't help but sigh. His list of skills had certainly grown, but now he was faced with a massive experience sink. Even with the bugged panel that granted double experience, raising so many core skills to their peak would still be a long and grueling process. This reminded Chen Qing of the dread head felt years ago during the Multiverse War, when he was overwhelmed by the endless grind for experience. Every player who had participated in the Multiverse War knew this feeling all too well. There were just too many core skills, and in the early stages of the game, most players had only one option for improving their strength grind experience like crazy. Although Chen Qing was mentally prepared for the grind, there were more important matters to take care of right now. The next morning, he didn't go to find Masock immediately. If Masock found out that Head managed to raise 3 skills to level 2 overnight, He'd probably see him as some kind of monster, not a genius. Instead, Chen Qing headed straight to Ager's classroom. He remembered that Aga still had some core knowledge of the tax civilization waiting for him, and this was also a good chance to deepen his connections with a few future big shots. Chen Qing placed great importance on this core knowledge. For ordinary players, it was completely inaccessible and couldn't be obtained through normal means. Because he had completed a mission as an NPC, he had earned the tax civilization's favor and gained access to their core knowledge, giving him a fundamental advantage over other players. On top of that, as the civilization's core knowledge, its value was undoubtedly extraordinary. When Chen Qing pushed open the door to the classroom, he saw Aga already seated at the podium, absorbed in a thick magic book. Hearing the door, Aga looked up, surprised. Ah, Xiao Chen Qing, you're here so early today? Come over, I've managed to get you access to the core knowledge of the tax civilization. Chen Qing took the black sheet of paper from Aguer and gently ran his fingers over its surface. The paper felt smooth and delicate, but it was completely blank. There wasn't a single mark or word on it. He looked up at Aguer, puzzled. Noticing his confusion, Aguer smiled slightly. I forgot to explain. This isn't an ordinary magic book, it's a legacy page. The core knowledge it contains is so crucial that it has to be kept absolutely secret, so it can only be passed on using a special page like this. It will only respond to your magical energy. If anyone else tries to activate it, the entire page will immediately combust. This explanation made Chen Qing's eyes light up. He carefully turned the legacy page over in his hands, recalling the times he had received legacies as a player back then. All it took was a simple click on the screen to master new knowledge instantly. But now, in this real world, the experience felt far more mysterious and profound. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing gathered his magical energy and slowly infused it into the legacy page. Within moments, the black paper began to glow faintly, then dissolved into his palm like clear water. Before he could react, a torrent of information flooded his mind, filling him with dizzying new insights. A prompt immediately popped up on his panel. Reading legacy page. A brand new section appeared, core knowledge module. According to the system description, this was a special type of knowledge, fundamentally different from mainstream knowledge. Practitioners who mastered core knowledge would gain greater potential and a broader perspective. The specific effects left Chen Qing stunned. Magic consumption reduced by 10. Skill cooldowns reduced by 5. Magic damage increased by 20. Restores 20 of damage taken from magic attacks as stamina. Automatically recovers 10 of magic damage dealt as health. Stamina recovery rate increased by 20. Permanent attribute bonuses, strength 5, endurance 5, spirit 8, intelligence 10. This is insane. Chen Qing gasped. Just a single core knowledge from a minor civilization could provide such a massive boost. No wonder, in his previous life, the leaders of major civilizations could challenge opponents more than 20 levels above them. He couldn't help feeling a bit envious when he thought of Russell, who might not only possess the core knowledge of the tax civilization, but also dozens of core knowledge modules from universe-level powers like wanting. That protagonist's luck is just unfair, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a new title suddenly appeared in his title list, Future Light of Tak. The title, Guardian of the Taker Civilization, signified that Chen Qing had successfully resolved a major threat for the Taker people. As a gifted young prodigy, he was granted access to their core knowledge, marking him as a rising star to be nurtured by the Taker civilization. While this title brought him greater prestige and favor within their society, for Chen Qing, who was destined to leave eventually, it was just a nice bonus. As he immersed himself in absorbing this invaluable knowledge, students began to trickle into the classroom. Chen Qing glanced up, scanning the room with a slight frown. Several classmates were absent, including Russell. He cast a quick look at Mr. Aguer, their teacher, who seemed completely unconcerned about the empty seats and continued preparing for the lesson as usual. This teacher is really laid back, Chen Qing thought to himself, but the student's absence made him wary. If he remembered correctly, a few future big names were supposed to be in this class. Could these missing students be among those with extraordinary potential? Did Wanton lure them away for some special training? Chen Qing wondered. No wonder those who become influential figures always know how to seize opportunities from a young age. During the break, Chen Qing quietly slipped out of the classroom while Mr. Aguer was distracted. With the core knowledge in hand, there was no need to waste any more time here. It was time to seek out those future leaders and build connections early. He headed straight for Russell's house. Russell had once mentioned that his home was just 2 streets away from where Chen Qing lived. After turning a few corners, Chen Qing quickly found the place, only to discover that Russell wasn't home. As he stood there puzzled, a woman's voice called out nearby. Is that little Chen Qing? Are you looking for Russell? A woman poked her head out, smiling warmly. Russell just started studying with a new teacher. He's away training for a couple of days. Come back and look for him then. Chen Qing glanced at his information panel and saw that her name was Melissa, probably Russell's mother. He immediately put on a polite demeanor and asked, Hello, Aunt Melise. Do you know where Russell and his teacher went? I'd like to find him now if possible. Melise thought for a moment before replying, a bit uncertain. Russell mentioned something about heading out to the western outskirts. You could try looking for him there. After noting the location, Chen Qing thanked Melise and summoned his rather unimpressive horse, riding straight toward the western outskirts. As soon as he entered the area, his newly acquired magical senses picked up a strong surge of magical energy in the distance. Russell must be over there, Chen Qing thought, and without hesitation, spurred his horse in that direction. Russell. Chen Qing spotted Russell and Lister standing in the open field on the western outskirts from a distance, and called out to them eagerly. Hearing his voice, Russell turned around and saw Chen Qing riding toward them on a scrawny, worn-out horse. His face lit up with joy, and he waved excitedly. "Aching, I'm over here." As Chen Qing got closer, he noticed that there was a man and a woman standing beside Russell and Lister. After dismounting, Chen Qing patted Russell on the shoulder before turning to greet Lister warmly. "Mr. Lister, we meet again." Lister looked at the young man had first met at the noodle shop and offered a polite smile. Internally, though, he was quite surprised. After just 2 days, the magical aura around the boy had grown much stronger and was unusually pure and deep, far beyond what was typical for someone his age. Lister could sense the distinct magical energy of the Tucker civilization and guessed that Chen Qing might have gained access to some of its core knowledge. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recalling their first meeting. The magical elements around Russell had been unusually active, while those around Chen Qing seemed lifeless, as if ignoring him altogether. Such poor magical talent was something Lister had never encountered before. The difference in magical aptitude between the two was like night and day. Lister was convinced that Russell's growth would far outpace Chen Qing's. "Russell, have you been studying with Mr. Lister these past 2 days?" Chen Qing asked curiously. Russell nodded. "Mr. Lister is a truly great mage. I've made a lot of progress learning from him these past 2 days." Instinctively, Chen Qing checked Russell's stats and was shocked to see that he had already reached level 5. For native NPCs in this world, who didn't benefit from panels or experience bonuses, it usually took a month or 2 to progress from level 2 to level 5. This was proof of Russell's exceptional talent, as well as the importance of Lister's teaching. If Russell were still under Aga, he likely wouldn't have reached beyond level 3. After all, Wantan's abilities as an instructor were far above those of ordinary magisters in the Tucker civilization. "Aching, let me introduce you." Russell gestured to the 2 people beside him. "This is Du Hua and Desina. They've been studying with me under teacher Lister these past couple of days." "Desina." Chen Qing was startled but kept his expression calm, simply exchanging a smile with the 2 newcomers. As expected, future powerhouses tend to mingle in the same circles from a young age. Chen Qing remembered this boy named Du Hua, someone who, in his previous life, had been a candidate for the position of general among humanity, brimming with untapped potential. However, Du Hua had a fiery temper and a reckless fighting style, often charging into enemy lines alone, which was far too rash for a mage. In the end, he was surrounded and killed during the multi-faction war in the Wanluan Star Domain. Although Du Hua didn't play a major role in the future, Chen Qing never underestimated him. After all, during the joint assault of 3 factions, Du Hua managed to hold out for over half an hour and nearly broke through an entire legion by himself. Before his death, he even performed an elemental sacrifice, unleashing a forbidden spell that almost wiped out the nearest enemy legion. The spell cost him his life, but with this final act, he nearly destroyed 2 legions single-handedly, demonstrating just how fierce he was. Chen Qing shook hands with the delicate-looking boy in silence, finding it hard to imagine that this young man would one day become such a formidable force. Then there was the girl named Desina, who was destined to become another powerhouse. In his previous life, after leaving the Wanting organization, she founded her own group, quickly attracting many strong followers and turning it into a major force in the universe. Desina went even further, pioneering a new path for Elemental Majest Radiant Elemental God Mage. This new specialization gave level 250 elemental mages an additional advancement option, where previously there had only been 2. Not only did Desina consistently rank among the top 5 players in the future, her beauty and figure also captivated countless others. Yet, Chen Qing glanced at the 10-year-old Desina. Her thin frame and undeveloped appearance made it nearly impossible to connect her to the powerful figure she would become. But that was a thought for another time. Pulling himself back to the present, Chen Qing looked at the 3 of them, his mind already made up. Ever since realizing how crucial core knowledge was to increasing his own power, he had resolved to build his own future faction, and these 3 were the perfect candidates. If he could intervene and prevent Du Hua's death in the Wanluan Star Domain, Du Hua would have an even greater stage to shine. Now that Russell's position was secure, the next step was to deepen his ties with Desina and Du Hua. Lister, as a high-ranking member of Wanting, clearly had a keen eye. Had practically handed Chen Qing the future backbone of his own faction. Chen Qing wasn't in a rush to pull them away from Wanting, since their rapid growth was closely tied to the resources the organization provided. He had no intention of disrupting their development or hindering their progress. After all, he knew about Desina's ideological differences with Wanting, Du Hua's temperament, and the changes that lay ahead. As long as he found the right opportunities, he could eventually bring all 3 into his fold. Lister, noticing the eager smile on Chen Qing's face, suddenly felt a vague sense of unease. Though he couldn't pinpoint the reason, he reassured himself, "I'm just overthinking things." After chatting with the three for a while, Chen Qing took his leave and rode his low-grade pony back to the city. He knew that another key player from the future was still waiting for him to make contact. Deep in the wooded mountains west of the small town, a boy of less than 10 years old was locked in a life-or-death struggle with a fierce hyena. His eyes were sharp, his movements swift. Seizing on a moment of carelessness from the beast, he lunged forward, pinning the much larger animal to the ground. His fists rained down like a storm until the creature convulsed twice, and then lay still, life fading from its eyes. Only after confirming his prey was truly dead did the boy finally relax. Gasping for breath, he collapsed wearily onto the grass nearby. Just then, a soft chuckle broke the stillness of the forest. "Finally found you." The boy tensed, whipping his head in the direction of the voice. There, standing casually on a thick tree branch not far away, was another boy dressed in black, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Chen Qing?" The boy called out, scrambling to his feet. Though he relaxed slightly, suspicion lingered in his eyes. The newcomer was indeed Chen Qing, who had been searching for him. Chen Qing leaped lightly down from the branch, speaking as if nothing were amiss. "Lay Ming, you haven't shown up to Master Aguirre's class these past 2 days. What are you doing out here?" Lay Ming hesitated for a moment, then shot back with a question of his own. "Aren't you skipping class too? You said you finally found me hats going on." Chen Qing shook his head. "Nothing special. I just found it odd that you're skipping Master Aguirre's magic lessons to train your body out here. Are you planning to become a warrior instead?" At this, Lay Ming's expression dimmed. "The mage path isn't for me. My affinity for magic is too low. If I want to gain strength, I have to take the warrior's path." Chen Qing couldn't help but laugh. "So you came out here to fight wild beasts? Honestly, this isn't going to make you a great warrior." Lay Ming retorted, unconvinced. "Even though the tax civilization is dominated by mages, there are still plenty of warriors. I read in the books that many warriors gain experience by fighting beasts. After these past days of real combat, I can really feel my strength and skills improving." Chen Qing scoffed. "How impressive can the warriors of tax civilization really be? Don't let yourself be misled by what you read. Without proper guidance, you'll never become anything more than mediocre. What would a frail mage like you know?" Lay Ming shot back, refusing to back down. "Nothing improves your skills like real combat." Seeing how thoroughly Lay Ming had been misled by the shallow warrior manuals of tax civilization, Chen Qing shook his head inwardly. This guy had no idea that without a mentor to teach you proper warrior techniques and the knowledge to change classes, you'd never truly advance. Determined to set Lay Ming straight, he said, "Believe it or not, even if frail as I am could easily outclass you on the warrior's path." Lay Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Stop bragging, Chen Qing. You have no idea what it's like to face a beast in a fight, to feel the growth that comes from dancing on the edge of life and death. And I've never heard of anyone training as a mage while also mastering the way of the warrior." A confident smile appeared on Chen Qing's lips. "You'll know if I'm bluffing once we try. Let's have a match. I won't even use magic. If you lose, you have to do as I say and stop this training method. But if I lose, I'll give you a gold coin. How about it?" Instead of backing down, Lay Ming's interest was piqued. A single gold coin was enough to cover his living expenses for a whole week. Although he didn't believe Chen Qing could beat him without magic, since the stakes were so high, he didn't mind teaching this cocky guy a lesson. "Deal." Lay Ming clapped his hands, his eyes flashing with determination. "But let's be clear, if you use magic, you lose." Chen Qing nodded in agreement. At the same moment, a new frank quest popped up on his panel. Right or wrong quest. Description: when opinions clash, sometimes settling things with force isn't a bad way. After all, the strongest fist usually decides who's right. Objective: defeat Lay Ming. Restriction: no magic allowed. Reward: 30 Lay Ming favor, Lay Ming's recognition. Seeing this quest, Chen Qing raised an eyebrow. As an NPC, he realized that his ability to trigger quests seemed much more flexible than that of players. He wondered if he could try to get more good quests from other NPCs in the future. While he was still thinking, Lay Ming charged at him with full force. Chen Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the younger boy's fierce but childish glare. He casually caught Lay Ming's punch, and his panel instantly displayed Lay Ming's stats. Lay Ming. Race: human. Level 5. Class: none. Strength: 17. Endurance: 21. Spirit: 3. Intelligence: 2. Looking at these numbers, Chen Qing felt something was off. No wonder Lay Ming was so determined to become a warrior. His spirit and intelligence were shockingly low. If Chen Qing didn't know this kid was destined for greatness, he would have thought Lay Ming was just a blockhead. After easily defending against several of Lay Ming's attacks, Chen Qing threw a light punch. Despite its casual appearance, it sent Lay Ming flying several meters. "No way." Lay Ming scrambled up, disbelief written all over his face, and lunged at Chen Qing again. Bang! Even though Lay Ming went all out this time, he couldn't withstand Chen Qing's blow and was knocked down once more, unable to get up. Lying on the ground, he stared up at the sky, completely shaken. Chen Qing's strength was overwhelming. But even more terrifying was that every one of his moves seemed impossible to dodge. All the experience Lay Ming had gained from fighting wild beasts meant nothing in front of Chen Qing. This classmate, who usually seemed so ordinary, turned out to be unfathomable. Lay Ming had no choice but to admit defeat, was thoroughly convinced. In that moment, he truly felt defeated and crushed. Chen Qing looked at Lay Ming lying on the ground, his brows slightly furrowed. The young man didn't move at all, as if he had lost all his fighting spirit. Damn, did I really crush the potential out of this promising rookie? He thought, feeling a bit regretful. The truth was, Chen Qing's ability to easily spot Lay Ming's weaknesses wasn't some mysterious skill. In the Multiverse War world, attacking an enemy's weak spot triggers a critical hit, one of the most basic game mechanics. As a hardcore player who'd run hundreds of high-level characters, identifying flaws had become second nature to him. Dealing with a level 5 newbie was a walk in the park. Just as Chen Qing was about to step forward and offer some comfort, Lay Ming suddenly sprang to his feet. His eyes were bright and determined as he stared at Chen Qing and said loudly, "I lost. Chen Qing, you really are strong, but one day, I'll catch up to you. When that time comes, let's have another match." Seeing Lay Ming's over-the-top bravado, Chen Qing couldn't help but smile. This dramatic display was a far cry from the future Lay Ming he remembered, the one who would later become a legend. But as long as the defeat hadn't crushed his spirit, this youthful enthusiasm was actually kind of endearing. "We'll worry about the future when it comes," Chen Qing said with a grin. "For now, do you believe me? Without the right guidance, your progress will be painfully slow." Lay Ming sighed. "I get it, but everyone in the Tucker civilization is focused on magic. Where am I supposed to find someone to teach me how to train?" Chen Qing patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Since I brought it up, I've got it covered. Come with me." With that, he summoned his low-grade pony and pulled Lay Ming up onto the horse. In his previous life, Lay Ming had wandered around picking fights with wild beasts like a reckless brute, wasting a lot of time. It wasn't until he met Cress Wanjia, a fallen martial artist, that he got on the right track. Cress had quite a background, was once a high-ranking member of the Martial Alliance. But after getting caught up in a race war and being hunted down, he lost his abilities and was now living as a vagabond in the Tucker civilization. An hour later, after riding along a rugged path, they arrived at the small town of Iso. Chen Qing led Lay Ming through winding streets and alleys, even checking Cress' old lodgings. Finally, in a shabby little tavern, they found Cress, sitting alone and drinking in silence. Seeing the unshaven, disheveled middle-aged man before him, Chen Qing shook his head and led Lay Ming to sit down across from him. Wang Jie glanced up at the two children, both around 10 years old, and was momentarily stunned. Then, with a wave of impatience, he said, "Kids, this isn't a place for you. Hurry up and leave. Don't bother me here." Chen Qing smiled gently and spoke in a soft voice. "Mr. Wang Jie, I have something to discuss with you." There was a flicker in Wang Jie's eyes, and the haze of alcohol seemed to vanish instantly. He stared at the two children across from him, his gaze growing sharp, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You've got the wrong person. My name is Cooley. It doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself Cooley or Wang Jie," Chen Qing replied, shaking his head. "I'm here for one thing. My friend Lay Ming wants to learn the way of the warrior, and I couldn't find a better teacher in the Tucker civilization than you. If you're willing to teach him, it'll make it worth your while." Wang Jie was startled. The child's calm demeanor unsettled him. It was as if this kid knew far too much about him. That composed, assured tone was hardly what you'd expect from a 10-year-old. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Kid, are you joking with me? Me, a drunk, teaching the way of the warrior? All I know is how to drink." He grabbed a nearby beer, tilted his head back, and took a long swig, acting as if he hadn't heard a word Chen Qing said. Deep down, he realized his cover might have been blown, but as a seasoned veteran, he wasn't about to let anyone see through him so easily. Lay Ming, only half following the conversation, tugged at Chen Qing's sleeve and whispered, "Chen Qing, he's right. He really looks like a drunk. How could he possibly teach me anything about being a warrior? Let's go." But Chen Qing ignored Lay Ming's worries. Instead, he gave Wang Jie a meaningful look and said quietly, "After the Centaurus campaign, Xinghan civilization was defeated and lost almost all its top fighters. Now, thanks to the Universal Protection Act, they barely survive on a single asteroid, but there's no escaping colonization and cultural indoctrination by the greater civilizations. It's only been a little over 2 years. The hatred is still there, but with time, who knows how long Xinghan's backbone will last." On the surface, these words seemed unrelated to the conversation, but a flash of pain crossed Wang Jie's eyes. He set his drink down, his fingers gripping the glass so tightly they turned white. Wang Jie was silent for a long moment before finally looking up, his gaze icy as it locked onto Chen Qing. "Who are you, really?" Chen Qing met his eyes without flinching and calmly replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, if you can teach my friend Lay Ming, he might help you achieve what you've always wanted. And as payback, he'll help you too." Wang Jie paused, then looked Lay Ming up and down carefully before finally speaking. "He's got talent, and natural-born warrior. but there are plenty like him in the universe. What makes you think he alone could shake a civilization that isn't weak? Chen Qing leaned back in his chair, a calm smile on his face. I have my own judgment, he said. Then, looking at the other man with a meaningful gaze, he added, more importantly, you don't really have any other options now, do you? Wang Jie was silent for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. You're right, but that doesn't mean he'll give without conditions. He straightened up, his expression turning serious. I can teach him, but if he doesn't meet my standards, I won't hesitate to let him go. As he spoke, Wang Jie suddenly raised his beer, a sly glint in his eyes. Also, you'll be covering my drinks while I'm teaching. If you need my help in the future, he left the sentence hanging, making his point clear. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled to himself. This guy never asked for a penny in his previous life, looks like he's learned to bargain this time. But bringing Lay Ming under his wing was worth the investment. Besides, with Lay Ming's potential to reach the rank of a god-level warrior, he wasn't worried about him failing Wang Jie's requirements. With that in mind, Chen Qing didn't hesitate. He took out 10 gold coins and slid them across the table to Wang Jie. That should cover your drinks for a month. Teach him well. At that moment, 2 task notifications popped up on Chen Qing's panel. The first was a rank mission, Wang Jie's promise. Liberate the Xinghan civilization and protect it for 10 years. The rewards were generous experience, gold coins, increased favorability, a core knowledge package of the Xinghan civilization, and a rare passive skill learning card. It was the first rank mission had received in this world. Although it might not be completed until level 150, the skill card was especially tempting. It allowed him to copy passive skills from defeated enemies, a rare item in his previous life. The second was a simple E-rank mission. All he had to do was pay some gold to increase Wang Jie and Lay Ming's favorability towards him. Looking at the 2 tasks, Chen Qing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With these missions as a bond, his relationship with Lay Ming was sure to deepen. At last, this seedling was firmly in his grasp. After handing over the utterly bewildered Lay Ming to Wang Jie, Chen Qing mounted his mediocre little horse and made his way back to his own small town. He had his own business to attend to, changing his class. After making Mistook wait for a while, Chen Qing felt the timing was finally right. Approaching Mistook now wouldn't seem abrupt or overly dramatic. It was time to become an ancient mage. Chen Qing arrived at Mistook's residence and knocked on the slightly weathered wooden door. Footsteps sounded from within, and soon Mistook's wrinkled but unmistakably excited face appeared in the doorway. Recognizing his visitor, Mistook immediately pulled the door open, his eyes shining with anticipation. Little Chen Qing, Mistook burst out, barely able to contain his excitement. I can't believe you've mastered the basics of formations in such a short time. You truly have a natural talent for becoming an ancient mage. His voice trembled with enthusiasm. Are you ready to accept the ancient mage's legacy and become a powerful ancient mage? Faced with Mistook's enthusiasm, Chen Qing simply nodded obediently. He knew Mistook's temperament all too well when dealing with the old man. Less was definitely more. Otherwise, Mistook would no doubt show him the true meaning of being talkative. Chen Qing had no desire to sit through a long-winded cutscene at such a crucial moment. Noticing Chen Qing's well-behaved response, Mistook nodded approvingly. He wasn't interested in dragging things out either. After all, the ancient mage lineage had long been in decline, and there were few who met the requirements, fewer still who actually wished to make the change. Mistook still firmly believed that the only reason Chen Qing was willing to become an ancient mage was because he had talked him into it so well. All right then, Chen Qing, Mistook said seriously, today you'll pass on the knowledge of the ancient mage lineage to you. I hope you'll honor the name of the ancient mages in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Mistook's expression turned solemn. He raised his hands slightly, and a mysterious force surged from within him, rippling invisibly toward Chen Qing. As this power touched Chen Qing, he felt something unusual stir within him. The texture of this energy was completely different from ordinary magic, more refined, more profound. Chen Qing was secretly amazed. Why does this feel so much more advanced and mysterious than regular magic? Could it be Mistook wasn't exaggerating after all? Maybe the ancient mages just never used this power to its full potential? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chen Qing realized that, aside from the legendary time mage, the ancient mage lineage did seem to have its own unique qualities. The power Mistook transferred was like a seed. As soon as it entered Chen Qing, it resonated strongly with the ancient source technique he had been practicing. His existing magical energy seemed to be transformed by this new force, gradually shifting toward the unique form of ancient mage magic. The process was subtle, like fermentation, quietly taking place within him. Once the transformation was complete, a long string of information about the ancient mage appeared on Chen Qing's status panel. Chen Qing, race, human star beast. Class, apprentice ancient mage warrior trainee. Level, 8. Ancient mage skills. Attribute, passive. Skill description, the legacy of ancient mages, granting extraordinary magical abilities. Skill effects, reduces magic consumption by 5, cooldowns by 5, increases stamina by 10, intelligence by 5, spirit by 5, and permanently increases strength by 2, endurance by 3, spirit by 8, and intelligence by 10. Ancient Magic Mastery. Skill type, active. Skill level, LV 15. Skill description, after unleashing the ancient deity's mastery, increases the ancient mage's magic damage by 2 times skill level, magic resistance by 5 times skill level, and enhances the strength of formation-type spells by 5 times skill level. Chen Qing opened his eyes and sensed a subtle shift in the space around him. It wasn't a physical change he could see or touch, but rather the feeling that some invisible force was manipulating the environment, making everything more fluid and dynamic. To him, the world seemed shrouded in a thin mist, like gazing out over a vast ocean could sense its presence, but it always remained just out of reach, much like a mirage. Despite the hazy nature of this sensation, it felt undeniably real, filling him with both awe and excitement. Chen Qing understood that this transformation was closely tied to his own level and mastery of certain skills. Even though he couldn't fully control this ocean of power yet, he could already feel its immense energy. The realization brought him genuine joy. As an arcane mage, these particular skills formed the core of his abilities. Skills related to manipulating space such as spatial distortion and spatial mastery were the very foundation of his power. Later on, arcane mages would enjoy extremely short cooldowns for their skills, with many abilities recharging in just a few seconds. Imagine being able to cast an immunity skill again after only a brief pause on the battlefield. It would leave opponents helpless, especially those who relied on powerful ultimate abilities. For enemies with long cooldowns, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Even more formidable was the spatial mastery skill. With it, Chen Qing could gain a massive advantage in combat, particularly as his intelligence attribute increased. If he managed to land a critical hit, he could ignore both physical armor and magic resistance, dealing a devastating blow that could take away most of an enemy's health in one move, sometimes even stunning them briefly. In high-level battles, such skills could easily overwhelm almost any opponent. While these skills might not seem particularly impressive early on, mainly because Chen Qing's intelligence wasn't high enough to significantly boost their effects, and their success rate was still low, had a unique advantage. Thanks to the automatic growth from his Star Beast heritage and double the usual free attribute points, his intelligence was already above average, giving him a head start even in the early stages. For Chen Qing, the passive bonuses that came with being an arcane mage were especially valuable. These abilities didn't just give him an edge in battle, they also filled him with confidence. Now that he had successfully changed classes, he nodded in satisfaction. After saying goodbye to Maswak, he returned to his small cabin. What Chen Qing didn't know, however, was that somewhere deep in the Silent Forest, an unexpected event was quietly unfolding. Silent Forest. Deep within the forest, an unnoticed invasion was quietly unfolding. The Eastern Teleportation Array had already been sealed by the powerful figures of the Tak civilization, following Chen Qing's warning, cutting off the Likos route of entry. After completing their task, Aga and the other Tak experts left in haste, unaware that on the third day after Chen Qing had changed professions to become an ancient mage, an unusual spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the depths of the forest. A mechanical device with a metallic sheen emerged from the disturbance, precisely tearing open a circular portal 2 meters in diameter. On the other side of the passage was a landscape entirely different from that of the Tak civilization. A formidable Likos warrior crawled through, cautiously scanning the surroundings before nodding back toward the other end of the portal. At that moment, the radio device at his waist crackled to life. "What's the situation?" "All clear. No threats," he replied in a low voice. "Spatial coordinates have successfully connected to a habitable planet." "Good. How long will it take for the troops to pass through?" The voice on the radio was cold and detached. "The passage will remain stable in 5 months. Adding exploration and migration, it should take about 8 or 9 months. Speed it up. Stay hidden. Don't let the local civilization discover you." "Understood." After ending the communication, the Likos warrior quickly activated a spatial capsule, releasing a massive machine. Under its influence, the once unstable portal gradually expanded and became increasingly stable. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, having successfully changed professions, was living a disciplined life. He leveled up at set times each day, occasionally visited Russell, Lay Ming, and others to maintain their friendships, and picked up various tasks along the way. Although there were few high-quality missions left, most only provided experience points without skill reward. She remained optimistic. Notably, during this period, Chen Qing not only formed a close friendship with Lister, but even the young girl Desna had grown fond of him. As a modern office worker well-versed in internet culture, Chen Qing's unique way of speaking and thinking stood out in the relatively traditional Tak civilization, quickly earning Desna's favor. At this moment, none of them were aware of the looming crisis brewing within the Silent Forest. These days, whenever Desina doesn't have training, she's practically glued to Chen Qing's side, following him around everywhere like a little shadow. Time has flown by, and more than 8 months have already passed. During this period, Chen Qing has spent nearly every day grinding monsters and working hard to gain experience. Finally, at level 23, he reached a new milestone. Based on his double experience bonus and the time he invested daily, he should have reached level 40 or 50 by now. However, Chen Qing poured most of his experience points into upgrading his skills instead of leveling up. Now, every one of his skills has reached its maximum level. Even among players in his previous life, most wouldn't consider maxing out certain skills until they were at much higher levels. Because of future class changes and specialized skills, many players chose to focus only on abilities relevant to their next class. Chen Qing's approach of maxing out all skills was almost unheard of. You would ever attempt it, unless they had both a double EXP bonus and plenty of time. Although his leveling progress has been slow, Chen Qing's overall strength has improved dramatically. Compared to others at his level, he's now far more powerful. Even players 10 levels above him would struggle to compete. Before long, Chen Qing reached level 20 and completed his first class advancements for both mage and warrior. The mage advanced from apprentice arcane mage to junior arcane mage, while the warrior became a novice warrior instead of a warrior apprentice. These class changes didn't require a mentor. Once he reached the required level, the advancement happened automatically. After changing classes, Chen Qing gained 2 new skills. For the mage, Fire Dragon spell a decent area effect attack, though without the arcane mage class bonus, it felt somewhat wasted on him. And for the warrior, Gale Slash a straightforward warrior skill, but not particularly useful to Chen Qing at this stage. As for the warrior's future path, Chen Qing had already made up his mind. The Tuck civilization certainly offered standard warrior class changes, but Chen Qing wasn't satisfied with ordinary options. She aimed for a more powerful hidden class. In particular, he hoped to develop his warrior into a magic swordsman. Not only was the magic swordsman class powerful, but Chen Qing's random skill rewards also belonged to that category. If his luck held, he planned to pursue that path. Even if this seemed like a conventional route, with Chen Qing's extraordinary stats, he could break through any limitations and become a truly overpowered character. Besides new skills, the dual class advancements also brought a generous boost to his attributes. Chen Qing's current stats were as follows. Race, Human Star Beast. Level, 23. Class, Junior Arcane, Mage Novice Warrior. Strength, 135.4. Endurance, 114.3. Spirit, 106.1. Intelligence, 272. HP, 13,700. Mana, 21,300. Thanks to his extreme focus on intelligence, Chen Qing's stat had soared to an outrageous 270 points a level, usually only seen in players above level 50. Now, even when facing opponents in their 40s, he had nothing to fear. Of course, level 50 and above would be a whole new challenge, but for now, he was more than ready. One day, just like usual, Chen Qing was about to head out for another day of grinding monsters. As soon as he opened his door, he saw a little girl standing outside, waving at him with a cheerful grin. Chen Qing, over here. The person waving at Chen Qing from the doorway was none other than Deicina. She hadn't gone to train with Mr. Lister today, which struck Chen Qing as odd. Deicina, aren't you training with Mr. Lister today? Chen Qing asked curiously as he approached. Deicina shook her head, a relaxed smile on her lips. Mr. Lister told us after training yesterday that he has something to take care of for the next couple of days, so he gave us some time off. Chen Qing immediately understood. Deicina and Russell had no idea about Lister's background, but Chen Qing knew well that Lister came from Wantan. If Lister said he was busy, it probably meant there was a new assignment from Wantan coming his way. But what kind of task could there be right now? Chen Qing wondered to himself. Because of his actions, the Rico people no longer posed an invasion threat, and any subsequent wars had been averted. What impact would this have on the broader situation in the universe? Chen Qing knew that even without the Rico people invading the Tuck civilization, interspecies wars would still rage elsewhere in the universe. Large-scale wars, however, wouldn't break out for another 5 years, right around the time when players would enter the game. At this moment, Chen Qing had no idea that the Rico people had already obtained the spatial coordinates of the Tuck civilization. The war he thought wouldn't happen was actually creeping quietly closer. Lost in thought, Chen Qing was suddenly pulled back to reality by a tightening around his arm. Deicina had wrapped her arm around his, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Qing, let's go out and have some fun today. Come with me to hunt fire lizards, she suggested enthusiastically. Chen Qing felt her arm around his, but he wasn't moved at all. This little girl hadn't grown up yet compared to her future self. She held no appeal for him at the moment. Thinking this, he flicked Deicina's forehead and said in a machinoid tone, no way. The moment Mr. Lister's gone, you start slacking off. Can't you learn from Russell and Duhua? They're way more dedicated to their magic studies than you. He meant it as a casual comment, but to his surprise, Deicina let go of his arm and looked at him with unusual seriousness. Chen Qing, do you really think magic has to be all about hard work? She asked, meeting his gaze. Mr. Lister, Russell, Duhua, and I all see things differently. I believe that as long as you focus, that's enough. Experiencing the world's wonders is also a form of magical practice. Magic elements are lively, so why can't we play with them? Chen Qing was stunned, staring at Daisina's earnest expression. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn, is she really showing signs of genius at this age? Chen Qing thought to himself. He didn't care much about magic elements. She believed grinding hard was the way to get stronger, so why worry about the elements themselves? Still, he agreed with Daisina's point when learning something. Focus tends to be more effective than just grinding away. Perhaps that was why Daisina liked sticking around him. They shared a similar perspective in some ways. Daisina's words piqued his interest, and he asked, "So, Daisina, how exactly are you planning to play with magic elements?" Daisina rested her chin in her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she said uncertainly, "I'm not sure, but Chen Qing, look, every magical element around us is glowing in its own way. If I could figure out how to make myself shine like that, the elemental spirits would probably think I'm one of them and come play with me." Chen Qing stared at the innocent, lively little girl in front of him, feeling a jolt in his heart. What sounded like a child's whimsical idea was, in fact, the budding concept of the brilliant elemental divine art that would one day shake the entire magical world. With a sigh, he felt a wave of exhaustion. So this was the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. The gap had quietly begun at such a young age. He was about to encourage Daisina to keep exploring this path full of possibilities when, suddenly, an abnormal surge of energy swept over him, making his whole body tense. At the same time, it was as if the entire space-time of the planet where the Tuk civilization resided had been frozen by some mysterious force. Chen Qing's expression changed instantly. I knew this feeling all too well. Temporal and spatial lockdown. This was standard procedure before an invasion. The invaders would first seal off the target area, so that reinforcements could only arrive in nearby, unaffected regions using wormholes or spatial technology, then make their way in slowly. By the time they reached the battlefield, it was usually too late. Everything would already be over. The spatial lockdown not only isolated the Tuk civilization, but also cut off any chance of them sending out a call for help, making teleportation nearly impossible. What's going on? Is a civilization about to invade the Tuk civilization? The image of the Liko race immediately flashed through Chen Qing's mind. Everything matched the plot of the Liko invasion, except the timeline had moved up by half a year. It didn't make sense. He had already warned Aguirre about the teleportation array. While Aguirre and the Tuk civilization might be limited in power, sealing a single teleportation array shouldn't have been beyond their abilities. Where had things gone wrong? Even worse, people like Russell, who in his previous life had safely escaped the Tuk civilization under List's protection, were now trapped here because the invasion had come early. To make matters worse, List had just been recalled by Wantong at this critical moment and wasn't even on the Tuk civilization's planet. Staring at the innocent Daisina, Chen Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Was it possible that, because of the butterfly effect he had triggered, Daisina and the others who should have escaped safely were now facing the double threat of invasion and war? If any of them were to die, would the course of history be completely altered? This butterfly effect had gotten way out of hand. What's wrong? You don't look well. Did something happen? Daisina's voice snapped Chen Qing out of his thoughts. He turned to look at Daisina, a flicker of realization in his eyes. As an ancient mage, he had an innate sensitivity to spatial changes, far beyond that of ordinary people. Daisina, on the other hand, was an elemental mage, and her understanding of space was virtually non-existent. That realization hit him hard. A terrifying truth dawned on him. In the entire Taker civilization, only a handful could sense this kind of spatial anomaly: himself, Mistook, and a few core mages. I have to warn Aguirre immediately. Alarms blared in Chen Qing's mind. If they waited to organize a counterattack until after the invaders began their assault, it would be too late. Without hesitation, he grabbed Daisina's wrist and raced toward Aguirre's residence, his mind racing. Damn it. I knew the Liko invasion would come sooner or later. I should have focused on leveling up. If I were level 50 now, even if my abilities weren't the strongest, I wouldn't be panicking like this in the face of the Liko. As they ran, the space around them seemed to grow heavier and more oppressive. Even Daisina could sense something was wrong. The magical elements in the air grew restless and agitated, as if disaster was about to strike. Soon, they reached Aguirre's home. Chen Qing didn't bother with formalities and burst through the door. Teacher Aguirre. Aguirre was leisurely flipping through an old spellbook. Startled by their sudden entrance, he looked up in surprise. Chen Qing? Daisina? What's going on? Why are you two in such a rush? Seeing Aguirre so calm and relaxed, Chen Qing couldn't help but think, no wonder this guy was killed by a cannon blast in his previous life. Even Daisina can tell something's wrong, but here he is, calmly reading. Without wasting a second, Chen Qing explained everything he had sensed. Aguirre closed his eyes for a moment, reaching out with his senses. He immediately detected a surge of energy gathering in the silent forest. His expression turned grim. He'll inform the Taker leadership right away. Chen Qing, you two need to find somewhere safe to hide. Before he could finish, a terrifying wave of energy descended from above, carrying an unstoppable force of destruction, as if it intended to wipe out everything in existence. The energy plummeted from the sky, racing toward the ground. The three of them looked up in shock. In the sky, massive crimson fireballs began to fall like an apocalyptic meteor shower. One after another, they crashed to the earth, swallowing houses, trees, everything in their path, and leaving behind enormous craters. Aguirre watched as countless residents were consumed by the falling fireballs, unable to escape in time. His eyes blazed with grief and fury. "Everyone, get to the shelters now," he shouted, preparing to launch himself into the air to intercept the deadly fireballs. Seeing this, Chen Qing quickly grabbed Aguirre's sleeve and shouted urgently, "Teacher, it's no use going out there now. We have to alert the Taker leaders and organize an effective counterattack." Aguirre froze for a moment, then snapped back to his senses. "You're right. Organizing a counterattack is our top priority right now." After he finished speaking, he activated a magical talisman and began explaining the situation to it. Watching Aguirre's actions, Chen Qing couldn't help but frown, feeling a wave of helplessness. "Come on, can't you ever make things a little easier?" Chen Qing sighed inwardly. "How could you possibly think your fragile body could withstand a siege cannon? No wonder you were blasted to pieces in your last life." The siege cannon was a weapon designed for war, cumbersome, only suited for indiscriminate bombardment, but with each shot powerful enough to strike fear into anyone. Chen Qing estimated that unless someone had reached at least level 150, trying to take a direct hit from it was nothing short of suicide. He finally understood why Aguirre had died to the cannon before. Normally, with quick enough reflexes, most people could anticipate the cannon's trajectory and avoid its attacks. But this guy actually intended to take it head in. After finishing his message, Aguirre let out a long breath and turned to Chen Qing, a confident smile on his face. "The magic battalion will arrive soon, and they're bringing the enchanted ballistae. The enemies invading us are bound to be wiped out by the tax civilization. Don't worry." Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, considering the situation. The arrival of the magic ballistae likely meant the siege cannon fire would soon stop. These kinds of strategic weapons were typically used for an initial strike, and then served as deterrents. With both the magic ballistae and the siege cannons on the field, the Liko clan would probably shift to a ground invasion next, which would make things exponentially more dangerous. But for Chen Qing, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Against the Liko clan's ground troops, at least he'd have the option to run if things went south. Taking a direct hit from a siege cannon, though, left no room for escape. Suddenly, a sense of imminent danger washed over all three of them at once. Chen Qing, Aguirre, and Desna were shocked, and almost in the same instant, several blasts from the siege cannon tore toward their position. All three reacted instantly, scattering to dodge the attack. Boom, boom. Two deafening explosions erupted behind them, sending waves of blistering heat their way. The hair on Chen Qing's arms stood on end. If had been half a second slower, he'd already be dust. Damn it, why are they targeting us specifically? Chen Qing couldn't figure it out, but the feeling of being locked on hadn't faded. It was clear the enemy had some kind of long-range targeting device. Suddenly, a thought struck him just before Aguirre tried to take off, had unleashed a massive surge of magical energy. Don't tell me that surge was picked up by the Liko clan's sensors, and now they're focusing their attacks here? Chen Qing glanced around. In the entire town, aside from mistook, who had yet to make a move, wasn't Aguirre the highest level fighter? The answer was obvious. Chen Qing cursed inwardly. This guy was basically a walking beacon. Even as Chen Qing, Aguirre, and Desina ran for their lives, the massive cannons continued to bombard them relentlessly. Desina was only level 17, clearly less powerful than Chen Qing and Aguirre. As they sprinted, Desina suddenly slipped and fell hard to the ground, crying out in pain. "Desina!" Chen Qing shouted in alarm when he saw his fallen companion. Gritting her teeth, Desina struggled to get up, but that brief moment of hesitation was all it took. Several enormous fireballs were already hurtling toward her, sealing off every possible escape route. She was trapped within the blast range of the cannons. Seeing that Desina was about to be consumed by the fireballs, a look of determination flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. Instead of fleeing, he turned and shot toward Desina like an arrow, pulling her protectively into his arms. Tears blurred Desina's vision. To her, Chen Qing's figure seemed to fill the entire world, shielding her from the terrifying cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Three energy blasts from the cannons engulfed the two of them in a blinding explosion. The force was so overwhelming that even someone as powerful as Aguirre would have been torn apart if caught in it. Aguirre witnessed the scene with overwhelming grief. By the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late. The two students had been swallowed by the blast. Not even the strongest mage could have saved them now. Swallowing his sorrow, Aguirre could only flee desperately toward the great city of the Tuk civilization. The cannons continued to track Aguirre, their bombardment following him as he escaped. Thick smoke filled the air at the blast site, but with the cannon's attention diverted by Aguirre, that area was spared from further attacks. After a while, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing a massive crater left by the cannon fire. Chen Qing. Suddenly, Desina's faint voice came from within the crater. Against all odds, she was still alive. I'm okay, came Chen Qing's exhausted reply. Somehow, both of them had survived. Chen Qing looked around at the scorched earth, his heart still racing. That was close, far too close. After Head reached Desina and shielded her, he hadn't even had time to react before the energy blasts hit them. At the critical moment, Chen Qing had activated his active skill basic spatial distortion. At its highest level, this skill granted him 10 instances of absolute damage immunity. The 3 cannon blasts were instantly diverted to explode nearby, sparing them from the deadliest impact. Although they avoided the worst of the blast, the residual burning damage from the explosions still took its toll. The 10 instances of immunity were quickly used up, and the remaining energy struck Chen Qing directly. His health, which had been as high as 13,000, was reduced to just over 1,000, barely clinging to life. Fortunately, war-grade weapons didn't have a level suppression effect. Thanks to his incredible health pool, Chen Qing just barely survived. Anyone else, even Aguirre, whose health wasn't as high, would likely have been sent straight to meet the god of magic. Chen Qing loosened his grip, letting go of Desina, whom he had been shielding in his arms. Exhausted, he collapsed backward onto the dirt. It hurts. Every inch of his body was in agony, and he felt as if he were hanging on to life by a thread. Burns covered him from head to toe, and the searing pain was like his skin being torn apart with every breath. When Desina saw Chen Qing fall to the ground, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. It wasn't until she noticed him blinking at her that she managed to stifle her sobs. Chen Qing, are you all right? She hurried to his side, her gaze full of worry, not caring in the least about his charred and battered appearance. They'll get someone to help you. Just hold on. Without realizing it, a new, indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes as she looked at him, something more than concern. Seeing her about to run off, Chen Qing ignored the pain and grabbed her wrist. Are you crazy? It's dangerous everywhere right now. You can't just run around, he said through gritted teeth. But your injuries are serious. If we don't get help, you might die, Desina said anxiously. Chen Qing felt drained. He glanced at the rapidly recovering health bar in his mind and rolled his eyes inwardly. Does she think the bloodline of a star beast is just for show? But he couldn't possibly explain the star beast's secret to her. It's fine. I've learned healing magic. I can take care of myself. Just stay here and wait with me, okay? He said, making up a non-existent spell to reassure her. Desina sat down beside him, half convinced, her worry undiminished. Compared to her anxiety, Chen Qing was much more relaxed, even closing his eyes for a brief rest. Having played mechanical classes before, he knew that when technologically advanced races bombarded an area indiscriminately, there was always an automatic balancing system to control the range of attacks. They would never target the same spot twice. In other words, once a place had been hit, it would be marked as a blind spot and not targeted again. So, as long as they stayed in this crater, they were safe. Good thing Aguirre knew when to leave, Chen Qing thought to himself. If Aguirre had stayed, his presence might have drawn more artillery fire, and not even 10 lives would have been enough for Chen Qing to survive. Time passed slowly. Chen Qing's wounds continued to heal, and the pain gradually faded. All around them, the ground kept trembling and terrifying waves of energy crashed over the area, proof that the bombardment was still raging nearby. Yet, just as Chen Qing had predicted, no further shells landed where they were hiding. Desina didn't know what Chen Qing was thinking, nor did she understand the mechanics of the bombardment. The constant shaking of the earth and the overwhelming energy all around made her even more uneasy, and she instinctively edged closer to Chen Qing. Suddenly, a hand reached out and tapped Desina on the shoulder. Let's go find Russell, Chen Qing's voice called out, prompting Desina to turn and look at him. When she saw his current condition, a flash of shock crossed her eyes. The charred skin on Chen Qing's body was peeling away, revealing fresh, unblemished skin beneath, as if he hadn't just suffered a serious injury at all. Noticing Desna's astonished gaze, Chen Qing gave her a confident smile. With my recovery abilities, it's almost like I'm just messing around. The thunder of artillery outside had diminished significantly. Glancing at his interface, Chen Qing saw that the cooldown for his basic spatial distortion skill had reset. As long as he wasn't hit by more than 3 heavy cannons at once, he could escape unscathed. Besides, now that a girth hate magnet was gone, the odds of being targeted by multiple cannons at the same time were almost zero. The two of them quickly climbed out of the massive crater. The bombardment outside was much lighter than before, and under Chen Qing's careful guidance, they managed to avoid every shell without even having to use his spatial distortion ability. But the scene that greeted them instantly weighed down their hearts. The brutality of war was laid bare before their eyes. The surrounding buildings were shattered by cannon fire, and the place where Chen Qing had lived for nearly 9 months was now a wasteland. The ramen shop owner, classmates known people had interacted with every day were now gone, lost forever to the bombardment. For an ordinary player, these might just be a string of cold data, mere images in a game. But for Chen Qing, who had spent almost 9 months living here, this was his real world, and these people were his friends. Seeing his familiar home destroyed so mercilessly, anger blazed within him. At that moment, two mission prompts suddenly appeared on his interface. One was a Blevel Liko invasion mission. As a member of the Tuk civilization, players must resist the Liko invasion. Rewards include bonus experience for defeating enemies of various ranks, and upon success, access to core Liko technology, titles, coins, reputation, and various skill enhancements. The other was a Clevel leadership mission. The objective was to ensure the survival of Russell, Du Hua, and Desna during the war people Chen Qing had carefully cultivated as his future team. Faced with this sudden outbreak of war, Chen Qing's purpose had never been clearer. Chen Qing stared at the task prompt hovering before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Triggering a quest was no surprise to him. It was a rule established by countless player attempts. Any major in-game event would inevitably activate a related quest. So, if you all get yourselves killed for no reason, it's still my responsibility, huh? Chen Qing muttered under his breath, just as the special sensory perception from the quest guidance washed over him. He immediately sensed the locations of Russell and Du Hua. Surprisingly, the two were together. Chen Qing's tense shoulders relaxed a little. Judging by his perception, they weren't in the artillery's range. If they were, this quest would be pointless. Let's go? Without hesitation, Chen Qing grabbed Daisy's small hand and sprinted toward the direction where he sensed Russell and Du Hua, his footsteps echoing across the open ground. As they ran, Chen Qing's senses picked up powerful waves of magic energy advancing toward the silent forest. Among these surges, he recognized weapons on par with the massive cannons. Magic ballistae and reinforcements from the Tuk civilization have arrived, Chen Qing thought to himself. Sure enough, under the threat of the magic ballistae, the barrage on the silent forest soon ceased. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, knowing full well the Rico tribe wouldn't give up so easily. There would be a brief standoff between the two armies before fierce close-quarters combat broke out. At that point, the Rico tribe would launch a full-scale invasion of the Tuk civilization, with countless Rico soldiers and elites flooding in like a tide. Chen Qing's first task was to eliminate these invaders. By his estimation, low-level Rico raiders would be around level 30 to 40, mid-level between 40 and 50, and high-level from 50 to 70. As for the commanders, Chen Qing expected them to reach a terrifying level 100 or even higher. What worried him most was the presence of lone Rico powerhouses who had descended into this world. These individuals didn't answer to any army, moving independently and acting as the most unpredictable factor on the battlefield. Chen Qing could easily run into a level 100-plus powerhouse resting among low-level troops, or stumble upon one deep in the mountains. These solo elites had no fixed patterns or schedules, making them hard to predict. However, they usually attracted the attention of Tuk's top fighters. As long as Chen Qing's luck didn't run out completely, he should be safe for now. Once the artillery barrage stopped, Chen Qing and Daisy quickened their pace and soon found Russell and Du Hua training in a clearing. The two lit up with joy at the sight of Chen Qing and Daisy, rushing over to greet them. Qing. Russell grabbed his arm anxiously. What happened in town? Du Hua and I saw a lot of shelling headed that way. Did something go wrong? Chen Qing let out a deep sigh, a trace of weariness in his eyes. It's a long story. He then explained to them in detail how the Rico tribe had invaded the Tuk civilization, his voice carrying clearly across the quiet wilderness. After hearing Chen Qing's account, Russell and Du Hua's faces instantly turned ashen, their eyes flashing with both anger and fear. What? Someone's invaded our home. Du Hua slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling with rage. Damn it. Chen Qing, are our families okay? Chen Qing shook his head slowly, his brows furrowed. It was chaos everywhere. People were running for their lives. Desina and I barely managed to escape ourselves, let alone look for our uncles and aunts. The color drained from Russell and Du Hua's faces, and worry clouded their eyes. Noticing their reaction, Chen Qing quickly added, but reinforcements from the Tucker civilization have already arrived. I just sensed the energy waves from the magic ballistade rescue teams should be in place now. So try not to worry too much. Hearing that the magic ballista had arrived, hope flickered in Russell and Du Hua's eyes, and their shoulders visibly relaxed. So, Chen Qing, what should we do next? Russell asked uncertainly, his voice edged with anxiety. Du Hua, however, suddenly let out a cold laugh, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. The Liko tribe actually dared to invade us without knowing their own limits. Now that the magic ballista is here, we have nothing to fear. Why don't we just storm their headquarters and take out their commander? Teacher Lister has taught us a lot about magic lately. I feel much stronger than before. Chen Qing glanced at the panel showing Du Hua at level 16, then at Russell, who was level 20, and felt a wave of helplessness. Bro, you're the one who needs to know your limits, Chen Qing thought to himself. Even a level 150 powerhouse would have a hard time making it out of the Liko tribe's main base alive, and you're the lowest level among us. How are you so overconfident? It finally dawned on Chen Qing that Du Hua's reckless charge into the battlefield in his previous life wasn't out of bravery, but simply ignorance. Couldn't he learn a thing or two from Russell, who was both steady and low-key? This doesn't look good, Chen Qing sighed, quickly stopping Du Hua from doing anything reckless. I think the Liko tribe is about to launch a full-scale invasion of the Tucker civilization. We do need to be ready for battle, but I suggest the four of us stick together. Splitting up would be far too dangerous. In with Chen Qing. Desina immediately nodded, her gaze firm. Plus, he's the strongest among us. Staying with him is the safest option. Chen Qing glanced at Desina, secretly pleased. Not Batch's definitely worth saving. At least she knows when to speak up and back me up. The group had sparred a few times before, and every time, Chen Qing had wiped out the other three with ease. After hearing about it, even teacher Lister started doubting himself. Hearing Desina's words, Du Hua and Russell nodded as well. In fact, they'd already started to follow Chen Qing's lead, so now that Desina had said it outright, they didn't mind at all. Seeing his three chives so obedient, Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that someone would get cocky and act on their own, making it impossible for him to keep the mission under control. After all, had worked hard to nurture these chivesh, couldn't let them get cut down early. But then, Chen Qing suddenly remembered something, had overlooked one more reliable chive hadn't returned to the group. Lay Ming. The poor guy seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, and wasn't even listed on Chen Qing's mission panel. Without any guidance, Chen Qing had no idea where Lay Ming was. Hopefully, that guy's alright. Thinking that ISO City was probably just outside the range of the massive cannons, Chen Qing wasn't too worried. What really concerned him now was Wang Jie, that unreliable guy who always liked dragging Lay Ming off on adventures, calling it beast combat training. Chen Qing considered the current situation. In his eyes, Lay Ming had unexpectedly become the most steady and reliable among them, despite being the rookie. What surprised him even more was that, compared to Russell, with whom he had a deeper connection, it was the young girl, Desina, who had proven to be the most dependable. Remembering how Head rushed into the cannon's attack range earlier, Chen Qing couldn't help but smile. Now Desina owed him a favor, and she'd have to do as she was told in the future. The group soon arrived at ISO City and headed straight for Wang Jie's place. Ever since Head taken Lay Ming as his apprentice, Wang Jie's life had changed dramatically. In just a week, Lay Ming had shown incredible talent in the path of the warrior, advancing rapidly. Where once Wang Jie had seemed a bit reluctant, now he was completely won over by Lay Ming's potential, spending every day energetically training his student, with none of his former lethargy in sight. Heh! A loud shout echoed from Wang Jie's residence in the distance. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the master and apprentice hadn't gone out on another training expedition today. When Chen Qing entered with Russell and the others, the pair barely glanced over before returning to their training. It wasn't until they noticed the unfamiliar faces behind Chen Qing that Lay Ming hurriedly set down the heavy gravity ring. Chen Qing, who are these people? Wang Jie asked, looking confused. Seeing their blank expressions, Chen Qing shook his head helplessly. Clearly, these two had been so absorbed in training that they hadn't even heard about the Liko clan's invasion of the Tuk civilization. It made sense. The warriors weren't as sensitive to energy fluctuations as other professions, so the rumbling outside probably just seemed like another giant magical beast passing by. After Chen Qing explained the situation with the Liko clan's invasion in detail, their reaction left him speechless. Then let's hurry to the Tuk civilization's main city and take shelter. The master and apprentice blurted out in unison. Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. Weren't warriors supposed to be the most headstrong? Look at Du Hua and Russell. The two mages were eager to fight the Liko clan. But these two warriors were thinking about running away? On second thought, Chen Qing understood. Wang Jie was a refugee who had fled here, so he didn't have any real sense of belonging to the Tuk civilization. As for Lay Ming, Chen Qing glanced thoughtfully at the boy. His background was certainly far from ordinary. Lay Ming was born into a family renowned for its magical heritage, where powerful sorcerers were commonplace. Yet fate was cruel. After offending a prominent clan within the Tuk civilization, his entire family faced catastrophic destruction. On that bloody night, a young Lay Ming barely escaped with his life, witnessing the massacre of his loved ones. Alone, he fled to a small town to seek refuge, and deep within his heart, the seeds of bitter hatred were sown. Lay Ming felt no sense of belonging to the Tuk civilization. Instead, he was consumed by deep-seated resentment. Very few people knew about this painful past, until one night, Lay Ming finally shared his story with Chen Qing during a long conversation. As Lay Ming's tragic tale unfolded, a new mission suddenly appeared on Chen Qing's task: Penelto, help Lay Ming seek revenge. Without hesitation, Chen Qing accepted the quest. He clearly remembered how things had played out in his previous life. Lay Ming eventually grew into a formidable force and personally destroyed the clan responsible for his family's downfall. Even without his intervention, Lay Ming's thirst for vengeance would inevitably set him on the path of retribution. Rather than standing by, Chen Qing decided to lend his support, hoping to both help Lay Ming and deepen their bond. At this moment, Chen Qing sought out Lay Ming not only because he was worried Lay Ming might act recklessly, but more importantly, because he sensed that Lay Ming could be wavering in his resolve. Chen Qing was determined to bring him onto the battlefield, even if it meant dragging him there. Since Chen Qing's arrival, the pace of the multiverse war had clearly accelerated. Although he and the other three had made significant progress through battle, if Lay Ming chose to retreat now, he would inevitably fall far behind his companions. This was something Chen Qing absolutely did not want to see. If Lay Ming couldn't keep up, he would not only become mediocre, but might also never reach the heights he had achieved in his previous life, rendering all his past efforts meaningless. In Chen Qing's eyes, Lay Ming was meant to become even stronger in this lifetime. At present, Lay Ming was already the highest level member of their group, but he was still far from reaching his full potential. Silently, Chen Qing opened his panel to check Lay Ming's stats. Lay Ming, beginner warrior, level 27. Chen Qing grabbed Lay Ming by the arm, looked him straight in the eye, and spoke firmly. Lay Ming, Mr. Wan Jie can go to the main city of the Tuk civilization, but you can't. Lay Ming frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why? Because you need to improve yourself in a short period of time, and the fastest way to grow is through war. Chen Qing's voice was low and powerful, each word landing heavily on Lay Ming's heart. Lay Ming was about to argue, but Chen Qing raised a hand to stop him. I know you don't feel any sense of belonging to the Tuk civilization, but you need to be clear about who your real enemy is. If the Tuk civilization loses, it won't matter where you run, but if they win, your enemies will still be there, still powerful, and you'll have missed your chance to become stronger because you ran away. When that happens, your enemies will still be an obstacle you can't overcome. After hearing this, Lay Ming's expression shifted uncertainly. His eyes darted back and forth, and his hands clenched and unclenched as he wrestled with his decision, weighing whether he should get involved in the Tuk civilization's war. Watching his reaction, Chen Qing sighed and spoke earnestly. More importantly, I don't want you to keep focusing on the small world of the Tuk civilization. He gestured to the group of companions behind him. Look at these people theory all coming with me to fight in this war, to battle the enemy, and to grow through the crucible of combat. If you don't keep up with us and fall behind, it'll be hard to catch up again. I don't want you to be stuck in the Tuk civilization thinking about revenge when we're out there exploring the galaxy. As soon as he finished, Wan Jie, who had been standing behind Lay Ming, stepped forward and gave him a gentle push. His gaze was steady. Lay Ming, Chen Qing is right. Only by experiencing war between civilizations will you understand how small you really are in the universe. The Tuk civilization is just a tiny place. The universe is the real stage. Go. I'll wait for you in the main city. Faced with the encouragement of these two important people in his life, Lay Ming hesitated no more. He nodded firmly to Chen Qing, a new determination shining in his eyes. Seeing that Lay Ming had finally made up his mind, Chen Qing smiled with relief. Let's Goth soldiers of the Rico tribe will be here soon. On the outskirts of the Silent Forest, the armies of the Tuk civilization and the Rico tribe faced off in the small town of Mock for only a few tense hours. Then, at the command of the Rico tribe's leader, a wave of Rico soldiers surged toward the Tuk civilization's line of mages. War had finally erupted. Mock was destined to become a bloody battlefield for these two civilizations. The mages unleashed powerful spells, beams of energy tearing through the air and shattering the Rico tribe's mechanical armor, exposing the grotesque bodies inside. At the same time, Tuk civilization's mages fell to the weapons of the Rico soldiers, their blood staining the ground of the town. War shows no mercy, only the ruthless struggle for survival, more brutal than any law of the jungle. The buildings of Mock were reduced to rubble in the crossfire. Chen Qing's humble cottage, his favorite noodle shop, Moha's magic store, all destroyed by explosions and spells. The Silent Forest was leveled by the Rico tribe, replaced by countless military camps that sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Even the boss monster that Chen Qing had been fixated on was likely destroyed in the Rico tribe's bombardment. At the heart of the Rico tribe's main base stood a massive spatial gateway. At this moment, the portal was expanding at an astonishing rate, with countless soldiers, supplies, and weapons pouring into the base. On the other side of the gateway, enormous war machines could be vaguely seen waiting, ready to be unleashed on the planets of the Taku civilization as soon as the portal grew large enough to accommodate them. Although the Rico tribe's strength far surpassed that of the Taku civilization, their combat power was limited by the size of the spatial passage and the challenges of fighting on unfamiliar ground. Currently, they could only deploy a fraction of their true might. The Taku civilization, though weak in terms of military strength, had thrown nearly everything they could muster onto the battlefield, making the disparity between the two sides even more apparent. Looking back at the previous cycle, the Taku civilization barely managed to withstand the Rico invasion, not because of their own power, but because they managed to hold out for 5 years by sheer luck, until reinforcements finally arrived and turned the tide. However, due to temporal restrictions, these support forces couldn't teleport directly and instead had to spend 5 years reaching the outskirts. The fires of war raged across Mocktown. After the initial large-scale clash, the conflict had devolved into a series of ongoing skirmishes. It was then that 5 small, shadowy figures quietly slipped through the town. Neither the Liko soldiers nor the Taku mages noticed their presence. After all, these figures belonged to 5 children, each around 10 years old. On the battlefield, even the smallest mistake could mean the difference between life and death. The Liko soldiers completely ignored the children, focusing all their attention on the Taku mages. The mages themselves didn't pause, only a handful shouting urgently, "Get out of here!" Yet none of them aimed their rescue efforts at the children. In their eyes, these kids were simply those who hadn't managed to flee in time when disaster struck, lost causes wandering the battlefield. However, the direction these 5 children chose to flee was anything but typical. They didn't run towards safety, but instead moved rapidly in the opposite direction. These 5 figures were none other than Chen Qing and his companions. Since arriving on the battlefield, Chen Qing hadn't rushed everyone into battle. Instead, he cleverly used their age as a disguise. Who would suspect that these seemingly fragile children were already at level 20 on average? This was no ordinary feat, especially considering the extraordinary talents of people like Luo Su. In just a year, they had grown from novices into individuals with the potential to influence the fate of the universe. Chen Qing deliberately gathered these prodigies together, making it impossible for the Liko tribe to guess their true identities. Since the enemy couldn't anticipate their actions, they had a chance to strike a deadly blow before the Liko forces could react. Chen Qing planned to use this opportunity to wipe out a large number of Liko soldiers in one move. After this surprise attack, the Liko tribe would immediately become more vigilant, and the situation would no longer be as favorable for them. Chen Qing glanced around the battlefield, watching as the Liko warriors and the magicians from the Tak civilization clashed in a fierce exchange of spells, magical lights flashing across the field. Interestingly, when he led Russell and the others past the Liko camp, the heavily armed Liko soldiers didn't pay them any attention, as if they were just ordinary townsfolk. Chen Qing, "It looks like the Liko are completely ignoring us," Lay Ming whispered, holding a white cloth bag containing a green-quality falcon spear that Chen Qing had specially bought for him. This weapon was a custom order from the dwarven craftsman, an expensive gift that not only earned Lay Ming's gratitude, but also suited his spear-wielding combat style from his previous life perfectly. In the equipment ranking system, white, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold, this green spear was already considered an exceptional weapon. In Chen Qing's group, Lay Ming was the only one armed. It wasn't favoritism. Rather, magic wands offered little advantage to mages in the early stages, and Chen Qing had planned to wait until Wan Tung could provide gear for Russell and the rest. Unfortunately, the Liko invasion came too quickly, leaving no time to prepare weapons for everyone else. Seeing Lay Ming's eagerness to fight, Chen Qing shot him a warning look. "Keep your spear hidden. Right now, the Liko see us as harmless civilians, and that's our biggest advantage. When the time comes, we'll catch them by surprise. For now, the most important thing is to stay under the radar." Even Du Hua, usually the most reckless of the group, nodded in agreement after hearing this. Though hot-headed, he wasn't unreasonable. "So what do we do now?" Lay Ming asked in a low voice. A mysterious smile appeared on Chen Qing's face. "Follow me." Chen Qing had always thought his mild ability to sense magic was useless, but on the battlefield, it proved to be a great help. The battlefield in Mocktown was in utter chaos, with all kinds of energies and magical elements intertwining. Yet Chen Qing's subtle magical perception acted like an invisible map, allowing him to clearly distinguish the distribution of magical elements and the strength of energy fields. Although this perception was still somewhat blurry, it had already formed a rough layout of the entire battlefield in his mind, much like a simple radar. With this ability, Chen Qing easily found an ideal area, one where the concentration of magical elements wasn't overwhelming, but the energy level was just right. This meant the fighting here was moderate. The Tucker civilization was at a disadvantage, but not overwhelmingly so, which was exactly what Chen Qing had hoped for. "This way," Chen Qing whispered, leading his team forward. As residents of Mocktown, Chen Qing and his companions knew the terrain intimately. They skillfully avoided the most intense fighting areas where the battle was far beyond what they could handle. While moving, Chen Qing was surprised to discover that both Russell and Desina also had similar magical sensing abilities, and their sensitivity to energy and magic even surpassed his own. They quickly understood Chen Qing's intentions and worked together seamlessly. "They can sense things even more precisely than I can," Chen Qing thought to himself. This detail clearly showed that while Du Hua's talent was remarkable, it was still a bit inferior to Russell and Desina's. The future potential of these individuals was evident even from their youth. Pushing these thoughts aside, Chen Qing swiftly led the group to their target area. Coincidentally, this was the very spot where Aguirre had once taught them. Now, the classroom was reduced to ruins, with shattered desks still recognizable among the broken walls. Hiding behind a collapsed wall, Chen Qing cautiously observed the battlefield. Over 100 Tucker civilization mages were desperately fending off fierce attacks from Liko mechanical soldiers. The barrage of gunfire was far more intense than the magical attacks, forcing most of the Tucker mages into a defensive stance, their protective shields forming solid barriers in front of them. Chen Qing squinted, carefully counting the enemy numbers. There were about 150 to 180 Liko soldiers, nearly half again as many as the Tucker mages. This situation was still extremely dangerous for Chen Qing's group. If even a squad of 30 Liko soldiers broke off to attack them, they would stand no chance. We'll only survive if we can get support from the Tucker mages, Chen Qing decided. Just as he settled on a strategy, a squad of Liko soldiers suddenly noticed them and quickly flew in their direction, their metal armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Kids, run. A mage in his 30s saw this and shouted urgently at Chen Qing and the others, his face suddenly pale. Helpless anxiety filled him. This area was already at a disadvantage, and the Liko soldiers had enough strength to spare for killing civilians. Many residents had already been slaughtered, and now several children, none older than 10, had appeared. The mage could already foresee their tragic deaths under the Liko guns and cannons. A race war is nothing like a conflict between nations. Invaders show no mercy to the inhabitants of another race. They kill without hesitation or remorse. Chen Qing's sharp eyes caught sight of a small squad of Liko soldiers flying toward them, and he quickly assessed the balance of power. 12-man standard squad. He counted silently, eyes narrowing. All ordinary soldiers, around level 20 to 30. Even the squad leader is just a level 40 elite. A cold smirk appeared on Chen Qing's lips. Clearly, this was the weakest unit the Liko could field, meant only for clearing out civilians. There was no need to send stronger troops. He calculated their chances. He could easily take down the squad leader plus 2 or 3 soldiers on his own, and after Wantang's training, Russell and the others had no trouble handling regular enemies of the same level. At this point, Russell and his group were comparable to elite units of their rank, each capable of dealing with at least 2 Liko soldiers. Although Desna and Duhua might be at a disadvantage due to their lower levels, they still had the more experienced and higher-level Lay Ming on their side. By Chen Qing's estimate, Lay Ming alone could handle 4 Liko soldiers, even assuming the mages could only fight at 60% of their full strength. Given this was their first real battle. With his hands behind his back, Chen Qing signaled his teammates with a prearranged gesture. Instantly, they all turned and ran, feigning panic and terror. Draw them away. Chen Qing had hammered this tactic into everyone during their journey. They had to lure the enemy away from the main force and buy enough time to wipe them out. Otherwise, any engagement would quickly draw in reinforcements from other Liko soldiers. Seeing their prey flee, the Liko soldiers gave chase without hesitation. This was nothing new to them. Hunted targets always ran. The gap between the two groups closed rapidly. Chen Qing deliberately slowed his pace, mimicking the awkward run of an ordinary 10-year-old. Soon enough, he was caught up. Just as one of the Liko soldiers began charging his rifle for a shot, Chen Qing suddenly spun around, cold light flashing in his eyes. With a shout, he called, "Now?" The instant Chen Qing shouted, his figure shot toward the Liko soldier like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The space around him seemed to ripple and distort, as if the distance between them had been compressed. This was a unique combat technique he had mastered after pushing his basic spatial control to its peak. Although this skill didn't appear on his system panel, it was a testament to Chen Qing's deep understanding of the essence of space. The Liko soldier was caught off guard. By the time he noticed the spatial anomaly, it was already too late. His well-trained instincts barely had time to trigger his defensive system when a sharp burst of magic sword energy struck him. His health bar instantly dropped by 2/3, with the system registering a devastating critical hit. To make matters worse, the passive effect of basic spatial control activated at the same time, trapping the soldier in the distorted space. For a full 2 seconds, the maximum immobilization time at full proficiency, without level suppression, was completely helpless. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Qing immediately unleashed the chaotic wind formation. Furious wind elements tore the immobilized soldier to shreds, killing him in a single blow. The sudden, instant kill left everyone present in shock. At that moment, the Liko squad leader revealed his own strength. 2 deadly laser beams shot toward Chen Qing, just as his previous attack ended, and before he could gather his strength again. The squad leader's timing was impeccable, striking at the perfect moment for a counterattack. As the lasers were about to strike Chen Qing, a twisted smile appeared on the squad leader's face. Although he hadn't been able to save his subordinate, the brief opening during Chen Qing's finishing move had given him the perfect chance to retaliate. But just as the lasers were about to hit, a strange ripple of space suddenly spread around Chen Qing. Basic spatial distortion, a skill that granted complete immunity to damage, absorbed both laser beams, leaving Chen Qing completely unharmed. Chen Qing turned around with a strange, unsettling smile and launched an unexpected assault on the squad leader. This unusual fighting style made the squad leader's eyes widen in shock. He quickly activated his energy shield and shouted a warning to his team, urging them to watch out for this mage's sudden close-range attacks. Before he could finish speaking, a thought flashed through his mind since, when does a mage willingly close the distance? This completely overturned everything he knew about the mage class. Normally, mages would cast spells from afar, not fight up close like this. Sure, mechanics were generally tougher than mages thanks to their equipment, but at this range, wasn't the mage afraid of being taken out instantly? The squad leader shook his head, forcing these thoughts aside, and let his entire body be enveloped in a suit of mech armor. At the same time, he drew a massive mechanical blade. As a rare mech warrior among mechanics, close combat was his specialty. He grinned and swung the blade toward Chen Qing. Meanwhile, the battle erupted on all fronts. Lay Ming led the charge, finally stripping the white cloth from his spear to reveal its metallic sheen. Enemy ranged attacks rained down on him, but a golden glow shielded his body, dramatically reducing the damage. He quickly broke through enemy lines, tangling several Rico soldiers in melee. Inspired by his advance, the other team members unleashed elemental magic, causing chaos among their foes. Chen Qing sensed the shifting tides of battle, but stayed focused on his duel with the squad leader. His chaotic wind spells hammered the energy shield again and again, causing it to shudder violently, but never quite break. The frustration was mounting. Attacking the shield felt like trying to crack a walking turtle shell. Yet inside, the squad leader was stunned. The young man's attacks were far more powerful than expected, on par with a level 45 fighter or higher. What was even stranger, despite landing 2 solid hits with his mechanical blade, Chen Qing seemed completely unharmed and pressed his attack relentlessly. Spatial distortions kept appearing, causing the squad leader's strikes to miss their mark. As the squad leader reeled from shock, a crisp crack suddenly rang out. The sound was faint, but it exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. The energy shield had finally shattered. Seeing the energy shield shatter, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Instantly, a wave of demonic sword energy condensed in his hand, and a sharp burst of power shot straight toward the squad leader. As the sword energy pierced its target, a string of bright red 1200 floated above the squad leader's head, causing a satisfied smile to tug at the corners of Chen Qing's mouth. Now that's the kind of damage I'm talking about, Chen Qing thought, pleased. Judging by the damage dealt, he quickly concluded that this Li Ku tribe squad leader was an elite monster, with a health pool somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000. For fragile classes like mechanics and mages, that was already a hefty amount of HP. However, now that the energy shield was gone, the squad leader no longer posed a real threat in Chen Qing's eyes. The squad leader's counterattack was swift. A surge of energy shot straight at Chen Qing's chest. He stood his ground, taking the blow heed in, and seized the brief opening right after to unleash another slash of demonic sword energy. Immediately, 3 sets of numbers appeared on the battlefield. The first showed the damage the squad leader did to him. The second reflected the pain inflicted on the squad leader by the Star Beast's counterattack ability, and the third indicated Chen Qing's own attack damage. Trading blows like this was a huge win for Chen Qing. Thanks to the Star Beast's damage reduction and the arcane resistance granted by ancient magic, the squad leader's full force strike only cost him 700 HP. Meanwhile, the Star Beast's nearly overpowered counterattack ability, combined with a 2 health regeneration per second, gave Chen Qing a clear advantage in this exchange. At this moment, Chen Qing's health pool had reached an impressive 13,000 points, a staggering figure. Most glass cannon mages wouldn't reach that kind of HP until level 65, and even warrior classes needed to be around level 40 to match it. With a regeneration rate of 260 HP per second, he had nothing to fear from a drawn-out fight with the Li Ku warriors. Watching Chen Qing's reckless fighting style, the squad leader's eyes widened in shock. How can this possibly be a mage's way of fighting? Even warriors wouldn't dare to be this reckless. What frightened him even more was that Chen Qing's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And there was something odd about this human's physique. When his heavy strikes landed, part of the force seemed to be absorbed, while the rest rebounded along his weapon, injuring the squad leader himself. Cold sweat trickled down the squad leader's forehead as he realized that continuing this battle could only lead to death. Without hesitation, he turned and tried to flee the battlefield. But Chen Qing wasn't about to let him escape. In a flash, he closed the distance, relentlessly blocking the squad leader's retreat with a barrage of skills. After a few exchanges, a fierce wave of demonic sword energy, boosted by his mechanical battle armor, sliced the squad leader clean in half. Mission experience gained, 2,000. The system notification flashed before Chen Qing's eyes. As a mid-level Li Ku tribe member, the squad leader's defeat brought a generous amount of experience, just enough for him to level up. Without hesitation, Chen Qing invested all the experience into his upgrade panel. With the Li Ku invasion imminent, he couldn't afford to spend time developing skills. He needed to boost his level and power as quickly as possible to prepare for the chaos ahead. Chen Qing took a quick glance at Russell and the others' battlefield. After a brief period of adjustment, they were starting to find their rhythm. Although most of them lacked real combat experience, Lay Ming, who was battle-hardened, had taken on the role of team leader and was coordinating the group effectively. Under his command, Russell's team avoided any major mistakes and were holding their own against the Liku warriors. When Chen Qing killed the squad leader, Russell and the others had also taken down 3 Liko soldiers, but their condition was far from ideal. They were all injured, their skin marred with burns and charred marks. Even Lay Ming, who served as the main tank, was covered in wounds, clearly having taken the brunt of the damage during the fight. Despite this, their performance was more than enough to satisfy Chen Qing. These prodigies truly possessed remarkable adaptability and learning ability, demonstrating such prowess in their very first real battle. Chen Qing scanned the distance warily, noticing that the main Liko force had already dispatched 2 squads toward them. Reinforcements were moving quickly in their direction. He knew they couldn't afford to delay any longer if the support squads arrived. Even he would be at a disadvantage. We can't drag this out, Chen Qing decided, moving straight into the fray. He wasn't concerned about whether this would affect Russell and the others' experience gains. With the war just beginning, there would be plenty of opportunities for them to practice fighting monsters later. Chen Qing quickly assessed the remaining Liko soldiers in front of him. Their health was already depleted, and they were clearly in poor shape. Without hesitation, he charged forward, appearing in front of 2 soldiers in an instant. Before they could react, he struck his left hand, unleashing a magic sword slash, his right firing off a chaotic wind attack instantly, wiping out both soldiers. Mission Experience 1000. Mission Experience 1000. The system immediately credited Chen Qing with the mission rewards. Seeing Chen Qing take out 2 enemies the moment he entered the fight, the remaining Liko squad members panicked, while Russell and the others grew even more excited, their attacks becoming fiercer. With the tables turning, the Liko squad was quickly wiped out under their combined assault. Though it seemed like a long battle, in reality, only a few minutes had passed. From the moment Chen Qing killed the first soldier, the main Liko force had taken notice of the group. When they saw Chen Qing holding his own against the squad leader, the Liko officers were stunned, unable to believe that a child who looked no older than 10 could possess such overwhelming strength. Although the Liko main force reacted quickly and dispatched 2 more squads as reinforcements, by the time they arrived, Chen Qing and his team had already wiped out the first wave. Lay Ming was particularly bloodthirsty today, managing to take out 3 Liko soldiers by himself, second only to Chen Qing in terms of kills. When he saw another Liko squad charging toward them, he immediately lost his head, gripping his falcon spear and preparing to rush forward. Lay Ming, fall back, Chen Qing shouted, grabbing his arm and pulling him in the other direction. He quickly assessed the team's condition since this was their first time on the battlefield and their first time killing. Everyone was overly excited and having trouble controlling their emotions. This was normal for new recruits. Russell and the other 3 mages, thanks to their higher mental attributes, were in better shape, but Lay Ming was completely overwhelmed and Chen Qing had no choice but to drag him away. This new group of enemies was clearly stronger than the last. Chen Qing could see from a distance that the 2 approaching squad leaders were level 55 and level 60, respectively. Level 60 was a whole new tier. No matter how much stronger his team got, they wouldn't stand a chance. They had to retreat immediately. Fortunately, even in his daze, Lay Ming could still recognize Chen Qing's voice. Hearing him call out, Lay Ming snapped back to reality, realized the danger, and bolted from the battlefield without hesitation. Run! Russell and the others took off at full speed. Even though they didn't have any status panels, their instincts told them that the 2 newly arrived squads were much stronger than the one they had just wiped out. The earlier battle had already drained most of their energy. If it weren't for Chen Qing, they would have struggled even against a weaker team, let alone these more formidable opponents. Their retreat gave the magicians of the Tucker civilization a much-needed breather. With the pressure on the battlefield suddenly eased, the magicians even began to push back against the Liko forces. The squad leader of the magicians watched as Chen Qing and the others disappeared into the distance, a look of surprise flashing across his face. He had never seen children who could take down well-trained Liko soldiers at the age of 10. Such talent was truly rare. He made a mental note of their faces, determined that if he survived this battle, he would immediately report them to the higher-ups and recommend that these children be given special training. Of course, the squad leader had no idea that all of these kids owed their abilities to the teachings of Wanting. Without Wantang's guidance, the Tucker civilization's standard education could never have produced such outstanding warriors. The same was true for Lay Ming. Although his teacher, Wanjia, had lost his powers, his eye for talent and teaching skills were still exceptional. These opportunities had shaped who they were today. Without such fortune, Russell might still be just an ordinary boy nagging Chen Qing to go to class every day. By now, though, Chen Qing had realized that their performance in this battle would probably attract the attention of the Tucker magicians, but that wouldn't help them out of their current predicament. He shot a fierce glare over his shoulder. The 2 Liko squads were still hot on their heels. Even after leaving the battlefield behind, their pursuers refused to give up. Clearly, Their feat of wiping out an enemy squad hadn't just caught the attention of the Tucker magician set, had also been noted by the Liko commanders. Faced with such promising adversaries, the enemy was determined to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Fortunately, although the pursuers were a bit faster, the gap wasn't insurmountable. The two squad leaders chasing them were clearly holding back, not moving at their full speed. If they decided to go all out, Chen Qing and the others wouldn't last long. But military discipline prevented them from abandoning their teams to chase alone. Doing so would put their own members at risk and leave themselves vulnerable if they ran into opponents of similar strength without backup. Although the two squad leaders felt frustrated, the best choice for them was indeed to lead their squads. When moving as a team, the overall pace isn't set by the fastest member, but by the slowest in the group. So, Chen Qing and his companions were actually comparing their speed with the slowest member among the two squads sent by the Liko tribe. This gave Chen Qing and his group a chance to escape. Facing two squad leaders who were both over level 60, Chen Qing didn't even consider fighting back. A gap of more than 30 levels meant not just a difference in strength, but a complete advantage in terms of class, skills, and abilities. His attacks would probably feel like a tickle, while any random strike from the other side could kill him instantly. No amount of courage could make up for such a huge gap. "Follow me," Chen Qing ordered decisively, then turned toward a specific direction and led the group out of the city at full speed. He was heading toward the small pond where his master, Masuaku, was located. Masuaku, Chen Qing thought to himself. Last time the Liko tribe invaded, he acted like it had nothing to do with him. Now that I'm his disciple, he can't just stand by if I'm in danger, right? He decided to drag his master into the mess. On a battlefield at this level, a high-level ancient mage could easily dominate the situation. By Chen Qing's estimate, Masuaku should be around level 80. Not everyone had Chen Qing's abnormal ability to ignore level suppression. If the two Liko squad leaders ran into Masuaku, they'd probably get beaten up like children. Chen Qing led his group skillfully through the battlefield, using his mild magical sensing skills to avoid the areas where fighting was most intense. After weaving through the chaos, they finally reached the small pond. "Master, Master, come out, or your only disciple in this generation of ancient mages is about to be killed." Chen Qing shouted desperately at the pond, his voice filled with genuine urgency. Watching Chen Qing call out so passionately to a pool of still water, Luo Su and the others looked bewildered. Lay Ming, who was a bit slow on the uptake, muttered under his breath, "Chen Qing, is your master some kind of carp spirit?" Before he could finish, a stone shot out of nowhere and struck Lay Ming squarely on the head. "Ow, that hurt," Lay Ming yelled, clutching his head. "Who are you calling a carp spirit, kid?" A gruff voice suddenly rang out. Everyone except Chen Qing froze in surprise, only then noticing an elderly man with white hair had appeared at Chen Qing's side. The old man glared at Lay Ming, a small stone floating next to him, ready to strike again at any moment. "Master." Chen Qing's eyes lit up with genuine delight when he saw Masuaku appear. Although he had come to the pond on purpose, he hadn't been sure if his reclusive master would actually help. Of course, even if Masuaku refused to intervene, they could still squeeze into his small cabin and rely on its illusionary wards to hide from the Liko tribe. But since Masuaku had chosen to show himself, it meant he was truly siding with the Tucker civilization. This reassured Chen Qing that, in the future, he could count on this powerful backer whenever trouble arose. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Qing grinned at Masuaku, already contemplating how best to make use of his formidable bodyguard. When Masuaku noticed Chen Qing staring at him with that look, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't shake the feeling that this kid was plotting something. He secretly regretted stepping in so early during the Likozu invasion. He had originally planned to stay hidden, but Chen Qing's earlier blood-curdling scream had startled him so badly that he thought something terrible had happened. Instinctively, Head rushed out, ready to protect his disciple. Who would have thought that not only was Chen Qing perfectly fine, he was bouncing around, and even seemed to be scheming against him. Humph, helping out this time was already an exception, there won't be a second time. Majuok's expression darkened as he silently weighed his options. Suddenly, a muffled boom echoed across the field. A missile tore through the air, heading straight for Chen Qing and the others. In the brief moment the two had been talking, Likozu soldiers had closed in on the battlefield. Majuok's head snapped up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Though he always seemed annoyed by Chen Qing, this was still his disciple. No one could watch their own student be bombarded by the enemy without feeling anything. The missile swooped down like a hunting falcon, but before it could reach Chen Qing, it was swallowed by an almost invisible distortion in space and vanished without a trace. An instant later, the missile reappeared directly above the Likozu squad. A deafening explosion followed. One Likozu soldier was obliterated before he could even react, his body torn apart and debris flying everywhere. Several others nearby were caught in the blast, suffering burns and lacerations, their formation thrown into chaos by panic and confusion. This was the effect of advanced spatial distortion magic. Unlike the basic version, which could only deflect attacks, the advanced spell could precisely redirect an attack to any location the caster chose. Truly uncanny and unpredictable. Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. As a successor of the ancient mage tradition, he knew all too well that Maswak wielded a far deeper mastery of spatial manipulation than he did. Whatever abilities Chen Qing possessed, Maswak had as well and more. Still, this technique that had once amazed players in his past life was no longer a mystery. The game forums were full of guides on how to counter spatial distortion. From what Chen Qing knew, the simplest and most effective method was to bombard the spell with rapid, low-damage attacks, draining the caster's ability to maintain it. Once activated, the mage couldn't choose which attack to redirect. This was the skill's greatest weakness. Of course, that was player versus player logic. Now, faced with the Likozu, who had never encountered ancient magic, the bizarre scene left them stunned. Fear swept through their ranks, but almost immediately, two squad leaders stepped forward. They moved with crisp efficiency, each raising a slender weapon and taking aim at Maswak. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed in alarm. That was a dark energy rifle. This weapon, exclusive to gunners in the machinist class, looked deceptively delicate, but it was deadly. The dark energy it harnessed was even more destructive and penetrating than compressed light. If a shot landed, it wouldn't just destroy Majuok's little house, the entire illusionary barrier could be wiped out. Even with Majuok's superior cultivation and level advantage, a direct hit from that rifle would be no joke. Chen Qing frowned, anxiety gnawing at him. He gritted his teeth. Could this old man really get taken down here? Maybe he had underestimated these dark energy marksmen. One coordinated volley might be enough to finish him off. But what Maswak did next instantly put Chen Qing's worries to rest. Maswak brought his hands together, fingers weaving through a rapid sequence of incantations. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force pressed in from all directions, impossible to ignore. This is a gravity formation that ancient mages can learn after reaching level 60, a powerful debuff skill. Masok formed a series of intricate hand seals, and mysterious runes instantly shimmered in the air. Under his precise control, the formation transformed into several gravity tendrils that wrapped tightly around two Liko squad leaders just as they were about to fire. Huh! With a thunderous shout, Masok slammed his hands downward. In that instant, the space around the two squad leaders began to distort, as if reality itself was being peeled away like a painting. Chen Qing's pupils contracted, immediately recognized this move as spatial rupture, one of the most lethal signature attacks of advanced ancient mages. The next moment, the stripped-away space shattered like fragile glass. Countless spatial fissures, sharp as blades, sliced the trapped Liko soldiers into pieces. None survived. Even the two powerful squad leaders suffered devastating injuries, their health dropping to less than half in an instant. Daisy could no longer bear the gruesome scene. She turned away and vomited, steadying herself on Chen Qing's shoulder. The skill was undeniably powerful, but its brutality left none of the victims intact. Masok remained unfazed, focused entirely on the fight. The two squad leaders who barely survived the spatial rupture immediately fired several dark energy blasts in retaliation. Masok quickly cast a space distortion spell, but the energy level of the attacks was too high. He failed to deflect them. With a snort, Masok swiftly conjured a triangular elemental array in his hands. The moment he released it, it vanished mysteriously in midair, only to reappear right in front of the two squad leaders. Before they could react, the forceful attack struck them head, sending their bodies flying several meters before crashing to the ground. After a few spasms, they died on the spot. Witnessing all this, Chen Qing couldn't help but look at this seemingly ordinary old shooting with new respect. This guy must be close to level 100 by now. He just wiped out two level 60 elite monsters in 2 moves. Because so few people had seen Masok in action in his previous life, and even fewer players were willing to pay the steep cost of returning to the starter village by Starship. No one really knew how powerful Masok actually was. With Chen Qing's reassurance, Daisy gradually calmed down. She rinsed her mouth with water magic, regaining a bit of color. Masok offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, young lady. I got too caught up in the fight and didn't realize how bloody things would get. Daisy shook her head. It's all right. Now that the enemy has invaded our home, I know we'll have to face scenes like this sooner or later. After making sure Daisy was okay, Masok suddenly smacked Chen Qing on the head. You little brat. You led the Liko here on purpose, didn't you? Chen Qing put on a look of grievance. Teacher, how could I dare? I was just running for my life. Besides, with your wisdom and unmatched power, only you could save me. Would you really just stand by and do nothing? Masok was clearly pleased by the flattery, though he still grumbled. Get lost. Don't expect me to clean up your mess next time. Glancing over Chen Qing, Russell, and the others, Masok was secretly impressed by the magical aura radiating from these young prodigies. He asked, So, Chen Qing, what's your next move? Should I send you all to the main city of the Taku civilization? It's too dangerous here. Chen Qing smiled and politely declined. No need, Master Masok. I'm still too weak. I want to use this war to train myself, so I won't go back to the main city yet. Mesok gave him a deep, meaningful look. Everyone has to make their own choices. If you've decided to stay, I won't stop you. War really can speed up your growth. But remember, don't always rely on my strength when you're in danger. That won't help you improve at all. Although Mesok's theory made sense, Chen Qing knew it didn't apply to him. He glanced down at his panel and smiled. Thanks to his digitized growth system, he never had to worry about personal development. Still, he realized that facing setbacks could be beneficial for someone like Russell and the others, helping them grow faster. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he decided he would need to be careful about using powers on the level of Mesok's in the future. After saying goodbye to Mesok, Chen Qing led his team back to Mocktown. To his surprise, Russell and the others had gained 2 to 3 levels each. Such rapid progress was remarkable. NPCs typically improved through personal insight and steady practice, not just by fighting. It was clear that these young people had reflected deeply after the battle, which had led to their significant advancement. Chen Qing, where to next? Are we heading back to the previous area? Lay Ming asked as he checked his gear. No, Chen Qing replied without looking back. Large-scale battles aren't right for us now. Our goal is to hunt down isolated members of the Liko clan. By this time, the battlefield had turned into massive group skirmishes, often involving hundreds or even thousands of fighters. In such chaos, a small squad like theirs could easily be caught in the crossfire. Besides, with their current strength, their impact in a huge battle would be minimal. Over Mocktown, explosions and magical blasts lit up the sky, thunderous noise filling the air. Bodies occasionally fell from above, kicking up clouds of dust in the already chaotic streets. Yet, this very chaos created opportunities for some. Danlier was one of those people. Together with 3 other Liko clan members, he had slipped into the tax civilization when the spatial rift opened. For Liko like them, invading a new civilization promised huge reward, whether by capturing slaves or plundering resources. It was risky, but the potential gains were irresistible. The military of the Liko tribe turned a blind eye to people like this, as they were like vultures on the battlefield, able to sniff out any survivors and take care of minor problems for the army. Danlier looked down at the spatial cube in his hand. This fascinating item, crafted with space compression technology, could shrink a vast area into something the size of a stone, functioning like a portable storage room with a capacity of 50 square meters. Inside, the cube was divided into separate compartments, each neatly organized. Magical items glimmered faintly, piles of gold coins gleamed coldly, and several oddly shaped minerals gave off an eerie glow. In a special compartment designed for living beings, a few humans were imprisoned, all unconscious and deathly pale. Thinking about today's haul, a satisfied smile crept onto Danlier's lips. He had scavenged a number of still usable magical items from a ruined magic shop and captured several fleeing residents from the Tuk civilization. After tallying up his spoils, he realized he had gained wealth worth about 5,000 gold coins in just a few hours. War really is the quickest way to get rich, Danlier thought smugly. Through certain connections, he had learned in advance about the existence of the Tuk civilization and the Liko tribe's imminent invasion, allowing him to secure entry well ahead of time. This small civilization, not yet fully integrated into the interstellar community, was weak both collectively and individually. The risks of invasion were low, but the rewards were substantial. Boss, look over there. Just as Danlier was basking in the joy of his gains, his companion tapped him on the shoulder and pointed ahead. Following his companion's gaze, Danlier's eyes lit up. Not far away, a young girl was staring at the 3 of them in terror, her delicate face etched with fear. She's beautiful, Danlier murmured, a rush of excitement welling up inside him. Even by Liko standards, this little girl was a rare beauty. Girls with such exquisite features were extremely valuable. For the right buyer, this one girl alone could be worth more than everything else in his spatial cube. Danlier knew all too well that among his business partners, there were wealthy humans who would purchase human slaves through special channels. These buyers especially favored young children. Boys could be brainwashed and trained as guards, while girls presented endless possibilities. Some traffickers even raised pretty girls from a young age for their trade. He exchanged a knowing smile with his companion. Today's haul just keeps getting better, he thought, moving towards the girl. Seeing the 3 Liko approaching, the little girl seemed paralyzed by fear, rooted to the spot with wide, frightened eyes. Danlier didn't think much of it. Had seen plenty of people so scared they forgot to run, and for a young girl, this reaction was only natural. As he reached out to grab her, a sudden flash of cold determination appeared in the girl's eyes. Danlier sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. A massive burst of fire erupted from the girl's hand, hitting him square in the face. Startled and burned, Danlier instinctively stumbled backward. At that moment, a spear fell from above, plunging deep into his back. His 2 companions were also struck by sudden attacks. Damn it, we've been set up. Danlier gritted his teeth. The fire attack wasn't particularly strong and caused little damage, but the ambush from the spear had landed a critical hit, slashing away nearly a tenth of his health. Regaining his composure, Danlier's anger flared. He quickly forced the spear out of his body, drew his mechanical blade without hesitation, and slashed at the girl. But just as the blade was about to reach her, a circle of magical light flared under her feet. A wall of earth, conjured from elemental magic, shot up and blocked the deadly blow. Formation, earth wall. Danlier's eyes widened in shock. But before he could react further, a blow far more powerful than any before struck his back, sending him flying and slamming him hard against the earth barrier. Spatial energy surged, locking him in place and leaving him unable to move. A young boy landed beside them, delivering a second strike before grabbing the girl's hand and quickly leading her away. The young boy and little girl were none other than Chen Qing and Daisina, while the one who had thrown the spear was Lay Ming. Together, they had used their unassuming appearances to set a carefully planned trap for the three Likos hunters. The fight was swift and efficient. Caught completely off guard, the three Likos hunters were taken down one by Chen Qing and his companions, with none managing to escape. A system notification sounded in Chen Qing's mind. Beep Mission Settlement 2000, Mission Settlement 2000, Mission Settlement 2000. Without hesitation, Chen Qing assigned all the newly gained experience points to his level as he watched the settlement messages flash across his panel. Beep level up to 34, 11 free attribute points gained. Level 34. Chen Qing pondered in silence. The war had already been raging for a full year, spreading from Mocktown to a much wider region. They were now in Jinghao City, not far from the heart of the Tuk civilization. A sign that the situation was even more dire than he had expected. With the full-scale outbreak of war, the Likos clan was sending wave after wave of troops to attack, and the Tuk civilization's mage forces were starting to show signs of exhaustion. They were short on manpower and weapons, and vast stretches of territory had already been occupied by the Likos. Mocktown, once on the front lines, had long since fallen and become a Likos outpost. Under the overwhelming strength of their enemy, the Tuk mages had been forced to retreat again and again, with the front lines now dangerously close to the civilization's core. Standing atop the city wall, Chen Qing gazed at the war-torn sky in the distance and let out a deep sigh. He couldn't help but wonder if all of this was somehow his fault. This time, the Likos invasion was far more intense than in his previous life, advancing this far in just a single year. If the reinforcements don't arrive soon, the Tuk civilization might be wiped out by the Likos, Chen Qing muttered to himself. If that happens, players will lose one of their main starting zones for mage classes. What Chen Qing didn't know was that in his previous life, the Likos had advanced slowly because they were fighting on multiple fronts against other civilizations, with most of their forces tied down elsewhere. But in this life, due to Chen Qing's actions, the Likos had invaded the Tuk civilization early, before launching any other wars. Chen Qing was like a butterfly, flapping his wings and causing a butterfly effect far greater than he could have imagined. Still, not all the news was grim. Over the past year, Chen Qing's team had made significant progress. Russell had reached level 33, Du Hua was at level 30, Daisina at 31, and Lay Ming had even hit level 38. As their levels increased, the experience required for each new level grew exponentially. Gaining levels was easy at first, but each new one became much harder to achieve. Chen Qing had noticed that Russell and the others seemed to need more experience than ordinary people to level up. He didn't know why, but he could only attribute it to the idea that geniuses always have more to learn than most. And it was true. Russell and the rest were much stronger than others at the same level. Over the past year of sparring, though Chen Qing still easily outclassed them, the pressure they put on him was now comparable to facing a level 45 Likos warrior. Lay Ming, in particular, stood out as the most talented. His stats and abilities were already reaching the level of a mini-boss in Chen Qing's eyes. Although Chen Qing benefited from double experience and additional experience from quest panels, his level was still similar to everyone else's. There was a hidden reason behind this. After reaching level 30, all his basic skills automatically advanced to intermediate level. While this seemed like a good thing, it actually created a huge experience gap for his skills. His 4 core abilities: intermediate ancient source technique, intermediate spatial distortion, intermediate spatial mastery, and intermediate magic sword, or all required an enormous amount of experience to reach their maximum level. These skills were crucial for Chen Qing, as he could only upgrade them to advanced skills at level 70 if they were all fully leveled. To balance his leveling speed and skill proficiency, Chen Qing adopted a compromise. Although these skills were only halfway mastered, even at this stage, his combat strength far surpassed others at his level. Upgrading to intermediate skills brought Chen Qing significant advantages in battle. Ancient source technique further reduced his skill cooldowns. Spatial distortion granted him stealth and the ability to solidify attacks. Spatial mastery enabled short-range teleportation and, when its passive effect triggered, extended the duration of enemy immobilization. Meanwhile, intermediate magic sword aura's power increased dramatically. In addition to these core skills, Chen Qing also mastered 3 ancient mage attack abilities: Mana Toxin, Ancient Curse, and Rhombus Array. Mana toxin inflicted a continuous poison debuff, with damage scaling to his intelligence. Ancient Curse was an instant damage spell based on spiritual power. As for Rhombus Array, its crowd control effect offered little benefit to his burst damage style, so he hadn't invested much in it for now. On the warrior side, Chen Qing mainly focused on enhancing battle physique and wuxia, both boosting his defense and resistance to status effects, while putting skills like Heroic Charge and Double Strike on hold. Notably, he obtained a random class skill from a quest demonic wing which allowed him to conjure magical wings for a rapid slashing attack from behind, perfectly complementing his spatial abilities. This made Chen Qing realize that the system had identified him as a magic swordsman, and his future class advancements would likely follow this balanced path. Just as Chen Qing was lost in thought, a deafening mechanical roar suddenly echoed across the sky, snapping him back to reality. When he and Russell looked up, the sight that met their eyes made Chen Qing's pupils contract sharply. Hovering in the sky was a strange-looking aircraft, resembling a cicada without wings. The deafening noise was coming from this very machine. What is that? Lay Ming stared up at the massive mechanical cicada floating above, his expression tense and uneasy. Chen Qing took a deep breath, a flicker of shock in his eyes, and whispered, "A starship." In his previous life, Chen Qing had seen this colossal machine countless times. Encountering it among the vast stars had felt almost ordinary back then. But now, standing on solid ground and gazing up at the warship hovering just above, he was struck for the first time by the overwhelming sense of dread it inspired. This cosmic weapon was truly terrifying. Even though the warship before him might be considered a lower-tier model among starships, for a surface-level civilization, it was more than enough to dominate the battlefield. Put simply, the Liko people deploying such a weapon was nothing short of a dimensional strike. Chen Qing frowned, his mind troubled by questions. Why would they use such a powerful weapon at this stage? Normally, sending a starship through a spatial passage took an enormous amount of resources to keep the gateway stable. In his previous life, the Liko only brought out this level of firepower when they were on the verge of losing to the reinforcements. Why are they using it now, less than a year into the war? Chen Qing muttered. It's like they're throwing down their trump card right at the start. How could anyone stand against that? He stared up at the massive ship in confusion. The gap between a galactic civilization and a surface-level one was insurmountable. The appearance of a starship meant that, no matter how hard the Tuk civilization resisted, defeat was inevitable. Magic ballistae? Magic laser arrays? Magic cannons? Chen Qing didn't know what trump cards the Tuk might still have, but against the might of a starship, even their full strength would be meaningless, like an ant trying to stop a chariot. The starship let out a deep, resonant hum as it sped toward the heart of the Tuk civilization. Clearly, the leaders of Tuk had noticed the threat in the sky as well. Chen Qing saw colorful magical weapons being activated from the main city, launching a barrage of attacks at the starship like a rainstorm. As Chen Qing expected, these attacks only caused ripples across the ship's energy shield, like raindrops falling into a pond. The vast pond, however, showed no sign of breaking under the relentless assault. Magic ballistae, while powerful in ground warfare, were nearly useless against a weapon designed for cosmic war. In terms of personal power levels, a starship was roughly equivalent to level 180, whereas ground weapons like the magic ballista barely reached level 120 or 130, a gap of more than 50 levels. At higher tiers, each level meant a massive leap in strength. After level 100, a 50-level difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chen Qing even suspected that these magical attacks might only be dealing the bare minimum damage, maybe just a single point, probably less than the ship's self-repair rate. Russell and the others were stunned by what they saw, frozen in place, their faces drained of color. The magic ballista was the most powerful weapon Russell and his companions had ever seen, and the terrifying force it displayed had always left anyone who witnessed it deeply shaken. In the past, it was a symbol of invincibility and unstoppable power, almost synonymous with absolute strength. Yet now, the scene before them was almost unbelievable. When the magic ballista's attack struck the massive starship hovering in the sky, it caused nothing more than a faint ripple. In comparison to the colossal warship, the ballista seemed as harmless and fragile as a child's toy. Lay Ming stared blankly at the giant vessel above, muttering to himself, just how powerful is a starship like that? Is it some kind of mechanical marvel? Why does it feel like even the strongest warrior would be completely helpless against it? This sight shattered his long-held beliefs about strength in an instant, leaving him shaken to his core. The sheer might of the starship was beyond anything he could comprehend. It wasn't just the warriors, even the power of the mages seemed insignificant before such a force. A troubling thought crept into Lay Ming's mind. Was this a power only gods could rival? Beside him, Russell was just as silent, a bitter smile tugging at his lips as he let out a faint sigh. Daisina and Dehua's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, emotions they tried to hide but couldn't fully suppress. Chen Qing stood nearby, watching his companion's spirits plummet. He opened his mouth, wanting to offer a few words of comfort, but in the end, He said nothing new that right now, no words could make a difference. Chen Qing understood all too well that this starship possessed overwhelming power, enough to crush all opposition. But he also knew this was only temporary. As their abilities grew, even a vessel of this magnitude would one day cease to be a threat, perhaps even become a plaything in their hands. After all, once personal power reached its peak, even the most formidable weapons of war would seem insignificant. However, Chen Qing knew that saying such things now would only sound delusional. Though Russell and the others had potential, they were still at the beginning of their journey, far from understanding the true power of the universe or the realities of war. To them, this starship was nothing less than a god. Even so, it was impossible for Chen Qing to ignore the terrifying destructive power of the ship. Its mere presence could decide their fate. If he told them now that someday they'd defeat such a starship with ease, not one of them would believe him. Just then, the starship in the sky let out another deep, resonant roar as its cannons suddenly opened. Chen Qing's face instantly went pale. He knew that the next attack would be catastrophic. Boom. A powerful energy beam shot from the starship's cannon, blasting down toward the Tuk civilization's military camp below. In an instant, tens of thousands of mages were swallowed by the blast, and the camp was obliterated, leaving behind a massive black crater. A third of the Tuk civilization's military strength vanished in that single strike. Immediately after, a second attack followed like divine retribution, this time targeting Tuk civilization's main city. The protective shield shattered like glass, and the ensuing shockwave leveled the entire area. Countless civilians lost their lives in the blink of an eye. The starship's full power could have been even greater. It could have easily destroyed the entire planet. But since the invasion wasn't meant to annihilate, but rather to plunder resources and enslave the population, this level of devastation was deemed sufficient. The only reason the destruction wasn't worse was because the remaining shields absorbed some of the damage, but with those gone, the Tuk civilization would have no defense left against the next strike. Chen Qing watched the horrific scene unfold in silence, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. He knew that the starship now held the fate of everything in its grasp. For now, all he could do was wait for himself and his companions to grow strong enough to change the course of their destiny. Chen Qing had no idea who the strongest individual in the Tucker civilization was, but at most, it would probably be someone on the level of Mistook. Once someone broke through to level 100, their growth would slow down dramatically, especially on a planet belonging to a surface civilization. That's why it was rare to see NPCs above level 100 in a small place like the starter village. Anyone who managed to surpass level 100 would seek opportunities to enter interstellar society as soon as possible. So, when a starship appeared over Tucker civilization, Chen Qing never imagined that any force could stand against it. He could almost picture the main city of Tucker civilization being torn apart in the next strike, with civilians captured and taken away. Although he didn't want to see such an outcome, he understood that defeat was almost inevitable for Tucker civilization. In the distance, the massive warship hovered in the sky, casting a vast shadow over the entire continent of the Tucker civilization. At that moment, a flash of blue light burst forth as the Lico race's starship unleashed its third devastating attack. The destructive energy cannon shot out in an instant, as if proclaiming the end of the Tucker civilization. Yet, just as the energy blast was about to hit its target, a figure appeared from the horizon, so small and seemingly insignificant. Who was that? Russell stared in shock, eyes fixed on the figure hurtling toward the energy cannon. The distance was too great for them to make out who had dared to intercept the attack at such a critical moment. Unconsciously, Russell and the others closed their eyes, unable to shake the thought. How could an ordinary person possibly stand against such overwhelming power? The might of the starship was enough to leave them all in awe and fear. But Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of hope flickering in his heart. He knew that sometimes, individual strength could surpass even the most advanced weapons of war. Still, his only worry was that person truly strong enough? The small figure charged straight into the path of the energy blast, without hesitation. Wild magical energy rapidly gathered in his hands, and then he collided head-on with the cannon. Boom! A dazzling blue light illuminated the sky as magic and energy clashed in a violent explosion. When the light faded, Chen Qing and the others quickly opened their eyes. To their amazement, the figure remained unharmed, still floating in midair. In comparison to the massive starship, he looked minuscule, yet the aura irradiating from him seemed powerful enough to support the heavens themselves, making him appear like a giant standing alone in the universe. A god. Russell stared at the figure in awe and reverence. Only now did he realize, from the intense magical aura, that this formidable individual was a mage. Could a mage truly become this powerful? The three mages beside Chen Qing were equally stunned, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at the mage standing in the sky. At that moment, the mage didn't pause. With a determined look, he flew straight toward the starship. While starships excelled at long-range attacks, their bulk and limitations became apparent when someone got close. Normally, A starship would never approach a planet this closely, always keeping its distance and attacking from afar. The Rico people had never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent when they set out to invade the Tuk civilization. Now, a mysterious and powerful mage was closing in on their starship, his handsome face clearly visible against the sky. The warship's commander was filled with regret, but it was already too late. At this range, the starship's heavy weaponry was useless. Its once impenetrable energy shield seemed as fragile as thin glass before the mage's power. With a swift series of hand signs, he drew countless magical elements together, compressing them instantly into a dense sphere of energy. Elemental detonation. Chen Qing cried out in shock. This was the ultimate technique only elemental mages above level 200 could master clearly. This mysterious figure's strength far exceeded his imagination. Magic elements surged and collided in the air, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The sky became a dazzling sea of elements, with deadly energy currents swirling beneath the surface. Under the impact of the elemental detonation, the mighty starship was instantly shattered and melted, its wreckage raining down from above. Civilians of the Tuk civilization erupted in cheers, with many falling to their knees in reverence, as if worshipping a god. The Rico invaders, terrified, fled back into the silent forest. Wanten, has he really decided to interfere in the conflict between races? A raspy voice echoed across the sky through a spatial portal. The mage responded calmly. Wanten seeks peace in the universe and the unity of civilizations. This isn't a race war, but an act of aggression. I'm simply here to stop the invasion. The Rico leader let out a mocking laugh. Wanten, he'll remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, the Rico army swiftly retreated through the portal into the silent forest. The mysterious mage then descended toward Chen Qing and the others. Seeing Russell and his two companions overcome with excitement, Chen Qing couldn't help but smile wryly. From the conversation just now, it was clear this powerful mage was a member of Wanten. In his previous life, the Rico invasion had happened a year later, coinciding with the time when Russell and his friends had left the Tuk civilization. This time, because the invasion occurred earlier, the three were caught up in the war, and now, at this very moment, Wanten had come for them, just like before. The Tuk civilization had been saved thanks to Russell and his friends, narrowly escaping disaster. The mage's real purpose was surely to take Russell and the others away and, in the process, to resolve the conflict in their homeland. For now, though, the three young people were still lost in awe, completely unaware that the mage had come specifically for them. The magician appeared before the group, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. His gaze swept over Russell and his companions, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips as he nodded almost imperceptibly. So, you must be Russell, Duhua, and Desina, the magician said warmly, his eyes filled with a gentle smile. You know my name? Russell exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. The magician paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. I'm not a god. My name is Lan Sua. I'm here specifically to escort you. To escort us? That's right. Lizard asked me to come, Lan Sua explained, straightening his robe. Both Lizard and I belong to an organization called Wanten. He's caught up with an urgent task and couldn't leave, so he sent me instead. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Lan Sua patiently explained the origins of Wanten in detail. Master Lan Sua, are you taking us to Wanten? Russell asked cautiously. Lan Sua nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. The three of you are natural-born magicians, truly gifted. To be honest, the civilization here in Taker is far too limiting for your talents. In Wanten, you'll receive the best training, and your future stage will be the entire universe. He paused, then added, of course, the choice is entirely yours. Confidence filled Lan Sua's heart. With the magical traces Lizard had provided, he had not only found the three of them precisely, but was also amazed by the incredible progress they had made in just a year. In a place as knowledge scarce as Taker, such rapid growth could only mean one thing: these children had survived the crucible of war. This realization made Lan Sua's eyes light up. Geniuses forged in the fires of conflict were exceptionally rare. Their resilience, experience, and potential far surpassed their peers. To find three such talents at once was an extraordinary stroke of luck for Wanten. Yet to Lan Sua's surprise, the three didn't immediately agree. Instead, they turned in unison to look at a delicate-looking boy behind them, silently seeking his opinion. Only when he nodded did they turn back and give their answer. Lan Sua's gaze was drawn to the boy. For the others to defer to him in such an important decision, it was clear he was not only their leader, but someone of great significance. Yet when Lan Sua tried to see through him, he found himself unable to read the boy at all. Despite showing no affinity for magic, this young man's body was filled with pure, ancient magical energy, as if it came from some long-lost relic. Even more astonishing was the sheer strength of his physique, far surpassing that of ordinary mages, and even most warriors seemed insignificant in comparison. Only a handful of extraordinary individuals could hope to match him in physical prowess. What was most puzzling, though, was that Lan Suo couldn't detect the slightest hint of talent in him. The boy appeared completely ordinary. Yet his foundational skills were unbelievably solid, as if every step of his training had been pushed to the absolute limit. To have reached such a level around the age of 10, could someone like that really be called untalented? Lan Suo couldn't help but question himself, finding the boy before him utterly inscrutable. He shook his head and turned his gaze to another boy, this one holding a long spear. Although Lan Suo had encountered countless prodigies across the universe, this young man still caught his eye. His natural talent was even a notch above that of Russell, and the others truly a genius among geniuses. With several such exceptional youths gathered together in a single team, and with a seemingly unremarkable leader who was clearly anything but ordinary, Lan Suo realized this group was far more complex than he had initially imagined. As his eyes swept over the other two boys, he didn't miss the chance to extend an invitation. Without hesitation, he offered Chen Qing and Lay Ming an olive branch. Are you interested in joining Wanting? Wanting isn't just home to powerful mages, it also has many outstanding warriors. If you join us, you'll receive better training and have a much broader stage to showcase your abilities. Lan Suo could barely remember the last time he had been so proactive in recruiting others. After all, Wanting was one of the most prestigious organizations in the universe, and most people could only dream of joining. But just as he was preparing to welcome these two prodigies, he heard a gentle refusal. Sorry, Mr. Lan Suo, but I'm not planning to join Wanting. All right, then let's wait. What did you say? Lan Suo was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The boy with the spear had actually turned down Wanting's invitation, an opportunity most people would give anything for. Mr. Lan Suo, I'm not considering joining Wanting for now either, but thank you for your offer, Chen Qing added quietly. Lan Suo stood there in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. Wanting a place countless geniuses would do anything to enter had just been rejected by these two boys. He began to wonder if he hadn't explained the difference between Wanting and the Tuk civilization clearly enough, and a moment of self-doubt crept in. But he quickly shook it off. After all, his main reason for coming here was simply to recruit Russell and his two companions. His invitation to these two was merely because he appreciated their talent. If they chose to decline, so be it. Everyone has their own path to follow, and Lan Suo could respect that. Chen Qing, aren't you coming with us? At that moment, Daisy approached Chen Qing, her eyes full of hope. Seeing the reluctance and expectation in Daisy's eyes, Chen Qing shook his head gently and smiled. I still have things to do in the Tuk civilization. Once I leave here, I'm sure we'll meet again. While you're at Wanting, train hard, don't let Lay Ming and me leave you too far behind. Daisy's disappointment became even more obvious, her expression dimming as she let out a soft sigh, struggling to accept the reality. Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. If he could, he would have joined Wanting and enjoyed its benefits. But he knew he couldn't improve his strength through normal training like everyone else. If he entered Wanting, the others' abilities would skyrocket, while he could only slowly gain experience by relying on the star BS, a pace far too slow. He'd soon be left in the dust, unable even to catch a glimpse of their progress. As wonderful as Wanting was, it simply wasn't the right fit for him. Chen Qing understood that all too well. Lan Suo didn't leave with his group right away. Instead, he decided they would stay here for another week. During this time, he gave Russell, Duhua, and Daisy a week to completely cut ties with the Tucker civilization. In truth, the three of them had already drifted far from their old lives in Tucker. Russell's parents had died in the war, Duhua's only relative and uncle had long since passed away, and most of Daisy's family lived in the main city of Tucker, which was relatively stable now. Their old home, the small town of Mock, had been destroyed in the war, and any plans for rebuilding were still a distant hope. Despite all this, none of the five spent the week training, and Chen Qing didn't go out hunting monsters either. Over the past year, the five of them had faced countless life and death trials together, supporting each other and gradually building a deep friendship. Now, as they prepared to go their separate ways, none of them knew when they'd meet again, making every moment together all the more precious. In contrast, Chen Qing seemed much more at ease. Unlike the younger ones, he wasn't weighed down by sadness. He knew the road ahead would be full of opportunities, and the four of them were destined to become influential figures on a galactic scale. How could they possibly miss the chance to reunite? Besides, with him as the link between them, there was no way He'd let his carefully cultivated friends scatter to the winds. He already had a plan in mind. Interestingly, in his previous life, Lay Ming hadn't met the other three until after the Liko invasion had ended. Even more surprising, Lay Ming and Daisy had clashed for quite some time due to their conflicting personalities, which even affected some events that followed. But this time around, although Lay Ming and Daisy still didn't get along, the bond they'd formed as comrades had softened their relationship, so the old conflicts and future disputes were bound to change as well. Chen Qing didn't feel guilty about altering his story if the story could be changed so easily. What would be the point of his journey through time? Friendship is precious, but no matter how deep the bond, over time it inevitably fades. The challenges ahead would be far more complex than the Liko invasion they faced now. and Chen Qing realized he needed to prepare for whatever changes the future might bring. One day, while the five of them were sitting together in a temporary restaurant in ISO town, Chen Qing suddenly pulled five small necklaces from his pocket. Each necklace was similar in design, delicate and simple, looking like nothing more than an ordinary trinket. He handed them out one by one to Lay Ming and the others. Russell took his necklace and noticed a tiny character engraved on it, Tion. He looked puzzled. Qing, what's this? Russell asked quietly. Chen Qing grinned. We're going to be big shots across the universe someday, right? We'll need our own alliance. I thought about it yesterday. Let's call it the Tion Alliance. From now on, we're the founding members. Our own alliance? Sounds fun. Daisy laughed, slipping the necklace over her neck. The others quickly followed, as if wearing the necklaces sealed some mysterious pact between them. The Tion character on each pendant shimmered faintly, as if it were a symbol of destiny. Watching them all put on their necklaces, Chen Qing couldn't help but smile to himself. After all, aside from him, they were only about 10 years old. Of course, they'd be curious and excited about something new like this. Although this necklace seemed more like a joke or a keepsake, it also gave Chen Qing an opportunity to bring everyone together. As for the origin of the name Tion Ming, Chen Qing admitted he wasn't good at naming things. It was simply an abbreviation for Genius Alliance and didn't hold any special meaning. Of course, he kept this little detail to himself. Still, Chen Qing had great confidence in the Tion Ming he created with his own hands. He knew that if he could gather the most promising people in this world, once they grew stronger, the influence of Tion Ming would be significant. It was as if he already knew the outcome and just needed to design the process, making everything much easier. Qing, by the way, you still haven't told us why don't you want to join Wanting? Luo Su suddenly asked, changing the subject. She glanced at Chen Qing and Lay Ming, and everyone else fell silent. She continued, Lay Ming too. Wanting is a great opportunity for us to grow quickly. After all, the Taker civilization isn't a place we can stay for long. Why not leave with us now? Everyone was quiet for a moment. Chen Qing simply shook his head without answering. Those who knew him understood that if he didn't want to talk about something, it was best not to push him. They could only turn to Lay Ming for an answer. Lay Ming was silent for a while before he finally spoke. I have an enemy in the Taker civilization. If I just leave like this, I can't accept it. His voice carried a hint of restraint, showing that this was not an easy story for him to tell. Everyone exchanged surprised looks. Lay Ming had an enemy in the Taker civilization? Only Chen Qing knew about this. In fact, even if Chen Qing didn't join Wanting, he could have left the Taker civilization for a higher-level world, taken on new missions, and fought stronger monsters. But he chose to stay, partly to wait for the Sunto-arrived players, and partly to fulfill his promise to help Lay Ming get revenge. Lay Ming's revenge quest was still on Chen Qing's task list. If he failed, Lay Ming's favorability would drop sharply, possibly breaking their bond. Despite this, Chen Qing didn't share any of this with Luo Su and the others. He understood that the three of them were at a crucial stage of growth and should join Wanting without distractions and focus on their training. Meanwhile, he would remain in the unpredictable Taker civilization, waiting for the players who were about to enter the Multiverse War World. When that time came, chaos would truly descend. The players would arrive with unmatched growth speed. Compared to them, both Chen Qing and Luo Su would seem slow. Players leveled up far faster than ordinary people. Even the professional players who entered the world alongside Chen Qing last time could reach level 100 in a year. And once players leveled up, Chen Qing and his companions would face a new problem. They could easily become targets, treated as bosses to be challenged. Players had unlimited chances to respawn. Dying only cost them a bit of experience. But defeating a boss-level character brought huge rewards in reputation, skills, and experience, making it a tempting goal. Chen Qing knew that if a major guild came for them, even if Luo Su could easily defeat 50 level 100 players, she might not escape unscathed if hundreds attacked together. Behind all these complicated situations, Chen Qing understood that the coming storm was only just beginning. The relationship between players and the NPCs in this world is incredibly complex. Sometimes they work closely together, while other times they turn on each other without warning. One moment they're settling a quest, and the next, they might be leading a mob in open conflict. Chaos and self-interest have become almost synonymous with players. In his previous life, Chen Qing was one of them, so he deeply understood the logic behind their actions and their psychological weaknesses. That's precisely why he chose to stay in the Tuk civilization and patiently wait for the players to arrive. His goal was to get a head start or reach out to the players as soon as they entered the world and establish a connection. This was the real reason he stayed behind. Heavenly Alliance was the bridge he built for this very purpose. Although the founding of Heavenly Alliance started off as something of a game for Russell and the others, Chen Qing had always had a clear plan in mind: to create an organization led by talented NPCs from across the universe, pooling resources to offer players all sorts of conveniences, support, and benefits. He wanted to attract players with incentives and then guide and manage them through a system of rewards, penalties, or reputation. In this way, even if players eventually turned against him and saw him as a boss to defeat, They would have to weigh the consequences after all. Being expelled from the alliance would mean losing all their advantages. For NPCs, the real threat in the future wouldn't come from the ever-changing political landscape of the universe, but from the unpredictable nature of the players themselves. Once everything was arranged, Lan Sua finally came to escort the group away from the Tuk civilization. As they were about to leave, Dessa fixed her gaze on Chen Qing, her voice tinged with an emotion even she couldn't quite name. Chen Qing, remember after you leave Tuk, you have to come find me in Wantan. They'll be waiting for you there. The subtle emotion in her eyes went unnoticed even by herself, and Chen Qing didn't catch it either. He called back loudly, "Don't worry. They'll definitely bring Lay Ming to see you." Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the sky. A massive spaceship slowly descended, its silvery hull gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. This was Lan Sua's vessel, which had been hovering in orbit above the Tuk star system and was finally landing to take them on their journey. With Dessa watching them leave, Chen Qing, Russell, and the others boarded for Wantan. Despite a few unexpected twists, the story was still generally following its predetermined course. As the spaceship left the Tuk civilization behind and disappeared into the sky, Chen Qing and Lay Ming exchanged a glance. They both knew there was something even more important ahead: Lay Ming's revenge. Given Lay Ming's personality, letting go of his hatred was impossible. In fact, in his previous life, he only left the Tuk civilization after he had finally avenged himself. Chen Qing had no intention of persuading him otherwise. He understood that this was not only Lay Ming's obsession, but also a line that could not be crossed, a debt of blood that demanded repayment. The war had dealt a devastating blow to the Tuk civilization. Over half of its mage army had been wiped out, and the survivors were mostly scattered and weakened. Even the main city had suffered bombardment from the cosmic warships, causing severe damage despite the core remaining intact. As the largest city and administrative and economic center of the entire civilization, the main city's internal factions were already tangled in a web of competing interests. Now, the situation had only become more dire. Within the power structure of the Tucker civilization, for major factions, each controlled their own territory. The royal family was the most powerful, firmly holding the reins of the military. The Guhue family focused on economic trade, controlling nearly 30% of the commercial sector. The Mage Association maintained a neutral stance and was loosely organized. The Nai family, however, was a formidable force that even surpassed the Guhue family. Not only did they have business interests, but they also commanded their own private armed forces. Lay Ming's enemy was, in fact, the leader of a prominent branch of the Nai family. Although Lay Ming and Chen Qing had both grown much stronger recently, they were still no match for such a colossal family. Chen Qing was well aware of this. Back during the war, the five of them had gained widespread recognition for their outstanding performance. The royal family of the Tucker civilization had repeatedly tried to recruit these talented individuals, hoping to bring them under their banner. However, Chen Qing had politely declined to believe that, despite its current strength, the Tucker civilization would eventually become a limitation to their future ambitions. Interestingly, the royal leadership seemed to understand his reasoning. Rather than forcing the issue, they maintained a cordial relationship through small gestures and favors. At this point, the Tucker civilization had just emerged from war, suffering heavy losses among its mages, which severely weakened its military power. The nation was now in a critical period of post-war reconstruction. Chen Qing decided to hold back for the time being. He explained his reasoning to Lay Ming. Right now, the capital is like a pot of muddy water. We still don't know the true extent of each faction's losses. Who suffered the most from the war? How much did the Nai family lose? How will the balance of power shift in the aftermath? All of this remains unknown. He reminded Lay Ming that, in his previous life, the road to revenge had lasted more than a year. The war with the Tucker civilization had dragged on for 5 years, and Lay Ming's strength back then far surpassed what it was now. Acting rashly could easily provoke a pursuit by mages of level 70 or higher, a truly dangerous prospect. After a thorough discussion, Lay Ming agreed with this assessment. In the end, the two of them reached a consensus. They would first slip into the capital, wait patiently for the right moment, and look for an opportunity to take revenge amidst the chaos. So, after bidding farewell to Russell and the others, Chen Qing and Lay Ming packed lightly and set out on the road to the Tucker civilization's capital. The main city of the Taker civilization is called Taker City. As the heart of a society dominated by mages, every corner of this place reflects the residents' pursuit of culture and luxury. Elegant magical buildings line the wide streets, and though the scars of war are still visible and the crowds thinner than before, the city's unique blend of opulence and culture remains unmistakable. For Chen Qing, this was his first time setting foot in Taker City. In his previous life, the city was only open to players below level 40, and most players would move on to the Interstellar Society after reaching level 30. As a result, even though he had created new characters in the Taker civilization several times, he had never visited this extravagant metropolis. If it weren't for helping Lay Ming carry out his revenge plan, he probably wouldn't have come this time either. Yesterday, After Chen Qing and Lay Ming arrived, they immediately got in touch with Xiaoduan, the official sent by the royal family. Clearly well prepared, Xiaoduan arranged upscale accommodations and fine meals for them. While most people in this post-war city were busy rebuilding, Chen Qing and Lay Ming could leisurely admire the city's unique architecture and enjoy a level of hospitality far beyond the norm. Gentlemen, His Majesty would like to see you today. Please come with me, Xiaoduan said with a warm smile, standing at Chen Qing's door. This meeting had already been mentioned on their way here, and Chen Qing agreed without hesitation. As he followed Xiaoduan toward the palace, Chen Qing couldn't help but be impressed. The grandeur of the palace exceeded anything he had imagined. Even the city walls, inlaid with rare magical stones and precious gems, were worth a fortune. It made him wonder if this was why the Taker civilization was in no rush to join the interstellar society. After all, who would willingly give up such a comfortable life of royal privilege to become a subordinate of a higher civilization? After passing through several palace gates, Xiaoduan led them to a magnificent hall. The emperor had just finished dealing with state affairs and was resting inside, preparing to meet them. Outside the hall stood a row of powerful mage guards. When Chen Qing tried scanning them, all of their information appeared as question marks. Any one of these guards could easily defeat Aguer, but after all had been through in his previous life, such a show of force didn't faze Chen Qing. He followed Xiaoduan into the hall without a trace of emotion on his face. The grand hall was brightly lit. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe sat at the highest seat, meticulously reviewing memorials with a red brush in hand. His stern features and every movement radiated the authority of a true emperor. Your Majesty, Chen Qing and Lay Ming have been brought here, Xiaoduan reported softly. The emperor calmly finished his last annotation before raising his eyes to examine the two young men standing below. Seeing their youthful yet commanding presence, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He then spoke in a steady tone. You two have come a long way, and I appreciate your efforts. At such a young age, both of you have already achieved remarkable abilities. Your talent is extraordinary, and I believe you will become pillars of the Taker civilization. Although Chen Qing had little patience for these formalities, he still stepped forward respectfully, mindful of the knowledge he had gained from the Taker civilization. Your Majesty, my three friends have left Taker civilization and joined Wantangli. Wanting. The emperor's expression changed instantly as he pressed further. Is that the organization behind Mr. Lanso? He visited before, and we had a good rapport, but his ambitions lay elsewhere. Despite my efforts to keep him, he chose to leave. If your friends have joined Wantung, it is still something of a blessing for the Taker civilization. Just as Chen Qing was about to reply, the doors to the hall suddenly swung open. A mage rushed in, barely able to catch his breath before dropping to one knee and reporting, Your Majesty, forgive me for intruding. The situation is urgent. I have something important to report. You are forgiven, speak. The Nai family has taken advantage of the post-war reconstruction to move troops to the Qingdong Plains, just one city away from Taker City. Our spies report that the Nai family's leadership has vanished without a trace. Their personnel in the city are making suspicious moves, and they are purchasing large quantities of weapons. Your Majesty, I fear. The mage didn't finish, but everyone in the hall understood. The emperor's brows knit together, his expression grave. The Nai family had chosen their moment while the royal family was still recovering from the war. With their main forces scattered across the realm for reconstruction, their remaining troops were no match for the Nai family. Worse still, the royal family had borne the brunt of the fight against the Liko tribe, with the Nai family only joining the battle in its later stages. The final, unexpected battle with the cosmic warship had cost the royal family more than half their elite forces. Now, if the Nai family rebelled, the royal family would struggle to respond. At the mention of the Nai family, Lay Ming clenched his fists, but soon felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning, he saw a meaningful smile on Chen Qing's face, as if everything was unfolding just as he had expected. Chen Qing had, of course, been waiting for this moment. If his memory served him right, the Nai family had always been a restless presence. After the war between the Tuk civilization and the Liko clan, the Nai family had begun to act more and more unruly. Since they had already shown signs of rebellion, Chen Qing was certain that the Nai family wouldn't let this opportunity pass them by. With only his and Lay Ming's strength, it would be nearly impossible to destroy the Nai family within 2 or 3 years. They would need the power of the royal family. Chen Qing's visit to Tuk City and his audience with the emperor was just a way to get his face known. He planned to wait for the Nai family to show clear signs of revolt, and then, by leveraging the conflict between the two sides, he could step in. What he didn't expect was for the Nai family to reveal their rebellious intentions on the very day he arrived at the palace. Still, Chen Qing didn't immediately take a stand today. He knew all too well that showing excessive eagerness would only arouse suspicion. If he got involved too soon, he might even draw the emperor's guard. It would be better to wait until the two sides were locked in conflict, and then step in at the right moment. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to use the royal family's power. The emperor discussed something briefly with the mage, who then took his leave. Only then did the emperor turn his attention to Chen Qing and Lay Ming, smiling as he said, "I hope I haven't embarrassed you. Aside from thanking you both for your contributions in the war, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you today." He clapped his hands, and after a moment, two maids appeared, carrying a white tray. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Qing saw two mysterious black sheets of paper resting quietly on the tray, and he had a vague sense of what they might be. "These," the emperor began slowly, "are core secrets we seized from the Liko clan. Both of you are rising stars of the Tuk civilization, and I've heard about your outstanding contributions in the recent war. I'm giving you these two copies of the core secrets as a token of appreciation for your efforts." As Chen Qing and Lay Ming each took a black sheet of paper, Chen Qing felt a jolt of excitement. At that moment, his information panel popped up with an update. Ding Liko Clan Core Knowledge 1. Ding Liko Clan Invasion Mission Complete. Ding Leader's Mission Complete. A wave of joy surged in Chen Qing's heart. He had been keeping an eye on his mission progress these past few days, but nothing had been settled yet. He hadn't expected that meeting the Emperor was the final requirement for completion, though he didn't understand why defeating the Liko clan and seeing the Emperor were directly connected. As long as the mission was complete, he was satisfied. As for the core knowledge, the more he had, the better. It represented the gap between him and the boss-level figures, and was key to his future success. What he cared about most, though, was the reward from the leader's mission. Any one passive skill from Russell, Duhua, or Deisina. This meant that once the three had reached their full potential, he could copy a skill from any of them. With his knowledge of the trio from his previous life, he already had a list of skills he wanted to copy. There were plenty of options, but he knew exactly which ones mattered most. With those, he could combine their strengths, break the balance of the game, and become an unstoppable force. Unfortunately, Chen Qing couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Lay Ming, who looked utterly confused. Chen Qing could only sigh to himself. Lay Ming's name was nowhere to be found on the leader's mission list, which left Chen Qing feeling rather disappointed. He clearly remembered Lay Ming's enviable passive abilities from his previous life, yet now he had missed his chance to acquire them. Since the mission was already settled, Chen Qing saw no reason to linger in the palace. As for the Yi family's rebellion, he decided to leave that headache to His Majesty for the time being. The timing wasn't right to get involved. After returning to their residence, Chen Qing and Lay Ming immediately began to study the core knowledge of the Liko clan. That familiar, mysterious sensation washed over them as the black paper emitted a faint glow, just like when they had absorbed the core knowledge of the Tuk civilization. Before long, they completed the knowledge transfer. A system prompt appeared. Acquired Liko clan core knowledge fragment. Type: mechanical knowledge. Effects: increases energy usage efficiency by 10. Raises firearm skill damage by 8. Boosts energy immunity by 5. Grants basic mental immunity. Increases resistance to illusion skills by 10. Increases critical damage by 10. Permanent attribute increases. Strength 5, Endurance 2, Spirit 15, Intelligence 7. Chen Qing carefully analyzed this core knowledge tailored for mechanics, but couldn't help feeling a bit let down. Improvements to energy efficiency and firearm damage meant little to him. The energy immunity overlapped with his Star Beast talent, offering only about a 1 increase at best. Even the illusion resistance seemed redundant for a mage with high spirit and intelligence. Still, it was better than nothing. At least the permanent attribute boosts were decent. Now, in addition to the Tuk civilization, Chen Qing's core knowledge module included an option from the Liko clan. Judging by the stat increases, the Liko core knowledge was indeed superior to Tuk's, and this was only a fragment. This set Chen Qing's mind racing. The higher the civilization level, the greater the benefits from their core knowledge. He couldn't help but start thinking about Wantang's core knowledge, which surely far surpassed the Liko clans. It seemed he'd need to have Russell and the others help him obtain a core knowledge tailored for mages. Just then, a soft hum sounded nearby. Chen Qing turned to see Lay Ming, who had finished absorbing the core knowledge, looking puzzled and showing no obvious signs of improvement. "How are you feeling, Lay Ming?" Chen Qing asked curiously, wanting to know what it was like for an NPC without a player panel to absorb core knowledge. Lay Ming wore a confused expression, hesitating before replying. "I feel like there's a lot I haven't fully understood, but I seem to have gained some insights into energy manipulation for mechanics. Maybe they'll be able to avoid some unnecessary energy damage when facing mechanics in the future." Chen Qing raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. It appeared Lay Ming had also gained some energy resistance, though he didn't mention any specific stat increases. This suggested that for native NPCs, digesting core knowledge would take a significant amount of time. The player panel really is an amazing thing, Chen Qing thought to himself with a sigh. The Qingdong Plain lies to the east of Taker City, separated from it by a small town called Jinghui City. Once a royal hunting ground, the plain has quietly transformed into a military encampment, where regiment after regiment stands in neat formation, banners snapping in the wind. Passers-by hurry along the road, none daring to linger. Though they don't know why the army is gathered here, the soldiers' cold stares and tense posture send a clear warning. People quickened their pace, eager to leave Qingdong Plain behind, all sharing the same uneasy suspicion the army's true target may well be Taker City. Whenever this thought arises, a chill runs down their spines, and they force themselves not to dwell on it. If it's true, then after the devastation of the race wars, Taker civilization could be facing another era of chaos. At that moment, a huge gray silhouette appeared in the sky, a colossal gray rock, racing toward the camp. As it drew closer, everyone could make out a tall figure standing on the rock's back, robes billowing in the wind. When the rock soared above the encampment, the figure suddenly leapt from its back, plunging straight down. Just as it seemed he would crash to the ground, an invisible force caught him, allowing him to land smoothly at the camp's entrance. As soon as he touched down, he casually tossed an object toward the soldiers. Had Chen Qing been present, he would have recognized it instantly, the severed head of the mage who had reported to the emperor just days before. Who was this uninvited guest, capable of beheading a mage of at least level 70, one of Taker civilization's most formidable warriors? The garrison commander clearly recognized the head's owner. His eye twitched involuntarily as he hurried forward, bowing deeply. Your subordinate greets the second master. The newcomer was none other than Wang Fei, the second master of the Yi family. Unlike most in the leading mage families, Wang Fei was an anomaly, had no interest in magic, choosing instead to pursue the path of the warrior and demonstrating extraordinary talent in a remarkably short time. After decades of growth, he had become a force to be reckoned with. Wang Fei gestured for the commander to step aside, then strode to the center of the assembled troops. Sweeping his gaze over the soldiers, he spoke in a booming voice. You've all seen it with your own eyes. Taker civilization was invaded by outsiders, only to be crushed completely by a starship. Even our mage battalions lost nearly 40% of their strength. In the end, it comes down to one thing. Taker civilization is simply too weak. Most of the soldiers below looked downcast at his words, their shoulders slumping. But Wang Fei ignored this, his voice ringing out cold and clear. There's no need to belittle yourselves. If we're outmatched, it's because we've fallen behind. The royal family of Taker shuts itself off, selfishly clinging to power, refusing to join the interstellar community. As a result, we're behind in knowledge, in technology, in information. Make it so that the Tucker civilization can never produce powerful warriors. Wang Fei's voice thundered across the military camp, echoing in the air above. The soldiers below clenched their fists, flames of anger igniting in their eyes. Seeing their reaction, Wang Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. He stood tall and spoke even louder. Think about it, if our Tucker civilization could join the interstellar community, with our own champions and our own starships, would we still fear foreign invaders? Would we still be trapped in despair like we are now? Every word struck deep into the soldiers' hearts. Brothers, Tucker needs progress. It needs change. But under the decaying rule of the royal family, that change is nearly impossible. So today, I am taking up arms to lead this revolution. Will you follow me and fight for the rise of our civilization? Progress. Change. Overthrow the royal rule. Join the interstellar society. The shouts rolled through the camp like crashing waves. Wang Fei raised his hand, signaling the soldiers to quiet down. Then, donning his armor himself, he swung onto a massive beast. He lifted his sword high, pointing toward Tucker City. For the rise of our civilization march. The mages mounted their magical beasts, while the regular soldiers climbed onto their horses, forming a mighty force advancing toward Tucker City. At the same time, the Nye family's forces within the city sprang into action. Assassins dressed in black flitted through the shadows of the city like ghosts in the night. Inside a certain royal mansion, a prince close to the royal family was feeding fish by the lake with his newly acquired concubine. The retreat of the Liko clan had left him feeling at ease, unaware that death was silently approaching. A shadow flickered by, and the prince's head dropped into the lake, sinking to the bottom along with the fish food. The concubine turned around to see the headless corpse and let out a piercing scream. Similar bloodshed erupted throughout the city. These assassins, all-powerful warriors, moved like phantoms. Against unsuspecting mages, they were as unstoppable as reapers in a field. Most mages fell before they could even raise a magical shield. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out as a massive fireball struck the eastern city wall. Several defenders were instantly reduced to ashes, and a gaping hole appeared in the wall. A figure radiating intense magical power appeared atop the ruins. It was Wang Jing, head of the Nye family, and the strongest mage in the Tucker civilization aside from the two retired emperors. After clearing out the defenders, Wang Jing took control of the eastern magical barrier. Watching the Nye family's army approaching from the distance, he revealed a satisfied smile. Everything had been meticulously planned. The groundwork had started in the previous generation, when the Lay family of warriors was wiped out and their core legacy seized. His magically gifted younger brother had secretly switched to the path of the warrior, while assassins and killers were trained in secret. Now, this hidden force had finally come into play, a weapon forged specifically to deal with mages. After Wang Jing seized control of the eastern city wall, a dark figure silently appeared behind him. Wang Jing remained calm, as if he had sensed the presence all along. Without turning around, he asked, "Shadow, what's the situation?" "Reporting, my lord," Shadow replied, kneeling on one knee, his voice low. "There are 870 senior royal magicians within the city. We've successfully assassinated 532 of them. The remaining 338 attempts failed. In addition, we've eliminated nearly 30% of the intermediate magicians." A trace of satisfaction flashed in Wang Jing's eyes. These results far exceeded his expectations. He wasn't concerned about the failed assassinations. After all, senior magicians always had their own means of survival, which he had anticipated. It was the loss of nearly a third of the intermediate magicians that pleased him most, as their sheer numbers made them the true deciding force on the battlefield. Although the outcome of the war would depend on other factors, weakening the enemy in this way was an unexpected boon. "Excellent," Wang Jing said in a low voice. "Withdraw our covert forces and abandon any unfinished missions. The royal family still controls much of Taker City. It's too dangerous to linger. Once I open the city gates, regroup with the main army outside." "Understood," Shadow replied, vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared. Meanwhile, deep within the royal palace, the emperor's face was dark with fury as he received the report. He issued a cold order. "Deploy the city guards and wipe out every last rebel. Mobilize the Magic Legion and the Enchanted Ballistas. Prepare to face the Nye family." A hidden force was swiftly set in motion throughout Taker City. As rulers of the Taker civilization, the royal family's secret power was even stronger and more elite than that of the Nye family. In an instant, all of the Nye family's assets in the city were confiscated, their collateral relatives executed, and the covert operatives they had planted were hunted down and eliminated. Bodies were stuffed into sacks and quietly removed from the city, demonstrating Taker's terrifying grip on power. The Nye family's influence was uprooted overnight, but this didn't derail Wang Jing's plans. He had already disabled the energy shield on the eastern city wall and withdrawn safely to the outskirts, joining the main rebel forces. Soon, a vast rebel army arrived at the eastern side of Taker City, facing off from a distance against the royal forces guarding the breach in the wall. A general clad in black enchanted armor rode out from the royal ranks atop a blazing magical beast, fixing his gaze on the rebels across the battlefield. The senior mage let out a cold laugh and swept his arm through the air. Instantly, dozens of members of the Nye family were dragged from the ranks of the soldiers behind him. They were dressed in rags, their faces gaunt and exhausted, hands and feet bound by heavy iron chains as they stumbled, pushed to the front line. "Wang Fei, I've long known you were traitors at heart," the mage shouted, his voice booming like thunder. "Behind me are your Nye family's kin, captured by my hand. Today, they'll use their blood to consecrate my battle flag. Let all you rebels see the fate that awaits those who betray the Taker civilization." His words echoed across the entire battlefield, stirring up clouds of dust while the soldiers' armor rang in response. As soon as he finished speaking, a general clad in silver armor suddenly charged out from the opposing line, sunlight glinting off his armor in dazzling rays. He gripped a dark red longsword, magical runes faintly pulsing along the blade, his posture tall and commanding. This was none other than Wang Fei of the Nye family. Wang Fei's gaze swept coldly over his kneeling clansmen before the royal army, pain flickering in his eyes before he steeled himself. Raising his sword, he pointed it directly at the enemy, his voice ringing out. "Li Zhong, if you want to kill, then do it. Spare us your empty threats. No one in the Nye family has ever feared death or clung to life," he declared with unwavering resolve. "The Taker royal family is corrupt and incompetent, ruling with tyranny. They're too afraid to join the interstellar community, leaving us to the mercy of foreign invaders. I will overthrow the Taker royals and liberate our civilization once and for all." Wang Fei lowered his voice, now earnest. "There's no personal grudge between us. If you choose the right side and bring your troops to join us, your name will be remembered in history as a hero of the Taker civilization." At Wang Fei's words, the general named Li Zhong's expression darkened with fury. He drew his sword in a flash, blade aimed at Wang Fei. "You traitors spew nothing but nonsense. We're on opposite sides now. Let the battlefield decide our fate." Li Zhong turned to the executioners behind him and gestured sharply. "Execute all Nye family prisoners. Offer their heads to the flag." With his command, the executioners raised their gleaming blades. In a blur of steel, the captives of the Nye family were beheaded, blood spurting forth and staining the ground red at the front of the battlefield. Wang Fei watched his clansmen fall, his face turning to ice, eyes blazing with murderous intent. He raised his dark red sword high, pointing it to the heavens. "How dare you? Brothers, charge with me." At his command, the Nye family's forces surged forward like a tide, crashing into the royal army. The battle erupted in a thunderous clash, the sounds of combat shaking the earth. This was the second war in a short span of time. Unlike before, when they fought off foreign invaders, this was civil strife. Though the nation was already weakened, for the Nai family. This was the perfect moment to topple the tyranny. With no other choice, they threw everything into their assault. Within a short time, Taker City was ravaged by repeated attacks. The two armies clashed in full force on the city's eastern side, magical lights crisscrossing the sky and spells flying everywhere. Warriors wielded their battle energy across the field's word energy arcing like rainbows, blades flashing like lightning. The shockwaves of their confrontation reduced that part of Taker City to ruins, scorched earth where nothing could grow. In recent days, Tucker City had been shrouded in chaos. Although Chen Qing and Lay Ming were staying in accommodations reserved by the royal family for foreign guests, as outsiders, they received no special treatment from the Nai family. They could clearly sense the frequent surges of magical energy erupting throughout the city, signaling that a storm was on the horizon. The fighting on the eastern side of Tucker City had dragged on for nearly a week. In a brutal skirmish, the rebel commander Wang Fei personally led the charge and beheaded Li Zhong, a prominent general of the royal army, displaying the head for all to see. This act severely shook the royal troops' morale, plunging the army into disarray and resulting in heavy casualties under the rebels' assault. In this moment of crisis, the royal family was forced to dispatch two supreme elders, both with powers exceeding level 100, to take command on the battlefield. The moment these formidable figures appeared, they demonstrated their overwhelming strength by killing two rebel commanders at level 80 right on the spot. Even Wang Fei, the rebel leader, was seriously wounded in battle. Had it not been for Wang Jing's timely intervention, he would likely have lost his life then and there. After this confrontation, exhaustion was evident on both sides. The royal army had suffered significant losses and needed time to recover, while the rebels, wary of the supreme elder's power, temporarily retreated to a neighboring city, leaving the conflict at a stalemate. Upon receiving these reports, Chen Qing fell into deep thought. During this period, he and Lay Ming had not been idle. Instead, they moved about the city gathering information and gradually pieced together the distribution of power within the Tucker civilization. The eastern region was under the control of the Nai family, including the border defense forces. Military power in the west was loyal to the royal family, with most commanders being direct descendants of the royals. To the north, the area maintained close ties with the Mage Association. The association, which had previously remained neutral, was provoked by the Nai family's assassination attempts, angering many mages and causing them to now lean in favor of the royal family. The most delicate situation was in the south. On the surface, it fell under royal jurisdiction, but in reality, it was dominated by the Guhui faction. In the current crisis, the Guhui faction displayed an unusually ambiguous attitude, always finding various excuses to delay the royal family's orders for troop deployments. Yet, Chen Qing understood well the rules of the game of power at such a critical moment. True neutrality was impossible. Neither the royal family nor the Nai family would tolerate any force sitting on the sidelines. The Guhui faction's apparent indecisiveness was, in fact, a sign that they had already made their choice. They were simply waiting for the right moment to act. As for whom to choose, Chen Qing only needed a moment's thought to understand. It was clear that Gu Hu's faction had already colluded with the Yi family. Otherwise, if Gu Hui truly supported the royal family, he would have intervened to stop the rebels long ago instead of hiding in the shadows and manipulating things behind the scenes. It seemed that the two sides were evenly matched, with neither holding a clear advantage, allowing for a back-and-forth struggle. The royal family had suffered a major setback this time, and was feeling extremely frustrated. Their power should have far surpassed the other three factions, but after a devastating blow from the Liko clan, an elite core of royal mages had been wiped out in an instant. Over the past year of conflict, the royal family had committed forces almost equal to the size of an entire royal legion. In comparison, while the other families had also sent troops, their contributions were nowhere near as substantial as those of the Tuk civilization's royal family. This shift created a subtle balance of power. Nevertheless, as the long-standing rulers of the Tuk civilization, the royal family still had a solid foundation. Whether in terms of high-level combatants or the number of advanced weapons, they clearly held the upper hand. During this period, Chen Qing had gained a deeper understanding of Tuk's top-tier power. To his surprise, there were quite a few individuals in the Tuk civilization who had surpassed level 100. The royal family alone had 6 such elites: the emperor, 2 retired emperors, 2 generals from the Western Legion, and an honored protector in the palace. The Mage Association had only 3 individuals above level 100: the president and 2 vice presidents. As for Gu Hu's faction, including their southern allies, they had 2: the clan leader and the southern grand marshal. The Yi family, despite being the royal family's main rival, only had 3: their leader Wang Jing, the eastern grand marshal, and the previous clan head. In terms of both military strength and elite combatants, the Yi family was capable of challenging the royal family, but they were still slightly outmatched. The balance was roughly 60-40 in favor of the royals. Still, Chen Qing had made up his mind. If the Yi family managed to succeed, it wouldn't be by chance. With their strength so close to the royal families, if they seized the right opportunity, their chances of a successful rebellion were high. At this point, the fighting between the factions had reached a stalemate, making any large-scale battle unlikely in the short term. For Chen Qing, this was the most critical moment. Early that morning, he contacted Xie Dun, preparing to enter the palace once again and try to recommend himself for a new opportunity. Just as Chen Qing opened the door and was about to step outside, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he froze in place. A new message had appeared on his interface. Ding. Portal activated. Player has officially entered the Multiverse War World. Seeing the prompt on the panel, Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. He frowned deeply, his mind racing according to the timeline from his previous life. Players weren't supposed to enter the Multiverse War World for another 3 or 4 years. Why had it happened so much earlier this time? A sudden thought occurred to him. Could the trigger for the player's arrival be the end of the war between the Liko clan and the Tuk civilization? Or was it actually the rebellion of the Nai family that set everything in motion? Regardless of the reason, the player's intervention years ahead of schedule was bound to disrupt the natural order of this world, and might even turn the war between the Nai family and the royal family into a conflict between player factions. Chen Qing shook his head, pushing these complicated thoughts aside for now. The most important thing at the moment was to meet the emperor. Xie Dun led the way ahead, and since both of them had already been to the palace once before, they felt much more at ease this time and soon arrived at the familiar Great Hall. After Xie Dun announced their arrival, Chen Qing stepped inside. The emperor sat on his throne, his gaze falling on the two of them. His tone was noticeably colder than before. What brings you both to the palace today? His coldness was understandable. The emperor was preoccupied with quelling the rebellion, and if it weren't for their connection to Mocktown, they probably wouldn't even have been granted an audience. No matter how gifted a youth might be, in a time of crisis for the royal family, their importance seemed negligible. Chen Qing wasn't bothered by the emperor's attitude. He understood it was a hint for them to get straight to the point. He immediately stepped forward and said directly, "Your Majesty, with the Nai family rebelling, Lay Ming and I would like to volunteer to join the allied forces and help suppress the uprising." A trace of impatience flickered in the emperor's eyes. "If that's the case, let Xie Dun arrange a position for you. If there's nothing else, I wish to rest." The corners of Chen Qing's mouth lifted slightly. "Your Majesty, what if I told you I could reduce the Nai family's rebel forces by 30% and force them to retreat 100 miles? This immediately caught the emperor's attention. He sat up straight. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Qing quickly unrolled the Tuk civilization map in his hand and pointed to a marked location. "Your Majesty, look here. The rebels are currently in Rick City, just east of Tuk City. Rick City has a fatal flaw. It sits in a low-lying area surrounded by mountains. If we flood it, we could drive them out." The emperor raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "Someone has already suggested flooding the city. But so what if you force them to retreat? It won't actually reduce their numbers at best. It will make them fall back temporarily. That won't really help us put down the rebellion." Chen Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly met the emperor's anxious gaze. "Your Majesty, please be patient and allow me to explain in detail." He moved to the map and traced his finger between two routes. After the rebels withdraw from Rick City, they'll need to secure supplies and will likely set up camp in the nearest major city. There are only 2 possible routes: directly east through the East Wilds Gorge, or northeast toward Moonlight City. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moonlight City is under the control of the Mage Association, and the Yi family wouldn't risk depleting their forces there. So they'll almost certainly retreat east, passing through the East Wilds Gorge. Chen Qing's finger slid over the gorge on the map. This area is filled with rocky outcrops and dense thickets, an ideal place for an ambush. Once the rebels struggle through, exhausted, our elite troops can launch a surprise attack and rout them for miles. The emperor studied the map in silence, his brow furrowed. "Your reasoning is sound, but to reach the East Wilds Gorge, our forces would have to pass near Rick City. How can we lay an ambush right under the enemy's nose?" Chen Qing said nothing. Instead, he drew a hidden route connecting Tucker City to the East Wilds Gorge on the map. The emperor narrowed his eyes. "That path isn't marked in any geographical records. How do you know it leads to the gorge?" "Because there's a secret passage through the East Wilds Gorge that few people know about," Chen Qing replied confidently. "It's only wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side, but it's enough for our troops to get there hours ahead and set up an ambush. If your Majesty sends scouts to investigate, you'll see him telling the truth." In reality, this secret passage was something a player had stumbled upon in his previous life and shared on a forum. Strangely, none of the native NPCs in this world seemed to know about it, giving Chen Qing a unique advantage. The emperor's eyes flashed with interest, and he immediately dispatched a scout to investigate. When he looked at Chen Qing again, the previous hint of disdain had vanished, replaced by genuine respect. "But if we split our forces for an ambush and divert troops to flood the area, Tucker City's defenses will be left vulnerable. What if the enemy attacks?" The emperor pressed. Chen Qing shook his head. "Your Majesty already knows the answer. Both armies have just fought a major battle and are resting. The enemy is unaware of our plans and would never risk a reckless attack now. If we appear to be focused on recuperating rather than drilling, it will only lull them into complacency. This gives us the perfect chance to quietly reposition our troops. Hearing this, the emperor looked at the seemingly 10-year-old boy who, in truth, was a seasoned man in his 20s with newfound admiration. Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. The emperor's voice echoed through the hall. If this passage exists, I will appoint you as a military officer and include you in our ambush operation. After leaving the imperial palace, Chen Qing couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips. With his calculated planning and the enemy caught off guard, the rebels were likely headed for a crushing defeat. As he mulled over the coming battle, his mission panel suddenly lit up, displaying a new rank quest. Battle of the Eastern Wilderness Canyon. Mission description: thanks to your strategic advice, the royal family of the Taker civilization has adjusted its military deployment. As a key advisor, you will take part in the upcoming battle at Eastern Wilderness Canyon. The mission rewards were listed in detail. Personally defeating a rebel soldier, for 1,000 experience points per person. Personally defeating a rebel commander, 10,000 experience points per person. Troop defeat of a rebel soldier, 100 experience points per person. Troop defeat of a rebel commander, for 100 experience points per person. Additional rewards for victory. Taker royal family favor 200. Reputation 50. Permission to learn the Grand Flame spell. 20,000 additional experience points. Looking at these generous rewards, Chen Qing couldn't help but recall that ever since the Likas retreated, it had been a long time since had earned such a significant amount of experience. Over the next 2 weeks, the Taker royal family would be setting up the ambush. With both armies unlikely to make any moves during this period, Chen Qing felt confident about the successful completion of the mission. However, there was another matter that weighed even more heavily on his mind during this downtime: the unusual occurrence of players arriving in this world 3 years ahead of schedule. Would the veteran players he knew be affected by this shift in the timeline? It was hard to say. Due to the game's early publicity, there was bound to be a huge influx of players in the first wave. At this very moment, Mocktown, the designated starter village, was probably already overflowing with newcomers. After all, not every place in the Taker civilization was suitable for beginners. High-level areas like Taker City and the Eastern Wilderness Canyon had entry requirements, and the wild monsters there were far beyond what new players could handle. Yet, Chen Qing frowned. The butterfly effect headset in motion had accelerated the game's pace, and as a result, Mocktown, which should have been fully rebuilt by now, was still mostly in ruins, with only a small section restored. He couldn't help but worry about the experience new human magic players would have here. At that very moment, streaks of white light flashed one after another above the battered remains of Mocktown. The nearby NPCs, busy with reconstruction, acted as if nothing unusual was happening, paying no attention at all. As the light faded, the new players appeared, looks of confusion written all over their faces. Huh, is this the Multiverse War World? What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a starter village? Why does this place look so run down? Are you clueless or what? Didn't you see the cutscene in the trailer about the Rico tribe invading the Tuk civilization? This is Mocktown. What? Just had a battle here, so of course it looks like a disaster zone. One player shouted, gesturing at the ruined buildings around them. I get what you're saying, but what are we supposed to do now? Are we on our own? Where's the magic mentor? Hello? Another player responded anxiously. The players had just arrived in Mocktown, only to be greeted by a shocking scene. Crumbling walls, charred building frames, collapsed houses everywhere bore the scars of war. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion, unsure what to do next. As the server kept transporting new players into the area, the once desolate town gradually filled with noise and activity. Players gathered in small groups, some exploring the ruins, others running through the streets, all searching for their first clue in the game. All the NPCs have quests helping to rebuild the Tuk civilization. Everyone, hurry up and get your quests from the NPCs. Suddenly, a player with the ID Guihai Idao shouted excitedly, his voice cutting through the crowd. His words were like a spark in a powder keg. The previously aimless players suddenly found direction and surged towards the town's NPCs. In less than 5 minutes, most players had picked up various reconstruction tasks: gathering wood, moving stones, repairing houses, delivering supplies. With clear objectives, the energetic players quickly showed impressive efficiency. Driven by the lure of experience points and leveling up, they threw themselves into their tasks, turning Mocktown into a bustling construction site. However, not everyone jumped into the action right away. On the fringes of the crowd, a small group of players kept a watchful distance. Most of them were experienced veterans or elite club players who knew that blindly following the crowd wasn't always the best strategy in an MMORPG. Fazhen Tianxiao was one of these observers. As a core member of Xinghui Club, he stood atop a pile of rubble, frowning as he surveyed the scene. Before the game officially launched, Xinghuion of China's top gaming clubs had already gathered a significant amount of insider information on Multiverse War, giving them a deep understanding of the game's lore and starting storyline. This doesn't make sense, Fazhen Tianxiao muttered, confusion in his eyes. He turned to his teammate Fazhen Wushuang, who was also from Xinghue Club. According to the info we got, the post-war reconstruction in Mocktown should have been nearly finished by the time we entered the game. Players were supposed to get a few cleanup quests, not this full-scale rebuilding effort. Plus, the royal family was supposed to have sent a mage mentor to guide new players. Fazhen Wushuang nodded in agreement, scanning the chaotic surroundings with the same puzzled expression. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same question in the other's eyes. The reality in-game was clearly different from what they'd been told. But as professional gamers, they quickly regained their composure. Adapting to change and quickly forming new strategies was second nature to them. After a brief exchange, they had already outlined their initial plan for dealing with the current situation. Fazhen Tianxia and Fazhen Wushuang split up, each searching the corners of the area to gather information from the NPCs. Scanning his surroundings, Fazhen Tianxia soon noticed a vendor not far away, looking troubled as he pushed a cart piled high with magical items, his eyes full of hope as he watched the passing players. In stark contrast to the bustling post-war reconstruction happening all around, this vendor stall was unusually quiet. A few players had stopped by earlier, but left quickly after realizing there were no quests to trigger. At this early stage of the game, when everyone was broke, few players paid any attention to a vendor selling magical trinkets. But Fazhen Tianxia's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he walked directly toward the NPC that everyone else had ignored. Seeing someone finally stop at his stall, the vendor immediately broke into a delighted grin. Hello, I have everything you need: basic spellbooks, magic charms, mana pouches. Take a look. See if anything catches your eye, the vendor said enthusiastically, patting his cart. Fazhen Tianxia noticed the vendor's name was Moha. He casually picked up a magic wand and asked, as if in passing, "Hey, boss, after the Liko tribe and the tax civilization called a truce, why is the reconstruction going so slowly? You're still having to push your cart around to sell your wares." This question clearly struck a nerve. Moha, who had once owned a magic shop in Mocktown, now saw his store reduced to ruins by the war. Tax City promised they'd send mages soon, and even soldiers to help rebuild, Moha said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. But now the situation's so tense, there's no way they care about us out here. The mention of tense situation caught Fazhen Tianxia's attention. He pressed further, a tense situation? How come? Didn't the Liko tribe already withdraw? Moha gave Fazhen Tianxiao a knowing look and smiled. You must be from the outskirts, huh? He glanced around, then lowered his voice. Word is, the Nai clan has rebelled. They're fighting against His Majesty the Emperor right now. There's no way anyone's coming to Mocktown at a time like this. This news stunned Fazhen Tianxia. The Nai clan rebelling? That was something his guild had never heard about. He was familiar with the main factions of the tax civilization, but had never heard of such a major upheaval. No wonder the town felt so lawless, nothing like a properly functioning part of civilization. As an experienced professional gamer, he recognized this scenario immediately. It was a classic faction choice plotline. Players would have to choose between siding with the Tak royal family or the Nai clan, joining one side in the conflict to gain opportunities for advancement. The thought of it sent a thrill through Fazhen Tianxia's heart. He even saw plenty of opportunities in this situation. The faction war in the beginner village of Mocktown was simply a godsend. Not only did faction wars allow players to gain experience and money much faster, they also let you exchange battle merits for various items. Even more enticing, once the event started, players could learn certain skills within their own faction that were usually inaccessible. Although these skills might be phased out later on, they could provide a huge advantage in the early stages. What excited him most was that beginner villages with faction wars often contained a wealth of quests, with different class mentors spread across the factions. If luck was on his side, he might even run into a mentor for a hidden class. In his mind, Fazhen Tianxia was already sketching out a blueprint for Xinghue Club to dominate the world of Multiverse War. Among the top clubs, the skill and strategic awareness of professional players had reached a plateau, making it incredibly difficult to pull ahead. But this unexpected opportunity could be the breakthrough they needed. He forced himself to stay calm and kept a straight face. Sooner or later, this news would get out, but acting first was the biggest advantage. He immediately sent a message to the guild channel. Guys, I found something amazing. Mocktown is actually a faction-based beginner village. The Tucker royalty and the Nai family are about to go to war. The guild channel instantly exploded with excitement. No way. Isn't Tucker civilization a mage-oriented starter village? I'm so jealous as a warrior. War God Wudi was the first to respond. This is awesome. Tianxia, carry me. Fazhen Wushuang chimed in right after. Are you serious? Tianxia, I'm deleting my character and starting over in Mocktown right now. Wait for me. Xiaoliang said excitedly. Even the Xinghue manager was alerted. Tianxia, can you confirm this? If it's true, we need to send people over right away. Fazhen Tianxia replied at once. Xingu? It's absolutely true. I got the info straight from an NPC. There's no mage mentor in Mocktown right now because the two factions are about to go to war. They don't have the resources to assign anyone. After Xingua's manager replied with a brief okay, got it, the channel went quiet. Less than 5 minutes later, beams of white light flashed across Mocktown as Xinghua Club's pro players deleted their old characters and parachuted into the village. Faced with such a rare faction-based starting area, Xinghua Club clearly wasn't going to let the opportunity slip away. Everyone gathered quickly and began planning their next moves. Such an unusual move from Xinghua Club caught the attention of other top clubs. Soon, pro players from rival teams started showing up in Mocktown as well. These veteran opponents, who had crossed paths in countless games, knew full well that Xinghua Club would never make such a large-scale shift unless they were absolutely sure of their advantage. Soon, several bright flashes of white light appeared again as professional players from other clubs quickly materialized. The efficiency of the major clubs was immediately apparent. Their actions were swift and decisive. As a few of these players arrived in Mocktown, they noticed members of Xinghua Club deep in discussion. Rather than rushing into action, the Xinghua team quietly took on several building repair tasks and earned some coins after completing them. To everyone's surprise, the Xinghua members then purchased a few low-quality horses and some maps before hastily leaving the town. The other club's players were caught off guard and quickly followed suit. They hurried to finish tasks, exchanged their rewards for coins, and bought horses. Although there was no time to buy maps, they didn't hesitate to follow Xinghua out of Mocktown. Despite their confusion about what information Xinghua might have, no one dared to fall behind. Their only thought was to keep up, afraid of missing any potential opportunity. As for Xingua's leader, Fa Shen Tianxia, he had already anticipated the other club's reactions and was well prepared. Fa Shen Tianxia knew that traveling to Tucker City on foot would take far too long, so finding transportation was essential. He and his teammates quickly bought horses and, while others were still busy with tasks and earning coins, galloped out of town towards the unknown. Fa Shen Tianxia understood that the other club's players would only realize the importance of completing tasks early after he and his team had already disappeared from sight. After a brief discussion, several Xinghua members decided to join the Nai family, as this would provide more opportunities for tasks. In weaker factions like this, task experience and rewards were often greater. Seizing this chance, Fa Shen Tianxia planned a small trick to throw off the other clubs trailing behind. After leaving Mocktown and traveling some distance, his group decisively changed direction, heading for a completely different route. Their pursuers could only see the direction in which Xinghua initially left the town, having no idea that the group had changed course along the way. Fa Shen Tianxia knew that the actual destination didn't matter. What was crucial was using this change in direction to shake off those who were following too closely. Although Fa Shen Tianxia's plan was simple, it turned out to be unexpectedly effective. A large group of professional players chased after them, following the direction in which they left the city. These pursuers were from three top clubs: the Xinyu Guild, the Rose Alliance, and the Black Skull Club. Leading the group was Huanshan from the Xinyu Guild, riding a low-level horse at the front. However, after a long pursuit, they still hadn't caught a glimpse of Fa Shen Tianxia, and the expressions on everyone's faces gradually darkened. "Boss, we've been played." Mingri Chengqi, who was riding behind Huanshan, couldn't help but shout. This statement seemed to break the silence, and everyone instinctively began to slow down. Huanshan scanned the empty road ahead. Not only were there no players in sight, but even wild monsters were nowhere to be seen. If Fa Shen Tianxia had really gone this way, given the distance between them, they should have caught up by now. He decisively reined in his mount. "Huanshan, what do you plan to do next?" asked Poison Rose, a top professional player from the Rose Alliance, as she rode up. The Rose Alliance, made up entirely of female players, was incredibly popular in the game, and Poison Rose's skills were on par with any top pro. Just as Huanshan was about to respond, an unpleasant voice cut in. That old fox Fa Shen Tianxia must have stumbled upon something big. "If you ask me, we should just get members from other clubs to block off their city. If we put enough pressure on them, they'll have no choice but to share their resources with us." Both Huanshan and Poison Rose frowned at this suggestion. The speaker was Blood Skull from the Black Skull Club, a powerful mage-class player. The Black Skull Club was notorious for its aggressive tactics, initiating PKs, organizing mass attacks to blockade cities, and even ambushing bosses on the road. While their reputation was infamous among players, their strong-arm style attracted plenty of battle-hungry members, making them one of the largest clubs. Both Xinyu and the Rose Alliance had always kept their distance from the troublemaking Mad Dog Club. Now, hearing Blood Skull trying to stir up more trouble, Huanshan replied coldly. "If you want to blockade the city, you Black Skulls can do it yourselves. Xinyu has no intention of making enemies so early on, so count us out." Poison Rose didn't respond, her gaze carrying a hint of indifference. The Black Skull and Rose Alliance had always been at odds, with frequent clashes between their members. She rarely bothered to acknowledge anyone from Black Skull. Blood Skull, however, showed no sign of annoyance at her attitude. As a member of Black Skull, he was used to being ignored or confronted, as if had developed a thick skin over time. "I really have to hand it to you." Blood Skull shrugged nonchalantly, a mocking smile on his lips. You can take being played for a fool, but I can't. If you want to act, I will. Sooner or later, they'll pry the secret out of Xinghui. You guys keep chasing if you want. I'm heading back to the city to cut them off. Any small guild with ties to Xinghui won't get away. With that, the Black Skull Club members turned and left at Blood Skull's command, kicking up a cloud of dust as they raced toward the city. Illusion God and Poison Rose were left standing where they were, exchanging helpless glances. So what do you think, Poison Rose? Should we pull out too? Illusion God sighed, resignation clear in his voice. They'd obviously been set up, and the only thing left to do was cut their losses while they still could. As for whatever opportunity Fa Shintian Xia had discovered, they could only hope their club brothers would dig up some information. Poison Rose was about to agree, her thoughts mirroring Illusion God's, when her attention was suddenly caught by a figure up ahead. In the direction they'd been pursuing, someone was gradually coming into view. Huh, Poison Rose murmured, frowning slightly. There's actually someone on this road. The newcomer was clearly an NPC, but it was odd to see one appear so suddenly on such a deserted path. Still, for the group, this was a stroke of luck. Running into an NPC on this empty road meant they could ask for directions. The NPC was riding a jet black horse that galloped swiftly, kicking up clouds of dust. In no time, had come quite close to them. The NPC, noticing the group by the roadside, began to slow down as he approached. As the distance closed, everyone could finally see him clearly, and couldn't help but exchange puzzled looks. The NPC turned out to be a boy of about 12 or 13, his young face streaked with dust from the road. The sight of such a young kid, riding a horse much bigger than himself alone through the wilderness, was so out of place that no one could help but feel unsettled. The boy looked surprised when he saw them. He swung off his horse with a practiced ease that belied his age, then looked up at the group, his clear voice tinged with curiosity. What are you doing here? The young rider approaching on horseback was none other than Chen Qing. He had just left the imperial palace and, without stopping for a moment, galloped straight toward Mocktown. Thanks to the bloodline of the astral beast coursing through him and years of rigorous training, he looked 2 or 3 years older than his actual age. His features were calm and mature, his posture tall and straight. No wonder so many players mistook him for a 13-year-old boy. From a distance, he could already see a group of players gathered on the official road ahead. Each one had a brightly colored ID floating above their heads, making for quite a striking scene. This was Chen Qing's first time facing players as an NPC, and what he saw was completely different from before. Perhaps he was the only NPC in the world who could see the players' IDs. He rode closer, and as the distance shrank, he was able to make out a few of the player IDs. His heart skipped a beat. Chen Rose? These names couldn't be more familiar to him. In his previous life, had crossed paths with these two guilds many times during the professional player league. Although they fought on opposing sides, they built up a certain camaraderie over time. But clearly, the players in front of him didn't recognize him at all. Chen Qing didn't reveal his identity or offer any explanation. He noticed that these players looked to be around 20 years old, the same age he was when he first entered Multiverse War in his last life. This meant that the flow of time in the real world was still normal. This world's timeline had simply moved forward, but it hadn't affected the players' lives outside the game. Now, appearing as a boy just over 10 years old, he was simply a child in the crowd. If, in the real world, Chen Qing no longer existed, even if he introduced himself, the players would probably dismiss it as nonsense. He reined in his horse in front of the group, dismounted, and asked calmly, "What are you all doing here?" He spoke naturally, as if making casual conversation, but both Xinyu and Poison Rose frowned slightly. They exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. It was odd enough for an NPC to initiate a conversation, let alone with such a familiar tone. Besides, this official road wasn't particularly remote. Meeting others was perfectly normal. Also, why did he sound as if he was questioning them by asking, "What are you doing here?" Xinyu's instincts kicked in. He pulled up his system panel and scanned Chen Qing's profile. A moment later, he gasped. Chen Qing. Level. Race. Attributes. A string of question marks flashed before Xinyu's eyes, leaving him stunned. Who on earth was this NPC named Chen Qing? In this world, NPC levels could fluctuate. Sometimes players would encounter powerful ones, sometimes weak. Generally, though, an NPC's level matched the civilization and region they were in. For example, an underdeveloped area would never have high-level NPCs, and a child NPC's level would almost never exceed a certain limit. For players, level reflected how much time they'd invested. For NPCs, it was governed by the world's natural laws, growing in a steady progression. But this boy, who looked at most 13, had all question marks for his stats. That meant he was at least 30 levels higher than Xinyu. A child at level 30-something? Was this still a beginner's zone? Even in high-level areas, it was rare to see a young NPC of this caliber. For a moment, Xinyu was speechless, his finger hovering over the panel, unable to put it down. It was clear the child standing before him was anything but ordinary. Previously, Phantom God had scanned the data of ordinary civilians from the Tucker civilization in Mocktown. Apart from the fully armed city guards, most adults hovered around level 10 to 20, while children generally remained at levels 1 to 5. So, when he saw the 13-year-old boy in front of him at level 30, his instincts as a seasoned gamer immediately kicked in. A protagonist-type NPC. The thought flashed through Phantom God's mind in an instant. As a veteran player, he knew all too well what an unusually high-level NPC in a starter village usually meant. This character was likely to play a significant role in the game's main storyline. Phantom God's eyes lit up. He had just lost track of Fa Shin Tion Xia, but unexpectedly stumbled upon an NPC who might be tied to a rich questline. In the Multiverse War World, special NPCs often came with a favorability system. Building a relationship early on could unlock unique quests, or at least improve rapport. Poison Rose, standing beside him, clearly had the same idea. In this world, protagonist-type NPCs often played a deep role in the main plot, with some even remaining central across multiple expansions. Many players had soared to prominence by forming close bonds with these key NPCs. Based on Phantom God's judgment, the boy before them was likely to become a central figure in the Tucker civilization, playing an important role in the early chapters of the story. With this in mind, both Phantom God and Poison Rose spoke up almost simultaneously. "We're from out of town, but we got lost on the way. Could you tell us what's in that direction?" they asked, pointing to where Chen Qing had come from. Chen Qing couldn't help but laugh to himself. These two really thought he was an NPC and were playing along so seriously. Outsiders. They were obviously from another world. But he didn't expose them. Instead, he answered like a standard NPC. "That way leads to Tucker City. However, the NEI family has recently rebelled, and things are quite unstable there. I'd advise you not to go for now." The NEI family rebelled? Phantom God feigned shock, his reaction almost identical to Fa Shin Tion Xia's when he first heard the news. Seeing Phantom God's response, Chen Qing understood immediately. As a professional player himself, he knew exactly how these guild members thought. War events were as irresistible to them as honey to bees. Everyone wanted to find valuable quests in the chaos. With a worried sigh, Chen Qing continued, "The NEI family has always been ambitious. They took advantage of the Empire's weakness to launch a rebellion, and now the people in Tucker City are living in fear. Hopefully, His Majesty will restore order soon." His words instantly piqued Phantom God's and Poison Rose's interest. They could smell a quest opportunity. Phantom God couldn't wait to use the standard quest trigger phrase. "Is there anything we can help with?" Chen Qing had been waiting for this. As an experienced player, he understood the irresistible lure of an NPC asking for help. Just a few words were enough to hook these professional players. When Chen Qing saw Huanshan and the others craning their necks like baby birds waiting to be fed, he couldn't help but smile, though he quickly composed himself and put on a serious face. "You're still too weak right now," he said, looking each of them in the eye, his tone both firm and encouraging. "Once you're stronger, you can head to Taker City and look for opportunities. The Emperor is recruiting warriors there, and my trip to Mocktown is to help him with this mission." He paused for a moment. "I hope that when you're strong enough, you'll fight alongside me and become my comrades." As soon as he finished speaking, a new notification popped up on Wanshan's quest panel. "Reach level 15 and join the army in Taker City to increase Chen Qing's favorability by 50 points. Their eyes lit up, unable to hide their excitement. Gaining favor with a main character NPC was a rare and valuable resource, and it might bring even more benefits in the future. Chen Qing noticed their reactions and felt a surge of excitement. "So, I can actually give players quests?" This discovery thrilled him. Through the quest and favorability systems, he could better manage players on his side. Once he built his own forces in the universe, these would be important factors when players chose their allegiance. Satisfied that he had planted the seeds of loyalty to the royal family, Chen Qing bid them farewell and continued on to Mocktown. He hadn't lied to Huanshan about his purpose. He truly was there to recruit reinforcements for the royal family. He knew that once players entered the game, they would have a major impact on the E family's betrayal. That's why he needed to move quickly, reaching Mocktown before the players chose sides. By assigning them similar tasks, he could ensure that, in order to complete their quests, players would naturally side with the royal family. After bidding farewell to Chen Qing, Huanshan and the others returned to their respective guild channels and informed their teammates about the Nai family's betrayal. Although they sensed that Chen Qing's behavior was a bit unusual, it never occurred to them that they might have fallen into a trap. After all, no player would ever expect to be outsmarted by an NPC. The two major guilds quickly seized on the clue provided by Chen Qing and sprang into action, immediately deploying more professional players into the Tuck civilization. After some internal discussion, even though their analysis suggested that the Nai family might offer more quests, they ultimately decided to side with the royal family, judging that a protagonist-type NPC carried more weight. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qing had already been identified as a protagonist-type NPC by Huanshan and the others. The irony was that the decisive factor in their judgment wasn't the quests themselves, but rather Chen Qing's favorability rating, something he didn't even care about. At that moment, Chen Qing was still quite pleased with himself, convinced of his own cleverness. Riding his newly acquired steed, he sped along the road. This powerful horse was more than 3 times faster than his old, inferior pony, cutting the journey from the Tuck civilization to Mocktown from an entire day to less than half a day. As this impressive horse strode into Mocktown, it immediately caught the attention of the players there. In a small town like this, such a high-level mount stood out like a luxury car in the countryside, looking completely out of place. The players' eyes lit up, instinctively realizing that the rider must be someone important, likely carrying a lucrative quest. When Chen Qing entered the town, he was stunned by the crowd that greeted him. The mass of players, each with their IDs floating above their heads, dazzled him and made him feel as if he had returned to his days as a professional gamer. No sooner had he dismounted than a swarm of players closed in around him. "Young man, you look like you're in a hurry. Need any help?" asked a player with the ID Banana's dad, getting in the first word. A player named him Really a Girl chimed in with a sweet, syrupy voice. "What an adorable little brother. Need a hand from your big sister? I can act all cute for you." "Yeah, right," mocked another player. "Are you sure you're not just a guy in disguise? Aren't you worried you'll creep people out?" This came from someone with the ID in the protagonist. "Everybody, back up, give me some space. Let me handle this quest, I'm Carrot Eater," shouted another player above the noise. Chen Qing was nearly suffocated by the crowd, which included all sorts of players. Even some, who were only halfway through their own quests, had come to join the commotion. With no choice, he pushed his way through, climbed up onto a large rock, and called out loudly to the noisy crowd below. "Brave warriors, please calm down. I am here in Mocktown on the Emperor's orders. The Nai family has shown their true colors while the Tuck royal family is weakened. They've started a rebellion. Now, I'm calling on all of you to join me in quelling this uprising and defending the Tuck civilization. Anyone above level 15, head to Tuck City to reinforce our forces. The Emperor will reward all contributions." As soon as he finished speaking, a quest notification popped up on every player's screen. After receiving the mission information, everyone was stunned for a moment before the cheers erupted. A faction-based beginner village. No one expected to be so lucky, getting assigned to a faction-based starter village right away, which meant they could participate in small-scale faction battles from the very beginning. This was practically every solo player's dream. For large guilds, a faction-based village was undoubtedly a faster route to growth. But for independent players, it was the perfect opportunity to grab a weapon and fight from the start. Chen Qing's words sparked quite a stir among the players. Not far away, some professional players from various clubs also overheard what Chen Qing said. Bloodskull's eyes lit up, instantly realizing why Fa Shin Tian Xia left Mocktown at the very start. Damn, that sly old fox probably didn't even realize that as soon as he left, an NPC arrived in Mocktown to deliver the news. Trying to keep it a secret, huh? Bloodskull sneered inwardly, but wasted no time and immediately informed his club members via guild voice chat. As the news spread, the player channels exploded with excitement. Even those who hadn't chosen Mocktown as their starting point quickly heard about it. Major forums were soon filled with discussions about the Tucker civilization's faction-based beginner village. Some players regretted their choice, blaming themselves for picking the wrong starter village, while others didn't care and stuck to their own path. Many professional players, however, didn't hesitate to log out, delete their accounts, and start over. Even though this meant spending money, these pros were confident enough to make that decision, while ordinary players found it much harder. Just then, another wave of white light flashed in the ruins of Mocktown, and even more players arrived. To seize this rare opportunity, some players even switched classes and specifically chose to become mages. In no time, the population of Mocktown skyrocketed, making the once desolate town feel even more crowded. Watching all this, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. No matter which faction these players ultimately chose, his mission had ensured that more would join the royal faction rather than the Nai family. Although players couldn't really die in the game, and their levels wouldn't be high even at the end of the war, their unique abilities and traits meant they could still play a decisive role in the outcome. Seeing everyone had accepted the mission, Chen Qing knew there was no reason for him to stay any longer, so he prepared to head back and focus on his own plans for East Wilderness Canyon. Glancing around, he raised his voice and shouted, "I hope we can fight side by side on the battlefield someday. I won't stay here any longer. I'm heading back to report." With that, he mounted his horse and galloped toward the city gate. As he neared the gate, Chen Qing spotted Bloodskull and his Black Skull Club members gathered together, blocking the entrance. He couldn't help but smile. In his mind, he thought, these Black Skull fools, always blocking the gates. But then he rubbed his chin, suspecting something. Based on what he knew about Black Skull Club, they'd almost certainly join the Nai family, which offered more opportunities for battle, meaning they'd be enemies on the battlefield. But that didn't bother him. Had clashed with Black Skull before and was determined to crush them this time. While Chen Qing was lost in thoughts of future battles, Bloodskull, who was gathering his team at the gate, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He sneezed instinctively, glancing around suspiciously, convinced someone was watching him. Wait, does this game even let you sneeze? He wondered, a bit confused. After quietly marking the location of the blood-red skull, Chen Qing immediately spurred his horse and rushed back to Tucker City. The emperor had recently appointed him as deputy general, a position that meant he would spend even more time on the front lines than the chief general, facing battles heated. As he galloped back to the barracks to report for duty, Chen Qing couldn't help but imagine what the mage's camp might look like. Would he see groups of wizards gathered around, poring over spellbooks or having heated discussions about magical theory? The very thought sent a chill down his spine. Reality, however, quickly shattered his expectations. As he rode through the city gates and down the tree-lined avenue toward the barracks, he spotted Lay Ming had already arrived before him. Lay Ming, Chen Qing called out. Lay Ming turned at the sound, saw Chen Qing riding over, and immediately set aside what he was doing to greet him. Chen Qing, perfect timing. When are we going to spar again? Chen Qing looked Lay Ming up and down in surprise, noticing that his old friend had jumped 4 levels in just a few days, breaking through the level 40 barrier and reaching level 42. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. During this period of peace, most people were either resting at home or busy with errands and far less occupied than during wartime. Lay Ming, however, had made good use of this time, steadily absorbing the experience he'd gained during the war and the core knowledge from the palace, causing his abilities to soar. By contrast, Chen Qing, who couldn't actively gain experience, had to rely on the slow daily 1 increase from his starry sky behemoth talent. The snail's pace made him itch to charge into the E family's army and start a massacre. This was the helplessness of being an NPC. Unlike pure players who could focus solely on leveling up, he had to juggle various factions and endless trivial matters. Just as Chen Qing was about to accept Lay Ming's invitation to spar, a rough voice called out from behind Lay Ming. Lay Ming, are we going to finish our fight, or what? You ran off halfway. What's the matter? Getting cold feet? Following the voice, Chen Qing saw a middle-aged man with a bit of a roguish air. Judging by his aura, he was clearly a formidable warrior as well. The Tuk civilization does have warriors, but they are few and far between, making up only about 10 to 20% of the entire army. The rough-looking man standing before them radiated an impressive aura. He was probably around level 50. Standing tall, his muscles were well-defined and his eyes were sharp, carrying the confidence of someone who had seen countless battles. Most regular soldiers were only between level 20 and 30, so a level 50 warrior clearly held a high rank. The insignia on his uniform glinted with authority in the sunlight. Lay Ming, who was always eager for a challenge, turned around immediately when he heard the voice. His eyes lit up with anticipation, and his fingers subconsciously traced the length of his spear, clearly ready for another fight. But when he glanced at Chen Qing beside him and remembered that his friend had just arrived at the camp, he managed to rein in his excitement. Generally, Lay Ming straightened up and called out in a loud, clear voice. This is the brother I told you about, Chen Qing. He's just reported to the camp, so I'm showing him around. He'll come back and spar with you later. Chen Qing? General Li narrowed his eyes, sizing Chen Qing up with clear skepticism in his tone. You're the so-called genius everyone's been talking about lately? I heard His Majesty personally appointed you as a deputy general. He stepped closer, looking down at Chen Qing. Kid, I hope you really have some skills, or things might get a little embarrassing for you soon. Seeing Chen Qing's quiet and slender appearance, the general shook his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. This man was Li Jun, the general of the vanguard cavalry. He had already been displeased when the royal family parachuted 2 so-called prodigies into his ranks. That was why, when Lay Ming first arrived, Li Jun had ordered his men to challenge him in the arena. To his surprise, not a single one of his soldiers could withstand even a single round against Lay Ming. Lay Ming's spear moved like a dragon. Every strike was swift and precise. That performance forced Li Jun to take the young man seriously, so he decided to test Lay Ming himself. Although Li Jun initially had the upper hand, Lay Ming quickly adapted to the intensity of the fight, and soon they were evenly matched. The clash of their weapons revealed Lay Ming's extraordinary talent for battle. Much like Wang Jie in the past, Li Jun was soon won over by Lay Ming's abilities, and his attitude did a complete turnaround. Among these battle-hardened men, real skill was the only thing that truly mattered. However, just because Li Jun accepted Lay Ming didn't mean he automatically accepted Chen Qing as well. Each person had to prove themselves. Lay Ming's abilities had nothing to do with Chen Qing. Besides, as a deputy general, Chen Qing would often be on the front lines, and if he wasn't up to the task, it could mean the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. There were strict rules in the military. New warriors were overseen by the warriors, and new mages were handled by the mage division. Li Jun had no authority over Chen Qing. If someone wanted to test the new arrival, it would have to be someone from the mage camp. Judging by Li Jun's furrowed brow and the way he kept glancing at Chen Qing, it was clear he didn't think much of the newcomer. For some reason, Li Jun felt Chen Qing didn't fit the mold of either a mage or a warrior. He looked like one of those pampered nobles, lacking any real battlefield experience or strength. Noticing the undisguised contempt in Li Jun's eyes, Chen Qing smiled faintly. He might not know all the unwritten rules of the military, but he understood that anyone who was suddenly promoted would have to prove themselves or they'd be targeted. Chen Qing knew exactly what to expect. Someone would soon try to put him in his place. But it didn't bother him. In a place like the Tuk civilization, which he considered a low-level camp, unless someone at Masok's level showed up, no one here could truly threaten him. Level 50? He couldn't help but laugh to himself. I've beaten plenty of opponents at that level before. In the Taker civilization, the mage barracks and the warrior barracks were set up separately, but they weren't far apart. When Chen Qing and Lay Ming arrived at the mage barracks, the scene before them was nothing like what Chen Qing had expected. Instead of the scholarly atmosphere had imagined, with mages poring over spellbooks, the place felt even more grim and forbidding than the warriors' camp. As soon as they entered, a faint, metallic scent of blood reached Chen Qing's nose, making him pause in confusion. Mages typically fought with fire and explosions, rarely leaving behind the smell of blood. Inside, several mages were intently working on magical devices. When Chen Qing and Lay Ming walked in, the mages exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with open disdain. Hello there. I'm bringing my brother to report for duty. Lay Ming, oblivious to the tension in the air, announced loudly. The mages, however, ignored him and kept focused on their tasks. At that moment, a mage in a pale blue robe strode out from the inner chamber, sweeping a cold gaze over the two of them. Lay Ming, I heard you had a bout with Li Zhan. But what's a warrior doing at the mage barracks? He asked, completely disregarding Chen Qing. Even Lay Ming, usually thick-skinned, noticed the hostility and frowned. He'll say it again. I'm here to bring my brother, Chen Qing, to report in. He's just a rookie. What's all the fuss about? Or do you think some royal prince is touring the camp? The blue-robed mage sneered. Lay Ming bristled with anger and was about to argue when Chen Qing stopped him with a tug, signaling for Lay Ming to calm down. Chen Qing stepped forward and met the blue-robed mage's gaze. Hello, I'm Chen Qing. I'm here to report for duty. Only then did the blue-robed mage look at Chen Qing directly. Since you're new, start by cleaning the barracks floor. These fragments are from the magical devices we've been repairing. You can take care of it. That's your job, Chen Qing replied with a slight smile. Blue robes must mean you're a squad leader, right? Sorry, but I outrank you. The entire barracks fell silent at his words. The blue-robed mage let out a furious laugh. Seems you don't know how things work around here. Let me teach you. Come on, rookie, see you in the arena. With his command, the magical mechanisms around them roared to life. The walls of the barracks parted, revealing a massive arena stained with blood, the air thick with the scent of violence. Though it was impossible to tell whether the blood belonged to beasts or humans. The mage in the blue robe watched as Chen Qing stared at the arena for a long time, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared? If you are, just go home and enjoy your so-called genius life. Chen Qing slowly withdrew his gaze, a faint smile appearing on his face. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. But with your skills, there's really no need for us to fight in the arena. Before he finished speaking, blue lightning had already gathered in his palm. With a roar, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that sent the level 40 captain flying, crashing heavily into a tent in the military camp. The sudden commotion immediately drew a crowd of mages. They gathered around, their hostile stares sharp as blades, all directed at Chen Qing. Seeing their dissatisfaction, Chen Qing sighed softly. Then with a flash, he leaped into the center of the arena. If anyone else has a problem, feel free to come down here and challenge me. A blue-robed mage jumped into the arena right away, but within just a few exchanges, he was knocked out cold. Next, a level 49 captain in a dark yellow robe entered the arena, but he too was easily defeated by Chen Qing. The mages watching from outside grew increasingly serious. Just as the standoff intensified, a gentle voice broke the silence. Impressive, truly a hero in his youth. Deputy Chen, your skills are remarkable. That was just a misunderstanding earlier. Please, step outside for a moment. Chen Qing glanced at the newcomer and was startled. The man's information was completely hidden, indicating he was at least level 65. That kind of strength made him one of the top experts in the camp. Without hesitation, Chen Qing climbed up the stone wall and landed in front of him. A fight is the best way to get to know someone, the newcomer said, patting Chen Qing on the shoulder with admiration in his eyes. Imsiso, commander of the 2nd Mage Corps. You truly live up to your reputation as a prodigy. Your future is bright. Seeing the situation had eased, Chen Qing smiled. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the rules. Sorry for the trouble, and I hope you'll all guide me in the days to come. Not at all, the mages replied, waving their hands. From now on, we're comrades. Deputy Chen, don't take it personally. Your skills are impressive. You have nothing but respect. And so, with his undeniable strength, Chen Qing quickly earned the respect of the Mage Corps. The tense atmosphere in the camp soon dissolved, as if the earlier hostility had never happened. A week had passed since Chen Qing reported to the military camp. During this time, Lay Ming seemed to have found his place, thriving in the barracks as he sought out opponents to spar with. This energetic battle fanatic was like a whirlwind, stirring up the atmosphere wherever he went. In contrast, Chen Qing felt a bit bored. Aside from occasionally checking on the player's progress, he spent most of his time watching a group of mages argue heatedly about whether a water elemental could be transformed into an ice elemental. What excited him was the arrival of quite a few players in Tuck City over the past week. However, none of them had reached level 15 yet, so they were not eligible to join the army. In fact, the fastest group of players was already approaching level 15. In Mocktown, eager to meet the requirements, many chose not to invest in learning skills at all. Since there were no magic instructors in Mocktown, these players simply held off on changing classes, pouring all their experience into leveling up. Their speed was astonishing. Top players like Huanshan and Scarlet Skull had already reached level 13. However, by leveling up this way, their combat abilities were extremely weak. Their attacks with any skills barely did any damage, and they lacked all sorts of passive bonuses, making their stats and resistances much lower than others. Still, Chen Qing didn't pay much attention to the players' choices because today was the day they would launch an assault on Rick City. Just yesterday, he had received news that the Vanguard had reached the area near East Wild Canyon. According to the plan, Chen Qing was responsible for flooding Rick City. Once the Nai family retreated from the city, Chen Qing and Lay Ming would pursue them with the army, and when they reached East Wild Canyon, they would launch a pincer attack. This strategy hadn't been mentioned at court, but both the Emperor and Chen Qing recognized its importance. That was why 2 mage divisions, about 10,000 mages, and 2,000 warriors were stationed in Tuck City, while 3 other mage divisions and another 2,000 warriors had been sent to East Wild Canyon. Meanwhile, inside Rick City, Wang Jing sat beside Wang Fei, watching as Wang Fei's injuries gradually healed. He nodded and said, "Second brother, I'm glad your wounds aren't too serious. Otherwise, would be losing a vital general." Wang Fei's face showed a hint of anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Those 2 old foxes were shameless, joining the battle and ambushing me together. But it's fine. After this fight, I feel like I've loosened my bottleneck. I believe he'll soon break through to the venerable rank." In the Tuck civilization, the venerable rank meant reaching level 100, but in the broader universe, level 100 was merely the level of an intermediate mage. Seeing that Wang Fei was recovering, Wang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wang Fei hadn't reached level 100 yet, he was already above level 90, making him an indispensable force for the Nai family. As long as he remained safe, the Nai family's chances of victory would be much higher. Patting his younger brother on the shoulder, Wang Jing said, "There won't be another battle for now. The royal army suffered even heavier losses than we did in this raid. They don't have the strength to counterattack. Focus on recovering from your injuries. Once you're healed, there will be more for you to do." Wang Fei immediately straightened up, wincing slightly from the pain. "Yes, big brother." Seeing his brother's determined expression, Wang Jing felt a flicker of pride before turning and walking out of the room. But the moment he stepped over the threshold, the optimistic look on his face disappeared, replaced by a grave wariness. As a mage above level 100, Wang Jing possessed a heightened sense of intuition. Since waking up that morning, had been plagued by a persistent sense of unease, as if something major was about to happen. Years of battlefield experience had taught him never to ignore such premonitions. "Better safe than sorry," Wang Jing muttered to himself, motioning for a guard patrolling the corridor to come over. "Send scouts toward Tac City. Keep a close eye on any movement over there," Wang Jing said, his voice low and steady. "I have a feeling they won't sit quietly. Watch them closely." The guard nodded and hurried off. Wang Jing let out a small breath, then climbed up to the city wall, gazing out in the direction of Tac City. The distant horizon was calm, but his magical senses told him things were far from simple. "That's odd," Wang Jing frowned, reaching out to gather the surrounding water element. The elements converged much faster than usual, an anomaly that put him on alert. "No, it's not just faster, the concentration is much higher too," he murmured, noticing the light between his fingers was several times brighter than normal. Just as he realized something was wrong, a thunderous crash echoed from a hillside in the distance. A massive boulder tumbled down, followed by hundreds more. These rocks weren't falling at random, they had been carefully arranged, acting like a giant sieve to release water that had been dammed up. The water burst through the openings like a wild beast, surging across the plain in front of Rick City. Wang Jing's eyes widened in surprise, quickly turning to confusion. What are the royals of Tac City up to? He wondered aloud. Even if they flood the city, we'll have plenty of time to evacuate. By his estimation, although the floodwaters were powerful, it would take at least 2 days for Rick City to be completely submerged. That was more than enough time for the rebel forces of the Nai family to withdraw safely, with little real loss. A pointless effort, Wang Jing shook his head. At most, it's just an inconvenience. Even so, with the floodwaters already advancing, retreat was inevitable. Wang Jing quickly considered the possible routes. There were only 2 options. One led northeast to Moonlight City, but that territory belonged to the Mage Association, and heading there would mean risking being caught between 2 enemies. The other route led due east, requiring a difficult passage through the treacherous eastern wasteland gorge, but with no other significant risks. More importantly, retreating east would allow them to join forces with the Nai family's troops stationed there. Once united, they could regroup and plan their next move. Wang Jing looked past the incoming flood toward the eastern horizon, his resolve firm. Faced with the overwhelming flood, the Yi clan ultimately decided to withdraw their troops. At Wang Jing's command, the entire army retreated within 2 days. Chen Qing led the 2nd Magic Division, following the enemy at a calculated distance. He wore a suit of black magical armor, a special gift from the emperor after learning of his and Lay Ming's arrival, designed to reduce damage in battle. Riding a fine horse, Chen Qing kept a sharp eye on the road ahead. Although they were pursuing the rebels, they deliberately kept their distance in order to catch them off guard. Soon, Chen Qing noticed that the soldiers at the front of the enemy column were searching the ground for certain marks. He immediately understood these were signals left by spies the emperor had planted among the rebels. This wasn't surprising. After all, there were likely spies on both sides. However, this operation had been kept so secret that only a select few were aware of it beforehand, leaving the spies no time to send any warning. Both sides maintained this tense pursuit along the way. The rebels, leading the way, were completely unaware of the threat lurking behind them. The route from Rick City to the Donghuang Gorge was flanked by mountains on both sides, with only a single path running through it, and the rebels had no idea that a force was already lying in wait at the gorge. A day later, Wang Jing, at the head of the rebel force, pulled his reins and gazed into the distance at Donghuang Gorge. Throughout the retreat, he had been haunted by a sense of unease, couldn't believe the royal family of Tucker would let them relocate without a reason, but seeing the outline of the gorge, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart. As the only way east from Tucker City, Wang Jing knew Donghuang Gorge like the back of his hand. Steep peaks rose on all sides, leaving only a narrow passage in the middle. In this terrain, it would be impossible for enemy troops to launch a flanking attack, and the gorge itself, filled with brambles, would hinder any pursuit. Wang Jing glanced over his exhausted troops. Under normal circumstances, he would have ordered them to rest, but with the gorge so close, entering it meant safety. He never imagined there was a hidden path inside the gorge where ambushers lay in wait. Driven by his longing for safety, he decided to press on. Wang Jingxiang forced his exhausted rebel troops to press on, abandoning the original plan to set up camp. As the column moved deeper into the eastern wasteland canyon, the thunder of approaching hooves echoed behind them. The royal army had accelerated their pursuit. This was a carefully laid trap. The prey was in the net, and the time to close it had come. The canyon was choked with thorns, making it impossible to stop and rest. Just as Wang Jing felt a sense of unease rising within him, a large number of warriors clad in dark green armor suddenly burst from the dense underbrush, their gleaming blades aimed straight at the rebels. At the same time, mages revealed themselves as well. Those skilled in long-range magic began channeling elemental attacks, while close combat mages in enchanted armor advanced on the rebel lines. Ambush. Were under attack. The rebels, caught off guard, suffered heavy losses before they could even react. When they finally managed to organize some semblance of defense, exhaustion had already left them at a disadvantage, and their formation quickly collapsed. As he fought off the attacking warriors, Wang Jing shouted, "Allied forces, listen up. The rear guard will hold the line. Everyone else, withdraw from the eastern wasteland canyon immediately." His command gave the panicked rebels a much-needed anchor, and the troops gradually regained some order, beginning a more organized retreat. Wang Fei, who had been recovering from his wounds, also joined the fray, charging straight into the ranks of the royal mages. Their spells had little effect on him, and with his warrior's charge, he cut through the mage formation like a blade, leaving devastation in his wake. Suddenly, a figure leapt out from the royal camp to intercept Hyman, Imperial Enforcer of nearly level 100, deployed specifically to counter the Wang brothers' formidable power. Seeing this, Wang Jing immediately realized that other top-tier royal warriors must also be lying in wait nearby. He was preparing to lead a breakout from the rear when he saw a dense formation of royal troops blocking the retreat. Chen Qing's forces, who had been shadowing them all along. While Chen Qing was no match for the highest level fighters, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary rebels. Riding his warhorse, he charged into enemy lines, unleashing deadly spells as he went. Attacks aimed at him were either warped away by spatial magic or nullified by his formidable magical resistance. Coupled with the astonishing regenerative abilities of his celestial beast mount, Chen Qing was virtually unstoppable among the rebels unless he faced a concentrated assault from high-level opponents. He was like an immortal war god in their midst. In the rear, two groups of mages stood with hands raised, unleashing a relentless barrage of spells like a storm. Up front, Lay Ming's cavalry corps charged forward like a sharp blade, tearing through the rebel lines in an instant. Right behind them, Chen Qing galloped on horseback, moving like a bolt of lightning born for the charge. In his grip was a magical sword, a weapon Head managed to acquire after spending a month in the mage's camp. Razor-sharp and perfectly suited for his spellsword skills, it felt like an extension of his own will. Lay Ming rode side by side with Chen Qing. Although they'd only recently joined the corps and hadn't yet built up much teamwork with their companions, their individual strength made them unstoppable on the battlefield. As the fighting grew fiercer, Chen Qing's mission panel kept refreshing, flooded by a surge of experience points. Ding. Defeated rebel soldier. XP 1120. Ding. Defeated rebel soldier. XP 890. Ding. Mission completion. XP 4000. Ding. Assist kill mission. XP 100. Seeing such a flood of long-missed experience, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He fought even harder, adrenaline surging through his veins. To him, every rebel soldier nearby became a walking source of experience, driving him into a frenzy. Darting through the battlefield, Chen Qing cut a bloody path straight into the heart of the enemy ranks. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively, he leapt from his horse, but not fast enough to avoid a sharp blade slicing across his back. His health bar dropped noticeably. Alarmed, Chen Qing spun around to find himself surrounded by rebels. Head unwittingly plunged deep into enemy territory. The one who attacked him was a level 53 warrior, moving with the cold precision of a leopard. An assassin? Chen Qing was startled. He recalled hearing back in Taku City about the Yi family's elite team of high-level assassins, notorious for targeting mages. He hadn't expected to run into them so soon. Assassins relied on explosive, one-strike kills. If they failed to finish their prey in a single attack, their cooldowns left them vulnerable. Chen Qing quickly realized that since the assassin's ambush hadn't been fatal, his threat was already diminished. With a swift maneuver, Chen Qing dodged the incoming spells from nearby mages. Before the assassin could react, Chen Qing was already at his side. The assassin froze, caught off guard by the sudden close-quarters approach, a sign that death was near. Chen Qing's magic blade flashed, sending a wave of sword energy straight into the assassin's chest. Before the assassin could even respond, the blade pierced his heart. With a crisp ding, the assassin's health bar dropped by more than half. Sensing the end was near, Chen Qing didn't hesitate. He immediately struck again, finishing off his foe. The assassin's life snuffed out in an instant. Ding. Gained XP 12,000. Ding. Gained XP 10,000. But to Chen Qing's surprise, the assassin's death didn't trigger any mission rewards. The system offered no acknowledgement. This assassin apparently wasn't counted as part of the rebel army. Chen Qing frowned slightly, thinking to himself, it seems the Yi family's assassins not only fight for the enemy, but also have a special status of their own. Chen Qing didn't quite understand how the panel calculations worked, but that didn't matter. With the double experience bonus, this assassin still granted him a generous amount of experience. Coupled with what he had accumulated earlier, Chen Qing leveled up immediately. After distributing his new stat points, he continued fending off the surrounding soldiers while carefully staying alert to his environment. Assassins provided plenty of experience and weren't particularly tough, but their charged attacks were truly terrifying. Even with his decent physical damage reduction and being in a semi-evasive state, Chen Qing had still lost most of his health in a single strike from this assassin. If it had been a fragile mage, that blow would have been instantly fatal. No wonder so many mages in the Tucker civilization had fallen to assassins. He glanced over at Lay Ming, who was locked in fierce combat some distance away. This assassin was different from the usual one. She seemed to have a unique armor-piercing ability, which reminded Chen Qing somewhat of Lay Ming's future signature move, the Pantheon-piercing spear. This made Chen Qing wonder if there was some connection between the assassin's skills and Lay Ming himself. Realizing how dangerous assassins could be, Chen Qing immediately reined in his aggression, no longer charging ahead as recklessly as before. However, Wang Jing's attention had already landed on him. After casting two skills, Wang Jing swept a cold gaze across the battlefield, his presence as sharp and unstoppable as a blade cutting through the chaos. Internally, he couldn't help but admire Chen Qing's bravery. A black-armored young officer was truly formidable. The emperor was lucky to have such a fierce general under his command. Still, admiration aside, Wang Jing was the enemy who wasn't about to let Chen Qing keep cutting down his men. With a casual sweep, Wang Jing knocked away several generals attacking him, then leaped over the chaos, heading straight for Chen Qing. Sensing that Wang Jing had set his sights on him, Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. He tried to break out of the encirclement in a panic, but he was surrounded by rebels on every side. No matter how quickly he fought, Wang Jing was even faster. As Wang Jing closed in, Chen Qing was filled with regret. He cursed himself for standing out so much earlier. His excellence had now become his greatest danger. Just as despair set in, a stern, aged voice suddenly rang out from above. Enough. A white-robed mage descended swiftly from the sky. Heading straight for Wang Jinjit was one of the two retired emperors of the Tucker royal family. Seeing his true opponent appear at last, Wang Jing sneered. I thought you'd just keep hiding like a coward and wouldn't dare show yourself. Still, Wang Jing wasn't about to give up on attacking Chen Qing. His right hand met the retired emperor Hedon, while his left quickly unleashed a barrage of wind blades straight at Chen Qing. He had already noticed that this black-armored officer seemed to have some kind of damage immunity, but Wang Jing knew it wasn't absolute. After observing for a while, he realized the ability had a limit and needed time to recover once that threshold was reached. With careful calculation, he made sure to fire 2 extra wind blades. The blades shot toward Chen Qing with terrifying speed, closing the distance in an instant. Given the overwhelming difference in their levels, Chen Qing had no chance of dodging. He barely had time to activate his intermediate spatial distortion when the wind blade struck. Explosive impacts thundered all around, and the immense force swallowed Chen Qing whole. Boom, boom, boom. You dare! Emperor Emeritus Taker roared, his hands weaving intricate signs in the air as a torrent of magical attacks rained down on Wang Jing like a storm. The two clashed fiercely in midair. Wang Jing no longer spared a glance in Chen Qing's direction, had absolute confidence in the lethality of his wind blades. Trapped in the eastern wilderness gorge, breaking through the encirclement was his top priority. And the greatest obstacle standing in his way was the formidable force before him, Emperor Emeritus Taker. Wang Jing knew all too well that if he got bogged down by the Emperor Emeritus, his troops would lose their spearhead for escape. So he abandoned any probing attacks. Every move he made was a deadly strike. Violent magical energy exploded again and again above the canyon, the deafening booms echoing off the cliffs. Yet, right in the heat of battle, Wang Jing's brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed that the black-armored young officer who should have been dead was not only alive, but recovering at a shocking rate. He tried to turn and check, but another spell from the Emperor Emeritus forced him to retreat, leaving him no choice but to suppress his doubts and focus on the fight. As it turned out, Chen Qing had survived. Although Wang Jing's wind blades had struck true, Chen Qing had been prepared. The first wind blade was largely neutralized by an earthen barrier, inflicting only minor damage. When the second attack came, Chen Qing immediately activated his Heart of the Brave skill, boosting his maximum health and attributes by 5, and increasing his recovery rate by 20. These buffs, combined with the Star Beast's natural regenerative ability, kept Chen Qing alive even though he was left barely hanging on. Thanks to the Star Beast's innate power to dispel negative effects, he also avoided being stunned. Under the ongoing effect of Heart of the Brave, his wounds began to heal visibly. Having narrowly escaped death, Chen Qing glanced up at the fierce battle raging in the sky, still shaken. That was way too close, he muttered to himself. Quietly, he eliminated a few rebel soldiers blocking his way and slipped toward the edge of the battlefield. But his worries were unnecessary at this moment. Wang Jing was completely focused on fending off Emperor Emeritus Taker and had no attention to spare for anything else. Although Wang Jing was a bit surprised that he hadn't managed to kill Chen Qing, there was no room for distraction on the battlefield. He quickly refocused on the fight, knowing that even a brief lapse could put him in a deadly disadvantage. The battle had reached its most intense phase. Despite being caught off guard and cut off from their retreat, the rebels were now fighting with desperate determination. The remaining rebel soldiers unleashed an astonishing level of strength, managing to hold off the royal army's fierce assault for a time. They suffered heavy casualties, but none of them backed down. Within the rebel ranks, generals other than the Wang brothers also joined the fray. A mage dressed in black robes soared into the air, casting spell after spell and blasting several royal mages to pieces. Powerful warriors from the royal side immediately rose to meet him in the sky. This scene caught Chen Qing's attention. He noticed that while both sides had formidable fighters, the royal forces clearly had the upper hand. This meant there would be opportunities to target isolated rebel elites. As an experienced professional gamer, Chen Qing was no stranger to seizing the final blow or snatching the boss kill, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. Guided by his interface, he soon locked onto a perfect Targeta level 70-something warrior who was being besieged by 2 royal mages, his health plummeting rapidly. Chen Qing quietly moved closer, keeping a close eye on the warrior's health bar. 20, 15, 10, 5, 1. When it dropped to 1, he didn't strike immediately, but patiently waited another 2 seconds before precisely casting a ranged spell, Chaotic Winds. Because of the level gap and the warrior's high defense, even at 1 health, a single strike might not be enough. Chen Qing had to wait until the target's health was below 0.1 for a chance at the kill. Even then, luck still played a part. The dying warrior could barely withstand the magic onslaught. Just as the 2 royal mages were preparing their final attack, a seemingly weak elemental formation suddenly landed on him. Wind energy burst forth, claiming the warrior's last breath. The 2 mages stared in disbelief as their half-formed spells fizzled out, then turned to see where the attack had come from. They saw a young officer in black armor putting on an innocent face. "Oh, my spell went in the wrong direction. I accidentally hit him. You 2 can take the credit for this one. I was just passing by. Please, carry on." The 2 mages eyed him suspiciously. "You missed your spell so perfectly it finished him off? Who are you kidding, you little rascal?" But they didn't dwell on it. After all, they had no idea about experience points or game mechanics. As long as the kill counted toward their military merit, that was enough. Meanwhile, Chen Qing was overjoyed. Watching the huge numbers flash across his interface, he felt like he could fly. Ding, enemy commander killed. Experience 370,000. Ding, enemy commander killed. Experience 300,000. Ding, quest settlement experience 10,000. The nearly 700,000 experience points Chen Qing gained from snatching those monsters left him feeling thoroughly satisfied. Seeing his experience bar overflow with numbers, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It was rare for him to be the one raking in so much experience. After upgrading his various skills from beginner to intermediate, the level cap had increased from 10 to 15. While a 5-level boost might not seem like much, the experience required for each level had grown exponentially. Every skill had turned into a greedy black hole for experience points. Chen Qing remembered clearly that, in his previous life, most players adopted a primary and secondary strategy focusing all their points on their main skill, while only giving secondary skills the bare minimum. Although it was possible to go back and fill in the gaps after leveling up, the new skills unlocked at higher levels often created even bigger experience sinks, leaving little time or energy to improve those lower-level skills that no longer made much of a difference. That was exactly why Chen Qing was so determined to max out every skill he had. But reality hit him hard. Even with the generous 700,000 experience points he just earned, it still wasn't enough to max out all his skills. While this amount could easily raise his overall level by 4 or 5, when it came to intermediate skills, it was only enough to fully upgrade 2 of them. After some thought, Chen Qing decided to max out intermediate ancient source art and intermediate spatial distortion. As core skills for an ancient mage, intermediate ancient source art was already at level 13, and intermediate spatial distortion at level 12. The final 2 or 3 levels alone ate up 610,000 experience points in one go. It was a painful expense, but seeing the 2 maxed out icons light up on his skill panel brought him a sense of achievement, almost like unlocking a hard-won trophy. With 70,000 experience points left, still nearly 20,000 short of what he needed for the next level, Chen Qing decided to hold off for now. Having tasted the benefits of last-hitting monsters, his eyes began to roam the battlefield, searching for other opportunities to unleash his newfound power. Just like that, the once dominant black-armored young general vanished from the battlefield, replaced by a sneaky, gray-robed foot soldier. The black armor was simply too conspicuous, an imperial reward from the emperor himself, top tier in both enchantments and materials, its shimmering surface drawing everyone's attention. On this battlefield, only Chen Qing and a handful of elite players qualified to wear such high-level armor. To make matters worse, the other elites all wore different colors, making him the only one in such eye-catching black armor. That was definitely not a good thing. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers. Even Wang Jing, the top powerhouse on the battlefield, was deeply impressed by the black-armored young officer. Chen Qing was already calculating in his mind. If the Grand Emperor lost to Wang Jing and gave him a chance to act, then he, the black-armored officer who had boldly charged into the rebel ranks, would undoubtedly become Wang Jing's next target. With this in mind, Chen Qing quickly tore a standard-issue gray robe off the corpse of a Royal Legion mage and draped it over himself. This disguise did help him blend in, but his actions still gave him away. No real gray-robed mage would weave through enemy lines like he did. They always cast spells from a safe distance. Still, in the chaos of battle, no one noticed him for the time being. Chen Qing began his harvest. He moved swiftly around the hotspots where top-tier fighters clashed, targeting only those rebel officers who were on the brink of death. Whenever he saw an enemy about to fall, he would strike the final blow without hesitation. In this way, under the stunned gazes of the elite fighters, he claimed 2 more kills. The high-ranking mages of the Tuck royal court watched their colleague with growing disgust. It felt as if, just when they were about to enjoy a perfectly ripe watermelon, someone snuck in and scooped out the sweetest center. Sure, the rest was still good, but something was missing. They might not know what a watermelon was, but the sense of having the soul of battle stolen from them was all too familiar. Meanwhile, Chen Qing was oblivious to the fact that he was rapidly earning a spot on every high-level mage's blacklist and was completely absorbed in the thrill of leveling up. He invested the experience points head earned into 2 core skills, intermediate spatial mastery and intermediate magic sword aura, maxing them out. The remaining points were used to boost his own level, jumping from 35 straight to 39. After allocating his free attribute points, Chen Qing felt a surge of power coursing through him, and couldn't help but think smugly, "I've gotten even stronger." He glanced around at the battlegrounds where the elite fighters were still locked in combat, his shifty gaze making the surrounding mages shudder, as if their wallets had just been targeted by a pickpocket. But in the next moment, Chen Qing looked puzzled, rubbing his eyes. "Strange, did I see that wrong? I always felt that whenever I glanced at those mages, the rhythm of the high-level mages' attacks around me seemed to slow down a bit." Just then, a sudden surge of intense magical energy erupted in the sky. The powerful shockwave instantly threw the surrounding magical elements into chaos, as if most of their power had been drained away. Chen Qing and the other high-level mages all looked up, their gazes fixed on the sky. There, both Wang Jing and the Supreme Emperor radiated fierce waves of energy, as if even the heavens were being torn apart. Their powers converged in midair, forming terrifying spells that collided in an instant. Boom! The explosion was deafening, and the shockwave swept through the area, knocking several soldiers off their feet and rendering them unconscious. With the clash of energies, the tide of battle shifted in a heartbeat. The duel between the two reached its conclusion. Unable to withstand Wang Jing's fierce assault, the Supreme Emperor coughed up blood and was sent flying. In that moment, he turned and fled, not daring to linger any longer. Although Wang Jing emerged victorious, he was pale and covered in wounds, his breath weak clearly. He had used up most of his strength. The outcome of the battle between Wang Jing and the Supreme Emperor had an immediate impact on both armies' morale. The rebels were instantly invigorated, their fighting spirit reignited, while the royal troops looked dejected and uneasy, anxiety written all over their faces. The powerful opponent fighting Wang Fei was momentarily stunned by this turn of events, losing focus for a split second. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Fei struck, beheading his enemy and killing him on the spot. The Yi family legion, hear my command. Break through with me, Wang Jing shouted, leading the rebels in a fierce charge. They smashed through the royal army's encirclement and successfully broke out with the remaining forces. Seeing the Supreme Emperor defeated, the royal soldiers lost their will to fight and allowed the rebels to escape the encirclement. Although the rebels suffered heavy losses in the battle, several powerful fighters were killed, and more than half of their soldiers were lost. Wang Jing's formidable strength enabled them to break through and shatter the royal army's siege. Even though the royal forces ultimately claimed victory, their losses were significant. The level 90 powerhouse fighting Wang Fei was slain, a high-ranking level 70 fighter was lost, and more than 20 of their soldiers were killed. Thus, the battle at the eastern wasteland gorge came to an end. Wang Jing led his battered troops back to their eastern camp. The curtain fell on the battle at Donghuang Gorge, and both armies withdrew to their respective camps. The losses suffered by the Royal Legion were actually acceptable for the royal family, while for Wang Jing, the casualties among the rebels were simply something he had no choice but to accept. After the fierce clash at Donghuang Gorge, both sides seemed to tacitly agree to a period of calm, each licking their wounds and preparing for the next conflict. The atmosphere in the camp relaxed, giving Chen Qing a chance to catch his breath. However, he soon noticed something odd. There was a clear chill in the attitude of the senior mages toward him, to the point that they seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Whenever he entered an area where mages gathered, the lively discussions would abruptly stop, replaced by pointed looks and an uneasy silence. That's strange. I don't remember offending anyone, Chen Qing muttered to himself, scratching his head in confusion. Before he could puzzle it out further, a system notification popped up, interrupting his thoughts, a message announcing the settlement of his latest mission. Looking at the newly acquired Great Flame spell on his panel, Chen Qing sighed quietly. This skill could be upgraded up to level 5. At higher levels, Great Flame wasn't just explosively powerful. Once maxed out, it would even inflict ongoing damage, making it much more suitable for his current needs than lower-tier skills like Palm Lightning. Of course, this also meant he'd have to invest a lot more experience points. Well, looks like I'm back to being an XP grinder, Chen Qing joked to himself, starting to plan his next upgrade path. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this rare period of calm, Chen Qing spent more time observing the players and their activities. To his amusement, most players, eager to join the war between the two factions as soon as possible, had taken a rather extreme approach to leveling up. They poured all their experience points into their character level, completely neglecting their skill proficiency. This method did shoot their levels up rapidly. The fastest among them had already reached level 30 and successfully joined either faction. But the downside was obvious: their combat abilities were abysmal. Standing on a small hillside, Chen Qing watched as Huanshan, a top player who had been his rival in his previous life, was chased all over the place by a low-level monster 3 levels below him. Huanshan's face was full of humiliation as he frantically cast weak spells, barely managing to keep his distance from the creature, but unable to deal any real damage. With all their skills stuck at level 1, expecting them to fight monsters their own level is just cruel, Chen Qing chuckled, shaking his head. Even someone as skilled as Huanshan could only kite a monster 3 levels lower, slowly whittling it down. Nevertheless, thanks to their unique growth potential, quite a few players did manage to join both factions. Both the Royal Army and the rebels were desperate for new recruits after the battle, and when tens of thousands of players showed up, both sides were overjoyed, accepting almost everyone who met the basic requirement of level 15. Soon, the camps were filled with players sporting all sorts of bizarre IDs above their heads. Their arrival completely changed the atmosphere. What had been a tense and disciplined camp now felt oddly chaotic. Gazing at the stars trailed obsequiously behind an elderly mage, eager to please. Master Mage, is there anything I can help you with? Maybe hold your book for you while you read. Not far away, Don't Worry I'm Strong was enthusiastically pitching himself to another mage instructor. Master Mage, are you looking for an apprentice? I'm really strong, super talented. Please consider me. Meanwhile, at the quartermaster's station, I really miss a lot was pestering a clearly annoyed centurion. Sir, is there anything else you need me to collect? What? Nothing. That can't be right, sir. Think again, there must be something you missed. As soon as Chen Qing and Lay Ming entered the military camp, a chaotic noise drifted over from the distance. Lay Ming paused, confused about what was going on, but Chen Qing didn't seem to mind at all, as if he had already grown used to such scenes. Lay Ming couldn't quite understand it, but for Chen Qing, this was simply business as usual. After all, wasn't joining this faction all about completing quests and leveling up? The chaos in the camp was just part of the game's everyday life. In fact, over the past few days, Chen Qing had personally witnessed a player force a class change quest out of a blue-robed mage and successfully become a novice elemental mage. He could still clearly recall the look on the mage's face, utterly resigned, and Drainida's the player clung to him relentlessly. The mage's eyes were full of pity and helplessness, and he probably never imagined that casually handing out a quest just to get rid of a persistent player would turn into such a nightmare for him. Afterward, the player, who went by the name Meition Daodu, wrote a detailed guide about his class change experience and shared it on the forums, which caused a huge stir. From then on, whenever the blue-robed mage appeared in the camp, he was immediately swarmed by players hoping to follow in Meition Daodu's footsteps. As a result, Chen Qing had hardly seen the blue-robed mage around the camp these days. Chen Qing couldn't help but sigh. Why are there so many weird people in this camp? As soon as he spoke, Lay Ming quietly responded, huh? Before he could say more, a player suddenly approached them. Lay Ming, I'm a huge fan. There's something about your natural presence that I find absolutely captivating. The player, with the username Baika Yes Faith floating above his head, spoke with excitement. Hearing this, Chen Qing was struck by a sense of familiarity and turned to look at him. Huh, I knew it was you. This player was actually an old acquaintance of Chen Qing's notorious figure from his previous life, infamous for stirring up trouble. He wasn't a pro gamer, nor was he particularly skilled, but when it came to gathering intel, no one could match him. No matter where a boss spawned or which club organized a dungeon run, he always seemed to know about it first. He was famous for swooping in just as a boss was about to go down and stealing the final blow, earning a reputation as a kill stealer. Even more frustrating, his specialty was teleportation scrolls. After taking down a boss, he'd vanish into thin air before anyone could react. Plenty of people were infuriated by him, but there wasn't much they could do. Chen Qing never expected that in this life, this old troublemaker would also join the Tuk civilization. Lay Ming glanced at Baika Yes Faith in confusion and asked hesitantly, do you know me? Not at all, he replied with a grin, but I checked your and Chen Qing's level info through the panel. Your levels and the aura you give off are nothing like the surrounding NPCs. Of course, he continued enthusiastically. Lay Ming, I was totally captivated by your performance at the East Wilderness Canyon battle. I've lost count of how many times I've imagined having your power and dominating the battlefield. Lay Ming immediately perked up, a flash of excitement in his eyes. You were at the East Wilderness Canyon battle too? So you thought I was impressive out there? Lay Ming's response left Baika Yes Faith feeling lost and uncertain in his beliefs. The Battle of the Eastern Wilderness Gorge? For most players, that event felt as distant as a piece of game. Lorray hadn't even known Lay Ming had taken part in it. But since Lay Ming brought it up, there was no way he'd let this opportunity slip by. It was truly unforgettable, Baika Yes Faith replied, pretending to sound nostalgic. I can still picture your heroic charge in the Eastern Wilderness Gorge. It left a deep impression on me. He paused, his tone turning sincere. Honestly, I've always dreamed of becoming as strong as you. But right now, I'm too weak. I don't know how to get stronger, and I haven't met the right mentor. Lay Ming looked at the young man in front of him. There was something in the boy's dim eyes that reminded him of his own childhood, fighting wild beasts alone. An unexpected impulse surged up, and he spoke almost without thinking. Do you want to become a warrior? I can teach you the way of the warrior. Huh. Baika Yes Faith was caught off guard, but nodded instinctively. Yes, of course I do. The words had barely left his mouth when he suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute, warrior? Wasn't he supposed to become a mage? Just as he was about to politely refuse, a system prompt appeared on his interface. Drank Quest. Lay Ming's guidance. Quest description. Your shared experiences have moved Lay Ming, and he's decided to teach you the Lay family's unique martial arts. Quest reward. Change class to Hidden Profession Armor Piercing Spearman. Quest requirements. Staring at the words Hidden Profession Armor Piercing Spearman on the screen, Baika Yes Faith's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked back at Lay Ming. Was this for real? Could it really be this easy to stumble upon a hidden class? Suppressing the urge to completely shatter Grandpa Pika's beliefs, Chen Qing quickly grabbed Lay Ming, who was still chatting with Grandpa Pika, and hurriedly pulled him into the house. With Lay Ming's warm-hearted nature, who knew how many more unnecessary armor-piercing gunner incidents he might cause if he stayed outside any longer. Come to think of it, Xiao Lay Ming, you've really changed. In my last life, getting the hidden armor-piercing gunner class from you was almost impossible, but in this life, you're actually offering it to players on your own? Could my involvement have caused such a drastic shift in Lay Ming's personality? The once cold and domineering Lay Ming now seemed like a completely different person, enthusiastic and impulsive. A sense of unease settled in Chen Qing's heart, and he silently vowed, before the next war breaks out, I have to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't wander off. Otherwise, if the tax civilization suddenly spawns hordes of armor-piercing gunners, just imagining that scenario is enough to make my skin crawl. After all, in my previous life, Lay Ming's armor-piercing gunner class was overwhelmingly powerful throughout the game, dominating from early to late stages. I remember a player who, by sheer luck, switched to the armor-piercing gunner class when fighting bosses. He could basically ignore armor and physical resistance. While others were chipping away for hundreds of damage, he was dealing several thousand per hit. It wasn't even in the same league. If I let Lay Ming do as he pleased, the tax civilization could end up with tens of thousands of armor-piercing gunners overnight, a total disaster in the making. As it turned out, pulling Lay Ming back inside was the right call. A few days later, Grandpa Pika's followers switched to the armor-piercing gunner class. Even with just level 1 proficiency in the core skill, he could easily wipe out monsters of his level. When club players witnessed this, even top-tier clubs reached out to recruit him. But clearly, Grandpa Pika's follower wasn't interested in joining any clubs and flatly refused. Left with no choice, the club spent a fortune to buy exclusive information on how he changed to the armor-piercing gunner class. Soon after, news of Lay Ming's powerful hidden class transfer quest was accidentally leaked and spread quickly across the forums. Before long, groups of players began camping outside Chen Qing and Lay Ming's residence every day. Everyone knew that Chen Qing, who followed Lay Ming and was a high-level player himself, must have some secret hidden skills. Chen Qing was well aware of these players' antics and had long since gotten used to them, so he had no qualms about toying with them whenever he got the chance. One day, while Chen Qing was out, a player suddenly rushed over, beaming with excitement. Chen Qing glanced at his ID. Watermelon Superman, someone he didn't recognize, probably a minor player. After a brief pause, Chen Qing's expression turned serious and thoughtful. He sighed deliberately and said, actually, there is something that's been weighing on my mind lately. I wonder if you could help me fulfill a wish. Watermelon Superman's eyes lit up instantly, his smile growing even wider. He was overjoyed, thinking to himself, wow, what luck. Maybe he'll finally get to join the ranks of the top players. Watermelon Superman fantasized about landing a hidden class and reaching the peak of his life, nodding eagerly as he spoke. No problem. Whatever wish you have, they'll make it happen for you. Chen Qing glanced around and noticed other players watching them with curiosity, so he lowered his voice. All right, lately I've been missing Uncle Moha from Mocktown. Could you go and tell Uncle Moha that I miss him? Watermelon Superman looked completely baffled. While he was still trying to figure things out, a quest notification suddenly popped up. Frank Quest, Chen Qing's request. Quest description: you've triggered Chen Qing's longing for Moha. Now, Chen Qing wants you to travel to Mocktown and tell Moha, I miss you. Quest reward: 50 experience. Quest duration: 2 days. Watermelon Superman was stunned, frozen on the spot. These days, you could get over 50 experience points just from killing a random level 20 monster. But this quest required him to spend over a day riding a sluggish, low-grade horse from Tucker City to Mocktown, all for a measly reward. To make matters worse, the quest couldn't be abandoned, and failing it came with penalties. Oh no, if I don't leave now, they'll run out of time. He wailed, mounting his inferior horse and dashing out of the city. The players nearby immediately imagined this as the start of some secret quest and swarmed forward. Chen Qing, do you need any help? Boss, I'm willing to do anything for you. Just tell me what you need, I'll get it done. Faced with this enthusiastic crowd, Chen Qing beamed and began handing out all sorts of errand quests, delivering greetings to Moji, checking on the town's reconstruction progress, escorting teacher Aguer back to Mocktown. Before long, the road between Tucker City and Mocktown was packed with players running errands. Their conversations became a recurring theme. Hey, did you do a Chen Qing quest today? Yeah, just picked one up. Planning to grind through the night and get it over with. Chen Qing's name quickly went viral online, with comment sections filled with jokes like don't be too much like Chen Qing, and Chen Qing would hand out a quest for that. Among the player community, he earned the nickname Quest Overlord. Wherever he went, players would scatter, and just a glance from him was enough to make someone log off on the spot. Watching all this unfold, Lay Ming was dumbfounded, even starting to wonder if his own popularity had dropped. On the bright side, at least they were finally free from being mobbed by players, an unexpected bonus. The game company recently updated the cinematic sequence for the Eastern Wasteland Canyon, allowing players to witness the thrilling battle from a third-person perspective. Surprisingly, instead of scaring players away, these intense combat scenes have actually fueled their enthusiasm to take part. In this animation, aside from the 3 central figures Wang Jing, the Grand Emperor, and Wang Feiquo, young NPCs, Chen Qing and Lay Ming have also captured a great deal of attention. Lay Ming is highly popular for generously granting hidden classes, while Chen Qing has sparked heated debate among players due to his recent controversial actions. A detailed analysis post on the forums has stirred up lively discussion. The post argues that, as prominent young NPCs with notable levels, Chen Qing and Lay Ming are likely to play increasingly important roles in future storylines. Many players who have interacted with them agree, and the buzz around these two now even surpasses that of Wang Jing and other boss characters. Players have quickly put together highlight reels showcasing their standout moments in the Eastern Wasteland Canyon. Lay Ming's extraordinary bravery, especially his repeated charges into the rebel ranks, has earned him a devoted following. As a result, Baike Yi, who obtained the hidden class of armor-piercing spearman, has seen his value skyrocket, with major clubs eager to recruit him. Chen Qing's performance was even more astonishing. As the first to charge into the rebel camp, he not only withstood relentless bombardment from mages, but also survived a deadly assassin's strike, and even endured a focused assault from Wang Jing himself. This scene set the forums ablaze. Terrifying skeleton. I bet this guy definitely has a hidden class. A tissue. Careful, you might end up with a one-way ticket to Mocktown. Players were quick to join the discussion. He must have at least 15,000 HP. A level 39 mage surviving against Wang Jing? That's insane. Lay Ming and Chen Qing, these two are bound to be future powerhouses. Debate over who is stronger quickly followed. Some argued that Lay Ming's armor-piercing spear skills were unbeatable, while others insisted that Chen Qing could easily take him down. However, most players agreed that these two young NPCs are destined to play pivotal roles in the game's upcoming storylines. These two are definitely main character-level bosses. One player declared, his words resonating throughout the crowd. It was true. Chen Qing had not only taken down a level 50 assassin on his own, but he also showed no fear against Lay Ming, who was 10 levels above him. Every player present, regardless of which side they supported, found themselves nodding in agreement. This seemingly casual comment stirred up a storm among the core members of the major clubs. They all understood a crucial rule of the Multiverse War. Defeating a boss-level monster could grant you its passive skill. To players on the same side, Chen Qing and Lay Ming were just NPCs, but to those on the opposing side, they were genuine main character-level bosses. At this stage, no club had managed to take down even a regular boss. If anyone could defeat either of these main character-level bosses, not only would they earn an overpowered passive skill, but their club would also gain instant fame. Club owners had learned through internal sources that while the passive skills dropped by regular bosses were random, defeating a main character-level boss guaranteed their most powerful passive skill, and with luck, maybe even more than one. The levels of both players had already been posted online. Chen Qing was level 39, Lay Ming was level 44. Both could punch above their weight, but as long as they were below level 50, they were still vulnerable to being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. This realization left the club elites buzzing with excitement, especially the Rebel Black Skull and Starshine clubs, who immediately began planning their hunt. Blood Skull wasted no time rallying the guild in their chat group. Drop and attack civilization. Bring your high-level accounts. Level 30 and up speed is key. Well, team up with Starshine and other clubs to drown these two bosses with numbers. The chat exploded with eager responses. Suddenly, a golden ID sent a short message. Count me in. Instantly, the group fell silent. This was the mark of a world champion, an honor even Blood Skull hadn't earned. The speaker was Emperor Skull, a player who had originally specialized as a monk, but had switched to the mage starter village just for this event. In a private message, Emperor Skull told Blood Skull, I'm deleting my character and starting over right now. The higher-ups are taking this seriously. Starshine, Battlecraze, and Hurricane are all sending their golden IDs to lead teams. The news stunned Blood Skull. Battlecraze and Hurricane usually focused on warriors, mechanics, and monks, but for this boss, they were all converging on the mage starter village. With 4 golden ID players leading the charge, this boss hunt was shaping up to be unprecedented. It seemed Chen Qing and Lay Ming's fates were already sealed. The undercurrents were surging, closing in on Chen Qing. Mocktown, part of the Tucker civilization, remains a popular gathering spot for many players. While some prefer fast-paced, aggressive gameplay and quickly join factions to engage in PvP, others opt for a more laid-back approach, avoiding conflict and simply enjoying the game at their own pace. As Mocktown gradually regains its pre-war appearance with the help of players, many have started to feel a sense of belonging here. More importantly, the first post-war magic class Mentorigeras finally appeared in town. Aguer, the middle-aged man who once lost his life after recklessly challenging the giant cannon, managed to avoid making the same mistake again thanks to Chen Qing's help. Now, with the war over, he has returned to familiar Mocktown and set up a new classroom in his old spot, ready to continue teaching magic class transitions. News of his return quickly attracted many casual players, who now had a reason to stay in Mocktown as they enthusiastically completed rebuilding quests. Today, as usual, players were roaming around looking for post-war reconstruction tasks. Suddenly, dazzling beams of white light appeared all around, a sign that new players were arriving in Mocktown. Veteran players were used to this phenomenon. After all, New players joined the game every day. But today, the number of white lights seemed much greater than usual. One ordinary player noticed the lights, paused in surprise, then widened his eyes, staring intently at their source. As one of the beams faded, a player with a golden Emperor Skull ID stepped out, followed by a group of others with similarly marked Skull IDs, all bearing the unified XX Skull tag that made them stand out. Emperor Skull, the player whispered in astonishment. Emperor Skull is actually here in Mocktown? He was momentarily stunned, excitement welling up inside him. This former world champion, with his golden ID and professional status, was nothing short of legendary. Every appearance he made drew massive attention. If he was really planning to choose the mage class this time, it would undoubtedly become a landmark event in the game's history. News of his arrival sent waves of excitement and speculation through the player forums. Everyone knew that Emperor Skull's rise to fame was built on determination and flawless gameplay, earning him a large, loyal following. His celebrity status extended beyond the game, with endorsements and advertisements becoming part of his routine. For some players, however, Emperor Skull's arrival meant more than just a class selection. One post on the forum speculated, "There's no way Emperor Skull is just here to pick a class. Look at all those Black Skull members following him. Did they discover a new boss? A boss? Has Tucker Civilization actually released a new boss recently?" Another player replied. Speculation quickly spiraled, with others bringing up Chen Qing and Lay Ming, even connecting Mocktown to these characters. The players' imaginations ran wild, and in just a few comments, they had nearly pieced together the true purpose behind Emperor Skull's visit. Meanwhile, Emperor Skull and his group of Black Skull members slowly made their way toward the heart of the town, as if waiting for something to happen. As soon as he arrived, Bloodskull immediately came forward to greet him. This professional player, with his golden ID, was already waiting in Mocktown atop a well-groomed steed, prepared well in advance for the arrival of Emperor Skull. "Emperor," Bloodskull greeted him respectfully. Emperor Skull nodded slightly and said calmly, "Let's wait here for a bit. Xinghui and the others are about to arrive." By now, a crowd of ordinary players had already gathered to watch, but being the center of attention was nothing new to him. He couldn't help but smile. News of his arrival in Mocktown was probably already all over the forums. At that moment, several dazzling beams of white light erupted in the town. Emperor Skull turned his gaze toward the landing spot, where four shining golden IDs fashion, Shengzuan, Madman, and Zi the Mechmaster stepped out of the light, instantly setting off a wave of excitement among the nearby players. "Oh my god, it's Fazhen and Shengzuan. My idols. I was there in person when they won the championship 2 years ago. Madman and Zi are here too. Aren't they a warrior and a mechmaster? Why did they choose the Tuck civilization as well? Is something big about to happen here? This is legendary. It's the first time I've seen 4 golden IDs together outside of the Pro League." The news spread like wildfire, shooting to the top of the forum's trending list. The Tuck civilization, which had already gained popularity thanks to its unique starter village, once again became the center of attention not just for mage players, but for players of all classes. As soon as he arrived, Shengzuan smiled and nodded at Emperor Skull. These professional players already knew each other in real life, so they quickly gathered together. Emperor Skull glanced around at the group and nodded in satisfaction. "Looks like you 3 guilds have really gone all out this time. Each of you brought around 300 people, and with Black Skull's 500 in Tuck, this is going to be a true mega battle." A battle with over 1,000 players was indeed an impressive sight. Even if each person could only deal a minimum of 1 point of damage, their combined output would be over 1,000 per second. Of course, in actual combat, you had to account for crowding, losses from deaths, and missed attacks due to level differences, so the real output efficiency was about 3,050. Even so, the numbers were staggering. Although the game had a mechanic where repeated deaths increased the respawn cooldown within half an hour, each player still had 4 effective revival opportunities during that window. Emperor Skull was confident there was no way a boss under level 50 could wipe out his team more than 4 times. The Emperor is probably not the only one we need to worry about. Since Black Skull is sending 500 members this time, how could we afford to fall behind? The club is urgently mobilizing more people right now, and another group of members will be arriving soon. By then, each club will have at least 150 additional players. Outlaw of the outside world said coldly. Emperor Skull's expression shifted slightly. 500 people? Such a massive force reminded him of just how long it had been since had experienced a battle of this scale. Still, his real concern wasn't the numbers. The other 3 clubs were also sending considerable teams, and there was no doubt that dividing up the final boss would spark disputes. He had originally thought that Black Skull would take the lead in this operation, and that the rewards for defeating the boss would naturally go to them, while the other club's players would only gain experience and reputation. Clearly, though, the other clubs had no intention of just playing a supporting role. They wanted their share of the spoils too. It was inevitable that there would be clashes over who would claim the boss. The passive skills gained from defeating a protagonist-type boss were extremely valuable. Sometimes, a player could get an overpowered ability or even rise to become a top-tier, gold ID professional. For any club, cultivating a gold ID player was worth far more than having 100 ordinary members. Every club had skilled players who just hadn't had lucky breaks, and the importance of taking down a protagonist-type boss was obvious. It could be the key to elevating the club and creating a superstar. Emperor Skull frowned. Clearly, things weren't going to be as simple as had hoped. But this was an unspoken rule among the major clubs. Since they were still technically on the same team, no one wanted to say too much. They could only suppress their unease. He forced a smile and said, "Good. With a Tuthusan player raid, well, overwhelm them. By the way, we might need to send some people to drive off players from the smaller clubs nearby, just in case they try to steal the boss." He continued, his tone turning more serious. For smaller clubs, the only way to stand out is usually by pulling off a surprise victory or making it to the finals. That's how they attract new players and funding. There have been cases where players from small clubs managed to steal the boss when the big clubs let their guard down. That's something we always have to watch out for. The other 3 gold ID players nodded. They all understood the risks. Once the leaders had worked out the details of the boss fight, each of them led their teams out of Mocktown. At this point, most of the players arriving in the Tucker civilization were still at level 1. Sending them to fight the boss would be a joke. Emperor Skull headed off toward the E family's main base along with Blood Skull. Most of Black Skull's members had already joined the rebel faction. Aside from a few who were still mingling in the rebel camps, most had switched to mage, with some choosing assassin as their class. While the rebel side did have assassin and mage roles, it seemed like only Wang Fei had a hidden class. Unfortunately, because of the massive level gap, ordinary members had almost no chance to interact directly with Wang Fei. Brother Emperor, is 2 weeks enough time? 2 of the clubs didn't send their members to Tucker civilization in advance, someone suddenly asked. Emperor Skull paused, feeling both uneasy and quietly hopeful. Bloody Skeleton glanced anxiously at Emperor Skeleton. This chance to take down the boss was hard-won, specially arranged for him after careful consideration by the club's executives. The reason was simple. Emperor Skeleton was already a top-tier player with a gold-level ID. Even without any overpowered passive skills, he could maintain his status. In comparison, giving Bloody Skeleton this opportunity might allow the club to foster another gold-level professional player. Noticing Bloody Skeleton's expression, Emperor Skeleton offered a gentle smile. As a promising player who might advance to gold-level ID, Bloody Skeleton was certainly worth his support. "Don't worry," Emperor Skeleton reassured him. "Those are all my old rivals, and each of them is strong. Besides, the clubs backing them are wealthy and can always recruit high-level players to help out. Their levels will catch up soon enough." Hearing this, Bloody Skeleton visibly relaxed. Meanwhile, both the Tucker royal family and the rebels were busy regrouping. The prolonged war had left both armies exhausted and struggling with scarce supplies. Interestingly, when the emperor noticed a shift in the attitude of the Guhui faction, he ordered a purge within Tucker City to try to control their leadership. However, by the time the royal family acted, the core members of the Guhui faction had already quietly left the city, disappearing without a trace. What the royal family didn't expect was that, following this operation, the Guhui faction's influence in the south suddenly became much more active. Reports came in from the front lines. Large quantities of magic stones, food supplies, and magical talismans were being delivered non-stop to the rebel camps. As a commercial powerhouse, the Guhui faction not only had deep pockets but also commanded a well-equipped army in the south, with armaments far superior to those of the Yi family rebels. Now, the Guhui faction had deployed their forces to the southern border with the royal family. Although they hadn't yet made a move, their threat was clear. To respond to this situation, the Tucker royal family quickly mobilized the Mage Association to form a special unit in Tucker City called the Order Restoration Corps. Although this hastily assembled force couldn't match the regular legions in morale, its members were individually far stronger. While ordinary legion soldiers ranged from level 20 to 35, the Order Restoration Corps averaged levels 30 to 50, and was even led by a vice president at level 100. This elite force successfully deterred the southern powers, forcing them to rein in their aggression. Though these military maneuvers seemed simple, they took a full 2 weeks to complete. During this time, tensions between the two sides only increased, yet neither made a move, as if both were preparing for an unprecedented showdown. Unaware that several major clubs had set their sights on him due to his inability to access the forum, Chen Qing was hunting wild monsters near Tucker City to gain experience. However, as this area was essentially a starter zone, the monsters rarely exceeded level 35. For Chen Qing, who was used to earning tens of thousands of experience points at a time, these gains felt insignificant. Ding, you've killed a wild tiger and gained 1,030 experience. Ding, you've killed a wild tiger and gained 870 experience. Looking at the massive tiger that had just fallen before him and the small increase of just over 2,000 experience points in his pool, Chen Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, that's enough. A system notification immediately popped up. Ding, you've reached level 40. Watching as his level finally jumped from 39 to 40, Chen Qing's hands trembled with excitement. Over the past 2 weeks, he had practically become the Wu Song of Taker City, relentlessly hunting wild tigers on the outskirts until their numbers noticeably dwindled. These tigers, ranging from levels 33 to 35, were the highest level monsters he could find, but for someone like Hyman experienced Black Holy, it still felt like a drop in the ocean. His perseverance paid off. After 2 grueling weeks, not only had he maxed out his Flame Burst skill, greatly boosting his damage output, but had also reached the crucial milestone of level 40. System notifications chimed one after another. Ding. Player has reached level 40. Automatically learned Ancient Mage skills. Tranquil Formation, Slowing Field. Ding. Player has reached level 40. Unlocked Star Beast talents. Vitality Reserve, Cosmic Breath. Ding. Player has reached level 40. Automatically learned Warrior skills. Dragon Slash, Damage Suppression. What surprised him most was that level 40 didn't just bring the usual skill set, also unlocked the Star Beast's unique talents. When Chen Qing read the description for Vitality Reserve, his heart couldn't help but race. This skill was a game changer. When his HP dropped to 0, it would automatically trigger, instantly restoring him to full health and granting a 10 boost to all stats for 60 seconds. Even though it had a 30-day cooldown, with the Ancient Mage's cooldown reduction, it could potentially drop to under a week in the future. It was practically a second life. By comparison, the other new skills seemed less impressive. Tranquil Formation was an area-based skill that continuously healed allies and boosted their stats within its field, but for Chen Qing, who already had passive regeneration, it wasn't worth investing in right now. However, Slowing Field was a valuable area effect aura that reduced enemies' attack and movement speeds, making it one of the core skills for an Ancient Mage and a top priority for improvement. Judging by this skill progression, it was clear that at level 70, Ancient Mages would face a key specialization choice. Either become a support-focused formation master or advance along the high-tier Ancient Mage path. Chen Qing had already made up his Minden, the foundation of the advanced Ancient Mage. He would ultimately become a chronomancer, a true master of time and space. Among the newly acquired skills, Vitality Storage was a natural talent. It didn't have levels and didn't require any points to be allocated. The other skills, however, all had proficiency levels. After rubbing his temples and thinking it over, Chen Qing decided to max out Slow Field and Starry Breath, while letting the other skills develop as they would. The world had changed. It was no longer the era when players hadn't yet entered the game. The Liko had invaded early, and the players had arrived ahead of schedule. The entire game's rhythm had deviated from what he once knew, moving much faster than expected. In this new situation, his previous strategy of maxing out every skill was no longer suitable. As Chen Qing focused on studying his new skills, the magic communication talisman he kept close suddenly began to vibrate violently. He quickly took it out. Chen Qing, get back here. The Tucker royal family is preparing for war. Lay Ming's urgent voice came through loud and clear. The news sent a jolt through Chen Qing. It was finally happening. He and Lay Ming had been waiting for the Tucker royal family to declare war for ages. For Chen Qing, this was especially important. Without war, staying in the Tucker civilization would become awkward. The local monster levels could no longer satisfy his needs. Only by joining war missions and finishing off enemies for experience could he keep up with his high XP requirements. A system notification chimed. Ding, Tucker civilization, war has begun. You have automatically received the mission Battle to Suppress the Rebellion. Camp mission, Battle to Suppress the Rebellion. Mission description, help the Tucker royal family defeat the rebels and secure ultimate victory. Mission rewards, 700,000 XP, 1,000 gold coins. Instantly increase any 2 existing skill proficiencies by 1 level, must be used immediately, cannot be saved. 100 Tucker civilization reputation, active skill magic arrow. Special reward, passive skill war aura. How to obtain? Kill over 1,000 enemy soldiers and defeat 5 high-level enemies level 60 or above. Penalty for failure, lose 2 levels, expelled from Tucker territory. A camp mission had finally appeared, signaling that the 2 factions were about to clash for real, and a decisive outcome would likely come soon. Chen Qing wasn't the only one to receive this mission. Every player in both factions got it, though the rewards would vary depending on reputation, level, and rank. Chen Qing was confident that no one else would get better rewards than him. He spurred his horse back to the city. From a distance, he could see that Tucker City was packed with players, all with their IDs floating above their heads. Clearly, everyone had received the mission prompt and was rushing back to their respective camps. It was hard to judge the scale when everyone was scattered, but now that they'd gathered, there were easily tens of thousands of players. Chen Qing was quietly surprised. Even for a camp mission, this was a massive turnout, not to mention the rebel faction's numbers weren't included. He remembered that Tucker wasn't the only civilization in the starting area. He shook his head, unaware that he and Lay Ming were the main reasons so many players had flocked to Tucker. After Black Skull announced plans to hunt down Chen Qing and Lay Ming, The Tucker faction exploded in popularity on the player forums, attracting hordes of players drawn by the golden ID celebrity effect. As soon as he reached the military camp's entrance, Shigua's Superman Wad once suffered at Chen Qing's hand spotted him and shrieked like a startled rabbit. Chen Qing is here. His voice was like a boulder thrown into a still lake, sending shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned to Chen Qing, faces filled with fear as players instinctively stepped aside. The previously crowded entrance instantly cleared, leaving a wide path straight to the gates. Seeing this, Chen Qing nodded with satisfaction, a slight smile on his lips. Not bad. This is the most respectful bunch of players I've ever led. Just as he was about to walk into the camp, a player beside him suddenly spoke up. Chen Qing, I've got some intel ID like to trade with you. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Qing instinctively turned his head and saw a player with the ID, Wu, looking at him nervously. Chen Qing, I have some important information ID like to trade with you, Wu said cautiously. If you agree to teach me magic, I'll tell you something that could put you in danger. A knowing look flashed across Chen Qing's eyes, yet another player hoping to take advantage of his hidden class. Still, since this involved his own safety, the information was worth hearing out. If your information checks out, they'll consider teaching you magic, Chen Qing replied with a nod. Wu's eyes immediately lit up at the promise, but he quickly fell into thought. He knew full well what it would mean to snitch in front of so many players. The news would inevitably reach the Black Skull Club, and he'd have to seek protection from another club of equal standing to keep himself safe. Chen Qing, someone from the rebels is planning to harm you. Wu lowered his voice as he spoke. This seemingly ordinary warning made Chen Qing frown slightly. As someone who was half NPC, half player, he instantly picked up on the underlying message. Wu was serious, which suggested that the threat most likely came from other players, not NPCs. The ones targeting me, Chen Qing probed. Are they, like you, newcomers who've recently appeared in the tax civilization? Wu was taken aback by the question. In his experience, few NPCs could recognize the unique nature of players, but Chen Qing seemed to understand everything perfectly. Wu couldn't help but re-evaluate the person in front of him. Could he really be a major figure in the future cosmic war? After all, bosses came in different ranks. Some were only temporarily powerful, while others remained formidable until the very end. Throughout this exchange, Chen Qing's presence loomed ever larger in Wu's mind. This was thanks to the players who, driven by fear of failing their missions, kept their distance from Chen Qing, and to the silence surrounding the Black Skull Club's schemes. It was this climate of fear that allowed Wu to seize the opportunity to potentially gain a hidden class. Wu once saw a post on a forum from someone claiming to be an insider game developer. That person had said that every boss who survived until the final version would, to some extent, become aware of the difference between players and NPCs, almost as if they possessed consciousness, yet couldn't sense their own minds being controlled or restricted by the game. Wu shuddered, suddenly feeling as if he had stumbled onto something incredible. He quickly replied, yes, it's people like us who want to harm you. As soon as he said it, he realized something was off and hurriedly added, I mean, it's another group of people, not us. Chen Qing nodded lightly, not bothered by Wu's slip of the tongue. After all, he understood what Wu was trying to say. If this information was true, it meant there was definitely a club targeting him, maybe even dragging Lay Ming into it as well. The reason was simple. The clubs had set their sights on the reward for taking down a protagonist-level boss. They were preparing to strike before he could fully grow into a true powerhouse. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Chen Qing's mouth. He could easily guess which clubs were behind this. Black Skull and Starshine were almost certainly the main players. As for the other clubs, while he wasn't sure about the details, he had a pretty good idea. After all, club rivalries were never simple. But Chen Qing didn't press Wu for more details. He knew that if he did, Wu might get spooked. Instead, he lowered his voice and asked, do you know roughly how many people they have? Wu paused, his eyes flickering as he considered. Finally, he said, I'm not sure of the exact number, but it shouldn't be less than 2,000. As soon as he finished, Wu glanced nervously at Chen Qing, worried that he might ask how he knew so much or doubt his reliability. But he needn't have worried. Chen Qing wasn't like other NPCs. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. 2,000. They're really going all out. He knew that organizing a battle of this scale, especially in the beginner village, would cost a fortune. Still, he wasn't particularly concerned. If this had happened before level 40, he might have been at risk of being overwhelmed and losing everything. But now, he was no longer a rookie. After level 40, had unlocked multiple aura skills, more than enough to handle a massive group fight like this. Besides, Chen Qing glanced at his character panel, a sly glint in his eye. She still had one trump card up his sleeve, the Cosmic Behemoth talent skill, Stellar Breath. When the time came, these clubs were in for quite a surprise. After sorting everything out, Chen Qing looked at Wu, a relaxed smile on his face. As someone who had once been an ordinary player with no club backing, Chen Qing understood what it meant for Wu to share such sensitive information. Was now likely to become a target for Black Skull himself. Chen Qing made a mental note of this favor. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. Chen Qing's favorability 100. That message popped up on Wu's interface, and he couldn't help but smile with relief. But before he had time to react, Chen Qing handed him a small necklace. It looked simple and understated, much plainer than the accessories Chen Qing had given to people like Russell, but somehow more discreet. This is your proof of joining Tion Ming, Chen Qing said calmly. Keep it, you'll need it later. Wu took the necklace, stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he realized he had just been brought into something much bigger. Wu paused for a moment, carefully examining the description of the Tion Ming necklace on the panel. It looked like an ordinary necklace, but it actually represented the identity of a junior member of the Tion Ming. Tion Ming. Wu frowned slightly, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why isn't this organization mentioned anywhere in the game's backstory? Noticing Wu's confusion, Chen Qing cleared his throat and smiled. That's perfectly normal. To be honest, Tion Ming only has 5 members so far. Well, now that you've joined, it's 6. After handing over the necklace, Chen Qing hesitated for a moment, then met Wu's expectant gaze and said seriously, before I teach you about magic, I have to clarify something. My magical lineage is a bit different from that of ordinary mages. Wu's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't that even better? It might actually be weaker than regular mages at first. Oh, come on. Wu interrupted. Just based on your performance in the Eastern Wilderness Canyon, how could a hidden class possibly be weak? You need to be prepared. Don't worry, I'm ready to reach the top. Go ahead, hit me with this hidden class. Seeing Wu's relaxed and confident expression, Chen Qing realized he wasn't taking his words seriously at all. Ancient mage really is weak, my friend. He sighed helplessly and gave up trying to persuade him. In that case, head to Mocktown. Hearing the familiar place name, Wu shuddered and stared at Chen Qing in horror. Seriously? Another day trip to Mocktown? Did I say something wrong? Chen Qing continued. There's a pawn near the town. He'll send you the coordinates. Follow this route, and you'll find a small house. Inside, look for an old man named Mistook and tell him I sent you. Wu's expression grew darker, and he looked completely defeated. Chen Qing shook his head inwardly. Simone, this unmotivated could never make it to the level 200 transformation. In truth, he genuinely wanted to give Wu a chance to become an ancient mage, but Chen Qing didn't enjoy pretending to be an NPC and chatting with players, so he decided to leave it all to Mistook. The system notification sounded, and the quest panel popped up. Without even looking at it, Wu closed it right away. It was always the same anyway, just going to find a pond. But who exactly was this Mistook? Why would he be living by a pond? Full of complaints, Wu swung himself onto his inferior horse and left the camp without looking back. Chen Qing opened his mouth, wanting to give him a tip on completing the quest, but seeing Wu's determined, almost heroic back, he decided to say nothing. Oh well, Chen Qing thought, once he gets to Mistook, he'll realize this isn't just another fetch quest, it's a genuine ancient mage class change mission. Despite the minor incident, Chen Qing's rhythm remained unaffected. He had mentally prepared himself long ago for the possibility of being targeted by other players, so when faced with such a situation now, he stayed calm and composed. As he opened the door, Chen Qing saw Lay Ming carefully wiping down a dragon-embellished spear. This was a rare weapon, its shaft coiled with a dragon motif and emitting a faint magical glow. The spear had been specially commissioned by the Emperor as a reward for Lay Ming's valor during the Battle of the Eastern Wilderness Gorge. Not only did it look impressive, but it was also enchanted with multiple combat buffs, perfectly suited to Lay Ming's current needs. The timing of this gift couldn't have been better. Lay Ming's previous spear, a gift from Chen Qing, had been completely worn out in the same battle and was now unusable. Chen Qing, you're back? Lay Ming looked up with a broad grin. The Emperor sent word today. Tomorrow we launch the final assault on the rebels. You've been waiting for this showdown, haven't you? Chen Qing chuckled. Lay Ming, if we win this battle, your grudge will finally be settled. How about we explore the universe together after that? At these words, a spark of anticipation lit up in Lay Ming's eyes. Leaving the Taker civilization? I've been thinking about it too. Mr. Lan Suo from Wan'an was right, this place is too small. Aside from you and Russell, there are few left who can really challenge me. I want to see if there are any greater heroes out there in the universe. Watching his battle-obsessed friend, Chen Qing shook his head with a smile. He then relayed Wu Dui's warning to Lay Ming, making it clear that someone might be specifically targeting him. What? You're saying there's a group of strange people coming after me? Lay Ming was surprised at first, but quickly grinned and clenched his fist in excitement. Great. Pressure is what pushes me forward. These kinds of fights are exactly what make me stronger. Seeing Lay Ming itching for a fight, ready to charge out and take on the enemy, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a bit weary. Among the original 5 members of Tion Ming, both Du Hua and Lay Ming were known for their love of battle, but their personalities were very different. Du Hua simply couldn't judge the strength of his opponents, while Lay Ming always fought even when the odds were against him, eager to learn from defeat. This difference in mindset explained why, in their previous lives, Lay Ming achieved so much more than Du Hua. Still, no matter how good his attitude, Lay Ming would be in real danger if thousands came after him. As an armor-piercing lancer, he excelled at single combat, but his abilities were far less effective against large groups. Even if he tried to take them down one by one, it would take an enormous amount of time and effort. They might send thousands after you, so try to keep your wits about you, Chen Qing said, giving Lay Ming a warning tap on the head. If you ever find yourself in that kind of situation, don't just rush in on your own. Remember to send me a message, I'll come to help you. Chen Qing paused for a moment, as if thinking, then added, if I'm too far away, look for those new players who've appeared in Tucker City and ask them for help. Get them to help you hold off the enemy. Chen Qing had already confirmed with Lay Ming that, even though Lay Ming didn't know the players were from another world, he could still sense there was something different between players and NPCs. Lay Ming once said, NPCs are normal people, but players are strange. Chen Qing's meaning was clear. He wanted Lay Ming to ask the players from the royal faction for help. After all, if an NPC asked a player for assistance, it would definitely trigger a quest, and there would surely be plenty of players willing to help Lay Ming fend off the Black Skulls. Lay Ming felt a little upset when he realized Chen Qing didn't believe he could hold off thousands of enemies, but Chen Qing already felt like family to him. Despite his frustration, Lay Ming quietly accepted Chen Qing's plan. Seeing Lay Ming's expression, Chen Qing immediately understood this guy still wasn't completely convinced. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, this stubborn kid. I just hope he doesn't really try to face thousands of enemies alone. Chen Qing hadn't even noticed that at some point, had stopped seeing Lay Ming and the others as lifeless NPCs. In his heart, Lay Ming, Luo Su, and the rest were no different from real people of flesh and blood. But it was fine, Lay Ming wasn't a fool. If things really got out of hand, he'd definitely come to him for help. With that thought, the tension in Chen Qing's heart eased considerably. The night passed quietly. At dawn the next day, just as the first light crept over the horizon, countless beams of white light suddenly appeared throughout Tucker City. The players had arrived. Today was the day of the decisive battle between the Tucker royal family and the rebels, and every player logged in at the same moment. So many had been waiting for this day, even the usual late sleepers wouldn't miss such a grand battle. Chen Qing was woken by the excited commotion outside. Rubbing his eyes, he got up and put on his black battle armor. Today wasn't just the day the players had been waiting for, been looking forward to it too. If not for helping Lay Ming get his revenge, Chen Qing would have left Tucker civilization long ago and entered interstellar society. A deep, resonant bell rang out across Tucker City. The city's residents had heard this bell not long ago when the Likas invaded. Whenever the bell tolled, it meant Tucker civilization was about to face a battle for survival. As the sound of the bell faded, the neighing of warhorses, the ring of drawn swords, and the whoosh of magic robes filled every corner of Tucker City. The battle had begun. Bang, bang, bang. With the thunder of galloping warhorses and iron hooves pounding the earth, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. The clash between the Tucker royal forces and the rebels had moved beyond initial raids and ambushes. Now it was a straightforward, face-to-face confrontation. On this battleground of blood and fire, there was no longer room for schemes or trickery. At this point, only strength and courage would determine victory. Any underhanded tactics would only shake the army's morale. Open combat had become the greatest strategy of all. This decisive battle would determine the fate of both sides, with everything on the line. Chen Qing had no idea what the rebels were planning, but among the royal forces, he spotted several unfamiliar and impressive units. The First Legion, known as the Royal Legion, was directly under the Tucker royal family. Chen Qing belonged to the 2nd Division of mages within this legion. The 2nd Legion, called the Western Garrison, was commanded by the legendary Marshal of the West himself, a force renowned for its iron discipline and charged with defending the western borders of Tucker civilization. The 3rd Legion, called the Order of Purity, was led personally by the president and vice president of the Mage Association. It was composed entirely of mages, with an average level far surpassing the other legions, making it an elite force among elites. But the 4th Legion, Chen Qing could only look helplessly at the ragtag group of player soldiers beside him, his eyelid twitching in disbelief. Compared to the other legions, this was a motley crew at best. Thousands of players, divided into countless factions, lacked any coordination or discipline. Their formation was a mess. Some were even happily talking to thin air, rambling. Thanks for the plane, buddy. If you like Big Silly, remember to give me a follow. Big Silly will take you right into the heart of the Tucker War. Don't worry if you missed anything. Let's go live. Lay Ming glanced at the players with a puzzled expression, wondering what on earth was wrong with them. Chen Qing, on the other hand, was so frustrated he nearly lost his temper. Damn it, the battle hasn't even started, and I already want to send this guy back to the respawn point, he thought. But he forced himself to calm down, tearing his gaze away from the players' antics. His eyes shifted to the figure riding at the front of the assembled legions, the Emperor himself. The significance of this battle was clear. The Emperor had taken the field in person, leading the troops from the very front. His presence was impossible to ignore, exuding an overwhelming authority. As one of Tucker civilization's top-level powerhouses, the Emperor's strength was unmatched, even steadier and stronger, Chen Qing thought, than Wang Jing's. With such a figure commanding the army, morale soared. Every soldier was ready to fight to the death for their homeland. This battle, with over 100,000 soldiers involved, was destined to be epic. Looking out over the royal army, the soldiers formed a dense, endless sea of black armor, stretching far beyond the horizon. Although Chen Qing had experienced large-scale wars in his previous life, those had mostly taken place in the vastness of space, both sides firing energy blasts at each other from great distances. Compared to those space battles, this clash of tens of thousands fighting hand-to-hand was far more visually overwhelming and intense. As Chen Qing pondered, a thin black line suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, like a boundary dividing the sky from the earth. He exchanged a glance with Lay Ming, both instantly understanding the black line was the rebel forces, appearing so thin only because of the immense distance between the two armies. They finally arrived. Chen Qing exhaled softly, his gaze turning serious. It seems the enemy is formidable as well. As the gap between the armies narrowed, it felt as if nothing existed in the world except the two advancing forces. The thunderous sound of heavy footsteps echoed, each beat amplifying the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the royal army. Even the players, who had been joking and laughing moments before, were now infected by the solemn mood, their faces turning grave as the tension mounted. Hey everyone in the livestream, check it out. The rebel army is right across from us, and the battle's about to begin. It's going to be earth-shattering. If you're watching, don't forget to send gifts to Big Silly Bro. Streaming out here isn't easy. Just as the tension reached its peak, the voice of a player known as Big Silly Bro suddenly rang out from the players' ranks. His livestream commentary sounded jarringly out of place in the grim atmosphere, carrying an odd, almost comical tone. The surrounding players glared at him, thinking he must be crazy to chase views at a time like this. While everyone else was immersed in the gravity of the moment, someone was actually live streaming as if nothing serious was happening. Noticing the stares, Big Silly Bro didn't seem to care. Come on, it's just a game. Do you guys really think you're going to war? Look at these serious faces, he muttered to himself, shaking his head. Suddenly, a flash of cold light cut through the air. A massive blade came crashing down, instantly severing Big Silly Brother's head from his body. The players nearby gasped in shock, even more stunned to see the gruesome scene unfiltered. Big Silly Brother's look of disbelief remained frozen on his severed head, so lifelike it sent chills down everyone's spine. Several female players even screamed in terror. Everyone quickly turned to see who had struck. Seated atop a warhorse, clad in heavy blue armor and gripping a bloodied long blade, was a stern-faced general. Humph. At the moment of battle, this fool dares to speak nonsense and undermine morale. Today, I execute him as a warning to all, the blue-armored general declared coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade as he swept his eyes over the players, his warning unmistakable. Even though they knew he was just an NPC, the players felt the weight of his murderous aura, and the entire contingent fell instantly silent. The commotion at the rear didn't disturb the Emperor in the slightest. Even if he knew there was some mischief going on behind him, he wouldn't spare it a second thought. An Emperor on campaign has no time for trivialities. At this moment, Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he stared at the approaching rebel forces. At the front of the rebel army, a middle-aged man in a purple robe stood tall atop an ornate carriage, his posture ramrod straight and his expression full of pride. This was Wang Jing, head of the Yi clan, whose eyes gleamed with ambition. The Emperor regarded Wang Jing calmly, shaking his head with a hint of regret in his voice. Wang Jing, you were once a formidable general. Why have you chosen the path of rebellion? Wang Jing threw his head back and laughed, his voice booming. Chen Qing, drop the act. My Yi clan has done nothing to harm the Taker civilization. How can you call us traitors? He pointed at the Emperor, his voice suddenly sharp. You, on the other hand, cling to power and refuse to let the Taker civilization join the interstellar society, paving the way for the Lay clan's invasion. If we had joined the interstellar community sooner, our nation would be strong and unafraid of outsiders. In truth, your Zhong family is the greatest blight on Taker. I'm simply doing what's necessary, cleansing our civilization of its poison. Though his voice wasn't loud, some kind of magic carried his words clearly across both armies. Instantly, murmurs and whispers rippled through the imperial ranks as soldiers began to discuss among themselves. The Emperor's expression remained unchanged. He shook his head and answered, do you really think the interstellar society is full of saints and peace? The reality is far more brutal than you imagine. His tone was steady and forceful. If Taker, still weak, rushes to join the interstellar community, we won't gain advanced knowledge or powerful weapons. We'll only become vassals or even slaves of greater civilizations, with no standing at all. Your words are nothing but empty rhetoric, meant to fuel your own ambitions. Standing nearby, Chen Qing couldn't help but nod in agreement. No matter how these two argued, the truth was clear: the Taker civilization was in no position to join the interstellar society. They were simply too weak, with no voice or leverage. Whether the imperial court was incompetent or the Yi clan was ambitious, both sides were equally flawed, though each tried to justify their actions with lofty ideals. Wang Jing clearly understood this himself and wasn't interested in further debate. Trading barbs at this point was pointless. It was time to settle things on the battlefield. Enough talk, Zhong. Let's see who has real strength. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Jing turned and called out to his army. Who among you will step forward and challenge the Zhong army? Commander, Huang Liang volunteers for the fight. A burly general in his 30s immediately rode out from the ranks, leaping onto his horse and charging toward the front lines. Seeing Huang Liang volunteer, a pleased smile appeared on Wang Jing's face. With General Huang in battle, victory is assured. Throughout history, it's been tradition for opposing champions to challenge each other before the main battle, and the Taker armies were no exception. The players watching this scene eagerly switched on their recording devices, settling in for the spectacle. As for joining the fight themselves, not a chance. According to the player interface, Huang Liang was level 45 and at least an elite enemy. The highest level players were only at level 35, and that's without any skill bonuses, meaning they were actually weaker than a normal level 35 monster. If they charged in now, Huang Liang would likely cut them down with a single blow. This was truly a public humiliation, losing face in front of a crowd of 100,000, with even the NPCs witnessing the embarrassment. On the battlefield, Huang Liang rode his warhorse up to the front lines of the royal army, looking every bit the formidable general. He raised his broadsword high, pointed it at the enemy, and shouted in a booming voice, "Huang Liang is here. Is there anyone among you brave enough to face me?" These pre-battle challenges were mostly a way to boost morale. The top-ranking generals rarely appeared themselves. Usually, it was commanders between level 40 and 60 who stepped forward. The emperor paid no mind to Huang Liang's taunts. Soon, a clear, youthful voice rang out from the royal camp. "Traitor, don't get ahead of yourself. Face the spear of Lay Ming from the 2nd Division." Before Chen Qing could react, Lay Ming had already charged forward, spear in hand, so quickly that no one had time to stop him. Although Lay Ming and Huang Liang were similar in rank, their abilities were worlds apart. Lay Ming was destined to be a legendary figure, his spear unstoppable, while Huang Liang was a minor character in the Tark civilization, barely even a supporting role. Huang Liang hadn't taken part in the Battle of Eastern Wasteland Gorge, so he didn't know anything about Lay Ming. Seeing the enemy send out such a young officer, he laughed loudly. Looks like the royal army is really scraping the bottom of the barrel, sending a mere boy to fight. I wasn't wrong to call you children. Before he could finish, Lay Ming shot forward like lightning, his spear aimed straight for the vital point. Huang Liang had no chance to react, was struck down in a single blow, his health bar dropping to 0 as he toppled from his horse. Huang Liang, defeated in less than 5 minutes. Everyone was stunned, and for a moment, the battlefield fell into awkward silence. Among the rebels, the officers who knew Huang Liang lowered their heads in embarrassment, wishing they could disappear. What was supposed to be a grand showdown had turned into a farce because of Huang Liang's swift defeat. Almost immediately, another rebel officer stepped forward. "I am Fang Jing, a general of the Allied forces. Lay Ming, prepare to die." Lay Ming's sudden appearance had completely disrupted the rhythm of the duel. What should have been a contest between level 40 generals was now a battle between high-level commanders. Fang Jing was a level 53 general, one of the strongest in the 40-60 level range. A glint of excitement flashed in Lay Ming's eyes as he leveled his spear and advanced to meet Fang Jing. Ding! On the battlefield, Lay Ming's spear pierced straight into the shield of a heavily armored general. What was once an impenetrable shield was punctured as easily as paper by the tip of Lay Ming's armor-piercing spear. Cracks spread across its surface like a spiderweb, and the powerful force behind the blow shattered the shield's defenses. The shield-bearing general's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, Lay Ming's second thrust drove through his chest plate, a spray of blood marking the moment as the general was knocked from his horse. Both armies gasped at the sight. This young officer in silver armor had just claimed his 3rd major victory, and this time, his opponent was a formidable level 56 general. At the start of the battle, the shield-bearer had been able to hold his ground against Lay Ming, but as the fight wore on, his momentum faltered, and he ultimately fell to Lay Ming's spear. The encounter showcased Lay Ming's overwhelming strength in the level 40-60 range. Even if the rebels sent more generals, it seemed unlikely they could shake his dominance. Wang Jing watched Lay Ming's masterful spear technique, a serious expression settling on his face. The style was eerily familiar, and considering this silver-armored officer's surname, a cold glint flashed in Wang Jing's eyes. Interesting. So, there are still survivors of the Lay family. Today, they'll put an end to that once and for all. He shot a glance at the officer beside him, who was draped in a mage's robe. The officer understood immediately, spurred his horse forward, and shouted, "Don't get cocky, Lay Ming. Lin Dong, deputy commander of the Mage Corps, is here to face you." Before his words had even faded, he began launching spells at Lay Ming from afar. Chen Qing frowned at the sight. Lin Dong's level 61 power was already beyond the 4060 range, though not by much. It was enough to make a difference. Since NPCs lacked the precise stat panels that players had, both armies could only make rough guesses about each other's strength. Lay Ming, not yet at level 50, had a fierce attack, but relatively weak defenses. Under Lin Dong's relentless magical barrage, Lay Ming's health was dropping rapidly. Furious, Lay Ming spun his spear, trying to close the distance, but the level gap made it impossible for him to break through the mage's kiting tactics. As he started coughing up blood and seemed on the brink of death, a wall of earth suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking Lin Dong's finishing blow. Picking on someone weaker than you? Why don't you try fighting me, Chen Qing, if you dare? The earth wall was Chen Qing's formation, earth fortification skill. Seeing that Lay Ming was in danger, he stepped in to save him. The player crowd erupted with excitement, shouting, "Protective Big Brother moment. I'm all in for the Chen Qing Lay Ming duo. And I bet Chen Qing's going to crush that little mage's a mage himself. He's not afraid of kiting." As two of the most well-known players, Chen Qing and Lay Ming's back-to-back appearances sent the spectators' enthusiasm soaring. Meanwhile, the rebel players, especially the Black Skull gang, watched the battlefield with intense focus, afraid to miss a single detail. They had already planned to hunt these two down, and with Lay Ming and Chen Qing making their moves one after another, the trap closed perfectly around them. This gave the enemy an ideal opportunity to carefully study the abilities of both men. After rescuing Lay Ming, Chen Qing immediately faced off against Lin Dong. Although Chen Qing's level was a bit lower than Lay Ming's, if it weren't for his Heart of the Brave skill, Lin Dong's level advantage would have put even more pressure on Chen Qing than on Lay Ming. However, when the fight actually began, Lin Dong was completely overwhelmed by Chen Qing. Within just a few exchanges, Lin Dong's health dropped rapidly. On the other hand, even though Chen Qing took several skill attacks, his health recovered almost instantly. Lin Dong grew increasingly alarmed. He had already thought Lay Ming's powerful palm technique was monstrous for someone so young, but now another, even more formidable teenager had appeared. Each of Chen Qing's attacks put tremendous pressure on him, while his own strikes barely scratched Chen Qing. Doubt crept into Lin Dong's mind. Was this boy actually a tank disguised as a mage? The sense of helplessness in his heart only grew. As Lin Dong realized that his condition had deteriorated significantly, he decided to retreat to camp. But just then, something completely unexpected happened. Chen Qing suddenly dashed forward and closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The young man drew a magical longsword from his waist, its blade shimmering with a faint blue glow, radiating an aura that was a mix of both warrior and mage. Lin Dong watched as the magical sword loomed larger and larger, and just as he tried to defend himself, he suddenly felt his movements slow to a crawl. A sharp swish sounded in his ears, and the next thing he knew, his body was still standing upright. But his vision spun wildly before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Dong had been decapitated. A system notification chimed. Ding, enemy commander killed. Experience gained, 163,000. Ding, enemy commander killed. Experience gained, 131,000. With the level 61 commander defeated, Chen Qing instantly gained over 300,000 experience points. He couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Experience from faction wars was indeed generous. Usually, players earn more experience for kills during faction battles, and commander-level enemies were elite monsters that provided even greater rewards. If he had killed a level 61 monster out in the wild, the experience would have been around 50,000 at most. Although Chen Qing still remembered the massive experience gains from finishing off level 70+ foes during the Eastern Wasteland Gorge campaign, being able to take down a commander on his own this time was more than satisfying. As for those 300,000 experience points, he glanced at a few players standing among the rebel ranks, especially noticing some with conspicuous golden IDs. With a cold smile, he decided to allocate all the experience to his skills. Instantly, Starry Breath rose to level 3, and Slow Field advanced to level 2. Although the whole process was brief, it was enough for Chen Qing to fully appreciate the unique thrill and rich rewards of faction battles. When Chen Qing swiftly beheaded Lin Dong, complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the rebel players. Some glanced around uneasily, beginning to question their choice of faction. Others furrowed their brows, calculating new strategies in their minds. A few professional players with golden IDs exchanged grave looks. Emperor, Saint, Outsider Maniac asked in a low voice, "You two are the highest level here. Did you catch Lin Dong's exact level just now?" Outsider Maniac and Mech Master Zi had both switched to this profession temporarily, and since their club hadn't invested much in the Tucker civilization, they were both stuck at level 30. In contrast, Emperor Skeleton and Saint Magus had leveled up faster by teaming up with players assigned by their club ahead of time, reaching levels 33 and 34 respectively. Emperor Skeleton frowned. Lin Dong was level 61. Chen Qing's level is only 40. Even though Outsider Maniac and Mech Master Zi had mentally prepared themselves, the level gap was still shocking. No level suppression for NPCs? Mech Master Zi asked in a hushed tone. The other three shook their heads. Saint Magus explained, "There definitely is. The club leadership is familiar with the game's rules, and the information from the developers is reliable. You saw how Lay Ming could instantly kill enemies of the same level, but struggled more against higher-level bosses. Emperor Skeleton added, by rights, Lay Ming is a protagonist-type boss, so his stats shouldn't be any worse than Lin Dong, who's just an elite monster. But he was still completely overpowered. The level suppression system has to be in effect. He glanced again at Chen Qing's profile, hoping he'd misread it, but the level 40 was clear as day, even lower than Lay Ming's. It doesn't make sense. Unless is there some kind of super protagonist boss. The developers never mentioned anything like that. The group had all seen with their own eyes how Lin Dong's attacks barely scratched Chen Qing, meaning that even with level suppression, Chen Qing could easily crush him. Without the suppression, Lin Dong probably wouldn't survive even a single hit. The four Golden ID players looked at each other, full of doubt, wondering if there was a bug in the game. After a moment of thought, St. Magus sighed. Either Chen Qing has extraordinary magic resistance, or he's mastered a special skill that negates level suppression. Otherwise, no matter how good his stats are, there's no way this should be possible. The others nodded in agreement. It seemed like the only reasonable explanation. Their understanding of the game's mechanics was impressive, and St. Magus' guesses were right on target. What the four of them didn't know was that, in addition to his known abilities, Chen Qing also possessed other unique powers. The Emperor's skull gazed hauntingly at the battlefield, the ghostly flames flickering in its eye sockets. So, how's the plan coming along? I think we could manage to take down Lay Ming, but as for Chen Qing, we might be looking at a total wipeout. Mecha Specialist Zi's expression was grim as he traced a few lines in the air. Let's change the plan. I don't know Lay Ming that well, but judging by his actions in the East Wild Canyon battle and today, he's the impulsive, battle-hungry type. We can send someone to provoke him, lure him away from the main battlefield, and set up an ambush on the outskirts. He lowered his voice. Make sure it's discreet, don't let Chen Qing catch wind of it. Assign a few people to keep a close eye on him. If he shows any sign of coming over, withdraw immediately and wait for another chance. The rogue outlaw nodded in agreement, a ruthless glint in his eye. Good plan. If we can draw Lay Ming far enough away, so Chen Qing can't see what's happening, we should be able to take him out for the first kill. While they hastily put together their new strategy, Chen Qing was already at the center of the battlefield, swinging his sword and severing the head of a level 63 mage. Blood arced through the air. System notifications popped up one after another. Ding, enemy commander slain, EXP 179,000. Ding, enemy commander slain, EXP 147,000. With his experience points increased by nearly 300,000, Chen Qing immediately poured them all into his Stellar Breath skill. Stellar Breath, LV4. Seeing that 300,000 experience points only raised Stellar Breath to level 4, still almost halfway from max level 5, Chen Qing couldn't help but sigh. The higher the skill level, the more experience it consumed. This skill truly lived up to its reputation as a bottomless pit for experience. Chen Qing scanned the rebel ranks, his magical long sword gleaming coldly. He pointed the blade directly at their formation, his voice booming like thunder. So this is all the rebel generals have to offer? Who else dares to face me in battle? The rebel army fell instantly silent. The highest-ranking commanders at the front turned pale, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Was there anyone who could take on Chen Qing? Of course there was. But in their hearts, the rebel leaders knew that only a level 65 commander could match him. However, sending out a level 65 to fight would be seen as bullying the weak. A 61 or 63 could be argued as a close match, but the 5-level gap between 60 and 65 was obvious. Both sides would sense the difference in power. The rebels found themselves in an awkward position, humiliated by Chen Qing's taunts, but unable to retaliate. After Lay Ming and Chen Qing's overwhelming display, rebel morale began to falter and their lines wavered. The emperor, witnessing the scene, was overjoyed. He straightened his back and shouted in a powerful voice, "Generals Lay Ming and Chen Qing are unmatched in bravery, effortlessly slaying enemy leaders before our ranks. They are truly peerless warriors. As for the rebels, in my eyes, they are nothing. Soldiers of the Tark civilization, heed my command. We are here." The troops shouted in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens and surging with momentum, causing the rebel soldiers' expressions to change involuntarily. A fierce determination appeared on the emperor's face as he stood at the front of the army, his figure radiating the aura of an invincible, battle-hardened ruler. He raised his magical scepter high, the gem at its tip gleaming with a dangerous light. "Join me, destroy the rebels. Advance." As soon as the words left his mouth, the emperor soared into the sky, his scepter summoning a torrent of lightning. Like divine retribution, blinding blue bolts crashed down among the rebel forces. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning tore through the clouds and struck directly into the ranks of the rebel army. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rebel soldiers were reduced to ashes, without even time to scream. Compared to this heavenly strike, Chen Qing's once-proud palm lightning technique seemed like nothing more than a child's trick. "You dare!" Wang Jing's eyes burned with fury as he witnessed the scene. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he shot into the sky, a surge of magical energy swirling around him to form a translucent barrier. He stood alone, blocking the devastating blow. With a sickening sound, Wang Jing was blasted backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he staggered through the air. From a player's perspective, his health bar dropped by nearly a tenth in a single hit. In truth, Wang Jing, though not as powerful as the Emperor, shouldn't have been left in such a sorry state. The key was that Emperor Tucker's attack carried the momentum of his army's morale, amplified by the perfect timing and advantage of the battlefield. The damage was nearly doubled. Forcing himself to take the blow, Wang Jing was inevitably injured. This was exactly why both sides would taunt each other and boost their morale before the battle began. Leaders and commander-level powerhouses often possessed abilities that increased morale, and the higher the morale, the greater the boost. Even those with overwhelming personal strength would avoid facing an entire army heated. This explained why wars across the universe were not just contests between the strong, but battles between entire civilizations. When two equally matched fighters faced off, if one was bolstered by the morale of their troops and the other fought alone, the outcome was often a one-sided rout. Emperor Tucker had chosen his moment perfectly, striking when his army's morale was at its peak. At that moment, he could even challenge opponents 10 levels above his own, his strength suffocating. After taking that blow, Wang Jing's previously elegant appearance was reduced to a mess, his hair disheveled, his clothes torn, eyes bloodshot. He turned toward the rebel camp and shouted, his voice hoarse but powerful. Allied forces, fight for freedom, fight for civilization. Charge! A deep, ancient horn echoed across the battlefield. Behind the armies, hundreds of mages beat enchanted war drums with magical drumsticks, the sounds of horns and drums intertwining to grant the allied soldiers a variety of buffs. Attack! Having just recovered to half health, Lay Ming was roused by the drums. His blood boiled with battle lust. Ignoring his unhealed wounds, he gripped his spear and charged into the enemy, every strike claiming a life. The spear's tip flashed coldly, scattering blood wherever it passed. Chen Qing sighed and followed Lay Ming onto the battlefield. As he ran behind Lay Ming, he activated a carefully crafted formation, sending waves of green healing light into Lay Ming's body, boosting his regeneration. If this were an ordinary battle between armies, Chen Qing could have let Lay Ming charge ahead on his own. After all, as a warrior, Lay Ming had self-healing skills. But with the players lurking nearby, Lay Ming, still wounded and with less than half his health, was at serious risk of being targeted. Chen Qing couldn't help but sigh to himself. How did taking in a little brother turn me into a full-time healer? Look at Maya, high health, high damage mage, a proud starbeast reduced to trailing behind Lay Ming, constantly healing him. Fortunately, Lay Ming had a solid foundation and was a main character level boss with exceptional regeneration. After just a short time fighting together, he was back at full strength. Damn, this feels amazing. On the battlefield, Lay Ming felt his wounds completely heal and couldn't help but let out an excited roar. I, Lay Ming, was born for battle. Only fighting can make me recover faster. Players nearby shot him annoyed glances. Dude, can you not? Someone grumbled. All those buffs over your head, calm mind array, battle drum healing. Mage Chan 10 PCs might not see them, but we sure do. Stop pretending, or people will think you've had an epiphany. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, already used to Lay Ming's antics, saw that he had regained his energy and charged into the enemy ranks in another direction. With a thunderous roar, a massive flame burst exploded on the battlefield, scorching everything in its path. At max level, this spell was a devastating weapon against the dense ranks of rebels. Chen Qing didn't even need to aim. He just cast whenever the cooldown was up. System notifications popped up one after another. Ding gained 3,600 EXP. Ding gained 2,700 EXP. Ding player killed, gained 30,000 EXP. Ding gained 3,100 EXP. Chen Qing stared at his experience panel in shock. Among the regular kill notifications, that 30,000 EXP stood out. Player kill? He muttered in confusion. Most players here were just over level 20, even lower than regular soldiers, so why did killing them grant 10 times more experience? And there wasn't even a double EXP event going on. To test this, he grabbed an unlucky player and sent them straight to the respawn point. Ding player killed, gained 32,000 EXP. The experience reward stayed above 30,000, and it only triggered once per kill. Suddenly, Chen Qing remembered something crucial in this game. Dying cost you 35 of your current level's experience, and if it was bad enough, you could even lose a level. Reaching level 20 required 70,000 to 100,000 EXP. Could all that lost experience be getting transferred to him? Realization dawning, Chen Qing's gaze settled on the enemy players with red IDs. They looked like walking pools of experience. Sorry about this, he murmured, casting another massive flame burst. Boom. Ding player killed, gained 28,000 EXP. Ding player killed, gained 31,000 EXP. One spell netted him 140,000 EXP, and his heart raced. These low-level players couldn't even fight back against him. A single skill wiped out a crowd. It felt just like whack-a-mole, farming experience points. As Chen Qing reveled in the thrill of harvesting EXP, Lay Ming gradually moved out of his line of sight. Emperor Skeleton and Sacred Mage exchanged a look and silently followed after Lay Ming. After Lay Ming left Chen Qing's line of sight, the Emperor Skeleton of the Black Skull Guild quickly issued a command in the guild channel. Attention, all squads. After discussions among the top leaders of several major clubs, it's been decided that the Black Skull Club will take overall command and the opportunity for the final kill. Members of other clubs will focus mainly on gaining experience and reputation. Stay alert. Understood. Squad 1, prepare to taunt. The leader of the bloodthirsty skeleton squad responded swiftly. Squad 2 standing by, ready to support Squad 1 at any moment. Another squad replied immediately. Orders were relayed quickly through the voice channel, and players engaged in battle began gathering in a specific direction. The entire rebel camp was quietly closing in on Lay Ming's position. At that moment, Lay Ming was fully immersed in the fight. With each successive kill, his movements became more fluid, and his marksmanship was so precise it was almost unbelievable. For him, only through combat could he rapidly grow stronger. He suddenly realized that the skills and techniques he once struggled with were now becoming second nature. But just as he was enjoying this rush, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Lay Ming, you're not so tough. Do you dare face me in a fight? Hot-tempered as ever, Lay Ming was instantly furious, spurring his horse straight toward the source of the voice. When he spotted the two low-ranking soldiers, his anger nearly boiled over. The two didn't even look at him, showing not a trace of fear. Instead, they wore ambiguous smiles, almost as if they were deliberately welcoming his attack. Without hesitation, Lay Ming charged forward and shot them down with deadly precision. Yet something about their behavior unsettled him. The lack of fear and the strange smiles on their faces as they died left him with a sense of unease. These two soldiers were, in fact, cannon fodder sent by the Black Skull Club. Their task was simple: lure Lay Ming to this spot. Death and the loss of experience meant little to them, as their levels were so low that a single death was inconsequential. Unaware of their scheme, Lay Ming walked straight into their trap and headed toward the designated location. Meanwhile, Squad 2 was preparing for their own taunt, and Black Skull's members quietly followed behind, using the chaos of battle to conceal themselves and avoid being detected by Lay Ming. Lay Ming pressed on, oblivious to the danger, until he finally reached the target point. Just as he began to let his guard down, another voice called out. Lay Ming, I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Your spear skills are nothing special though you dare challenge me? Blood boiling with rage, Lay Ming charged toward the source of the insult. He didn't know who Zhao Zilong was, but the provocation to his spear skills was more than he could bear. Again, two players stood waiting, willingly stepping into the path of his attack. In his fury, Lay Ming quickly dispatched them. Lay Ming, do you dare face me in battle? Another taunt echoed from afar, pushing Lay Ming's anger to the brink. Yet when he rushed over, it was once more two players offering themselves up to be killed. The bizarre pattern made Lay Ming increasingly uneasy. After falling into the same trap several times, he finally realized something was wrong. He instinctively stopped and scanned his surroundings warily. When Lay Ming glanced back, he was startled to realize he had unknowingly charged beyond the boundaries of the battlefield. Only now did the straightforward general understand that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Just as he was about to turn his horse around, dazzling white lights suddenly lit up all around him, and players began materializing one after another from the glow. This was a meticulously planned ambush by several major clubs. They had players log out after taking up hidden positions to form a massive encirclement, waiting for Lay Ming to step into the trap before logging back and simultaneously to surround him. Faced with such an unconventional tactic, Lay Ming, as an NPC in this world, was completely caught off guard. While he was still reeling from surprise, a section of the encirclement opened up, revealing a passageway. For players with golden IDs strode in confidently, with the surrounding players making way for them, as if welcoming their leaders. Lay Ming, you really are too easy to fool, aren't you? Diwang Gulu laughed smugly. We even had several backup plans ready, but you walked right into the first one. Lay Ming frowned, feigning confusion as he asked, who are you? All the while quietly reaching for the magical communication talisman hidden in his robe. Cut the nonsense. Diwang Gulu snarled, giving the order. Taking you down will make us famous. There's no way you're getting out of here alive. Let's do it, everyone. At his command, countless players unleashed their skills, and a barrage of magical attacks rained down on Lay Ming. With a furious roar, Lay Ming charged straight at the four golden ID leaders. If he could take out the leaders, the rest would surely scatter. But just as he was about to reach Diwang Gulu, a strange smile appeared on the other's face. Lay Ming's instincts screamed danger, and he tried to retreat, but it was already too late. A web of glowing magic circles suddenly lit up beneath his feet. Hundreds of magical scrolls had been planted here in advance, and now they were all triggered at once. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted instantly. Diwang Gulu winced at the sight, feeling a pang of regret. Those scrolls had cost the club a fortune, bought from players for gold, and then specially purchased at the magic shop. It was like burning money. But watching Lay Ming's health bar plummet at the center of the blast, he decided it was an investment well worth it. Watching Lay Ming lose nearly a third of his health in an instant, Emperor Skeleton let out a quiet sigh. The battle unfolded clearly before his eyes. Of the 2,000 players focusing their attacks, only 800 managed to land a hit, each dealing just 1 point of base damage, totaling 800 points. What truly caused Lay Ming's health to plummet, however, was the barrage of magic scrolls that exploded all at once, stripping over 6,000 health from him in a single moment. This boss has at least 20,000 health. Emperor Skeleton calculated silently, cursing under his breath. At this level, the average warrior's health cap was around 10,000. Yet Lay Ming, famous for his armor-piercing, single-target damage, possessed an astonishing amount of health. He's practically the model boss for all-around development strength, stamina, and skill. He thought sarcastically, then added with a self-deprecating laugh. Well, except maybe for intelligence. Just as he was directing the players to launch their second wave of attacks, the tide of battle suddenly shifted. Lay Ming let out a furious roar, his body instantly shrouded in a layer of faint golden light. Every attack that struck this golden aura was completely neutralized. Even more astonishing, all the negative effects on Lay Ming vanished in an instant, and his maximum health visibly increased by nearly 30. The boss has entered berserk mode. Everyone, stay alert. Emperor Skeleton quickly warned over the guild channel. After going berserk, Lay Ming seemed reborn. His attack power and speed soared, and with each sweep of his spear, swathes of players fell. We're all mages, after all, fragile by nature. If you die, just revive and get back into the fight. Emperor Skeleton kept giving orders. Focus on breaking his golden shield first, and keep the team moving. He even tried attacking Lay Ming himself, but even as a gold ID player, the huge level gap meant his own attacks only dealt 1 or 2 points of damage. With no other choice, the 4 gold ID players took on the role of behind Thessine's commanders, coordinating their respective club members' attack rhythms. The top clubs demonstrated impressive discipline, quickly filling any gaps left by fallen players with those who had just revived. After more than 10 minutes of relentless fighting, Lay Ming had not only lost the protection of his golden shield, but his health had dropped to less than a third. Emperor, some of our brothers are on cooldown. After reviving, they won't be able to reinforce us for a while. The outlaw approached Emperor Skeleton with a frustrated look. Had just been one-shot by Lay Ming and had rushed back from the respawn point. Emperor Skeleton frowned, scanning the battlefield. The brothers we have left should be enough to wear Lay Ming down, but just to be safe, let's call in more people. Does your club have anyone else available? Black Skull can still send 200 more, came a voice over the communicator. The outlaw and mech engineer Zi shook their heads at the same time, their expressions grim. Our club was airdropped into Tuck Civilization. We only have this many players above level 20, there's no one else we can pull in. Starlight has 350. Mage Saint's calm voice sounded. Starlight Club mainly focuses on mage classes, and Tuck Civilization is one of our main starter villages. We still have a lot of scattered players here. Before the battle started, the higher-ups had already called them up as reserves. Emperor Skeleton's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Great. Get everyone over here, fast. It's almost time to finish this. Both clubs quickly rallied their forces, and fresh reinforcements poured onto the battlefield. Although over 100 players who had been fighting Lay Ming were now on respawn cooldown, with the 550 new reinforcements, their numbers swelled to around 2,400. The pressure on Lay Ming increased dramatically. His health began to drop much faster, and in no time, it had fallen below 10. Seeing Lay Ming's attacks slow down, Emperor Skeleton was overjoyed. He rallied everyone on the guild voice chat. Keep it up, everyone. We're about to secure the first kill. Once Lay Ming's down, the club's treating everyone to a celebration dinner. He turned to Blood Skull, clapping him on the shoulder and lowering his voice. When Lay Ming's health drops below 0.1, get ready to finish him off. With all those insane passives he's got, if you land the killing blow, you'll definitely win the Pro League. Our club's about to get another gold-ranked player. Strangely, Blood Skull didn't react as expected. Instead, he fell silent, his eyes wide and face filled with shock as he stared up at the sky, as if witnessing something terrifying. A sense of dread washed over Emperor Skeleton. He quickly followed Blood Skull's gaze and his expression froze. A massive, shadowy figure hovered in the sky, both real and illusory, so vast it seemed to blot out the sun, like a colossal beast crossing the stars. Under its shadow, the entire battlefield seemed to darken. More and more players noticed the anomaly overhead and looked up. Countless players stared at the sky, feeling utterly insignificant before this enormous presence. Starbeast. For some reason, as soon as players saw the apparition, the same thought flashed through everyone's mind: if this wasn't a star beast, what else could be called a star beast? With thousands of players watching, terrifying energy began to gather in the star beast's mouth. An overwhelming pressure radiated from above, bearing down on everyone both physically and mentally. Emperor Skeleton's pupils shrank in terror as the star beast's shadowy form dove toward them with a devastating attack. Star breath. Boom. At the center of the phantom, a vague human figure appeared, holding a tightly compressed energy sphere in his hands. With a sudden motion, he hurled it toward the group of players. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, and even the two armies battling in the distance could feel the force as if a world-ending power was sweeping across the land, tearing the heavens and earth apart. Both Wang Jing and the Emperor, engaged in their fight, couldn't help but turn their heads and stare in that direction. Although the quality of the energy unleashed couldn't match their own, the sheer quantity was already comparable to the most powerful attacks they could muster. If that move had been compressed even further, it might have truly threatened them. This thought crossed both their minds at the same time, making them feel a twinge of unease. As for the players caught at the center of the explosion, they barely had time to react before the breath of the cosmos engulfed them. They were instantly obliterated, turning into white light and sent straight back to the respawn point. Even the 4 players with golden IDs weren't spared. Standing too close, they didn't have a chance to respond. Confused and still trying to process what was happening, the overwhelming force hit them head-on, erasing them in an instant. By the time they realized what had happened, they had already been teleported back to the respawn point. The Skeleton King slowly opened his eyes, taking a moment to recover from the shock. With a bitter smile, he muttered, "Quangtu, are you alright?" Quangtu caught his breath and asked in confusion, "What just happened? Did a level 100 NPC interfere?" Zi, the mecha engineer, shook his head, his expression grim. "I'm not sure, but the losses are huge. Everyone, quickly check how many players are at the respawn point and see how many of Lay Ming's group are still alive." They quickly did a head count, and the results left them stunned. Over 700 players had appeared at the respawn point. In other words, that single attack had instantly wiped out about 700 players. "What do we do now?" the arcane sage asked with a frown, his tone anxious. Even he couldn't ignore such a loss, knowing he'd have to answer to the higher-ups. "What else can we do?" the Skeleton King sighed. "Let's head back for now. We'll contact our guys on the ground along the way and figure out what happened." This devastating attack was Chen Qing's long-prepared ultimate move, Breath of the Cosmos. The Phantom of the Cosmic Beast was part of the skill's visual effect. Breath of the Cosmos was an active skill already leveled up to LV5, with a cooldown of 5 days. In fact, the reason Chen Qing hadn't rushed over the moment he received Lay Ming's message was because he'd been waiting for the skill proficiency to reach LV5. Originally, Chen Qing planned to shrink the attack's area, which would have kept player deaths under control. What he didn't expect was that the players had surrounded Lay Ming in a tight circle, leaving him no choice but to target the more distant Golden ID players. He didn't dare reduce the range any further, worried he might accidentally hit Lay Ming, who was already barely hanging on. Even so, he still couldn't avoid this disaster. Fortunately, after the attack, more than 700 players were instantly wiped out. That was way off target, Chen Qing thought to himself in frustration. Beep. Player killed. Experience gained, 30,000. Beep. Player killed. Experience gained, 27,000. Beep. Player killed. Experience gained, 26,000. The system notifications rang out one after another in Chen Qing's ears. Over 700 experience messages flashed wildly across his panel, almost too fast for him to keep up with. The power of his Starry Breath attack had far exceeded expectations, instantly netting him over 20 million experience points. The numbers surged so high that his experience bar maxed out, the sheer amount stretching off the screen. A wave of elation swept over him. Chen Qing glanced at Lay Ming, whose health was hanging by a thread, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Waving his hand, he declared, "We're not short on experience anymore, plenty of heals to go around. Let's go wild." Without hesitation, he maxed out the Tranquility Array, and Lay Ming's health began to recover visibly, climbing rapidly. After finishing the Tranquility Array, Chen Qing noticed he still had about 17 million experience points left. Without a second thought, he dumped it all into leveling up. Beep. Player has reached level 41. Beep. Player has reached level 42. Beep. Player has reached level 48. The upgrades finally stopped at level 48. The sudden leap left everyone around him stunned, completely bewildered. What the heck just happened? One player rubbed his eyes. This guy drops in out of nowhere, unleashes a massive skill, and then just stands there while his level shoots up 8 times in a row. Player, what the what? Another stammered. A crowd of players stood in shock, looking at each other in disbelief. If I told you I just saw an NPC level up 8 times in a single second, would you believe me? I'm serious, I'm not making this up. While everyone was still reeling, Emperor Skeleton and the Mage Lord hurried to the scene with their teams. Emperor Skeleton grabbed a nearby player and frowned. "Why did you all stop?" The player trembled. "Boss, Chen Qing's here. I can see that, I'm not blind." Emperor Skeleton snapped impatiently. "But so what if Chen Qing's here? Just focus on Lay Ming. He's almost down, just a few more hits." "No, boss, look at Lay Ming's health." Emperor Skeleton paused and quickly turned to the battlefield. He saw the glow of a maxed-out Tranquility Array floating over Lay Ming's head, and his health was recovering at a staggering rate. In just a few stunned seconds, Lay Ming's HP had jumped from 64 to 66. A wave of frustration hit Emperor Skeleton. He gritted his teeth. Isn't Chen Qing supposed to be a high-damage mage? How does he have this much healing too? But by now, Emperor Skeleton and his allies were in too deep to back out. The major guilds had poured massive resources into this ambush manpower, online campaigns, magical items, everything cost a fortune. Worse, plenty of players had already been sent to the respawn point by Lay Ming, and their average levels had dropped by 1 or 2. If this mission failed, not only would the guilds suffer heavy losses, but Emperor Skeleton and the 3 other gold rank players would also face harsh penalties, and their reputations would take a huge hit. That was something they absolutely couldn't accept. Emperor Skeleton clenched his jaw, a ruthless glint in his eyes. So what if Chen Qing's here? We'll take them both down. That's another passive skill up for grabs. He turned to the sage. Sage, how many people do you have left? I've got 200 black skeletons left. He'll pull them all in for the fight. The Grand Magus felt a deep sense of helplessness, but right now, he had no choice but to stand with the Emperor Skeleton, even if it meant swallowing all his frustrations. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a heavy tone. They'll do my best. We still have about 100 people left, but if we don't pull this off, quite a few players are bound to leave the alliance. We have to win. Failure is not an option. The Emperor Skeleton fell silent for a moment, then nodded. However, his tone wasn't as firm as the Grand Magus had expected. Instead, he sounded a bit hesitant. Don't worry, we'll get it done, he said, as if trying to reassure the Grand Magus. But it was clear he was also trying to convince himself. Suddenly, the Emperor Skeleton walked over, dragging a player with him. The player looked tense and uneasy. Boss, the player suddenly called out, his voice tinged with panic. What is it? Speak. The Emperor Skeleton frowned impatiently, his tone full of annoyance. Boss, maybe we should pull back? The player stammered. Chen Qing just leveled up 8 times in 1 second, already at level 48. The Emperor Skeleton froze at these words. He instinctively glanced at his team's status panel and saw that Chen Qing really had reached level 48. Shock flickered across his face. What? 8 levels in 1 second? He snapped out of his daze and smacked the player on the head. Don't talk nonsense. If you're scared, just leave. The club didn't keep you around so you could spout garbage like this. 8 levels in 1 second? Why not say 100 in a second? Not only did the Emperor Skeleton not believe him, but the 3 nearby gold rank players also looked at the player with disdain, scoffing. 8 levels in a second? That's impossible. NPCs aren't like players, they can't just power level out of nowhere. To them, Chen Qing's sudden jump to level 48 probably meant had some kind of breakthrough after gaining insight during the earlier battle between the 2 armies. Alright, even though it all sounded far-fetched, the 3 gold-ranked players fell silent as they looked at the aggrieved player in front of them. But I really saw Chen Qing level up 8 times in a second. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. The player's eyes reddened slightly, his voice full of frustration and urgency as he pleaded for them to believe him. Brothers, watch your formation. Diwan Gulu shouted loudly in the guild's voice channel. Take down these 2 bosses, and the club will double your rewards. He deliberately ignored the players around him, who looked aggrieved. The players on the field hesitated as they watched Chen Qing level up 8 times in just 1 second. But for them, early levels weren't a big deal. Trading experience for double rewards was a worthwhile deal. Even though they were wary of the strange nature of the 2 bosses, they still chose to follow the orders of the 4 players with golden IDs. In his near-death state, Lay Ming saw Chen Qing descend from above, followed by the awe-inspiring starry sky breath. The sight filled him with both excitement and shock. Even at his peak, Lay Ming doubted he could take that attack without serious injury. It puzzled him that his longtime companion had mastered such a powerful skill in secret. Lay Ming couldn't recall Chen Qing ever studying magic tomes, so how had his strength improved so dramatically? A skill of this caliber couldn't have been self-taught. Where did he learn it? But Chen Qing had no time to ponder these questions. As the golden ID players rejoined the fight, he gave a cold smile. Still not giving up? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The experience points from these players were tempting, but healing Lay Ming was his top priority, so the 2 of them stood there awkwardly, side by side. Chen Qing, be careful. Lay Ming, recovering his strength, noticed the restless crowd of players and warned him with a serious expression. These people are strange, they seem to be immortal. If the players couldn't revive 4 times before hitting a long cooldown, Lay Ming would have wiped out all 2,000 of them by now. Chen Qing remained unfazed. Wasn't it common knowledge that players could revive? As soon as Lay Ming's health was back above 90%, and Chen Qing lifted the calming array, the players launched a new wave of attacks, right on cue. All squads, listen up. Diwan Gulu pointed out the key strategy. Chen Qing has healing skills. Take him out first. If he dies, Lay Ming goes down too. As a high-damage mage, Chen Qing's defenses were bound to be weak, making him the easier target. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of attacks struck Chen Qing. He chose to withstand this round, losing 1,600 health points. Not bad, Chen Qing calculated silently. There are about 2,500 of them now. Judging by this damage, the dodge rate from the level gap is about 30%. Lay Ming and Chen Qing both possessed evasion skills, but there were clear differences between the two. Lay Ming's skill was passive, activating automatically without any input from him. In contrast, Chen Qing's evasion relied on his precise understanding and control of space, requiring him to dodge short distances through manual operation and anticipation. For attacks that were dense but weak, Chen Qing didn't even bother to dodge. After all, those low-threat attacks were nothing compared to the bullet hell games Chen Qing used to play, where dodging was a matter of life and death. If he really tried to dodge every single one, he'd probably exhaust himself. As players' attacks landed, Chen Qing lost about 1,600 health points in one go. Emperor Skeleton shouted excitedly in the guild channel, "Focus fire on Chen Qing. He doesn't have an evasion skill, so our damage output is way higher. We have a real shot at winning this fight." Even though Chen Qing's health didn't drop as much as Emperor Skeleton had hoped, losing 1,600 points in a single round was still a decent result. Soon, a fierce battle broke out between Chen Qing and the players. But what no one noticed was a player hiding quietly in a nearby patch of grass, craning his neck to watch the fight. He whispered to himself, "I can't get back to the main battlefield, but I can still stream this epic ambush of Chen Qing and Lay Ming by the Black Skeleton Club." This player was none other than Sha Gu, who had been beheaded by an NPC earlier. After his beheading, he was kicked out of the royal faction and locked out of the main battlefield. While he was still bitter about this, he overheard some Black Skeleton Club members talking about ambushing Lay Ming. Changing his plans, he sneaked over to this battleground, ready to broadcast the fight. To his surprise, just as it looked like Lay Ming was about to be defeated, Chen Qing unleashed a stunning ultimate move, rescuing Lay Ming at the last second. The visuals were spectacular, the plot was intense, and the live stream went wild. Wow, Chen Qing's ultimate is insane. I thought some random player had switched to the same ancient mage class as him. Are level 40 ancient mage skills really this flashy? I'm jealous. Chen Qing is just too strong. I'm officially a fan. Just then, someone in the live chat noticed something strange. Hey, does anyone else see that Chen Qing seems to know that gold ID player? Why does he keep chasing him? Emperor Skeletons already died 3 times, and both Zi and Berserker are on respawn cooldowns. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted, and the chat buzzed with speculation about why Chen Qing was so fixated on that gold ID player. Emperor Skeleton also realized this, growing more anxious. He was still far from the main battlefield, and could only direct his team's attacks from a distance. It was almost enough to make him quit in frustration. 3 of the other gold ID players were still respawning and couldn't join the fight, while Chen Qing relentlessly hunted them down every time they reappeared, leaving them no chance to fight back. As soon as they respawned, Chen Qing would rush at them without hesitation, his aggression putting even the strongest taunt skills to shame. Each time, the gold ID players lost not only levels but also dragged regular players down with them, as Chen Qing's rampage caused significant experience losses for everyone involved. By this point, among the remaining 2,200 players, most had lost at least 1 level's worth of experience, a heavy price for this battle. Fortunately, the players' relentless focus finally brought Chen Qing's health down to about 10. Seizing the moment, Emperor Skeleton shouted in the channel, "Guys, finish off Chen Qing, and then retreat. We're running out of respawns next time. We'll go after Lay Ming." He pinned all his hopes on Chen Qing's dwindling health bar, thinking that as long as they took him down, the losses would be acceptable. But just as Emperor Skeleton watched Chen Qing about to fall, he suddenly noticed a Heart of the Brave buff appear on Chen Qing, followed immediately by a Calm Mind Array buff. In an instant, Chen Qing's nearly empty health bar shot back up to 50. Emperor Skeleton was stunned. The Black Skull Club Alliance lost, and not just lost, but suffered a crushing defeat. Chen Qing and Lay Ming, working together, drained every player's revival attempts, wiping out the entire team including all 4 elite players with golden IDSA total of 4 times. The cost of this defeat was devastating. The average level of the entire group dropped by 1.5, causing significant losses. To make matters worse, the entire wipeout was live-streamed and recorded, quickly going viral. The forums exploded, with countless players jumping in to mock the Black Skull Club for the spectacle. No one felt the blow more than Emperor Skull. According to insiders, he deleted his account and quit the game for good right after logging out that day. Things got so bad that the club had to bring in a psychologist to help him cope. The club's collapse seemed inevitable, with many members quitting and defecting to rival factions. Meanwhile, Chen Qing and Lay Ming's reputation soared after their victory. New forum threads about them popped up nonstop. Cucumber Greens. Chen Qing is a beast. He deals massive damage, can tank, moves fast, and has crazy healing. I bet even a 10,000 man raid couldn't take him down. Qing God's follower, show some respect. From now on, it's Qing God. Lay Ming Spear. I'm officially shipping Qing God and Lay Ming as a duo. As the discussions heated up, a player with the ID I am Lay Ming suddenly appeared. I feel a little offended here. Then Ancient Immortal showed up, causing even more excitement, as players clamored to team up. But Chen Qing had no time for any of this. He was completely absorbed in his own triumph. The 120 million experience points showing on his panel left him ecstatic. Even though Lay Ming had used up some of the enemy's revival attempts early and kept stealing his kills, costing him a fair bit of experience, what had gained was still enough for a major breakthrough. After pouring all his experience into leveling up, system notifications chimed one after another. He shot up from level 49 to 69, unlocking several new skills: Formation Step, Battle Frenzy, Delayed Damage, and Formation Enhancement. Chen Qing was already familiar with these skills from his previous life. He knew that the passive skill Formation Step greatly boosted his evasion and was worth investing in. As for Battle Frenzy, while it could dramatically increase strength and speed for a short time, losing 1 HP per second was too steep a price, so he decided to put it aside for now. The delayed damage effect works by reducing the damage a player takes, then gradually returning the deducted portion over time. When combined with healing abilities, it becomes incredibly powerful. This is an active skill, with a maximum proficiency of level 5, and is absolutely worth investing points in. As for Formation Enhancement, since it's part of the Formation skill branch, it can be set aside for now. Chen Qing quickly devised a plan for allocating his points. He tapped lightly on the skill panel, distributing his remaining experience points between military formation footwork and delayed damage. The numbers on the panel flickered and changed, raising both skills to level 3 simultaneously. Light shimmered at his fingertips as 1.2 billion experience points were consumed in just a few minutes. As his level soared, a powerful aura surged from within Chen Qing, radiating outwards like a tidal wave. Lay Ming, standing nearby, stared with wide eyes and parted lips, as if witnessing a transformation firsthand. Chen Qing's presence, posture, and even the way he stood had completely changed, as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Chen Qing looked at the panel displaying level 69 and exhaled slowly. He had reached the ceiling, not the level cap, but the limit of the novice village. In the Tuk civilization, it was impossible for him to break through to level 70, as that level marked a major class transition. Ancient mages faced this choice, and so did warrior classes. If Chen Qing advanced to level 70 now, he would be forced to select a warrior subclass, and could only proceed as a warrior. This would make him an ordinary warrior, losing the chance to transition into a hidden class. Since the Tuk civilization had no mentor for the magic swordsman hidden class, Chen Qing had no choice but to grit his teeth and stop his warrior class at level 69. After holding back on his class, now he had to hold back on his level as well. This time, he had to resolve matters in the Tuk civilization as quickly as possible and bring Lay Ming into interstellar society. Chen Qing then turned to look at the battlefield, where several level 100 powerhouses were fighting. Lightning snaked through the air, ice and fire wove into a net, and hurricanes tore through the sky. Both sides were fighting with everything they had. All those above level 100 had taken to the skies, engaging in fierce battles overhead, while ordinary soldiers clashed on the ground amid blood and chaos. What surprised Chen Qing was spotting Wang Fei among those high in the air. Although any class could fly after reaching level 70, flying into battle without being at least level 100 was almost suicidal. Even more shocking, Wang Fei was locked in a fierce fight with a royal enforcer Chen Qing had never seen before, indicating that Wang Fei had already surpassed level 100. Clearly, killing that level 90 commander in the Eastern Wilderness Gorge battle had paid off handsomely. Chen Qing patted the resting Lay Ming on the shoulder, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Come on. Let's head to the main battlefield. The rebels are at a complete disadvantage now. If we join the fight, we can wipe out the Yi family in no time and help you get your revenge." At this moment, Chen Qing was brimming with confidence. At level 69, even if Wang Jing was determined to kill him, it would take considerable time and effort. As for other level 100 experts, those who were slightly weaker might not even be able to touch him. On this battlefield, as long as he didn't make the mistake of provoking 2 level 100 powerhouses at once, he was practically unkillable. 2 figures charged into the main battlefield, instantly taking out a group of rebel players as soon as they arrived. Amid the clash of blades, their faces gradually became clear. It was Chen Qing and Lay Ming. "That's Chen Qing and Lay Ming," a player shouted in disbelief, recognizing the 2 figures. "Weren't they headed to Black Skull's location? Does that mean Black Skull failed?" "No idea," the player replied, shaking his head before turning his gaze back to the chaotic battle. No one really knew what had happened. The players had been fighting non-stop, with both factions locked in fierce combat. At this point, the mission itself was no longer their focus. They were completely caught up in the adrenaline of massive group warfare, too absorbed to log off and check the forums. Naturally, they were unaware that Black Skull and his team had already been defeated by Chen Qing. Even if a few people knew, no one would dare shout about it in the middle of such chaos. With Chen Qing and Lay Ming joining the fray, the balance of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The rebels had already been struggling to hold their ground against the royal army. Now, with these 2 joining in, it was as if 2 mountains had crashed down on the rebel side. and the scales of victory began tipping decisively toward the royal army. Chen Qing and Lay Ming tore through the battlefield like unstoppable forces, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Wherever their blades struck, rebel soldiers fell one after another, blood spreading across the ground. Naturally, the high-level generals in the rebel camp took notice. Chen Qing and Lay Ming already had a high aggro value among the rebels, and seeing them slaughtering lower-level soldiers so recklessly, the top fighters among the rebels could no longer hold back. Two high-level generals, one at level 73, the other at 76, quickly broke away from their clashes with the royal army's elite and charged straight toward Chen Qing and Lay Ming. Their movements carved sharp paths across the battlefield, radiating a powerful aura. Based on Chen Qing's previous performance, he could at most handle opponents around level 65. However, the gap between level 65 and 70 was huge. After reaching level 70, players underwent a major class advancement, gaining significant boosts in stats and skills. The mere 5-level difference was like a chasm. The purpose of sending these two high-level generals was clear. Take out Chen Qing and Lay Ming as quickly as possible, then return to support the main battlefield. Confident in their own strength, they believed they could easily defeat the pair and made no effort to hide their approach, locking onto Chen Qing with their killing intent as they charged in. Courting death, Chen Qing snorted coldly when he saw them coming. Instead of retreating, he advanced straight toward them, drawing his enchanted longsword. Magical energy swirled along the blade as he unleashed a powerful sword aura. Boom! A surge of magical energy exploded, sending blue-violet ripples across the battlefield. Chen Qing faced the two high-level generals alone, but the result left everyone around utterly stunned. Both generals were sent flying by the force of Chen Qing's attack, their bodies tracing long arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Their health bars dropped by about a third, and the armor on their chests was visibly cracked. Witnessing this, both players and NPCs nearby gasped in shock. The stats of these high-level generals were unknown to most players, but from their performance in battle, it was obvious they were all above level 70. Yet Chen Qing, who had struggled against level 63 generals before, managed to knock a third of their health away in a single blow. 1 against 2 total domination. How is this possible? Cries of astonishment echoed across the battlefield as everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The players instinctively glanced at Chen Qing's character panel, only to be shocked when they saw nothing but question marks. It didn't matter if they were low-level players or seasoned veterans at level 33 or 34, none of them could see any information at all. This left everyone present utterly bewildered. They clearly remembered that Chen Qing had been level 40 when he left. So how had he come back more than 30 levels higher than even the level 34 players? He had to be at least level 64 now. Where had he been all this time? The surrounding players began to wonder if they'd somehow traveled to another world. Wasn't it just about an hour? How could someone jump from level 40 to level 64 in just 1 hour? Not even a main character NPC should be this overpowered. This completely broke the balance of the game. The high-level players, especially the two generals, could hardly believe what was happening. But the aura Chen Qing gave off filled them with an indescribable sense of dread. The two generals, both over level 70, exchanged glances and almost simultaneously considered retreating. They had no doubt that Chen Qing was powerful enough to kill them. But Chen Qing had no intention of letting them escape. With a cold chuckle, he unleashed his fully leveled slowing field. An invisible wave enveloped the two generals, distorting their sense of time. Under the effect of the slowing field, their movements slowed dramatically, as if the world itself was playing at 0.7 speed. Chen Qing didn't need to chase them anymore. The two generals simply couldn't get away. A few fierce blasts of fire magic were all it took to bring them down. Their panels flashed with experience points 1.3 million. For Chen Qing, who had already accumulated hundreds of millions of experience, this was barely worth noticing, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain. Taking down these generals didn't even give as much experience as killing a single level 50 player. Suddenly, Chen Qing paused, as if realizing something. Why am I finding it so easy to kill people now? That's not right. These players are all future seedlings. I need to nurture their growth. With that thought, a look of concern crossed his face as he gazed at a player from the rebel faction in the distance. The player met Chen Qing's eyes and instantly felt a chill run down his spine, almost stumbling over himself. A few players from the royal faction noticed and quickly finished him off, sending him back to the respawn point. Staggering out of the respawn area, the player was still a bit dazed. As he prepared to return to the battlefield, Chen Qing's gaze flashed through his mind again, making him shiver involuntarily. For the first time, he hesitated. Should he keep fighting? This was the first time Head felt this way. After a moment of indecision, he quietly stepped back, took a deep breath, and wondered, should I go back to the battlefield or not? He found himself lost in thought, questioning if he had chosen the wrong side after all. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke of battle still lingered, and the roar of artillery echoed in everyone's ears. Even though many players had already respawned multiple times, they threw themselves back into the fight without hesitation. By now, the battlefield was no longer about experience or rewards, it was the thrill and challenge that drove them forward. After Chen Qing took down two high-level generals, he became a sort of blind spot on the battlefield. No one dared to challenge him easily anymore. Whenever people saw this formidable player and Lay Ming, they would quickly steer clear. It wasn't that there were no worthy opponents left, but the high-level generals above level 90 in the rebel camp were already under heavy siege, each one tightly suppressed. When it came to top-tier combat power, the Tucker royal forces continued to demonstrate their overwhelming dominance. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed from the sky, drawing everyone's gaze upward. The battle above had become the key to the entire conflict, largely determining the outcome. A brilliant burst of magical energy exploded in the sky, and then, from its center, a shattered body plummeted to the ground. As it landed, everyone saw who it was. A level 100 expert from the rebel side. The first level 100 master had fallen. This death triggered a chain reaction. One after another, several more top-level experts crashed down. The royal camp lost 2 of their own, while the rebels lost 3. The fall of these level 100 fighters fundamentally shifted the balance in the skies, giving the royal side the upper hand as they began to suppress the rebels' elite forces. Wang Fei's expression grew increasingly grim as the pressure on him mounted. He realized the situation was turning dire for the rebels. Even though his opponent from the royal camp was mainly on the defensive, keeping him pinned down, Wang Fei could no longer break away to support his embattled allies. If things continued like this, defeat for the rebels was inevitable, and deep down, Wang Fei knew there was no turning this battle around. Staring at the royal enforcer hiding behind a magical shield, a look of cold determination flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Wang Fei, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Even the 2 strongest figures present, the Emperor and Wang Jing, felt the crushing intensity of this force. All eyes turned to Wang Fei in shock. His skin looked like cracked ancient stone walls, blood seeping from the fissures, leaving him drenched and battered. This sudden surge of power came at the price of burning 30 of his health. Yet, this outburst was only the prelude. Wang Fei's true finishing move had yet to unfold. Sensing the looming danger, the royal enforcer's eyes flickered with panic as he prepared to retreat. But in that very moment, Wang Fei vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the royal enforcer. Wang Fei was not just a warrior, was a deadly assassin. With the Lay family's armor-piercing spear technique at his command, his attack at that moment was especially lethal. No one could predict just how powerful a strike forged at the cost of 30 of his life would be. The moment Wang Fei drew his sword, it was as if all the magical energy in the world was suppressed. This single strike seemed to rule over heaven and earth. A faint, sharp sound followed, not loud but clear enough to reach every ear on the battlefield. It was the crisp noise of a blade piercing flesh, unremarkable, yet unforgettable. Because, in that instant, the once impenetrable barrier shattered like a fragile soap bubble, vanishing into thin air with a sharp crack. Immediately after, the sword pierced straight into the royal devotee's body. The players around stared in shock as the royal devotee's health bar, which had been at 70, plummeted to 0 in an instant, leaving no sign of life. Everyone gasped, eyes wide with disbelief, all turning to Wang Fei in awe. A boss. There was no doubt now Wang Fei was a boss-level opponent. Everyone knew he had just reached level 100, while the royal devotee was a veteran at that level, with at least a 10-level gap between them. Yet, despite these odds, Wang Fei had slain the royal devotee with a single blow. How could he not be considered a boss? In that moment, the players silently agreed that, aside from the Emperor and Wang Jing, Wang Fei deserved a place among the rank 100 bosses. Meanwhile, Wang Fei himself had no idea what others were thinking. He just felt utterly drained. Though everyone was stunned by his spectacular attack, no one knew the price he had paid. Not only did the move consume a massive amount of his vitality, but it also left him with severe aftereffects once it was complete. His body was suddenly weak and powerless, his vision spinning. Worst of all was the wave of numbness that left him unable to control his movements. He completely lost the ability to fly, plummeting to the ground. With a heavy thud, he crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. No one dared to approach him. Even a weakened tiger is still to be feared. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Wang Fei struggled to his feet, only to sense something unusual. He quickly turned his head and saw a young officer clad in black armor, eyes sharp and focused, staring right at him. There was something chilling in that gaze, something that made Wang Fei's skin crawl. A look he felt had seen somewhere before, like a weasel eyeing a hen. That look sent a shiver down his spine. Noticing Wang Fei's glance, the young officer gave a shy smile and said softly, "If I told you that you just happened to fall right next to me, would you believe it?" Wang Fei really did land right next to Chen Qing. Chen wasn't making that up. The moment Chen saw this level 100 boss appear less than a meter away, his heart began pounding wildly, threatening to burst out of his chest. He quickly glanced over Wang Fei's status. His panel was stacked with negative buffs. Weakness left his aura erratic. Reduced resistance caused his defenses to plummet, and paralysis made his movements sluggish. Most critically, Wang Fei had just taken a massive hit, leaving him with less than 20 of his health. His crimson health bar was almost empty. A gift from the heavens. Excitement surged through Chen Qing, his blood boiling. A level 100 boss, covered in negative effects, could only fight at half his strength at best. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Maybe he really could pull this off. Normally, Chen Qing would never have dared to entertain such a thought. There was a gap of over 30 levels between them, spanning two major class thresholds: the job advancement at level 70 and the big leap at level 100. Both milestones brought huge changes, boosting attributes and skills across the board. If Wang Fei were in peak condition, Chen couldn't have taken even 20 of his health, even if he risked his life twice over. But now, everything was lining up perfectly. With his mind made up, Chen Qing tensed every muscle, adrenaline coursing through him. He sprang into action. Ancient Mage's secret art, activate. Intelligence card use. Slow field deploy. His actions were swift and seamless. Chen Qing triggered all his buffs, pushing himself to peak condition. Then, raising his sword, he unleashed a blast of magical energy that shot straight for Wang Fei's chest. Finish him while he's down. A ruthless glint flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. Wang Fei stared in disbelief at the young warrior in black armor beside him. This guy actually dared to attack him? Still reeling from the aftereffects, Wang Fei's body felt weak and his ancestry-like skin had lost its resilience. He had just shaken off the paralysis, but his movements were still stiff, and now that strange force field from Chen Qing made him even slower. At his prime, Wang Fei would have shrugged off this kind of effect, but now the added sluggishness was a crushing burden. The close-range magic sword strike landed a critical hit, leaving a shallow but bloody wound on his chest. Ugh! Wang Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood, the damage far worse than he expected. For someone over 30 levels below him, this was an astonishing blow. Reeling from the pain, Wang Fei struggled to his feet, bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Chen Qing. He recognized this man. Had noticed Chen when he charged the front lines earlier. But what stunned Wang Fei was that someone he could have crushed with one hand was now able to inflict such serious damage. How did Chen Qing improve so much in such a short time? Wang Fei was shaken. With his current power, Chen Qing could easily be the ruler of a region within the Taker civilization. A pang of envy rose in Wang Fei's heart. Why was his own progress so much slower than Chen Qing's, when they were both considered geniuses? That bitterness quickly turned to hatred as he gripped his longsword and launched a fierce attack at Chen Qing. And so, the two of them threw themselves into battle amid the chaos, fighting each other with no regard for anything else. Hatred blazed in Wang Fei's eyes, each strike of his sword fueled by outrage and vengeance. Chen Qing, meanwhile, fought with grim focus, constantly monitoring the negative debuff on Wang Fei, wary that his opponent might suddenly regain full strength. Sword flashes and fist shadows filled the air as their fighting styles shifted rapidly. One moment, they were brawling like street thugs. The next, they unleashed dazzling, skillful maneuvers that left the crowd of players utterly enthralled, their cheers ringing out again and again. But the brutality of the fight far exceeded anything the onlookers could imagine. The stats panel made it clear. Each of Wang Fei's attacks only dealt about 3,000 damage to Chen Qing, while a single strike from Chen Qing could inflict a staggering 42,000 damage on Wang Fei, nearly 14-fold difference. At level 69, Chen Qing now boasted a formidable 43,000 health points, further bolstered by the effects of the calming array and the Star Beast's regeneration talent, restoring 1,400 HP every second. With such an impressive setup, Chen Qing dared to trade blow for blow with Wang Fei. As the fierce battle raged on, both their health bars steadily dropped. Wang Fei, fighting with only 20 of his health against Chen Qing's massive pool, was struggling to keep up. By the time Chen Qing's health fell to 30, Wang Fei was down to a dangerous 0.5. Just as Chen Qing prepared to finish the fight, a sudden change occurred. Wang Fei's aura surged, and the negative debuff vanished without a trace. Reinvigorated, Wang Fei let out a sinister grin, his longsword flashing toward Chen Qing like lightning. Their roles instantly reversed. Chen Qing's health plummeted at an alarming rate, while Wang Fei, thanks to his warrior class passive that regenerated 100 HP per second, was almost entirely negating Chen Qing's damage. Yet, just as Wang Fei was about to turn the tide, Chen Qing's confident smile returned. With a simple wave of his hand, he activated his spatial distortion skill, causing Wang Fei's sure-kill strike to miss completely. As it turned out, Chen Qing had been saving this trump card for exactly this moment. Faced with the counter of spatial distortion, Wang Fei's strength lay in devastating single strikes was now at a disadvantage. In the final exchange, despite his frantic attacks, he couldn't break through Chen Qing's defenses. At last, with a powerful flame burst, Wang Fei fell to the ground in defeat. Ding! Boss Wang Fei defeated. Drawing one passive skill from the boss, Chen Qing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Damn, that was close, he muttered, still shaken. This battle had been a gamble with his life. If Wang Fei had regained his senses even a moment sooner, he might have been the one lying on the ground now. Although he still had a few tricks up his sleeve, the overwhelming difference in power meant his chances of winning had been slim. But the gamble was over, and the victor takes it all. A system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. You have slain boss Wang Fei. Gained 14,780,000 experience. Ding. You have slain boss Wang Fei. Gained 12,100,000 experience. Ding. You have slain boss Wang Fei. Drawing one passive skill from the boss. Ding. Acquired boss passive skill, King's Might. His skill panel popped open. King's Might. Type, passive skill. Level, LV1, LV5. Effect, each time you deal damage to an enemy, you gain a stacking mark. Your next attack deals an additional 10 damage per stack, up to a maximum of 5 stacks. Chen Qing's eyes lit up. No wonder Wang Fei's attacks kept getting stronger. It was because of this skill. Judging from the fight, Wang Fei's King's Might was probably only at level 2. If it had been at the maximum 5 stacks, that extra 50 damage could have easily finished him off. This was an incredible skill for single target damage. Maintaining attacks on the same enemy essentially meant a free 50 damage boost. The more Chen Qing thought about it, the more certain he was that taking down Wang Fei had been the right call. He immediately invested his experience points into King's Might, maxing it out. He decided to hold on to the remaining 16 million experience for now. According to his memory, completing the royal quest would grant 2 skill points that had to be used on the spot, so saving up experience could prevent future regrets. Meanwhile, the battlefield was changing rapidly. While Chen Qing and Wang Fei had been locked in combat, 2 more level 100 experts from the rebel camp had fallen. Sensing the tide turning, the remaining high-level members of the Gu Hui faction quickly withdrew, choosing to save themselves. This scene made Wang Jing furious. With the Gu Hui faction pulling out, the Yi family would now have to face the combined assault of the royal family and the Mage Association alone. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Wang Jing raged inwardly. He simply couldn't understand the Gu Hui factions thinking failing a rebellion was a death sentence. So why were they thinking of retreat now? And even if they ran, where could they possibly go? Damn it. A piercing scream shattered the chaos of the battlefield. Wang Jing turned his head in a daze, only to see his father, the former head of the family, collapse to the ground, killed under the joint assault of 2 grand elders. Disheveled and covered in blood, Wang Jing forced the relentless emperor back with a sudden strike. He threw his head back and cried out, "Merchants have ruined me. Merchants have ruined me. So be it, so be it. This must be fate." Even as the words left his lips, a look of grim resolve settled on his face. Today I've lost, but the royal line of Taker won't escape unscathed. In an instant, the magic in the air surged toward Wang Jing like rivers rushing into the sea. The emperor's expression changed dramatically as he quickly retreated. The sheer intensity of the magic gathering around Wang Jing was enough to tear any spellcaster apart. It was clear Wang Jing was determined to die. Though powerful, the emperor dared not intervene. He could only watch as Wang Jing gathered his final, fatal strike. Narrowing his eyes, the emperor realized this attack wasn't aimed at him. Even if it struck, it would leave him badly wounded but not dead. Wang Jing was not so foolish. Scanning the battlefield, the emperor sighed inwardly. Aside from himself and the Grand Marshal of the West, no one present could survive this attack. The other master-level fighters realized it too. Terror was etched across their faces, but it was already too late to run. At last, Wang Jing fixed his gaze on the Grand Elder who had killed his father. The man's face went pale as he tried to flee, but he was too slow. In an instant, the terrifying magic engulfed him, leaving not a trace behind. After unleashing such violent magic, Wang Jing's organs were torn apart, and his life force faded rapidly. No healer could save him now. Yet, as his life ebbed away, he somehow managed to summon a second attack. Though much weaker than the first, this strike could still seriously injure a master, though it might not be fatal. As everyone watched in confusion, Wang Jing aimed at another target, the man who had killed his younger brother, Wang Fei. Chen Qing. A wave of lethal energy swallowed Chen Qing whole. Boom. Chen Qing. Lay Ming's anguished cry echoed across the battlefield. Chen Qing's health bar dropped to 0 with that single blow. The surrounding players stared in shock, struggling to accept what had just happened. This doesn't make sense, one player muttered under his breath. Chen Qing is supposed to be a protagonist-type boss. How could an NPC kill him while he's still growing? That's not how the game is designed. From the player's perspective, every protagonist-type boss should have a unique storyline, either guiding the plot forward or leading a faction. But Chen Qing had fallen in a mere cutscene battle before he could show any value. The battlefield suddenly fell silent, with only Lay Ming's anguished cries echoing across the field. Chen Qing, didn't we agree to explore the universe together? How could you just die like this? Lay Ming's display of emotion, however, made the tens of thousands of players feel oddly uncomfortable. Lay Ming, known for his tough, stoic image, now seemed overly dramatic, even fake, prompting many to frown in annoyance. Just then, A familiar voice rang out. Come on, Lay Ming, that's way too much. Your crying couldn't be more fake. The players instinctively nodded in agreement, but quickly realized something was off. That voice belonged to Chen Qing, who was supposed to be dead. In the center of the battlefield stood a young man in black, smiling calmly, his handsome face unscathed under the sunlight. Even more shocking, the wounds from his fierce fight with Wang Fei had completely vanished. If it weren't for the clear shadow at his feet, people might have thought they were seeing a ghost. The high-level players and experts, who had seen Chen Qing's life force wiped out by Wang Jing's final blow and his health bar hit zero, were stunned to see him standing there, perfectly fine. Lay Ming, overjoyed, rushed forward and started poking and prodding Chen Qing, as if to make sure he was really there. Chen Qing could only sigh helplessly, wondering if Lay Ming had actually hoped to see him dead. In reality, Chen Qing had indeed experienced death. Wang Jing's last attack was far beyond normal, and it happened just as Chen Qing's spatial distortion skill was on cooldown, leaving him unable to defend himself. As a half-NPC, he felt the full intensity of the Pina sensation, so severe he would never forget it. It nearly left him with a psychological scar. Chen Qing silently vowed that, even when his resurrection skill's cooldown ended, he wouldn't risk his life again unless absolutely necessary. He glanced down at the black robe he was wearing, the corners of his mouth twitching. His original black armor had been completely destroyed by Wang Jing's ferocious attacks. When he first revived, he found himself standing stark naked in the middle of the battlefield. Fortunately, the air was thick with dust, limiting visibility, so he was able to quickly grab this robe from his inventory and put it on, avoiding an embarrassing scene. If those players had seen me like that, Chen Qing shuddered, imagining his naked image plastered across every major forum. He quickly shook his head to clear away the thought, just as he was about to speak to Lay Ming. At that moment, a powerful and commanding voice echoed from the sky. The Emperor, speaking as the victor, addressed the battlefield with undeniable authority. Wang Jing, Wang Fei, and the other rebel leaders have been executed. You have failed. However, I recognize that many of you were deceived by the Nai family and could not tell right from wrong. I am willing to give you a chance. Any troops not directly under the Nai family, if you lay down your arms and surrender now, your lives will be spared. The Emperor's words rumbled across the battlefield. After this victory, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, his presence even more imposing, his imperial aura so strong that few dared meet his gaze. Most of the rebel soldiers were already terrified. With their leaders dead at the hands of the imperial experts, they no longer had the courage to resist. One after another, the rebels dropped their weapons, fell to their knees, and begged for mercy, creating a scene that was both grand and tragic. Only the Nai family's personal troops continued to put up a desperate fight. Their loyalty was unwavering, and knowing they faced certain death if captured, they struggled on. But the tide had turned. The elite among them had already been wiped out, and these remnants were no match for the imperial army. Within moments, the last pockets of resistance were crushed by the Tark royal forces. All that remained on the battlefield were the prisoners, the victors, and the players from both factions. The players on the rebel side wore long faces. Losing the faction battle meant penalties, lost experience, and Gold Witch was a devastating blow to early progress. In contrast, the royal faction's players were beaming with joy. Completing their faction quest earned them generous experience rewards, and the experience gained from defeating enemies gave them a huge lead over other players in the early game. Phantom God and Poison Rose had both joined the faction war. Thanks to their exceptional skill and game sense, they managed to go the entire battle without dying once, racking up a considerable number of kills. Among all the players, they were clearly the biggest winners. Looking at the massive amount of experience displayed on his panel, even the usually composed Phantom God couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The rewards were enough to max out a core skill and boost his level by 2 or 3, bringing him much closer to level 40. While players could leave the starter village at any level, doing so too early meant they couldn't even handle the weakest monsters in advanced civilizations, let alone level up efficiently. Major clubs had already determined that reaching level 40 before venturing into the interstellar world was the most efficient path. As a result, professional players generally waited until level 40 before leaving the starter area. The experience from this war put Phantom God and Poison Rose well ahead of the pack. With this advantage, Phantom God even started considering vying for the first season's championship and the prestigious Golden ID. As he was calculating how to allocate his experience points, a global server announcement suddenly flashed across his panel. Player Dark Knight Venomfang has successfully slain the boss and achieved the server's first boss kill. Rewards: passive skill player has chosen to hide, 10,000 gold, 500,000 bonus experience, 10 cosmic reputation points, and extra free attribute points player has chosen to hide. Seeing the notification floating on the task panel, Huanshan couldn't help but sigh, a sense of loss welling up inside him. The first boss kill in a new server launch was an obsession for almost every professional player, but this time, someone else had claimed it before him. Huanshan suddenly felt a sense of helplessness, like a monk who arrived just a step too late. The name Dark Knight Venomfang was no stranger to him. Huanshan knew him well. Venomfang was an exceptionally skilled assassin, known for mastering every trick of the class to perfection. However, Venomfang had an odd quirk. He disliked joining large clubs and preferred to play only with a few close friends. Because of this, even though his skills were already at the level of a gold ID, he had never earned the honor. The professional league was complicated, featuring both large-scale team battles and solo duels, with the championship determined by overall performance. Yet every time, Dark Knight Venomfang missed out on participating simply because he couldn't gather enough teammates. Dark Knight Venomfang, huh? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wanshan's mouth. Old rival, so it's you who claimed the first boss kill this time. Fine. I have my own opportunities in the faction war. I heard you've recruited plenty of friends to form a team and aim for the championship. Let's see who makes it further this time. Now that he's taken the first kill, Venomfang will probably hit level 40 soon. We can't afford to fall behind. We'll need to give it our all in the next few days, Poison Rose said calmly, standing beside Huanshan. Ever since their two clubs had joined the royal faction, the alliance between the leaders of Xinyu and Rose League had grown stronger, forming a sort of tacit partnership. As a result, Huanshan and Poison Rose, the two club leaders, often teamed up to grind monsters and level up together. In Multiverse Wars, teamwork was crucial. Party members received an additional 20 experience bonus, which naturally encouraged players of similar levels to group up. This made leveling up much more efficient. However, Dark Knight Venomfang's high-profile boss kill had disrupted the pace for many players. To keep up, many resorted to grinding day and night, racing against the clock. Huanshan and Poison Rose were no exception. Meanwhile, Chen Qing's panel seemed different from those of other players. He could access certain information, but major events like first boss kills never appeared on his display. This often left him feeling confused, never quite sure what important news he might have missed. At that moment, Chen Qing and Lay Ming were leading their army back to Tucker City. The mission to suppress the rebels was finally nearing its end, and Chen Qing had successfully achieved one of his goals, avenging Lay Ming. However, because he was at a lower level when he accepted the quest, the system had calculated his rewards based on that earlier level. What level was he back then? Chen Qing could barely remember. Was it 15? 20? For someone like Chen Qing, who was already at level 69, the rewards from this quest felt utterly insignificant. He glanced over the quest panel quickly. Really, the only thing remotely noteworthy was the favorability reward with Lay Ming. But considering their current relationship, that small boost probably wouldn't make any real difference. In the Multi-World Wars favorability system, theoretically, you could stack favorability infinitely, but in practice, once you reached a certain point, any additional increase barely made an impact. Another quest, though, immediately caught Chen Qing's attention: the faction quest between the Taker royal family and the rebels. The rewards were substantial. In addition to the standard experience in gold, it offered both an active and a passive skill. The active skill, Magic Arrow, didn't really appeal to Chen Qing. Without the core bonuses of an elemental mage, it was basically useless to him. But that passive skill was a different story. It was genuinely tempting. The system quickly confirmed the completion conditions. He had defeated over 1,000 enemy troops. The Skull Club players alone accounted for more than 2,000 kills, and had taken down 5 high-level opponents above level 60, 1 level 63 mage, 2 mages over level 70, plus several other mages, and the boss, Wang Fei, had crushed the requirements with ease. The newly acquired passive skill, War Aura, made Chen Qing nod with satisfaction. Once activated, this team-based skill provided a 15 stat boost and damage reduction to all allied units. Himself included, the exact numbers increasing with skill level. Even if it only affected him, considering his already exceptional stats, the benefits were significant. The system also granted him 2 skill proficiency boosts, which had to be used within 10 minutes. Chen Qing didn't hesitate. He invested all his experience points into War Aura, raising it to level 4, then used 1 proficiency boost to max it out. He poured the remaining experience and the other proficiency reward into delayed damage, but this skill consumed far more experience than had anticipated. It was only at level 9 that his experience was nearly depleted. Fortunately, with the final proficiency boost, he managed to max out delayed damage as well. Though his level hadn't changed, Chen Qing could clearly feel his power surge. As he reviewed his upgraded skill panel with satisfaction, a soft, lingering sigh suddenly sounded beside him. Sigh. Hearing a sigh, Chen Qing quickly turned his head. He saw that Lay Ming's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes shadowed and deep, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful self. Chen Qing understood at once this brother, who had just avenged his family, must be feeling a whirlwind of emotions. The old grudge is finally settled. There shouldn't be any regrets now. Lay Ming, we have to look ahead, Chen Qing said gently, patting Lay Ming on the shoulder in a comforting manner. Lay Ming exhaled softly, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I know you're right. Still, seeing the once mighty Nai family fall with my own eyes, it all feels so unreal, like I'm dreaming. He paused, gazing into the distant sky. Just now, as we were walking, I realized something. Even if I hadn't been driven by hatred, I would have chosen the path of seeking strength, no matter what. Suddenly, Lay Ming straightened his back, his voice ringing with determination. You're right, Chen Qing. A man with the heart of a warrior should always look forward. The grudges of the past shouldn't be chains holding me back. Before he finished speaking, something extraordinary happened. Chen Qing stared in shock as a brilliant light erupted from Lay Ming, and his level soared from the 40s straight to 53. Not only that, but Lay Ming's entire aura transformed dramatically. The sharp edge born from his obsession with revenge faded away, replaced by a vibrant, hopeful energy like a spear forever pointed toward the unknown. Watching Lay Ming's astonishing transformation, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Seriously, I came here to comfort him, but now it feels like I'm the one who needs comforting. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. As a so-called prodigy, had been running all over the place to level up, taking on quests, strategizing, scraping by through sheer effort. Meanwhile, Lay Ming, whether laughing, charging ahead, standing still, or even lying down, just managed to level up effortlessly. Chen Qing almost wanted to drag his own system out and scold it. Look at Lay Ming. He can level up on his own. Can't you learn from him? Of course, aside from the envy, Chen Qing also knew that Lay Ming's breakthrough wasn't just luck. Over the past few days, apart from the battle with Wang Fei, Lay Ming had fought in almost every fight. This was a natural result of his efforts. During this period, Lay Ming accumulated a wealth of invaluable experience that couldn't be measured. When he finally avenged his greatest enemy and resolved the knot in his heart, all that hidden growth erupted, causing his level to skyrocket at an unbelievable rate. Watching the energetic young man beside him, Chen Qing couldn't help but be amazed if he weren't an extraordinary individual himself. He might have been so frustrated by Lay Ming's meteoric progress that he'd cough up blood on the spot. After returning to Taker City, Chen Qing and Lay Ming were eager to secure an audience with the emperor as soon as possible. To leave the Taker civilization, they needed to go through royal channels. However, with the city still recovering from war and government affairs piling up on the emperor's desk, their meeting was postponed time and again. A month passed. Their initial impatience gradually faded as both Chen Qing and Lay Ming realized that the emperor wasn't unwilling to help. He was simply overwhelmed by more urgent matters. Since that was the case, they decided to make the most of this rare downtime. For Chen Qing, he was no longer a player who could simply log out when tired. He was now a real part of this world, and the pressure and fatigue he felt were far greater than anything a player might experience. During this period, Chen Qing and Lay Ming enjoyed a comfortable life in Taker City, living like true magicians, fine wine, delicious food, and every pleasure at their fingertips. It wasn't until another month had passed, when a knock at the door broke their tranquility. Opening the door, Chen Qing saw a familiar facade with Xieduan, the tall, thin man who had been handling their reception. Xieduan stood at the threshold with a smile. Deputy General Chen, I want come in. His Majesty is waiting for you, and we mustn't keep him waiting. At last, the moment had come. Overjoyed, Chen Qing quickly called Lay Ming from the next room, and together they followed Xieduan to the palace for their long-awaited audience. The grand hall was just as they remembered, with the emperor bent over his desk reviewing documents, while attendants brought in a steady stream of new paperwork. Chen Qing glanced around and was quietly stunned by the towering piles of approved documents waiting to be sent out. He couldn't help but marvel. Being emperor was no easy task. If he had to work non-stop like this for 2 months, he'd probably go mad. As Chen Qing shook his head in silent sympathy, the emperor looked up, set aside his papers, and smiled. Deputy General Chen, why do you shake your head upon entering the hall? I was just admiring your Majesty's stamina. You manage countless affairs every day and still keep everything running so smoothly. Chen Qing replied with a quick wit. As for his private complaints, he wouldn't dare voice those. If the emperor knew what he was really thinking, he'd probably be struck down by lightning on the spot. The emperor chuckled and asked kindly, Deputy General Chen, is there something you need my help with this time? The victory in the war swept away all internal and external troubles for the Tucker civilization, and at last, a long-lost smile appeared on the emperor's face. Seated on the splendid golden throne, he looked kindly at Chen Qing and Lay Ming standing below. The outstanding performance of these two young generals on the battlefield had left a deep impression on him. Seeing that the emperor was in good spirits, Chen Qing spoke directly, Your Majesty, after this great battle, both Lay Ming and I feel that there's little room for further growth within the Tucker civilization. We would like to venture into interstellar society, but we're unsure how to proceed. We have come to seek your guidance. The emperor had anticipated this request. As he looked at these two promising youths, he weighed his options privately. With the backing of resources from Lan Suo and Wan Tong, it was only a matter of time before they entered interstellar society. Rather than standing in their way, it would be better to assist them now and forge a positive connection for the Tucker civilization. The recent wars had made the emperor acutely aware of the civilization's vulnerability. Tucker's strength was still limited, and it could be invaded by stronger races at any time. Perhaps it was time for the civilization to connect with interstellar society. Chen Qing and Lay Ming were the perfect opportunity. As long as two powerful figures from Tucker could establish themselves out there, no external enemy would dare to provoke the Tucker civilization lightly. Just like Lan Su, even the Liko tribe wouldn't dare to invade his homeland recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor spoke slowly. It is indeed a blessing for our civilization that you both wish to further hone your abilities. However, he hesitated, then continued. While the royal family does have channels to contact human civilizations beyond our own, and we can sometimes request assistance from nearby advanced civilizations, the Liko tribe's invasion has resulted in a spatial blockade around us. We haven't been able to break it, and can only wait for it to naturally dissipate. During this period, the only way to leave Tucker is through conventional flight space jumps are impossible. Hearing this, Chen Qing was reminded of a crucial detail: the Liko tribe's spatial blockade typically took 5 to 10 years to fully disappear. In the meantime, space jumps in the vicinity of Tucker civilization would be completely impossible. The most frustrating aspect was that the Taker civilization itself lacked the technology and capability to reverse spatial confinement. The only way to remove this restriction was to wait for it to fade over time. Chen Qing hadn't realized this because, in his previous life, players had entered the Taker civilization about 5 years later than now. By the time they arrived, the effects of spatial confinement were barely noticeable. Later on, most of the civilizations Chen Qing interacted with were mid to high-level ones, which already possessed the means to counteract spatial confinement, so he never considered it to be a major issue. But now, he found himself stuck on what seemed to be a minor problem. If spaceships were unable to travel via spatial jumps and could only fly conventionally, it would take 4 or 5 years just to travel from the outer regions to the Taker civilization. For 5 years, Chen Qing's expression froze. Was he really going to be stranded in the Taker civilization for that long? The emperor noticed the disappointment in his eyes and couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. Vice Commander Chen, don't lose hope. There is a solution to this problem. Chen Qing looked up sharply, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Your Majesty, do you have another way? The emperor nodded gently and replied, of course. If you and Lay Ming wish to leave the Taker civilization and escape this predicament sooner, it's entirely possible. In fact, every member of the royal family must venture into interstellar society for experience before ascending the throne. I did the same myself. He paused, his gaze thoughtful. When I returned to the Taker civilization back then, I used a small magic spaceship I had purchased myself. That ship is still stored in the royal palace's vault. You and Lay Ming can use it to leave the Taker civilization ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Chen Qing's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected that the emperor himself had gone out to explore the interstellar world, which also explained his deep understanding of how spatial confinement worked. If even a backward place like the Taker civilization possessed a magic spaceship, then the time he and Lay Ming needed to reach a more advanced neighboring civilization would be greatly reduced. What would have taken 5 years could now be completed in 3 at most with the magic spaceship. This was because the dissipation of spatial confinement worked in a very particular way. It spread gradually from the outer areas toward the core. The Taker civilization happened to be at the very center of this effect. So, when a ship tried to enter the Taker civilization from outside, it could take up to 5 years of slow travel. But when leaving, as the spatial confinement dissipated toward the edges, the ship could potentially reach a normal space environment partway through the journey. At that point, they'd be able to make a spatial jump and speed up their escape. This logic was a bit complicated, but Chen Qing quickly sorted out the crucial difference in his mind. Let's not get too excited just yet, the emperor said, looking at Chen Qing and Lay Ming with a troubled expression. Although the magical airship is still docked in the palace, its energy reserves are completely depleted. To get it running again, you'll need a large supply of high-grade magic stones. He sighed and continued. Unfortunately, after all the recent battles in Taker City, our stockpile of high-grade magic stones is running dangerously low. If you want to use the airship to leave the Taker civilization, you'll need to find a way to gather enough of those stones yourselves. Chen Qing understood immediately this was the emperor's polite way of saying that while the airship itself could be borrowed, they'd have to pay for the fuel. Given the heavy toll the recent wars had taken on Taker's resources, he couldn't blame the emperor for this. No problem, Your Majesty, Chen Qing replied earnestly. Once Lay Ming and I have gathered enough magic stones, we'll come back to request the use of the airship. As soon as he finished speaking, a new task notification popped up on Chen Qing's interface. Rank mission, gather high-grade magic stones. Mission description, the magical airship requires a large quantity of high-grade magic stones to power its journey. You need to collect enough to ensure you have sufficient energy for the long trip ahead. Mission objective, collect 1,000 high-grade magic stones. Mission rewards, 800,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, 1 magical airship. Mission penalty, unable to leave the Taker civilization. After Chen Qing left the imperial palace, Lay Ming stood nearby and complained helplessly. Where are we supposed to find so many high-grade magic stones? From the way His Majesty was talking, It sounds like we won't even make it out of Tucker civilization without at least 1,000 of them. Before Lay Ming finished speaking, Chen Qing could only give a bitter smile. High-grade magic stones weren't something you could just pick up on the street. Even Moha's shop only stocked mid-grade ones. After several major battles in Tucker civilization, the demand for magic ballistae, scrolls, and various supplies had skyrocketed, making high-grade magic stones incredibly scarce. In theory, a mage could use enchantments to create new high-grade stones, but it was a costly and time-consuming process. Even a level 70 mage would need at least an hour and a half to turn raw materials into a magic stone. Although Chen Qing was stronger than most level 70 mages, it still took him nearly an hour to make just one. Lay Ming was clearly no help. He was a warrior, after all, and had no idea how to make magic stones. That left the entire task to Chen Qing, who couldn't help but frown at the thought. But Chen Qing seemed completely unfazed, as if this was no big deal. Maybe it's tough for you locals, but for me? Piece of cake, he said, clapping Lay Ming on the shoulder. He summoned a horse and mounted it with ease. You head back. I'll take care of this myself, Chen Qing called out. Before Lay Ming could react, Chen Qing had already ridden off, leaving Tucker City behind. Out on a dusty road outside the city, two players on scruffy ponies were making their way toward the city gates, having just finished their quest. One's player ID was Midnight Drinker, and the other went by Qing. Neither belonged to any club, they were classic solo players. As they rode, they suddenly noticed a figure on horseback approaching from the distance. Hey, isn't that Chen Qing? Midnight Drinker whispered in surprise, recognizing the rider. By now, Chen Qing was fairly well known among the players. His impressive battles during the faction wars, especially the time he single-handedly wiped out Haikusu, and his team had gone viral on all the major forums. Even from afar, both players recognized him, feeling a bit starstruck at the sight. What they didn't expect was for Chen Qing to speed up and ride straight toward them. He stopped right beside them, grinning broadly. Perfect timing. I'm so glad I ran into you guys. His tone was warm and casual, as if they were old friends. Midnight Drinker was momentarily stunned, instinctively wary. He couldn't help but think, isn't this Chen Qing the infamous quest master who's given countless players nightmares? There was an undeniable sense of pressure about him, and Midnight Drinker came to a halt, asking nervously, Chen Qing, is something wrong? Chen Qing smiled and sighed. Tucker civilization's just been through some tough battles. The country's taken a serious hit, and high-grade magic stones are almost impossible to find. I really don't know what to do. Could you help me track down 10 high-grade magic stones? If you can, it'll make sure you're well rewarded. As soon as he finished speaking, a quest prompt appeared on both players' screens. For a moment, both Midnight Drinker and Qing were left completely stunned. A level quest, help find magic stones. Quest requirement, advanced magic stones, 05. Quest reward, a string of Tion Ming necklaces, 20,000 experience. Note, this is a mandatory quest. If you do not accept, it will automatically be marked as failed. Midnight Drinker and Qing stood frozen in place, staring at each other in utter despair. I knew it. Nothing good ever happens when Chen Qing shows up, Midnight Drinker muttered through gritted teeth. Is there really such a thing as a forced quest? Qing shook his head in disbelief. I thought Chen Qing had turned over a new leaf after seeing how brave he was on the battlefield, but now, didn't some experts say that as long as you don't mess with Chen Qing, he won't give you any quests? Midnight Drinker clenched his fists. Whoever that so-called expert is, come out and explain yourself. Let's see if you can talk your way out of this. Both of them wore looks of utter defeat as they silently mounted their shabby little horses and set off, shoulders slumped, on the quest to find advanced magic stones. To be fair, the experience reward for this quest was just barely acceptable for players around level 30, and the Tion Ming necklace, whatever it did, was a nice bonus. The real problem was the cost of the advanced magic stones. Each one went for about 30 gold coins, and most magic shops didn't even carry them. Getting 5 wouldn't be easy. Early on, gold was still pretty valuable for players. For 2 solo players without a guild, their combined savings might barely reach 50 gold. Now they needed 150 gold, and 1 goit was enough to make anyone feel drained. After assigning the quest to the 2 players, Chen Qing cheerfully went off in search of his next lucky winner. Meanwhile, the news that the quest overlord was back quickly spread after Midnight Drinker posted a warning on the forums, putting all the players on high alert. Crap, Chen Qing is here. Run. A few players were leisurely fighting monsters when one of them caught sight of a horseman approaching. As soon as they realized who it was, they panicked, abandoning their nearly defeated monsters and instantly summoning their own shabby horses to make a desperate escape. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow at their reaction. Trying to run? Not happening. He smirked, max level slow field. No one's getting away. A few minutes later, the group of players stood before Chen Qing, looking as if they were marching to their doom. Let's keep things organized, Chen Qing said, arms crossed as he looked down at the group. I appreciate everyone's dedication to the cause, but you'll have to take your quests one at a time. Line up, everyone gets a turn. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pointed to the back of the line. Hey, you in the back. Yeah, you. You keep looking around like you can't wait. Tell you what, they'll give you a double share of the magic stone quota. No need to thank may do good deeds without asking for credit. Watching the players line up like obedient chicks, Chen Qing nodded in satisfaction. This was his third group already. At 5 advanced magic stones per player, all he needed was 200 players to easily complete his objective. Chen Qing knew what he was doing. He wasn't actually making it impossible for the players. 5 advanced magic stones was tough, but doable if they really tried. If all else failed, they could learn the magic stone crafting skill, invest some experience points, and quickly make their own stones for a fraction of the market price. See, not only does this give players a great chance to join the Tion Ming, but it also encourages them to improve themselves. 2 birds with 1 stone. There aren't many NPCs who care about players as much as I do, Chen Qing thought contentedly. A day later, Chen Qing stood in the plaza of Tucker City and watched as a player clad in ornate gear approached him. This player, who introduced himself as Son of God, retrieved 5 high-grade magic stones gleaming with an eerie blue light from a magical pouch at his waist and handed them to Chen Qing. Chen Qing smiled faintly, accepting the precious stones with a look that was half amusement, half indifference. He gently rubbed each stone with his fingers, checking their authenticity. Then, he took out a silver necklace engraved with the character Tion from his chest pocket. The metal glinted coldly in the sunlight as he passed it to Son of God. People from Divine Realm, Chen Qing thought to himself. He recognized this player. Anyone capable of gathering 5 high-grade magic stones in just a day had to have strong backing from a club. Clearly, the club had already learned the true purpose of the Tion Ming necklace from the player Wu, who first acquired it, and had sent someone to confirm its authenticity. When Chen Qing posted the task, he hadn't made any distinction between regular players and club members. In his view, as long as a player was part of the royal faction, they were eligible to join Tion Ming. This was exactly what he wanted once Son of God obtained the necklace. The club behind him would realize its true value, and more club members would surely seek him out. To be honest, Chen Qing hadn't set out to trick players with this task. On the surface, it seemed like players were paying an unreasonable price, but Chen Qing knew that once he entered the Interstellar Society, with Russell and the others back on the team, and after recruiting a few powerful NPCs he was familiar with from his previous life, Tion Ming would rise rapidly. By then, the value of a single Tion Ming necklace would far surpass a handful of high-grade magic stones. When someone helps me when I need it most, it'll repay them 1,000 times over in the future, Chen Qing calculated. This was his way of giving players a choice. As for those who weren't willing to take the task, what harm was there in making them pay 10 gold coins? Chen Qing had no desire to be everyone's go-to-nice guy. His experience in the professional circle from his previous life had exposed him to all sorts of shady deals driven by profit. He understood that simply handing out generous rewards wouldn't earn a player's loyalty. That would only breed a group of freeloaders, ready to betray him the moment they found a better offer. Only by making players pay a price would they truly value this hard-won opportunity and develop a genuine sense of belonging to Tion Ming. This was Chen Qing's most direct and effective way of selecting membership. Had no intention of being a people-pleaser. After receiving the necklace, Son of God immediately opened his game panel to check its attributes. As player Wu had said, the necklace could indeed serve as proof of membership in Tion Ming. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The true value of this quest was far beyond what most players imagined. The key wasn't the experience points, but the necklace itself, which many had dismissed. Both Chen Qing and Lay Ming had already been marked by major clubs as core figures in future storylines. If a club could secure a spot in Tion Ming, and the group officially formed and rose to prominence in future updates, the benefits would be immeasurable. Soon, following orders from their leaders, members of Divine Realm and Rose Alliance poured into Tucker City, actively seeking out Chen Qing to accept the quest. More and more players gathered in the plaza, clutching magic stones, their eyes shining with anticipation. As the 2 major clubs rose in prominence within the Taker civilization, their keen interest in the seemingly ordinary Tion Ming necklace quest quickly caught the attention of other players. Before long, everyone began to suspect that this unremarkable necklace might be hiding something special, its true value far surpassing initial expectations. Soon, the area outside Chen Qing's residence in Taker City was packed with people. A constant stream of players crowded the open space in front of his house, each eager to take on the quest. The overwhelming demand put Chen Qing in a difficult position. The quest slots had already far exceeded the 200-person limit, with just the 2 major clubs alone accounting for more than that number. To his surprise, at a rate of 5 high-grade magic stones per person, these players could bring him thousands of magic stones in total. What's going on here? Chen Qing muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Is my charm really that irresistible? Just one call, and so many people are lining up to hand me magic stones. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice to address the crowd. Sorry, everyone, but that's all for now. Please head back. His announcement immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. There's a limit on Tion Ming quest slots? How many people have already accepted the quest? I'm willing to pay a premium for a Tion Ming necklace. Chen Qing, We've been waiting in line for ages. I'm your biggest fan, Chen Qing. My roommate's dying wish was to see me join Tion Ming. Faced with a flood of requests, Chen Qing rubbed his temples in exasperation. The situation had grown far beyond a simple errand quest. Handling it poorly would only make him lose the player's trust. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind. Rather than turning people away, he might as well accept the high-grade magic stones. After all, in the world of magic, these stones were as good as hard currency, and even outside, they could be exchanged for gold coins. Quiet, everyone. Chen Qing's shout instantly silenced the noisy crowd. Some players couldn't help but wonder, is Chen Qing about to pull another trick on us? There are 799 slots left for today. First come, first served. If you're not in line, come back tomorrow. Chen Qing began handing out quests to those at the front. This wasn't a random number. Had crafted a total of 1,000 Tion Ming necklaces, with one reserved for Wu and 200 already distributed, leaving exactly 799. Looking at the bustling scene before him, Chen Qing couldn't help but mutter to himself, why does this feel less like running a quest and more like doing business? I guess I'd better restock tomorrow. That's way too expensive. 50 high-grade magic stones for a necklace? At most, it's worth 30. 30? Why don't you just rob me? 50 is already a fair price. I can't go any lower. All right. How about we meet in the middle? 30. 45. Final offer, take it or leave it. Fine. Deal. In the early morning at the Tucker City Marketplace, a heated negotiation was unfolding at Chen Qing's stall. A player with the username Fei Qiu was flushed with frustration, tapping the counter impatiently, while Chen Qing stood with his arms crossed, clearly unwilling to budge. Right on cue, the system notification chimed. Quest received. Drank quest: acquire high-grade magic stones. Quest reward: Tion Ming necklace advanced version, 100,000 EXP. Quest requirement: 0.45 high-grade magic stones. Satisfied with shaving 5 magic stones off the price, Fei Qiu left, eager to gather the required 45 high-grade magic stones. Chen Qing remained at his stall, still grumbling about customers haggling, but a sly smile flickered in his eyes. This was a great deal. Chen Qing calculated silently. A single high-grade magic stone sold for 30 gold coins, so 45 would bring in a total of 1,350 gold. While gold wasn't particularly valuable in the early stages of the game, it would be essential for things like class changes and other necessities once the interstellar era began. This income would give him a comfortable head start. Over the past couple of days, Chen Qing had successfully turned the Tion Ming necklace into a lucrative business. He commissioned craftsmen to create 3 different versions. Standard version, for Tion Ming level 1 members, featuring a simple design with a small pendant engraved with the character Tion. Advanced version, for Tion Ming level 2 members, set with sparkling gems and a refined design. Supreme version, for Tion Ming level 3 members, encrusted with diamonds and boasting a luxurious appearance even more impressive than the one Chen Qing wore himself. When the craftsman unveiled the finished Supreme version, Chen Qing could barely resist blurting out, only 998. Take home a South African black pearl diamond necklace today. And so, the first wave of street market commerce in Tucker City began. The entry requirements increased with each tier. The advanced version required completion of a drank quest and collecting 50 high-grade magic stones. The Supreme version required a crank quest and 300 high-grade magic stones. The tiered system, 5 stones for the standard, 50 for the advanced, and 300 for the Supreme, was the result of Chen Qing's careful planning. Although the Tion Ming organization hadn't officially formed yet, and its benefits were still being worked out, Chen Qing had already decided to offer basic support, such as class advancement knowledge, spaceships, and skill training. He divided Tion Ming members into 5 ranks, but the 4th and 5th levels were reserved for internal promotions. Only existing level 3 members could advance further by accumulating merit, keeping these higher ranks closed to outsiders. This system offers 2 main advantages. First, it helps Chen Qing identify the value of each player. Those with more value are willing to take on tougher missions and, in turn, gain higher level privileges within the Tion Ming. As Chen Qing looked at the data panel in front of him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Fei Qiu was a prime example. As a key figure in a mid-sized club, he had accepted the advanced mission without hesitation. For his club, collecting 45 high-grade magic stones was no big deal. Huanxin and Du Qiangwei were even more decisive, taking on the Supreme mission without even negotiating the price. 300 high-grade magic stones were clearly not a problem for the clubs backing them. Chen Qing tapped the table lightly and nodded in satisfaction. This was the grading system he had designed. Different abilities and resources meant each player had a different value, and he had already given this batch of chives clear labels. The second advantage was a sense of belonging. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes and thought. High-level members would naturally be more loyal to Tion Ming. With the ability to continuously receive discounted items from him, why would they ever want to leave? Members at level 4 or 5 had to accumulate a large amount of merit points to be promoted, so when considering leaving, they would hesitate, reluctant to give up the hard-earned points. This system greatly increased Tion Ming's cohesion. Chen Qing looked over his inventory data with satisfaction. The numbers were impressive so far. Over 4,000 basic missions had been issued, more than 300 advanced missions, and 7 supreme missions. If all were completed, around 37,000 high-grade magic stones would come in. Chen Qing did a quick calculation at this rate. Even the Tucker royal family couldn't match his wealth. Of course, with such a massive demand for high-grade magic stones, the magic shops simply couldn't keep up. In just 2 days, Tucker's magic shops were almost completely cleared out by the players, and high-grade magic stones were entirely out of stock. Players had plenty of gold and tasks to complete, but suffered from a shortage of magic stones, creating an awkward situation. But the market always finds a way. Some sharp-eyed players quickly spotted an opportunity and sought out specialization trainers to learn the enchanting skill. This skill not only allowed them to imbue magic stones with power, but also enhance all kinds of weapons and equipment. Hardly a useless profession. However, it generally required reaching level 3 proficiency to actually craft the stones, and few players met the standard. The surge in demand for high-grade magic stones caused prices to skyrocket, rising from 50 gold per stone to 100 gold, a full doubling. The price of raw materials for making the stones increased as well. Chen Qing had single-handedly driven an upgrade of Tucker's entire high-grade magic stone industry chain, and even the NPCs took advantage of the situation to make a fortune. Soon, the streets of Tucker City were filled with all kinds of hawkers shouting, buying high-grade magic stones in bulk any amount, paying 95 gold each, great price. I take orders for high-grade magic stones. With materials provided, 70 gold per stone. Without materials, 100 gold each. High-grade magic stones quickly became the most valuable currency in Tucker civilization. Some players just wanted to complete their missions, while others became magic stone brokers, making a killing thanks to Chen Qing's grand plan. When Chen Qing saw players buying stones for 95 gold and selling them for 98, with huge transaction volumes, his eyes nearly turned green with envy. I want a piece of that. He fumed inwardly, watching his carefully cultivated chives get harvested by other merchants, grinding his teeth in frustration. I can't let this go, Chen Qing muttered, clenching his fist as a glint flashed in his eyes. Those who profited off my efforts make sure they cough up every last coin. Quietly, he began plotting his counterattack. Lay Ming, come here for a second. While assigning a new quest, Chen Qing called out to Lay Ming. A moment later, Lay Ming appeared at Chen Qing's stall, looking utterly confused. Over the past couple of days, he had witnessed something that completely baffled him. Chen Qing had commissioned a batch of Tion Ming necklaces from a craftsman, infused them with his own magical aura as a mark of authenticity, and started selling them right here. At first, when Chen Qing claimed these necklaces could be traded for high-grade magic stones, Lay Ming didn't believe it at all. Who would trade dozens of high-grade magic stones for an ordinary necklace? But reality quickly shattered his assumptions. One after another, players came over and eagerly exchanged their high-grade magic stones for the Tion Ming necklaces. Standing at the stall, Lay Ming watched as nearly 5,000 players came to trade, and he couldn't help but think to himself, am I the only sane one in this world? He glanced at each player with a look of pity, leaving them puzzled and wondering why Lay Ming kept giving them such a condescending stare. Chen Qing, what do you need me for? Lay Ming asked as he walked up to the stall. After sending off another player who had just picked up a quest, Chen Qing pulled Lay Ming aside and lowered his voice. Take these high-grade magic stones and sell them to that guy over there who's buying magic stones, him, right there. What the? Lay Ming blurted out in surprise. Aren't high-grade magic stones worth 50 gold each? Why are they going for 95 now? Chen Qing quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Just do as I say, sell them, and come back to tell me when you're done. Leave the rest to me. Remember, keep a low profile. Don't let anyone else notice. Okay, Lay Ming replied. Before long, a mysterious figure emerged from Lay Ming's place, dressed in a mage's robe and hat pulled low over his face. Bro, Chen Qing sighed helplessly. Isn't dressing like this in broad daylight just asking for attention? Besides, you don't have an ID. Any player can just scan you and know it's you. But Lay Ming had already walked up to a player named Medieval Merchant. Glancing around furtively, he whispered, Hey buddy, interested in some high-grade magic stones? Lay Ming, is that you? Medieval Merchant asked, looking puzzled. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not Lay Ming, I'm a mysterious mage. Lay Ming hurriedly denied. Medieval Merchant glanced at the display, clearly showing Lay Ming, armor-piercing spearman, and could only sigh. All right, you're a mysterious mage. But, Lay Ming, you're saying you have high-grade magic stones? Ahem. I told you I'm not Lay Ming. Oh, whatever. Lay Ming lowered his voice and said, I heard you're buying high-grade magic stones. I have some. Interested? As soon as he finished speaking, a new quest popped up on the Medieval Merchant's system panel. Exchange gold coins for high-grade magic stones. He eyed Lay Ming suspiciously, calculating in his mind. Everyone knew Lay Ming worked for Chen Qing, and Chen Qing had recently been buying up huge quantities of high-grade magic stones. Clearly, these stones came from Chen Qing. But what was Chen Qing up to? Buying and selling at the same time? The merchant couldn't help glancing over at Chen Qing, only to meet his gaze. Chen Qing was making exaggerated faces, winking and gesturing wildly, as if desperately trying to send a signal. Suddenly, a realization flashed through the merchant's mind. No way. He almost wanted to applaud Chen Qing's business savvy trading Tion Ming necklaces for magic stones, then selling them to players at a high price. It was a brilliant way to double the profits. It was obvious Chen Qing had heard his shouting and wanted to team up for a big deal. Chen Qing would post the quests, the merchant would handle selling the stones, and then buy them back to resell at a premium. Their eyes met, and they instantly recognized a kindred spirit in each other. Deal, 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 the merchant said to Lay Ming without hesitation. Wait here, I'll borrow some money from my friends. I'll take as many as you've got. He quickly messaged several other resellers. Guys, lend me some gold. There's a huge deal here. I'll treat you all to a meal if we make a profit. After promising a cut of the profits, hundreds of thousands of gold coins were soon transferred to his account. Lay Ming, how many do you have? I'll take them all, the merchant said confidently. Lay Ming pulled out 2 magic storage rings. Each ring holds 10,000 high-grade magic stones. I have 20,000 in total. How many do you want? The merchant was stunned. 20,000 high-grade magic stones. Just how many quests had Chen Qing posted? He glanced at the million gold coins he had on hand and realized he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Then, let's start with 10,000. 95 gold each, so that's 950,000 gold coins. He glanced around furtively, making sure no one was watching, then accepted the ring from Lay Ming. After confirming it really held 10,000 magic stones, he finally relaxed. Chen Qing is the real deal, he thought, hoping Chen Qing would keep posting quests so he could make a fortune. Lay Ming then returned to Chen Qing's stall and handed over the storage ring filled with gold coins. After confirming the amount, Chen Qing nodded at the merchant. Seeing this, the merchant was overjoyed, thinking it was a sign their cooperation would continue. But the next moment, Chen Qing stood up and announced loudly, "We have enough high-grade magic stones now. We don't need any more. Everyone, you can stop looking for them. High-grade magic stones for sale, essential for Tion Ming quests." Wait, what? No more quests? The merchant was stunned, muttering in disbelief. But, you said you'd keep posting quests. Watching the stunned medieval merchant, Chen Qing let a cold smirk curl at the corner of his lips. He had been eyeing this profiteer for a while. This was the very man who first drove up the price of high-grade magic stones in the game, forcing countless players to spend nearly double the amount of gold coins. All that extra profit had gone straight into the pockets of unscrupulous merchants, while all the blame landed squarely on Chen Qing's shoulders. This is the price of being too clever for your own good, Chen Qing thought to himself. He had simply set a basic trap, taking advantage of the merchant's overly sharp business instincts. Now that the quest was over and players no longer needed high-grade magic stones, the 10,000 stones this merchant had hoarded were either going to rot in his hands or be sold off to NPCs for less than half their value. Ignoring the merchant's near-tearful expression, Chen Qing pulled Lay Ming away and headed back to their lodgings. All they had to do now was wait for the other players to finish handing in their quests. With this stockpile of magic stones, even journeys several times farther wouldn't be a problem. 5 days later, when the last player handed over 5 high-grade magic stones, every quest was finally complete. Chen Qing immediately requested an audience with the emperor. Chen Qing, I'm surprised by how quickly you managed to collect all the magic stones, the emperor said with a smile. Since that's the case, the 2 of you should come with me. Led by the emperor, the 3 of them made their way to the royal treasury. As the magical mechanism whirred to life and the heavy stones scraped against each other, the vault doors slowly opened. Chen Qing's eyes widened at the sight. Rows upon rows of weapons and armor, precious gems and spirit beads piled carelessly in every corner, and even priceless supreme-grade magic stones scattered about as if they were ordinary rocks. So it's not that His Majesty couldn't supply high-grade magic stones, she just found them too lowly, Chen Qing thought with a wry smile. In fairness, using top-tier magic stones might actually overload the small flying vessel's magic array. The emperor had clearly thought this through. Soon, the 3 of them reached the top floor of a pavilion, where Chen Qing finally saw the legendary magic airship. To his shock, it looked exactly like an enormous soda can, complete with a perfectly replicated logo on the side. This jarring touch of modernity in the midst of ancient architecture was so out of place that Chen Qing almost lost it right then and there. These shameless game developers, they actually dared to do product placement in a setting from decades ago. Chen Qing couldn't help but complain inwardly. Chen Qing, what's wrong? Is there something unusual about this magic airship? The emperor noticed the odd look on Chen Qing's face, pride gleaming in his eyes as he gently stroked the ship's smooth surface. Let me tell you, this airship was the latest model. When I bought it, cost a fortune. I really had to steel myself to make the purchase. Whenever I traveled in it during my adventures in other civilizations, people couldn't help but praise my sense of style. Staring at the uniquely designed airship before him, Chen Qing nearly choked when the Emperor mentioned style again. He forced down his shock and managed to squeeze out a strained expression somewhere between a smile and a grimace, barely managing a compliment. Your Majesty truly has excellent taste. The Emperor tilted his head, eyeing Chen Qing with a frown. Strange, you've been tongue-tied ever since you saw the ship. Suddenly, he nodded as if understanding. Perhaps you're just awestruck by its looks. That's understandable, young people, I get it. Letting the matter drop, the Emperor turned serious. Now, I'm entrusting this magic airship to you both. If you achieve anything in the future, don't forget that the Tark civilization will always be your home. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing and Lay Ming immediately composed themselves, responding in unison, "We will never forget our homeland." Satisfied, the Emperor nodded, then pulled a gleaming spear and a sword inlaid with magical gems from his storage space, offering them to the two men. "Take these weapons as farewell gifts from me." Chen Qing and Lay Ming hurriedly declined, shaking their heads. "Your Majesty, granting us the airship is more than enough. We couldn't possibly accept anything more." The Emperor's expression darkened as he feigned sternness. "If I say take them, you take them." Then, softening his tone, he added, "Besides, I might need your help with something in the future." A flicker of curiosity appeared in Chen Qing's eyes as he bowed. "If there's anything your Majesty needs, just give the order." The Emperor fell silent for a moment, his gaze growing distant. He spoke slowly, "After these recent wars, I've started to wonder if the Tark civilization has become too conservative. Maybe it's time for us to truly join the interstellar community." He tapped the armrest of his throne thoughtfully. "After much consideration, I've decided it's time for Tark to connect with the wider universe." Chen Qing paused, uncertain. "Your Majesty, do you mean?" The Emperor nodded firmly. "If you too reach a higher civilization, I have a favor to ask. I've already constructed a teleportation array here in Tark City. Once you arrive in a higher civilization, please help us apply for a connection to their teleportation network. And then use this spatial locator stone to build a corresponding array for Tark civilization." With that, the Emperor took a seemingly ordinary gray stone from his storage pouch and handed it to Chen Qing. This was a spatial locator stone, typically used in pairs, each one creating a mysterious link across space. By setting up teleportation arrays at both locations, travel between them would become possible. Chen Qing accepted the stone silently, thinking to himself, the Emperor really intends to connect Tark with the interstellar world. Yet, another thought crept in. Does it feel like His Majesty is being guided by the system? The next version is about to open up the interstellar era for players, and here you are, setting up a teleportation link right on cue. I'm starting to suspect, Your Majesty, that you're under the system's control. Still, it's hard to say for sure. Maybe the Emperor really was shaken by those two wars and decided to open the doors to the Tax civilization. Oh, one could really know. Since they had agreed to the Emperor's request, Chen Qing and Lay Ming didn't hesitate to accept the two pieces of magical equipment. One was a magic longsword, the other a spear. Both were blue-tier items, far superior to any weapons they had used before, and on a whole new level. In the world of Multiverse Wars, equipment is ranked by color: white, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, gold, and mythic. White is the most basic, while mythic gear is the very best. Chen Qing vaguely remembered hearing that there were even higher tiers above mythic in his previous life, but those were far beyond the reach of any player for now. Blue-tier equipment was already a significant upgrade. Chen Qing's magic longsword not only increased armor penetration by 20, but also boosted intelligence by 20 points and included multiple effects that increased damage, giving his combat ability a noticeable boost. After giving them a few more instructions, the Emperor signaled for Chen Qing and Lay Ming to board the Feijai Quail House spaceship. As the engines roared to life, the ship soared into the depths of space, drawing the attention of many players. "Whoa, look, Feijai Quail Shui is flying in the sky." One player shouted in surprise. "Are you craving soda so badly you're seeing things?" Another player scoffed. "No, seriously, look. Is this some kind of product placement?" A third player asked, curious. "It looks like a spaceship." "It is a spaceship. Look, there are people on it." A nearby player exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "Wow, for real. Aren't those Chen Qing and Lay Ming?" As the spaceship disappeared into the clouds, the players erupted into excited discussion. It was clear now that Chen Qing and Lay Ming had truly stepped into the interstellar age, becoming part of that world. Just then, a system message popped up on everyone's interface, Chen Qing's included. Beep. The first player C. Weiqi Muzi has reached level 40. The system will shut down for a version update in 30 minutes. Please log off in time. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and thank you for your understanding. This announcement left many players with mixed feelings, as they realized that the upcoming update might bring major changes. Chen Qing was well aware that once a player reached level 40, the server would automatically shut down for a version update. This was a long-established system mechanism. As soon as any player hit level 40, the server would immediately initiate an update, forcing all players offline. The player who triggered the update would also be temporarily removed from the world at that moment. When they logged in again, it might be several years later. Chen Qing had already anticipated this. He estimated that the next version update would only go live after he reached the nearest advanced civilization to the Tucker civilization Hua civilization and successfully constructed a spatial teleportation channel. By then, all players who had reached level 40 would be able to use the teleportation channel to leave the Tucker civilization directly and enter a higher tier of interstellar society. The thought left Chen Qing with a bittersweet feeling. After all, he and Lay Ming had fought their way out of the Tucker civilization, overcoming countless obstacles, navigating complex cosmic borders, and enduring 3 grueling years of interstellar travel. Yet for those other players, all they needed to do was log out, wait a single day, and upon logging back in, they could instantly step into the teleportation array and arrive at an advanced civilization almost as if they were chosen by fate. By comparison, the challenges Chen Qing and Lay Ming faced seemed all the more daunting. Their destination, the Hua civilization, was just one of many advanced human civilizations, but it was already far above the Tucker civilization in terms of hierarchy. The structure of races in the universe was highly organized. Advanced civilizations clustered at the center, while the further out one went, the lower the civilization's level. Each race's territory resembled concentric circles, radiating outward from a central point. The universe itself was like a massive canvas pieced together from countless circular territories. The stronger the race, the larger the area their rings covered. The Tucker civilization lay at the edge of humanity's territory. Though not the lowest, its position doomed it to isolation and weakness. Beyond it, some human civilizations had yet to be officially ranked, drifting on the fringes and barely surviving on meager resources. Interstellar society maintained strict standards for classifying civilizations. Only those capable of establishing contact with the outside world could be formally ranked. Civilizations still languishing in a primitive era, lacking any means of communication with the broader universe, weren't even considered for classification. In truth, the Tucker civilization had long since reached the level of a rank 1 civilization in terms of strength. But because it had never connected with interstellar society, it remained unranked. Only if Chen Qing succeeded in reaching the Hua civilization and secured the right to build a teleportation array would Tucker finally be recognized as part of the interstellar system and become a true rank 1 civilization. The Hua civilization, already recognized as rank 2, might not be top tier in the grand scheme of the universe, but to the Tucker civilization, it was an unattainable goal. Even within the vast human system, Hua was only considered mid to lower tier. Yet, because its status was established, it possessed teleportation arrays leading to even higher-level human civilizations. Chen Qing's goal was to use Hua's teleportation network to reach the legendary Sanctuary of Magic and Martial Arts and complete his class change. The Sanctuary of Magic and Martial Arts, one of the 12 great sanctuaries of humanity, was composed of elite experts in both magic and combat. Some within the sanctuary specialized in a single field, while others merged magic and martial arts, eventually choosing to become magic swordsmen and delve even deeper into their studies. The quest Chen Qing needed to become a magic swordsman was exactly something he could obtain through this journey. Unlike most other civilizations, the 12 sanctuaries functioned more like an official organization representing the pinnacle of neutral power within human civilization. The 12 sanctuaries were composed of powerful individuals from various civilizations, each sanctuary possessing its own unique strengths and responsibilities. Some sanctuaries were so powerful that they could rival the top forces of level 5 civilizations. The Warrior Sanctuary, Mage Sanctuary, Mechanic Sanctuary, and Dao Sanctuary, for example, brought together the elite of the 4 main professions among humans. Nearly every top professional from each civilization had at some point registered with one of these sanctuaries. In human society, the number of experts in these 4 professions was countless. Almost 80 of the top talents belonged to one of these 4 sanctuaries, which showed just how influential and far-reaching their power was. The weaker sanctuaries, on the other hand, focused on more specialized or research-oriented fields. The Arcane Martial Sanctuary was dedicated to studying the fusion of magic and martial arts. The Apothecary Sanctuary specialized in medicine and alchemy, while the Forge Sanctuary focused on advancements in weaponry and mechanical technology. Although these sanctuaries were only as powerful as a level 3 civilization, their influence was just as significant. In the interstellar society, they maintained close connections with various companies and powerful individuals, even holding shares in many pharmaceutical, technological, and educational enterprises, making them the wealthiest sanctuaries of all. The other sanctuaries fell somewhere in between, varying in strength, but holding positions that were equally important. In short, although the 12 sanctuaries differed in power, each one was indispensable to humanity, a true pillar of the human race. After boarding the spacecraft, Chen Qing and Lay Ming immediately set the coordinates for the Hua civilization and activated the autopilot. In this era where technology and magic coexisted, magical ships were equipped with much more than just magical propulsion, and controls features like autopilot and navigation had long become standard. Magic industry had evolved along a completely different path from technology, but aside from differences in energy usage and operating methods, magical ships were fundamentally similar to mechanical ones. As long as they replaced the magic stones periodically, Chen Qing and Lay Ming could leave everything else to the ship. Once the initial excitement wore off, the two found themselves with little to do. Fortunately, Chen Qing had anticipated the boredom of this 3-year journey and stocked up on a large collection of magic books in his panel space to pass the time. Lay Ming used the opportunity to practice his marksmanship and train. The ship's virtual combat system was just as advanced as those on technological ships, so Lay Ming found plenty of enjoyment during the trip. As the ship pierced through the atmosphere of the Taker civilization and entered the vastness of space, Chen Qing felt as though every cell in his body had awakened. The sensation of being surrounded by the universe thrilled him, as if he had finally returned to where he truly belonged. Even so, Chen Qing remained vigilant. He knew that without reaching level 150, he couldn't survive in a vacuum. No matter how real the allure of space felt, he wouldn't dare take the risk one mistake could be fatal. And so, in this environment full of unknowns and challenges, the two began their 3-year journey through the cosmos. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the vast river of the universe's history, it was nothing more than a fleeting moment. Inside the monitoring center of Kuhua civilization's main starport, a pleasant female electronic voice suddenly broke the silence. Beep. An unidentified spacecraft has entered the outer territory of Kuhua civilization. The vessel is requesting permission to land. Shall we grant access? Sitting at the control console, Zhuohui looked up at the sound and gave a crisp, decisive order. Request proof of flight path and verify their identity. If everything checks out, let them through. That's all. Such procedures were routine. Every day, countless foreign ships arrived at Kuhua's borders, including some from unregistered civilizations. As long as identities could be confirmed, entry was usually granted provided the necessary registration was completed. Moments later, the electronic voice sounded again, identity confirmed. The vessel is from the territory of the Taker civilization, carrying 2 passengers. Taker civilization? Zhuohui's eyebrows shot up. As a neighboring level 2 civilization, Kuhua was certainly aware of Taker's existence. However, Taker had always remained isolated, refusing contact with the interstellar community. Even Kuhua's knowledge of them was extremely limited. The Human Civilization Protection Act clearly stated that higher civilizations were not to interfere with the development of lower, isolated, or primitive human civilizations. Because of this, even though the two civilizations were close neighbors, Kuhua had always exercised restraint. It's been over a decade since anyone from Taker civilization traveled abroad, Zhuohui mused, stroking his chin. I heard they were invaded by the Liko people a few years back and sent out a distress signal. Several neighboring level 2 civilizations sent aid, but I wonder how things are now. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zui's mind. The fact that Taker civilization was sending people out might mean they were preparing to open up. If he could seize this opportunity and help Taker become a vassal of Kuhua civilization, it would be a major political achievement. In the structure of interstellar society, it was common for advanced civilizations to administer multiple subordinate ones. Kuhua itself belonged to a level 3 civilization and managed several level 1 civilizations. Although Taker had kept to itself, its strength among level 1 civilizations was impressive, likely drawing the attention of many level 2 civilizations eager to win them over. Zhuohui's eyes sparkled with excitement, could already see the prospects for his own advancement. If he could bring Taker civilization under Kuhua's wing ahead of the competition, it would be a remarkable accomplishment. Grant them entry and have them dock at Port 3. They'll receive them personally. Zhuohui practically leaped from his seat, striding quickly out of the office. Buzzing softly, the magic spaceship vibrated and then came to a smooth stop at Port 3 of the Kuhua civilization. The hatch slowly opened, and 2 tall teenagers stepped out. They were Chen Qing and Lay Ming, who had endured 2 years of war in the Tuk civilization and 3 years of interstellar travel. The once 10-year-old children had now grown into young men of 16 or 17, not only taller, but also carrying a completely transformed aura. Those 3 years of journey through the universe had brought them tremendous growth. Lay Ming's level had soared from just over 50 to 64, although Chen Qing remained at level 69. Thanks to the autonomous growth ability he gained from the astral behemoth and his diligent study of countless magic tomes, he had accumulated enough experience to advance more than 10 levels. He was simply waiting to transfer to the magic swordsman class, after which he could break through his current limits in one leap. As soon as they set foot on the port, they spotted a young man in his late 20s approaching with a warm smile. Chen Qing instinctively scanned him with his interface, only to find that all the man's information was hidden behind question marks. This meant the man was at least level 110. In the Tuk civilization, level 110 was considered the pinnacle of combat power, yet here in Kuhua, it was astonishing to encounter someone of such strength so casually. However, Chen Qing quickly made sense of the situation. With his experience from a previous life, He knew that while level 110 wasn't exactly rare in Kahua, it wasn't common either. The fact that this young man had come to greet them personally was likely due to their connection with the Tuk civilization. Otherwise, they would probably have been received by emotionless robots. Welcome, both of you. Imzwahui, responsible for receiving foreign guests in the Kahua civilization, the young man said, extending his hand with a gentle, friendly smile. In fact, Zwahui was quite surprised when he first saw them. These two teenagers, barely 20, radiated an astonishing aura. Despite their not-so-high levels, there seemed to be a terrifying power hidden within them. Even cultivators at their level would likely be outmatched by them. Zwahui had only sensed such deep potential in the peerless geniuses of level 4 or 5 civilizations. If their identities hadn't been confirmed beyond doubt, he might have suspected they were prodigies sent by some other civilization. Zwahui immediately put aside any initial sense of superiority. As someone experienced in dealing with foreign civilizations, he understood that these two had boundless potential and knew to value this connection. If you need anything during your stay in the Kahua civilization, please don't hesitate to ask for my help. For now, let me take you to get settled so you can have a good rest tonight. Along the way, Zwahui was the perfect host, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant, quickly closing the gap between them. Chen Qing appreciated people like Zwahui who understood boundaries and knew how to interact smoothly, far more comfortable than those who simply put on airs. The three of them chatted pleasantly and soon arrived at the upscale hotel Zwahui had arranged. As they were parting, Zwahui said casually, "If you don't mind, would you join me for a meal tomorrow? I'd love to show you a bit of Kawa's culture." Chen Qing understood Zwahui's intention, but readily agreed. After all, he and Lay Ming had come here to apply for a teleportation array connection. A spacecraft from the Taker civilization landed at the port of the Kahua civilization. This information wasn't classified and soon made its way to an office. A young woman with a striking figure took the file, flipping through it carefully. She exhaled a puff of smoke and muttered to herself, "Taker civilization? They're about to unseal? This could be a big achievement." Chen Qing, Lay Ming. She paused, deep in thought. Then, picking up the phone, she said, "The Taker civilization didn't send any royal members this time, just two teenagers. Looks like they might be planning an unsealing." Zwahui got to Chen Qing and Lay Ming before use it. "Seems we need to act fast and make contact with them." There was a hint of determination in her voice. Factional struggles had never ceased within the Kahua civilization. This young woman had little connection with Zwahui's faction, and she wasn't about to let him claim such a major political victory without a fight. Besides, she wasn't the only one taking an interest in Chen Qing and Lay Ming. The arrival of the two teenagers from the Taker civilization had caught the attention of many within Kahua. But Chen Qing and Lay Ming were completely unaware of all this. After a night's rest, the two woke up early, left their hotel, and wandered the city at their leisure. Zwahui had already arranged temporary residence permits for them when they arrived at the port, so they didn't have to worry about being detained by security bots as illegal immigrants while exploring the streets. With plenty of time before their dinner appointment with Zwahui, the two strolled freely through the city. Walking down bustling streets lined with modern, stylish buildings, they could feel the strong presence of advanced technology in the air. Chen Qing couldn't help but marvel. It felt like moving from a remote village to a top-tier metropolis. This is where a young person of the 21st century belongs, he thought. In advanced civilizations, all kinds of elements blended together. Kahua, as a second-tier civilization, didn't lean toward any single field. Here, technology and magic coexisted side by side. As they walked, Chen Qing and Lay Ming saw a group of robe-clad cultivators riding sleek, flying motorcycles through the city. It was a strange but vivid example of how Kahua embraced a mix of cultures. Lay Ming followed behind Chen Qing, fiddling with a brand new phone. They had bought it while shopping, with Chen Qing footing the bill for 50 gold coins. It was a bit pricey, but for Chen Qing now, it was no big deal. With the phone, he was finally connected to the interstellar network and could access the latest news anytime. The screen was constantly refreshing with headlines. Escalating conflicts between different clans, young prodigies from all over the Stardust Sea preparing for the Secret Realm event 2 years from now, the celestial songstress Meng Xiaoya's upcoming universe-wide concert in human territory, and a flood of gossip. The universe was vast, with major news about civilizations happening almost every moment, and the human civilization was just one among many. Lay Ming had zero interest in gossip or celebrity news. Ever since he learned how to use a smartphone, had been glued to forums filled with violent and bloody stories. Titles like Top Warrior Destroys a 1,000-member Mechanist Team and Special Firearm Techniques Explained dominated his browsing history. Whenever Lay Ming played these videos at full volume, Chen Qing's face would twitch in annoyance as he silently complained, "Sorry, I really don't know this guy." As the two wandered through the streets, Chen Qing suddenly sensed something unusual. His gaze was drawn to a nearby cafe, where, through the window, he noticed a young woman elegantly holding a cup of coffee and raising it in a subtle gesture of invitation. She wore a distinctive, modernized Taoist robe with Gyeongsam-inspired details that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, adding a touch of subtle allure. A cultivator? Chen Qing wondered. Back at the mechanical supply store, he had felt a gentle spiritual presence brush against him clearly, without any hostile intent. Following the source of that energy, he realized it was coming from the woman in the cafe. Lay Ming, let's grab a coffee over there, Chen Qing suggested. A coffee shop? What do they sell? Lay Ming asked, puzzled. You'll see when we get there. As they entered, the female cultivator sat by the window and greeted them with a slight smile. Please, have a seat. What would you like to drink? It's on me. With practiced ease, she lit a cigarette. Chen Qing took the menu and ordered a coffee for each of them. You didn't call us over just to buy us coffee, did you? Chen Qing asked casually as he handed the menu back to the server. Of course not, the woman replied with a warm smile. My name is Su Ming, from the Wanming sect. She studied the two young men, secretly impressed by their cultivation at such a young age. When Lay Ming met Su Ming's gaze, he immediately blushed and looked away. After all, as a teenager barely past puberty, this was the most beautiful woman had seen in years. In contrast, Chen Qing, who was actually over 30, remained calm and composed. Let's get to the point, Chen Qing said bluntly. Seeing this, Su Ming dropped the formalities. Besides being a disciple of Wanming sect, I'm also the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Kahua civilization. I heard the two of you are from the Tark civilization. If you need any assistance, you can come to me. Chen Qing frowned, instantly realizing this was an internal power play within the Kahua civilization. Focused solely on his mission, he declined without hesitation. Thanks, but we've already made arrangements with Mr. Zhuohui. We don't need any other help for now. No need to turn me down so quickly, Su Ming replied confidently. I can offer terms that just might change your mind. After Su Ming finished speaking, she flicked her wrist, and a finely crafted storage pouch appeared in her hand out of thin air. She handed it to Chen Qing, her red lips parting as she exhaled a wisp of blue smoke. If you choose to work with me this time, everything in this pouch will be yours. Chen Qing took the pouch and opened it, his pupils contracting sharply. The dazzling treasures inside made his heart race. Piles of top-grade magic stones sparkled brilliantly. 5 crystal-clear Tianhuan fruits emitted an alluring glow. Purple tire weapons and armor were neatly arranged, along with rare passive skill learning stones. And even 2 mysterious pages of core knowledge lay quietly within. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing pushed the pouch back. He knew very well that accepting this gift would mean choosing a side and inevitably getting drawn into the factional struggles of the Kahua civilization. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of getting involved in the factional disputes within Kahua civilization. Su Ming chuckled softly at his response, but made no move to reclaim the pouch. She fixed her gaze on Chen Qing, and suddenly, her voice sounded directly in his ear through a secret voice transmission. Xiao Chen Qing, you might be mistaken about something. The faction struggles within Kahua civilization have always been there. The moment you set foot here as an envoy from the Taker civilization, you were already involved. Faced with this basic skill often used by cultivators, Chen Qing remained calm. With a wave of his hand, a faint layer of magical energy enveloped the area. This barrier, formed by combining formation techniques and intermediate spatial mastery, completely isolated the 3 of them from the outside world, a result of his 3 years of studying magic tomes. Su Ming's eyes flashed with surprise at this display, and she nodded to herself in approval. Leaning forward, a subtle fragrance drifted through the air as her expression turned unusually serious. You may not realize it, but both you and Lay Ming are in constant danger. What do you mean by that? Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, maintaining the barrier as he asked calmly. Su Ming lowered her voice. This is your first time setting foot in an advanced civilization, so you might not understand how sensitive the issue of subordinate civilizations can be. There are dangerous undercurrents at play. Let me explain the factions within Kahua civilization. The radical faction led by the military, the neutral faction led by the administrative authorities, and the affinity faction, which is the emerging younger generation I belong to. When it came to dealing with subordinate civilizations, the 3 factions within the Kahua civilization had completely different approaches. Su Ming leaned back in her chair and began to explain, her fingers tapping lightly on the table as she described the distinctions to Chen Qing. The radical faction believed in ruling through force, often sending officials directly to interfere in the internal affairs of subordinate civilizations, treating them as subjects who must submit entirely. The neutral faction strictly followed interstellar protocols, avoiding both excessive interference and excessive assistance. Even when a subordinate civilization was under invasion, they would only offer symbolic support. As for her own group, the affinity faction, they aimed for cooperation and mutual benefit, granting administrative autonomy while also providing as much help as possible. Su Ming made a point of mentioning Zhuohui. He's a staunch neutralist. If you choose him, it won't be good for the Tuk civilization. Her words made Chen Qing frown. As a player in his previous life, he had never cared about the factional struggles between civilizations. But now, as a member of the Tuk civilization, he couldn't afford to ignore it. He remembered how the Emperor had hesitated to make contact with the interstellar community, precisely out of fear of running into a radical faction that ruled by force. So, what did you mean when you said Lay Ming and I are in danger? Chen Qing didn't give an immediate answer, but pressed for more information. Su Ming stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray, a knowing smile on her lips. Do you really think choosing the neutral faction will let you stay neutral? Chen Qing seemed to realize something, looking at Su Ming in disbelief. Even if you choose the neutral faction, both the radicals and the affinity faction will find ways to get involved. Su Ming's tone grew cold. Right now, the radicals are stronger than the affinity faction. If you side with the neutrals, the Tuk civilization will likely end up under radical control. When that happens, to secure their rule and avoid the restrictions of the human civilization protection laws, they'll make sure the people who signed the agreement disappear for good. Chen Qing took a deep breath, realizing how naive he had been. He had thought that once he completed the application for subordination, he could simply use the teleportation array to reach the sanctuary of magic and martial arts. But reality was far more complicated than just signing an agreement. So why should I trust your affinity faction? Chen Qing asked calmly. What if, after signing, you turn out to be no different from the radicals? Su Ming laughed at the question, seeing that the young man in front of her was already leaning toward her side. It's simple. The affinity faction needs an ally who can help counterbalance the radicals. Chen Qing nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with Su Ming's words. Indeed, when dealing with weaker subordinate civilizations, any faction would adopt a relatively gentle approach. Whether these factions would change their stance once they grew stronger was a question for the future. If I choose to support your side, can you guarantee that Lay Ming and I will be able to leave the Kahua civilization safely? Chen Qing picked up his coffee cup, his gaze sharp as he looked at Su Ming. As a key figure in the power struggle, he understood well that even if he sided with the affinity faction, he could still become a target for assassination by the radical faction. Su Ming straightened up, her tone firm. At the moment, you are safe. No matter how fierce the struggle among the three major factions gets, no one will take action until the Tuk civilization signs the subordinate treaty. But I must warn you, once the treaty is signed, especially on the night of the signing, that will be the most dangerous time. She paused for a moment before continuing. As for your safety, I can only promise to shield you from anyone at or above the stagnant flight level. Threats below that level, you'll have to handle yourselves. The so-called stagnant flight level referred to level 100 on Chen Qing's panel, those who could sustain combat while airborne. While those at level 70 could manage short bursts of flight, they were only considered half a step into the stagnant flight class. Su Ming's promise was clear. She would help fend off opponents at level 100 and above, but anything below that would be up to Chen Qing and Lay Ming to deal with. Give me 3 days to think it over, Chen Qing said calmly as he set down his coffee cup. I'll give you my answer then. With that, he left the cafe with Lay Ming. The two had lost all desire to continue shopping and headed straight back to their residence. That evening, Zhuhui hosted a dinner for the two at an upscale restaurant, and Chen Qing and Lay Ming attended as promised. Chen Qing knew he couldn't make a decision based solely on Su Ming's account. He needed to engage with other factions to uncover the truth. Although Su Ming's words were inevitably subjective, Zhuhui indeed presented a neutral, businesslike attitude. According to the Treaty for the Protection of Human Civilizations, subordinate civilizations were required to pay 57% of their total annual revenue as taxes to their superior civilization. In return, the superior civilization was obligated to provide support in technology and knowledge. While this tax rate was fixed, many advanced civilizations would collect taxes but offer only token support to their subordinates. No advanced civilization was willing to share core technologies, let alone see a lesser civilization surpass them. Such was the fate of the weak. During the negotiations, both Su Ming and Zhuhui laid out their terms. Su Ming proposed that for the first 3 years, the Tuk civilization would be exempt from taxes, followed by a preferential 3 tax rate, which would return to the standard 5 after 50 years. At the same time, she promised to provide comprehensive knowledge for mechanics, cultivators, and warriors up to level 100, as well as assistance in establishing a commercial teleportation array. In exchange, the Tuk civilization would be required to firmly support the affinity faction and, if necessary, provide high-level combat support. Zhuohui's offer was relatively moderate, a standard 7 tax rate, the provision of a pre-flight level professional skill, and a promise to build a commercial teleportation array for the Tucker civilization in 20 years. As a neutral faction, they didn't expect Tucker to take sides, nor did they require any military support. In comparison, the conditions from the affinity faction were indeed more favorable for the development of the Tucker civilization. Chen Qing, which side should we agree to? Lay Ming asked, frowning. After days of following Chen Qing around, he had come to realize just how vulnerable the Tucker civilization was. Even someone as optimistic as him couldn't help but fall silent. Chen Qing, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. He patted Lay Ming on the shoulder. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. We'll have an answer in 3 days. His tone was relaxed, as if he had everything under control. Over the next 3 days, Chen Qing acted as if nothing had happened. He ate, drank, and even dragged Lay Ming out shopping with enthusiasm. On the second day, Zhuhui visited again, and Chen Qing maintained perfect courtesy throughout their conversation, finally seeing him off with a smile. Lay Ming couldn't understand how Chen Qing could remain so composed. It wasn't until the third night that Chen Qing finally let out a soft sigh. Lay Ming, get yourself ready tomorrow. We might be in for a tough fight. Beneath the calm surface, Chen Qing's mind was in turmoil. For the past 3 days, he had been quietly observing, trying to confirm whether the radical faction was as aggressive as Su Ming had claimed. The reality was even harsher than he expected. The radical faction was displaying an unusually hardline attitude. Chen Qing had assumed the radical faction would approach him to negotiate a vassal agreement, but instead, there was only silence. No one reached out, which was the strongest statement they could make. Through their inaction, they were sending a clear message. Regardless of Chen Qing's choice, they were confident they could secure the Tucker civilization's allegiance. His stance was irrelevant to them. So aggressive, Chen Qing sneered. He hadn't thought much of the Kahua civilization in his previous life, but now, having seen its political factions up close, he saw the truth. None of them were truly benevolent. Even Su Ming, who seemed concerned about him, was only offering such fair terms because the affinity faction was at a disadvantage in the power struggle. Otherwise, why would they treat the Tucker civilization so equally? Just wait, Kahua civilization. When I return from the demon martial sanctuary, they'll teach you all a lesson. Chen Qing vowed silently. Since neither the neutral nor the radical faction could be relied upon, Chen Qing had no choice but to work with the affinity faction for now. At the moment, they were the only group that could offer him and the Tucker civilization the greatest benefit. Chen Qing, have you made up your mind? Su Ming's lazy voice came through the phone. I'm willing to sign the Tucker civilization's vassal rights over to your faction, but I want everything from the storage bag I was promised, Chen Qing stated directly. That's not a problem. Any other requests? Chen Qing thought for a moment and added, do you have any learning crystals for powerful offensive magic arrays? Prepare one for me, along with materials for building arrays. Also, you'll need access to more core knowledge about civilizations. Su Ming paused for a moment before saying, there's no problem with the learning crystals and materials for magic formations, but when it comes to core civilization knowledge, I originally prepared 2 sets of our affiliated civilization's core knowledge for you in the storage pouch. However, most of the other core knowledge is in the hands of the radical faction, and as for the Kahua civilization's core knowledge, it's simply impossible for you to get. At most, I can promise to give you another set of core knowledge from an affiliated civilization of the same level. Alright, have someone deliver it to my place tomorrow morning. Once I have what I need, we can sign the affiliation agreement with your group in the evening. No problem. Tomorrow night you and Lay Ming be careful. Got it. After Chen Qing hung up the phone, 2 new tasks appeared on his mission panel. Rank task, Affiliated Civilization Agreement. Completion requirement, successfully sign the agreement with the affinity faction and ensure the agreement takes effect. Rewards, Kahua Civilization Core Knowledge Affinity Faction 1, 2 million EXP, 30,000 gold coins. Affinity Faction Favor 1,000, Kahua Civilization Reputation 100. A-rank task, The Radicals Killing Intent. Task description, if you die, the affiliation agreement will lose its key signatory, allowing the radical faction to circumvent the Civilization Agreement Protection Act and claim control over the Tuck civilization. You have become the radical faction's primary assassination target. Completion requirement, survive the assassination attempts from the radical faction. Time limit, 2 days. After 2 days, the affinity faction can submit the affiliation agreement to the Human Civilization Protection Bureau, making it officially effective and granting the Tuck civilization's affiliation rights to the affinity faction. Rewards, Kahua Civilization Core Knowledge Radical Faction 1, 8 million EXP, 100,000 gold coins. Radical Faction Hatred 100, Affinity Faction Favor 1,000, Kahua Civilization Reputation 100, Passive Skill 1, Teleportation Card 1. What do you need a formation learning crystal for? There's no time to study now, Chen Qing, Su Ming asked softly. Then she waved her hand dismissively. You don't need to worry about this. On the morning of the 4th day, as the sun was rising, Su Ming personally came to Chen Qing and handed him an exquisite storage pouch. Chen Qing eagerly opened it and found not only the formation crystal he had requested, but also 3 sets of core knowledge from level 1 civilizations, each set thoughtfully prepared in duplicate. Looking at the items inside, Chen Qing nodded with satisfaction. Clearly, Su Ming had considered everything, and the extra set was meant for Lay Ming, who stood nearby. The 3 sets of core knowledge came from different civilizations. The Mengshi civilization's magic knowledge, which boosts status resistance and elemental skill damage, and occasionally triggers double damage. The Stonebreaker Alliance's warrior knowledge, which allows the destruction of enemy weapons in battle and enhances impact damage. The Shidi civilization's magic knowledge, which increases magic affinity and shortens casting time. All of these belonged to level 1 civilizations aligned with the affinity faction. Chen Qing also noticed that the system had apparently upgraded. now displaying civilization levels as a new attribute. What surprised him was that the Liko clan's civilization was only level 3. It seemed that the main power of the human race was being held in check by other major clans, giving smaller civilizations like the Liko clan a chance to wreak havoc on the frontier. If the Liko clan pushed any further, it would likely be wiped out by a higher-level human civilization. Now, Chen Qing had accumulated 5 core knowledge sets. Although all but the Liko clans were from level 1 civilizations, the improvements they brought were real and tangible. After absorbing the 3 new core knowledge sets, Chen Qing could clearly feel his combat power rise to a new level. He casually tossed the extra core knowledge to Lay Ming. This time, Su Ming had shown real sincerity by not choosing knowledge from Taoist or mechanical civilizations, which would have been useless to them. Even though 2 of the sets were magic-related, all 3 would be useful to Lay Ming. Finally, there was the precious formation learning crystal, worth at least 2,000 advanced magic stones on the market. Without hesitation, Chen Qing used his panel to absorb it. Ding! You have acquired the formation-type active skill, 5 Dragon Annihilation Array. The system immediately transmitted the detailed instructions for this formation to Chen Qing. Once activated, the array will summon 5 powerful elemental dragons, each corresponding to one of the 5 different elemental materials used in its setup to attack the enemy. The skill's damage is calculated by multiplying the caster's intelligence and spirit attributes together, then multiplying by 5, with an additional 500 base damage. Unlike the instant cast formations commonly used by ancient mages, this array requires advanced preparation and cannot be activated on the spot. It needs 5 different elemental materials, and any shortage will directly reduce its final damage. Thanks to Chen Qing's expertise in formations, he instantly grasped all the key techniques, even though this array was different from those he had encountered before. He opened his storage pouch to check the materials and found that Su Ming had already prepared everything. Fire element for offense, earth for defense, wood for trapping enemies, metal for breaking armor, and water for restricting enemy movement. Perfect. Chen Qing nodded in satisfaction. Noticing that Lay Ming had finished absorbing the 3 core pieces of knowledge, he led him out of the hotel. They soon arrived on the street, which was the route Chen Qing had to take after signing the agreement. The past 3 days of wandering here had not been aimless. Instead, he had been carefully scouting the area. He knew that after signing, there was a high risk of assassination, so he needed to be completely familiar with the terrain. News of Chen Qing's upcoming signing of the subsidiary agreement tonight seemed to have spread, and the usually lively street was now shrouded in a tense, dangerous atmosphere. But Chen Qing paid it no mind, knew that before the agreement was signed, the 3 major factions would ensure his safety. After multiple on-site inspections, Chen Qing had already identified the best concealed spots to plant the formation materials. He strolled along like a street loafer, glancing around and occasionally stopping to observe, which left Lay Ming confused. In reality, every few steps, Chen Qing would subtly shake his arm, using spatial distortion to send materials underground, then use earth stabilization formation to compress the soil, leaving the surface completely undisturbed. He had deliberately chosen to sign the agreement at night to give himself enough time to set up the array. Considering the long cooldown time of his spatial distortion skill, he had to proceed carefully, alternating between walking and stopping. By dusk, all the materials had been placed. Chen Qing clapped his hands symbolically, turned to Lay Ming, and said, "Let's go, Lay Ming. It's time to sign the agreement." The place where the Ku Hua civilization signs agreements with its affiliated civilizations is located in the city center. This magnificent building, bathed in gold and radiant light, shines brightly throughout the night. Since its construction, darkness has never managed to encroach upon even the slightest corner near this building. Known simply as the Central Tower, the name alone is enough to signify its supreme importance within the Ku Hua civilization. At this moment, a spacious hall inside the Central Tower is packed with people from all walks of life. Reporters stand ready with their equipment, ordinary citizens peer around with curiosity, politicians whisper quietly, and soldiers sit upright and alert. Su Ming and Zhuo Hui are among them, though neither is the main figure today, so they are seated among the assistants. In front of each of them sits a formidable individual whose imposing presence makes those nearby avert their eyes. Seated alongside these 2 powerhouses is a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, his stern face and piercing gaze commanding respect. These 3 are the representatives of the major factions today. Although the true leaders of each faction have not appeared in person, the presence of these 3 alone is enough to make everyone in the hall sit up straight, their breathing careful and measured. Everyone is waiting for the evening's main guest, the envoy from the Taker civilization, who will sign the agreement. A soft creak breaks the silence as the grand doors are slowly pushed open. 2 young men enter from outside, Chen Qing and Lay Ming. Su Ming immediately rises to greet them. Today, she's not wearing her usual Taoist robes, but a well-tailored professional suit, making her look both sharp and competent. As she approaches Chen Qing, she lowers her voice and asks, "Did you bring the documents for the signing?" Chen Qing gives a slight nod and follows Su Ming toward the center of the hall. In an instant, a wave of reporters stands up, and camera flashes light up the room as if it were daytime. News of the civilization's unsealing and the signing of the affiliation agreement may not be a major event for all of humanity, but for Kuhua civilization, it's front-page news. Within minutes, images of Chen Qing standing on stage are published by major news outlets, and citizens watching on TV are amazed to see that the envoy from the Taker civilization is just a young man. Standing under the spotlight, Chen Qing remains calm, unfazed by the media attention. He knows that today's ceremony is just a formality. The real undercurrents always flow where the cameras can't reach. As a neighboring ally, the Taker and Kuhua civilizations have never had deep cooperation. Now, with the Taker civilization emerging from isolation, an unprecedented opportunity has arrived. The leader of Su Ming's faction stands up and walks steadily to Chen Qing's side, beginning his speech in a strong, clear voice. Outwardly, everyone maintains a friendly demeanor, as if the two civilizations were family rather than simply in a subordinate relationship. The leader's speech is met with enthusiastic applause. When he finishes, he smiles and shakes hands with Chen Qing, creating a scene of harmony and celebration. Chen Qing handles the proceedings with equal poise, his performance as convincing as any seasoned politician, his smile perfectly measured, his sincerity in his eyes beyond reproach. Chen Qing's cheeks were slightly flushed, his eyes filled with barely concealed joy and irrepressible excitement. In that moment, he looked as if he had achieved the highest honor. His gaze was intense, his entire being seemingly bathed in glory, and his upright posture radiated a deep sense of pride. Standing beside him, Lay Ming wore a calm expression, though a hint of exhilaration was visible in his eyes. As the ceremony progressed, Chen Qing finally reached into his robe and produced the spatial locator stone, a crystal about the size of a fist that glowed with a faint golden light. Complex magical patterns swirled within it, as if it contained a sealed core of power. At the same time, he carefully took out an official document bearing the imperial seal, its surface still pulsing with strong magical energy, evidence that it had just been personally imbued by the emperor. Before the cameras of dozens of media outlets, Chen Qing solemnly handed the document to the notary standing nearby. His movements were meticulous, his expression grave. Then, pressing his palm onto another official document, a surge of deep blue and silver magic flared from his hand, quickly absorbed into the paper to form his unique magical signature, marking him as the official signatory and signaling the completion of the signing ceremony. With the ceremony concluded, a commemorative copy, symbolizing the exchange and cooperation between the two civilizations, was handed to Chen Qing. He and the leader of the Kuhua civilization raised their documents together, smiling for the cameras. Countless flashes went off, focusing on their faces, filling the air with a sense of excitement and solemnity. While the central building buzzed with activity, the atmosphere outside was starkly different. The entire street seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure. The air felt thick, and even the wind moved sluggishly. A sense of impending danger quietly brewed, casting a shadow of menace over the area. From time to time, black-clad figures darted through the alleys, their movements swift and their robes fluttering. They quickly melted into the shadows, as if they had never been there. Night gradually settled in, concealing all lurking threats in its silence. A faint wind began to stir. Hidden currents moved quietly beneath the surface. The eerie stillness outside stood in sharp contrast to the noise and celebration inside the central building. Even though the ceremony was over, most of the journalists and guests lingered in the hall, chatting and raising their glasses in small groups, celebrating this historic moment. Only Chen Qing and Lay Ming quietly slipped away as the crowd began to thin, their figures fading from sight. "Be careful out there," Su Ming said in a low voice as he leaned against a marble pillar at the entrance, lighting a cigarette. There was a warning in his tone. "We've put some pressure on the radicals, so they won't send any top-tier fighters tonight. But that means none of us can step in to help you. You're on your own." Chen Qing simply nodded, his expression unchanged, and led Lay Ming quickly into the night. Su Ming remained at the entrance, watching them disappear into the darkness, the glow of his cigarette flickering in the wind, smoke curling upward, carrying a silent worry. "Chen Qing, something feels off around here," Lay Ming muttered, his brow furrowed as he scanned their surroundings. The street was heavy with tension, like a taut string that could snap at any moment. Anyone even slightly sensitive would sense the lurking danger in the air. Chen Qing, however, seemed unconcerned. He rolled his eyes and kept walking, his tone tinged with mockery. "Trying to play tricks? Give it a rest. No top-tier fighters tonight, and you guys under level 100 still want to put on a show? It's laughable." He showed no fear whatsoever. Even if their opponents were level 99 fighters, he was confident he could win handily 7-3, at least. The outcome was firmly in his favor. They had just crossed the first block when a figure appeared under a street lamp ahead. The person leaned casually against the lamp post, as if waiting, but the interplay of shadows and light kept his features obscured. That air of indifference, however, carried an unmistakable sense of danger. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow but didn't slow down, continuing straight toward the figure. As he drew closer, he finally saw the person, clearly a young man carrying a long blade, his eyes sharp and lips curled in a faint smile. "So you've finally arrived," the young man said with a knowing smile, as if he had been expecting him all along. "Sorry, but neither of you will be leaving the hotel alive tonight." The young man gave a cold smirk, raising his arm as a long blade slid from its sheath with a sharp metallic hiss. Without hesitation, he swung straight for Chen Qing, aiming for a fatal blow. As the blade flashed toward him, a curious expression flickered across Chen Qing's face, but he didn't move an inch. The moment the knife struck him, a clear clang echoed through the quiet street. The young man felt as if head just struck a steel wall. A powerful shock ran up the handle and jolted through his body, making his insides churn. To his astonishment, the blade in his hands shattered instantly into countless pieces under the force. For a moment, all three stood speechless, the scene heavy with awkwardness. Chen Qing glanced at the damage stats on his system panel, then at his attacker's information. Lay Quang, level 75. A faint look of pity crossed his face. This attack hadn't even outpaced his natural regeneration, and the shattered blade was thanks to a special ability he had gained after absorbing the core knowledge of the Stonebreaker Alliancia. Slim chance to break an opponent's weapon. Although this ability required an active attack to trigger, his counter damage effect made the enemy's assault work in his favor. The figure lurking in the shadows clearly hadn't expected such an absurd turn of events. It was almost comical. Not only did the attacker get hurt by his own strike, but his weapon was destroyed in the process. In truth, it wasn't entirely Li Kuang or the Radicals' fault. As members of a more advanced civilization, they typically outclassed those from lower civilizations at the same level. However, since arriving in the Kahua civilization, Chen Qing and Lay Ming had only interacted with Zhuo Hui and Su Ming, who knew their true strength. The Radicals simply assumed they were ordinary envoys sent by the Taku civilization. Now, Li Kuang was inwardly cursing his luck. This guy's defense was insane. Forget one slash. He could probably hack away all day without leaving a scratch. Worse yet, the counter damage might kill him first. Stuck in a dilemma, he desperately hoped someone might step in. Just then, Lay Ming stepped forward, looking relaxed. "Chen Qing, you go ahead. Leave this guy to me. I've been itching for a fight anyway." Chen Qing nodded, already certain that the person before him was far too weak. Fighting him would be nothing short of bullying. By now, Chen Qing had accumulated over 70 levels of experience, and honestly, he no longer saw opponents like this as worthy challenges. It would be better to let Lay Ming get some practice. After all, the presence ahead was far more powerful than the one in front of them. Both Chen Qing and Lay Ming had sensed a much stronger opponent further on, so Chen Qing decided to move ahead and face a more formidable challenge. Li Kuang saw Chen Qing's determination to leave first and felt a surge of relief, though he kept a calm expression. In a low voice, he ordered, "Bring me a blade." Before he finished speaking, a knife flew out from the darkness, landing precisely in his hand. Chen Qing and Lay Ming exchanged a glance, unconcerned. They had already sensed the presence of hidden assassins in the shadows, but these figures lurking in the dark were nowhere near their level. The real threats were waiting for them hidden. Without looking back, Chen Qing started walking away. "I'm going ahead. Catch up with me later," he said casually, as if bidding farewell to an ordinary companion. Li Kuang could only watch him go, frustration gnawing at him. His earlier bravado was shattered. Standing before a true powerhouse, he no longer had the right to speak. Behind him, the sounds of battle were clear, but Chen Qing didn't look back. He knew that even if Lay Ming fought Li Kuang, it would be an easy victory. In this district, it seemed every street was guarded by a waiting challenger. Sure enough, as Chen Qing entered the next block, a new opponent appeared. This one was level 80 or stronger than the previous ones, but still insignificant in Chen Qing's eyes. Clad in mechanical armor and wearing a cold sneer, the man stared at Chen Qing. "You're too weak," Chen Qing replied coolly, not breaking his stride. The man was enraged by Chen Qing's dismissal. Drawing a heavy alloy blade, he charged forward. Yet the moment he took his first step, an invisible force weighed down on him, making his movements sluggish. Chen Qing continued on effortlessly, the distance between them shrinking as if he had crossed half the street in a single stride. The man couldn't even keep up with Chen Qing's pace. The harder he tried to catch up, the more he realized how hopeless it was. His anger faded, replaced by resignation as he muttered, "He's too strong. I can't keep up. He'll just wait for the next one." Meanwhile, Li Kuang's agonized scream echoed through the night, and the sudden disappearance of his presence made the man in armor grow tense. Clearly, Li Kuang's opponent had met a fatal end. Chen Qing, however, moved forward without a backward glance. Another block, another challenger this time, a level 86 expert, clearly much stronger. Yet to Chen Qing, this opponent was still hardly worth mentioning. He easily left the level 86 adversary behind and stepped into the next district without breaking a sweat. But as he crossed into the new street, a gentle melody suddenly filled the air. Upon hearing the music, Chen Qing's lips curled into a smile, anticipation rising within him. Finally, he thought, it's time for a real challenge. Chen Qing kept moving forward without pause, the sound of the zither lingering gently throughout the streets. The delicate music, combined with the image of a young man strolling leisurely, created a scene straight out of a beautifully filmed drama. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, a deadly threat was quietly taking shape. Before long, Chen Qing began to feel his limbs grow unusually heavy, his strength slowly draining away, and even the ancient source technique circulating within him started to slow down. Instinctively, he checked his status panel, but found no sign of any negative buffs. The Zither Master. A trace of nostalgia flickered in Chen Qing's eyes. In his previous life, one of his friends had chosen that path, so he was no stranger to the profession. Zither Masters, who evolved from cultivators, were a rare hidden class divided into two types: the offensive kind, capable of killing with invisible sound, and the support type, specializing in inflicting negative effects on enemies while boosting their allies. What made Zither Masters truly terrifying was their core skill, the ability to conceal the application of negative buffs and the source of damage. In other words, when a Zither Master targeted you, their core technique would ensure your status panel showed nothing out of the ordinary. Many fell victim to them simply because they trusted their own status screens too much. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Qing quickly pieced things together. The one affecting him now was likely a support-type Zither Master. And if someone wanted him dead, there must be an offensive Zither Master lying in wait nearby. This was a coordinated hunt by two people. Sure enough, another layer of Zither music soon echoed down the street. Zheng, zheng, zheng. This new melody was heavier, merging seamlessly with the original gentle tune. Though the rhythm didn't change, the addition of these forceful notes instantly filled the air with a sense of lethal tension. The two Zither Masters worked together with impressive coordination, their music blending flawlessly without a hint of discord. A faint sound caught Chen Qing's ear, and suddenly a thin cut appeared on his arm, followed quickly by another on his face. Although these wounds healed at an astonishing rate, new ones kept appearing just as fast. Chen Qing frowned slightly. The most troublesome thing about Zither Masters was their ability to conceal the source of their attacks, giving them a huge advantage in ambushes like this. The music had been playing for a while, and had tried to pinpoint their location, but their unique skills spread their aura everywhere, making it impossible to sense exactly where they were. Zither Masters were notoriously fragile and hated close combat, but with no way to find them, Chen Qing could only take the hits for now. Still, he had his own countermeasures in a battle like this. The most effective way to deal with a Zither Master was to establish a damage link. But what exactly was a damage link? In professional leagues, hunting for a Qing Master has always been a nerve-wracking game. With just a single attack, a damage link can be established, forcing most players to unleash area effect skills wildly, bombing every corner like headless chickens in hopes of hitting the elusive Qing Master. Once the link is made, the Qing Master's position is exposed, turning the chase into a deadly game of hide and seek. However, Chen Qing had his own unique strategy. He chose to stand his ground, using a damage reflection mechanism to establish the link. Whenever a Qing Master's attack landed on him, the reflected damage acted as a perfect tracking beacon. Yet, the current situation was starting to irritate him. Their attacks were simply too weak. Even when he deliberately took the hits, the wounds healed almost instantly, and the reflected damage was barely noticeable. He stood still, letting faint scratches appear and disappear across his body. Suddenly, a faint smile crossed his lips as his gaze locked onto a certain floor of a building across the street. Found you. In a flash, his figure blurred and vanished. Scaling the wall with lightning speed, Chen Qing shot up to the target floor. With a heavy punch, he shattered the window and slipped inside. The two Qing Masters immediately split up, hoping to use the complex interior to shake him off. But with the damage link already established, their presence shone like beacons in the night. There was nowhere to hide. Close combat broke out in an instant. Chen Qing quickly assessed his opponents, a level 92 male Qing Master and a level 89 female Qing Master. Their levels were high, but in close quarters, their fate was already sealed. Explosions echoed through the floor, flames flashed, and walls crumbled one after another. Soon, both Qing Masters' life forces faded rapidly. Leaping down from the building, Chen Qing landed steadily on the street below. He glanced at his panel and saw an additional 7 million experience points. Nodding in satisfaction, he continued toward the next block. Just as he stepped into the intersection, a deafening beastly roar thundered through the street. More guttural animal cries followed, echoing one after another, sounding completely out of place in this modern human district. Chen Qing's senses sharpened as he scanned his surroundings, spotting massive dark shapes closing in from both sides of the street. Chen Qing, is that you? Not bad at all. A rough, guttural voice cut through the darkness, hoarse and wild, as if it came from a beast. Following the sound, Chen Qing saw a burly barbarian riding a massive lion, slowly approaching from the right side of the intersection. A system prompt appeared. Mangu, Beastmaster, level 95. Chen Qing frowned slightly. The Beastmaster was an extremely rare warrior subclass, completely different from the traditional path. Regular warriors focused on strength and endurance, but Beastmasters went the opposite way, sacrificing strength in favor of spirit as their primary attribute. The higher their spirit, the stronger their bond with their beasts, and the more powerful the creatures they could control. Although Beastmasters themselves had weak attack power and relied entirely on their beasts in combat, Chen Qing knew not to underestimate them. In his previous life, he had seen this highly polarized class and action-skilled players could unleash terrifying power by combining the unique abilities of different beasts. Of course, those less adept at multitasking often ended up harming both themselves and their beasts. But this NPC Beastmaster was clearly no ordinary opponent. For NPCs, higher stats translated directly into greater ability, and Mangu's strong spirit meant he was sure to have excellent control over his beasts. With a thunderous roar, the battle erupted. As Chen Qing charged toward Mangu, a massive, rune-marked tiger leaped at him. Its sharp claws carried a healing suppression effect. One scratch would temporarily nullify his regeneration, perfectly countering his recovery abilities. Weighing his options, Chen Qing gave up on a direct assault and quickly retreated to dodge the tiger's attack. But he didn't abandon his offensive, countered with a powerful flame burst spell. Although the distance weakened the attack, it was enough to briefly sever Mangu's mental link, causing the tiger to lose control. Just then, a giant stag appeared in front of the Beastmaster. Its massive antlers closed together, forming a sturdy shield. With a thunderous boom, the flame burst slammed into the barrier formed by the antlers, but failed to break through. This was where Beastmasters proved most troublesome. Their adaptability was simply overwhelming, making it no surprise they could dominate opponents of the same level. Another earth-shaking, beastly roar echoed through the night. Suddenly, behind the massive tiger, Mangu let out a roar that echoed like a wild beast through the dimly lit street. In the darkness, more creatures sprang into action, launching a fierce assault on Chen Qing. A spirit serpent, shrouded in mist, slithered forward, its unique physique allowing it to resist both physical and magical attacks. Hot on its heels came an armored brute ape, each of its thunderous steps shaking the ground. Most terrifying of all was a three-headed divine hound, each head crackling with deadly magical energy. Chen Qing quickly assessed the situation. Charging straight at Mangu would mean being swarmed and severely wounded by these beasts. In that case, he decided he needed to clear them out first. He sprang into action. Blazing flames erupted in the air, waves of magic sword energy swept in every direction, and a barrier of solid earth materialized instantly. Thanks to the core skills of ancient mages, the cooldown time of his spells was drastically reduced. Combined with the increased casting speed granted by the knowledge of the Shidi civilization, Chen Qing became a relentless battle machine, unleashing devastating attacks without pause. Explosions and roars echoed all around. Even without his healing ability, Chen Qing managed to slay every beast at the cost of half his health. To his surprise, these high-level creatures yielded nearly 10 million experience points, making him appreciate the Beastmaster class advantage in experience gain, which was nearly 2 or 3 times that of other professions at the same level. As the giant tiger fell, Chen Qing's healing ability returned, and his health quickly recovered. Only a severely wounded giant elephant remained, trumpeting in a desperate show of defiance. "It's over," Chen Qing muttered grimly. He raised his magic longsword, leaped into the air, and brought it down, cleaving the elephant cleanly in two. But in the brief moment of triumph, a shadow suddenly burst out from the elephant's split body, radiating lethal intent as it lunged straight for Chen Qing's vital point. The assassin had been hiding inside the elephant all along, waiting for the moment Chen Qing let his guard down. Chen Qing's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late. His spatial distortion skill wasn't ready, and there was no time to cast the earth barrier. Still at half health, he was pierced straight through by the assassin's blade. Blood splattered across the street as Chen Qing's body crashed heavily to the ground. Soul sever. A terrifying blow instantly took away about a third of Chen Qing's health. His body convulsed violently, and his HP dropped to a dangerously low level in the blink of an eye. As the assassin's razor-sharp blade sliced through him, a debuff called Soul Sever successfully took hold on Chen Qing. This was the signature skill of the assassin class, capable of plunging its target into a prolonged state of stun. Chen Qing's body wavered before he crashed heavily to the ground. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the assassin's eye. She could clearly sense that Soul Sever had worked. What surprised him, though, was that this seemingly young boy had managed to survive his attack with so much health left. Still, now wasn't the time for amazement. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow while his opponent was still stunned. Although an assassin's follow-up attacks are significantly weaker after the first strike, he was confident given the level gap between them. Soul Sever should keep his opponent stunned for at least 5 seconds. That was more than enough time to land several more hits. He raised his blade high, ready to strike. But just as the blade was about to fall, Chen Qing, who should have been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. In the assassin's stunned gaze, a sharp wave of magical sword energy slashed straight into him. Ugh! The assassin spat out blood and was sent flying backward. This strike triggered a critical hit, dealing double damage and instantly cutting away a quarter of the assassin's health. Yet more than the pain, what truly shocked the assassin was how Chen Qing had managed to shake off the stun so quickly. Soul Sever's effect was determined solely by level difference. And this boy, who hadn't even reached the half-step airborne realm, should have been incapacitated for much longer given the vast gap between them. In truth, it was Chen Qing's Starry Sky behemoth talent at work. Every time he lost 5 of his health, he could automatically break free from negative effects. The last attack had cost him nearly a third of his health, far exceeding the trigger threshold. Aside from a brief moment of disorientation when he was hit, he had already regained consciousness as he hit the ground. It had all been an act. Chen Qing frowned slightly, dissatisfied that his attack had only taken a quarter of his opponent's health. A quick glance at his status panel confirmed that this assassin, Rick, was a level 99 peak half-step airborne master, the highest level opponent had faced tonight. The massive level gap meant his damage was heavily suppressed. Seizing the moment while Rick was knocked back, Chen Qing quickly got to his feet and retreated, putting some distance between himself and the level 99 assassin. The effects of the Braveheart skill were still active, and his regeneration rate remained at an astonishingly high level. Facing a high-level assassin, Chen Qing didn't dare let his guard down. The best strategy was to keep his distance, making it impossible for the assassin to get within striking range. He quickly scanned the battlefield. The nearby Beastmaster, having lost his beast, was already half disabled and no longer a threat. Chen Qing focused all his attention on the dangerous assassin. With a flick of his finger, 2 blazing firestorm spells landed precisely where the assassin was hiding, flames erupting skyward. Taking advantage of this brief window, Chen Qing's health rapidly recovered, soon climbing back to over 30, a relatively safe zone. He let out a slight sigh of relief. With this much health, even if the assassin struck again, it wouldn't be enough to kill him in one blow. In such a perilous environment, he wasn't about to waste a precious resurrection on this assassin. Just as Chen Qing prepared to resume his kiting tactics, the air suddenly grew tense. Waves of murderous intent swept in from all directions, each one as intense as Mangus' aura. Instinctively, Chen Qing's hair stood on end, and he triggered his spatial distortion skill, which had just come off cooldown. Space twisted violently, diverting the incoming blades away from him. The ground was shredded by the aftershocks of the attacks, sending dust flying everywhere. However, there were simply too many attacks more than spatial distortion could handle. 3 strikes still landed squarely on Chen Qing. Each hit dealt over 1,000 points of damage, totaling around 3,500. Chen Qing's face paled in shock. What the hell was that? Even with spatial distortion, he couldn't completely avoid the damage. Without that skill, he would have been killed instantly. Out of the darkness came a soft, surprised exclamation, as if the attacker hadn't expected Chen Qing to survive the assault. Soon, figures began to emerge on both sides of the street, first 10, then 20, then 30. Shadowy forms crowded around him, silent as statues grown out of the darkness, surrounding Chen Qing completely. Each one radiated an aura no weaker than Mangus, meaning they were all above level 90. Chen Qing looked around in disbelief. Had the radicals gone mad, mobilizing so many high-level experts just to kill a player who wasn't even level 70? But then, he noticed something odd. His interface showed that every figure was level 94, no more, no less. Even stranger, their names were all eerily similar. Crane 1, level 94. Crane 2, level 94. Crane 3, level 94. This uniform, peculiar naming convention reminded Chen Qing of a certain class. Sure enough, a new figure appeared behind the group. Unlike the lifeless crowd, this person's presence was vibrant and flamboyant. Chen Qing quickly scanned him with his interface, and his suspicion was confirmed. The display read, Wan He, Puppet Master, level 94, ranked 97,700 on the rookie leaderboard. The Puppet Master, a unique hidden class, is usually a branch of either Taoist cultivators or engineers. On Chen Qing's status panel, the Puppet Master named Wan He is listed as a Daoist-oriented Puppet Master. This means that the 2 cranes he controls, Crane 1 and Crane 2, were either refined from living people or created through advanced biological techniques. Chen Qing's gaze fell on a line of small text at the bottom of the panel. Rookie ranking number 97,700. The rookie ranking is a list reserved exclusively for NPCs, recording the top 100,000 prodigies below the void soaring level. Once someone turns 30, they can no longer be listed. Although players can view this ranking, it's almost entirely irrelevant to them. The ranking primarily serves to let players learn about the powerful young NPC geniuses, as no player's combat power comes close to qualifying for the list. The rookie ranking is sorted by combat strength, and those who make it onto the list are nearly all boss-level existences. At the same level, no player could ever defeat a boss on your own, making the ranking completely out of reach for players. Despite the fact that 100,000 boss-level prodigies sounds like a lot, the human race in the universe is vast, with territory and population numbering in the countless trillions. Even if half the population doesn't practice cultivation, those below the void soaring level still make up 70. Out of such an enormous population, breaking into the top 100,000 is no small feat for civilizations at level 1 or 2. Producing a prodigy of this caliber is nearly impossible. Usually, if a level 2 civilization has even one person on the rookie ranking, that individual is hailed as a star of their civilization with boundless prospects. In his previous life, even outstanding talents like Lay Ming and Luo Su, who were protagonist-level bosses, only managed to squeeze into the top 50, with the weakest, Du Hua, ranking beyond 1,000. This shows just how formidable the young man named Wan He-ish may be. The most dangerous opponent Chen Qing will face tonight. Standing in the darkness, Wan He was surrounded by a host of puppet guards. His gaze pierced through the shadows, locking onto Chen Qing, a strange light flickering in his eyes. He sensed a kindred spirit in Chen Qing, not in terms of class or race, but in the ability to challenge those above their level, a true genius. Earlier, when Wan He arrived, he had sensed Lay Ming's aura from afar, recognizing in him the same special quality found only in those listed on the rookie ranking. These two young men were geniuses, just like him, perhaps even greater. Wan He already had 1 foot into the void soaring level, while the other two hadn't taken even half a step toward it. Despite the vast gap in rank, he still felt a sense of danger emanating from Chen Qing, as if there was a power within Chen Qing that could threaten him. Wan He was taken aback. This aura, he had only sensed it before from a top-tier prodigy ranked among the top 1,000. That meant that if these two young men before him ever reached his level, they would undoubtedly become extraordinary figures, capable of breaking into that elite group. The fact that such talent could emerge from a remote place like the Taku civilization was something Wan He found hard to comprehend. But he quickly suppressed his astonishment, his gaze turning cold once more. So what if they were geniuses? Without the chance to grow, even the brightest star would be short-lived. It was a pity that these two were born into such a weak civilization, a place that didn't deserve talents like them. Wan He focused his mind, channeling his spirit into his puppets. Instantly, hundreds of perspectives flooded his mind, each one fixed on Chen Qing. These puppets were linked to his consciousness, allowing him to see and feel everything they did. With a single thought, hundreds of puppets surged forward to attack Chen Qing, each one radiating power on par with a level 95 beast tamer like Mangu. That was the terrifying thing about prodigies, their combat strength often far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators at the same stage. Yet, to Wan He's surprise, Chen Qing, who was surrounded, suddenly became a blur and broke through the encirclement in an instant, dashing forward at incredible speed. At the same time, a strange force enveloped the puppets, slowing their movements. Wan He's brows lifted slightly. This boy's abilities were certainly unusual, and in some ways, they directly countered his puppet techniques. Still, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, the boy hadn't even reached the half-step airborne stage, and such abilities weren't enough to bridge the massive gap in their levels. Watching Chen Qing flee, Wan He's lips curled into a playful smile. He formed a hand seal, and the puppets on the street dissolved into shadows, merging with his own. Then, he rose into the air, pursuing Chen Qing from above. One on the ground, one in the sky, the two figures raced through the long street in a deadly chase. Even though Chen Qing used his mastery of space to boost his speed, he couldn't shake Wan He, who remained overhead. Before long, the distance between them shrank to less than 50 meters. Suddenly, Chen Qing stopped and turned to face Wan He. There was no panic on his face. Instead, he looked completely confident. Wan He landed lightly, his shadow spreading across the ground. This time, he wouldn't give Chen Qing another chance to escape. "You have your puppets, but I have my formation," Chen Qing said with a faint smile. As soon as he spoke, the elements around them surged violently, a powerful pressure closing in on Wan He. Looking up, he saw 5 different elemental energies gathering overhead, forming the outlines of 5 dragon heads. 5 dragons arise. Formation, activate. 5 dragon annihilation array begin. A deep hum filled the air as 5 colossal dragons, each forged from a different element, circled menacingly around Chen Qing. Their terrifying presence seemed to sever him from all living things, making him appear like a divine being commanding these celestial beasts. At that moment, the 5 dragon annihilation array Chen Qing had prepared in advance was silently activated. As the array began to operate, his energy was rapidly drained at an astonishing rate. The sheer scale of the formation demanded an enormous amount of power, but Chen Qing remained unfazed. His reserves were far deeper than his health, and with the core knowledge enhancing his recovery, he could easily withstand such consumption. For most mages, maintaining this array would be a fatal burden, but for Chen Qing, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Just then, his gaze shifted to a building behind Wan He. With a cold smirk, he murmured, "Die?" Instantly, the dragon of flames lunged at the building's first floor. A deafening explosion erupted, sending shockwaves of energy rippling through the air, accompanied by screams of agony. Ding successfully killed Rick. Gained 6 million experience. Ding successfully killed Rick. Gained 5,300,000 experience. As the presence inside the building faded away, 2 experience notifications popped up on Chen Qing's panel. Rick, the level 99 assassin, had stealthily followed them. Chen Qing had sensed a well-concealed aura the moment he triggered the array. It turned out to be Rick, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike. Not willing to risk a sneak attack from Rick while battling Wan He, Chen Qing unleashed the array without hesitation, instantly eliminating the half-health assassin. Wan He heard the screams behind him and sensed his comrade's aura fading, but his expression didn't change at all. He stared coldly at Chen Qing, showing no hint of remorse for his fallen ally. In his eyes, someone as useless as Rick wasn't worth a second thought. Instead, Chen Qing's overwhelming presence only made Wan He's excitement grow. It had been a long time since he had faced an opponent who could truly challenge him, and his heart burned with anticipation. A mad gleam shone in his eyes as he let out a low, sinister laugh, clearly ready for the fierce battle ahead. The looming threat of death was exactly the kind of fight he craved. Savoring the moment, Wan He let out a crazed chuckle, suddenly bit his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood, chanting under his breath, 10,000 puppets blood sacrifice. In an instant, the puppets under Wan He's control were infused with the power of the blood sacrifice. A red glow enveloped them, and their eyes filled with bloodthirsty frenzy. Freed from the slowing force field of Chen Qing's array, the puppets charged at him with renewed ferocity. Deadly intent locked onto Chen Qing once more, but this time, he stood firm within his formation, no longer as vulnerable as before. The fire dragon swept forward, devouring 3 puppets in a single breath. The earth dragon rose up, blocking several incoming attacks. The wood dragon roared, opening its massive jaws to bind the puppets together like bundles of straw. The water dragon surged, scattering the formation of enemies. The metal dragon, sharp as a blade, tore through countless puppet bodies. Explosions echoed through the streets, ripping apart the calm of Kahua civilization. Chen Qing and Wan He clashed in a fierce, evenly matched duel for survival. The massive shockwaves drew the attention of countless bystanders. Radicals, neutrals, and harmonists alike turned their eyes to the scene, watching in awe at a battle the likes of which had never been witnessed before. Inside a high-rise building, in a certain room, Su Ming slowly took a drag from her cigarette, the rich aroma spreading through the air. Her gaze drifted out the window, settling on where Chen Qing and Wan He were, a strange look flickering in her eyes. She turned to the person beside her, her voice calm, but carrying a hint of provocation. How confident are you if you had to face those two? Chen Qing, 80%. Wan He 60, replied a young man in Taoist robes, stepping out from beside Su Ming. His eyes were fixed on the direction of the energy surge far away, his tone cool and tinged with confidence. Oh, Su Ming chuckled softly, narrowing her eyes as she looked at the boy. You think Chen Qing will lose? The boy didn't answer, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the source of the energy fluctuations. He was Su Ming's younger brother, Su Zhe, a prodigy of Wan Ming's sect, and also a member of the newcomers' ranking, his position even higher than Wan He's. In the Kuhua civilization, 3 young geniuses made the newcomers' ranking, each belonging to one of the 3 leading factions, all of them top-tier talents. Su Zhe shook his head slightly, saying nothing more. He could tell from the intensity of the energy waves that Chen Qing seemed to be at a disadvantage compared to Wan He. Still, judging purely by energy strength was a bit one-sided. Every genius has their hidden cards. Until the very end, no one can truly say who will win. Beyond the 3 major factions, others in the Kuhua civilization were also paying close attention to Chen Qing and Wan He's showdown. Even some reporters of levitation level were secretly recording the fierce battle, ready to make headline news out of it. After all, any duel between geniuses on the newcomers' ranking was bound to cause a stir. Yet none of these watching eyes affected Chen Qing or Wan He. The two were locked in a fierce fight, each feeling the crushing pressure from the other, forcing them to give their all, with no time to worry about being observed. They were like 2 blades caught in the heart of a storm, their battle reaching its most critical moment. Ha! Chen Qing, you're finished. You're about to lose. Wan He shouted with wild laughter, his eyes full of pride and madness, as if he could already see victory within his grasp. He kept his gaze fixed on Chen Qing, as if each second was a reminder that success was getting closer. Indeed, after several brutal rounds, Chen Qing's stamina was almost gone. Despite his incredible recovery abilities, he hadn't managed to return to peak condition in this fight with Wan He. At this point, Chen Qing was only at half strength, facing Wan He, who was still holding steady at half health. In a battle between masters, even the smallest difference could be decisive. The puppets around them had been smashed to pieces, the ground littered with debris, though a few still circled Chen Qing, blocking Wan He's attacks. Now, Chen Qing's health had dropped below 10%, his body covered in wounds, his breath growing weaker. As the fight dragged on, the The formation he was using started to falter, its effectiveness slipping away alongside his strength. Chen Qing glanced at Wan He, who still had half his health, and shook his head slightly. Without hesitation, he suddenly dismissed the 5 dragons annihilation array. A flicker of confusion crossed Wan He's face. Couldn't understand why Chen Qing would drop his formation at such a critical moment. Without the array's boost, Chen Qing's fighting power would plummet, making victory seem even less likely. But there was no sign of surrender on Chen Qing's face. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Staring deeply at Wan He spoke slowly. Have you ever heard of a move called Heavenfall Palm? Wan He was momentarily stunned, clearly not understanding. Heavenfall Palm. What's that supposed to be? Wan He's pupils contracted sharply. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Chen Qing's body was slowly rising into the air under the pull of a mysterious force, while a terrifying energy surged around him like a raging tide. Within this aura, the shadowy outline of a ferocious beast flickered behind Chen Qing, its oppressive presence many times more powerful than the 5 dragons annihilation array, nearly forcing Wan He to the ground. Yet even in the face of such danger, this prodigy from the rising stars list showed no fear. Wana Chaozong, he roared, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood. Instantly, every puppet in the air and every scrap of debris on the ground began to float, dissolving into streams of black energy that rushed into his palm. Even more bizarrely, the shadow beneath his feet writhed like a living thing, merging into the swirling mass in his hand, leaving him without a shadow at all. Wan He's face was as pale as paper, but the power surging from within him was every bit a match for his opponents. Chen Qing, expressionless, merged with the phantom of the starry beast behind him, then dove toward Wan He like a falling meteor. Stellar breath. Wana Chaozong. 2 entirely different forces collided in midair, silver-white and pitch-black energies twisting together into a dark gray sphere. The resulting shockwave swept out in all directions, toppling buildings along the street like dominoes and leaving a massive crater at the center of the blast. As the turmoil finally faded, a battered figure lay among the ruins. It was Wan He with arms severed at the shoulders, his abdomen a bloody mess, yet somehow still alive. Ha ha, I won. I won. He laughed maniacally, for during the clash he had watched Chen Qing's body torn to pieces before his eyes. But in that moment, a cold voice sounded from the side. Oh, are you sure you've won? Wan He's eyes widened in horror. Chen Qing was walking toward him through the swirling dust, completely unharmed and radiating an even stronger aura than before, as if he had never been injured at all. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.